Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 354 to Chapter 373. Suyu was also extremely depressed. This black armored general was extremely powerful, and it was very likely that he was the leader of the vanguard. Even if he wasn't, he was most likely a deputy general. The vanguard was under the command of the Sun Moon Camp, Mountain Sea Camp, Lingyan Camp, Soar Camp. There were countless experts, and they were all a group of ruthless people. The leader of the vanguard was extremely powerful, and even the deputy general was extremely powerful. Fighting at the front lines, if he did not forcefully suppress this group of troublemakers, he would not be able to suppress the incoming enemies. He had been caught. At this moment, Suyu raised his hands in surrender. Around him, the Mountain Sea Camp, Sun Moon Camp, and Moon Camp that were like hungry wolves were all beaming with joy. Still considered polite, weaponsmiths were often more popular than alchemists. Medicinal pills could be skipped, but weapons could not be left behind. And if a weapon was broken, it had to be repaired. This was a matter of life and death. A group of people escorted Suyu back. The Mountain Sea Realm expert who had berated Suyu earlier rushed over and said with a laugh, "I told you to leave, but you didn't. It's too late now." Suyu's face was dark. Any weaponsmiths who were intercepted by the vanguard would probably not have a good expression. The Mountain Sea General who had just arrived did not care. He took off his helmet, revealing a pale and tired face. He looked at Suyu and laughed. He did not look young anymore. "My name is Hongdu, the Deputy General of the Mountain Sea Camp." The man introduced, then said with a smile, "Grandmaster Cui, I'll have to trouble you this time. Please repair the battle weapon as soon as possible. These days, there have been many battles, and many of our brothers are fighting with injuries. We do not dare to use our weapons carelessly, so there are many casualties." Suyu looked around at the exhausted and wounded soldiers, but he did not say anything. The vanguard, a bunch of sinners, however. Some things were really hard to say. For example, his teachers, Lu Wenyan and Bai Feng, had both served in the vanguard. Were they sinners? Suyu did not think so. Of course, there were definitely people in the vanguard battalion who had committed heinous crimes. However, since they were not killed, it usually meant that they had not crossed some bottom line. For example, he knew Su Bin, the boss in female clothing. If the Ming constabulary sentenced him, that guy would most likely be sent to the vanguard battalion. It could not be said that he was innocent, but it would not be a death sentence. Turning back to look at the corpses strewn all over the canyon, Suyu sighed in his heart, but he still said bluntly, "A melon that is forcibly picked won't be sweet. When I say 3 days, I mean 3 days. I can repair your weapons within 3 days, but if you stop me after 3 days, I'll give you a backup plan. When the battle starts and your weapons explode, let's see if you dare to let me repair them." Hearing this, Hongdo said helplessly, "Grandmaster Cui, please don't be angry. We had no choice. Otherwise, we wouldn't have forced you to help us." These people changed their attitudes very quickly. Previously, they were scolding Cui Lang, but now they were calling him Grandmaster Cui. Suyu was too lazy to say anything more. He turned his head and looked at Lu Wenyan behind him. Suddenly, he snorted, "Mountains, seas, sun and moon are not to be trifled with." This little brother Soar was shouting with all his might just now. "I won't repair your weapons." Lu Wenyan looked confused. "Damn, calling me little brother, how old are you?" Looking at his strength, he felt helpless. "Damn, I'm not even as good as a child. How miserable." Hongdo and some of the experts around him could not help but laugh. Seeing that Suyu was staring at Lu Wenyan, Hongdo said with a smile, "Grandmaster Cui, you probably know this person. At least, you've heard of his name. He's Lu Wenyan from Xia province." Suyu seemed to be very confused. He could not help but say, "Him?" According to the records of the Ming constabulary, Lu Wenyan was elegant and unrestrained. Countless girls chased after him. "General Hong, you're not kidding me, are you?" He tilted his head and looked Lu Wenyan up and down with a look of utter disbelief. Lu Wenyan snorted. He untied his robe and covered his hairy legs. "What's wrong? Am I not elegant? I don't believe it." Suyu clicked his tongue and smiled. He no longer looked at Lu Wenyan. Instead, he looked at Hong Do and said with a smile, "General Hong, it seems that I can't stay in this vanguard camp for too long. Otherwise, if I become like this, I won't be able to live. I still care a little about my reputation." Hong Do also laughed. "So you said again, right, who was that general just now? If General Hong doesn't mind, can you tell me so that I can find the right person to complain to?" Suyu laughed. "I'd like to see if there's anyone who can make the decision to detain an Earth armament master." Hong Do was embarrassed. He was just about to speak when Lu Wenyan, who had just been rebuked, said faintly, "Aren't you an Earth armament master? Speaking of which, you're still in the profound tier, right?" Suyu said disapprovingly, "I'm just keeping a low profile outside. Do you believe that I can forge an Earth armament for you to see now? Brother Lu, it's not 50 years ago now. Your era has passed. Now, it's the era of new people." Lu Wenyan's expression changed slightly. He sighed and said no more. Although it was unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. Hong Do coughed softly and said, "Grandmaster Cui, don't bother with this guy. That person just now is the Deputy General of the Vanguard, Lord Chao. He's a Sun Moon tier cultivator." "Deputy General?" Suyu nodded. "I thought it was the commander." "That's not it. Grandmaster Cui probably doesn't know much about the Vanguard." Hong Do explained, "The commander of the Vanguard is Lord Qin Hao, the second son of the Qin king. He's a Sun Moon tier cultivator, but he's not here now. He's out on business and will be back soon." Qin Hao, Qin Zhen's younger brother, was the commander of the Vanguard. Suyu thought about it and didn't say much. The Vanguard indeed needed a commander who could hold down the fort. He had to be strong and dared to fight and kill. Cultivators from the Great Qin Mansion and Xianxia province could fill this role. The killing intent of these two mansions was strong enough. However, in the current Xianxia province, there was probably no one who could do it. As they spoke, they had already retreated about 30 miles. A huge mountain top was directly flattened. It was unknown which cultivator did this. A huge mountain was cut off, and the platform in the middle was the Vanguard's camp. There were more than 5,000 people in the Vanguard, and most of them were stationed here. This mountain was also called Breaking Spirit Mountain. Their souls were broken here, more than 5,000 people. If they fought for a few more years, who knew how many of them could return alive? These people might be sinners, but in terms of merits, they were also frighteningly high. The others began to return to the camp one after another. Hong Do followed Suyu and helped him introduce. "Right now, there are 6 blacksmiths in the Vanguard, 3 yellow, and 3 mystic. However, there is only 1 blacksmith at the mystic level. There was an Earth Soldier Master stationed here before." Hong Do paused and said, "However, a few days ago, the gods, demons, and demons attacked. The battle was fierce, and Lord Zhang personally fought and died." Suyu frowned and said, "Even the Earth Soldier Master had to fight? Lord Zhang requested it himself." Hong Do explained. Suyu still frowned and said, "Even if it was his request, you guys agreed? Also, didn't you say that Invincible would pay attention to the Vanguard? Why didn't you care about the Earth Soldier Master being killed? How many Earth Soldier Masters are there in the human realm? Each mansion has 1, and the rest are not enough for the various elite armies. The number of Earth Soldier Masters may not be as many as Invincible. Are Earth Soldier Masters that cheap in your eyes?" "That's not what I meant." Hong Do hurriedly explained, "This. Master Cui, we also don't want to see this result, but Lord Zhang is also in the Sun Moon tier. If he insists, we can't stop him. As for the Invincible Lords..." Hong Do hesitated, but still explained, "The Invincible Lord's attention only said that they might intervene after the Vanguard is defeated. Before the Vanguard is defeated, they won't intervene, or it will be a battle between Invincible Lords. Similarly, the opposite side. Invincible Lords may not always pay attention to us. Even if they do, it's a small-scale battle now. Once Invincible Lords participate, it will be a large-scale battle, rising to the level of Invincible Lords." Suyu understood. It wasn't that Invincible Lords didn't know, didn't interfere, and didn't care. It was that they couldn't. If one side Invincible Lords interfered, and the other side Invincible Lords interfered, the scale of the battle would instantly expand, rising to the level of Invincible Lords. This was something that neither side invincible lords wanted to happen now. Without asking further, he followed Hongdou and descended from the sky. On the platform halfway up the mountain, there were many buildings, all built with huge stones. In the central area, there was a huge stone building. Weapon Forging Hall, these were the 3 large words on the stone building. This place was the place where the vanguard forged weapons. Inside, the sound of forging could be faintly heard. Hongdou smiled, and said, Master Cui, this is our vanguard's weapon forging hall. Usually, if everyone has any needs, they will come here. It's all charged, not free forging. Our vanguard lacks other things, but we don't lack merit points. Suyu was puzzled, and asked, is there a merit point reward for killing in the vanguard? Yes, Hongdou explained. Of course, aside from the merit point reward for killing, they can't get a share of the subsequent spoils of war. This is also the vanguard's policy. After all, those who are sent here are all guilty, and need to atone for their crimes by performing meritorious deeds. Suyu nodded. I can tell with one look that some people have fought for many years, and killed many. Isn't that enough to atone for their crimes? Some don't want to leave. Hongdou was a little complicated, and quickly said, after killing too much, some people leave here, and very soon, they will commit crimes in other places. Some people like to kill without saying a word. There are many people like this, so even if their crimes are atoned for, they don't want to leave. Not everyone in the vanguard is a sinner. Hongdou sighed, and said, some people do it to release their killing desire. Some people have already atoned for their crimes, but it is difficult for them to stay in the human realm. The other armies sometimes recruit some, but these people are unruly, and it is difficult for them to get along with the army. In the end, they all choose to come back, and kill their whole lives, fighting here until they die. For a moment, Suyu felt a little complicated. Were these people still considered sinners? They might have originally been guilty, but they had already atoned for their crimes. However, because they had killed too much, they could not control their killing desire. Even if they returned to the human realm, they still did not fit in with the environment behind the human realm. So, in the end, they chose to return. As he was thinking, the door of the weapon forging hall opened, and a young man walked out with his head lowered, as if he was thinking about something. When he sensed someone in front of him, he looked up and saw Hongdou, and casually nodded, General Hong, what can I do for you? I can repair weapons at the peak of the mystic class, but my master may not be able to do it. You can do it yourself, and I will not take responsibility if it is broken. Master Wang, thank you for your trouble. Hongdou smiled and introduced, Master Wang, this is Master Cui, a quasi-earth weapon master. This time, General Chao invited Master Cui to guard here for 3 days, to repair some weapons that are difficult to repair for the vanguard. Master Cui? The young man looked up at Suyu, and saw that he was very young. He was a little confused, and hesitantly asked, you are? Cui Lang. Cui Lang? The young man thought for a moment, and after a while, he seemed to remember, and couldn't help but say, Cui Lang? Cui Lang from the main constabulary? Are you F*** King scamming people again? When did you become a quasi-earth weapon master? Aren't you a golden class weapon master? Even if you have advanced, you are at the beginning of the mystic class. Are you kidding me? Suyu curled his lips, you are right, even if Cui Lang has improved recently, he is at the beginning of the mystic class at most. But I am not Cui Lang. Believe it or not, it is up to you. Suyu said proudly, Xiao Wang, be polite with your words. Sometimes, weapon forging requires luck and talent. If I really forge an earth weapon, will you kneel down and apologize? If you don't want to embarrass yourself, don't talk nonsense, or you will be embarrassed later, and you will lose face as a weapon forger. Hearing this, the young man was a little speechless. Do as you see fit, Cui Lang, if you continue to trick people, you will be killed in this place. Don't court death, or no one will be able to save you. Hongdou hurriedly smiled, of course not, Master Cui is really capable, I have news from the human realm. Is that so? The young man didn't deny it. Anyway, he didn't really believe it, so whatever. If Cui Lang didn't have the ability and was killed here, he wouldn't even look at him. Then I will bring you in to see my master, Cui Lang, my master is a high mystic class, my master can see whether you have the ability or not. Don't think that no one will expose you just because this place is full of killing geniuses. Xiao Wang, if you don't apologize to me later, I will ask General Hong to kill you. The young man curled his lips. Fine, if you are really a weapon forger, you must apologize, I admit it. He still didn't believe it. He had seen Cui Lang once, of course, many years had passed, and now he almost didn't know him. He didn't have much contact with him, but he knew that this guy wasn't a good person. Sometimes he would brag when he was drunk. This guy didn't brag too much, did he? And others took it seriously. He didn't mean any harm, he just wanted to remind this guy that this was not the human realm, but a group of killing geniuses. If you talk nonsense, you will easily get into trouble. General Chao and these people are all killing geniuses, be careful not to be killed. The young man led the two of them forward. The place was very big, and the main hall was divided into various forging rooms. Soon, the young man led them to the innermost hall. At this moment, a white-haired old man with a few young people was looking at a middle-aged blacksmith. Sensing that someone was coming, the old man looked back, saw the young man and Hong Do, nodded slightly, and said doubtfully, "The battle is over? Want to repair weapons?" Weapons below the high mystic class can be used, but the peak level repair has a certain chance of failure. The old man was only a high mystic class blacksmith, and high mystic class blacksmiths were usually used by Ling Yun, which was actually enough. Peak mystic class blacksmiths were mostly used by those in the middle and lower levels of the mountain and sea realm. Those in the high mountain and sea realm, if they had money, would usually choose to use earth weapons. As for Sun Moon tier, most of them were in the middle or even high earth tier. Before Hong Do could speak, the young man said, "Master, General Hong said that General Chao invited a quasi-earth weapon forger to repair weapons, Cui Lang from the Ming Constabulary." Cui Lang? Yes, the one related to the Qing clan of the Tang Constabulary. Don't you remember? Oh, the old man finally remembered. Suyu's expression darkened, and he glanced at the young man. "Fine, brat, you've gone too far. See how I deal with you later." Not in the mood to talk nonsense, Suyu saw that the middle-aged blacksmith was about to finish, so he didn't say anything more. He walked up and opened another forging furnace. The blacksmiths knew that he was going to forge weapons, and no one said anything. Obviously, he was going to show off his true skills. Blacksmiths were sometimes so straightforward. If you had skills, don't be afraid of others finding out. The prerequisite was that you had real skills, and they all relied on strength to make a living. Suyu took out some materials, and a flame rose up, instantly melting them. With this move, the old man's expression changed slightly. What a powerful flame, level 4 Shunwen. The materials were quickly melted by Suyu, and the essence was extracted. In the blink of an eye, mist rose up, and golden light flashed. In the blink of an eye, a sword embryo was forged. There were no golden patterns, and it was just forging the sword embryo. With this move, the old man's eyes lit up, and he quickly sent a telepathic message to the others, "Come and take a look. Xiao Wang, look closely. It's really a master." The young man was also shocked. How could the sword embryo be forged so easily? Has this fellow really reached the level of a quasi-earth tier blacksmith? Suyu ignored them. He had some understanding of blacksmithing, and he had exchanged his experiences with many earth-tier blacksmiths. He had helped Lao Zhao forge the embryonic form of a divine weapon, and he had also forged a Wenbing with 72 golden patterns. Right now, he was only trying to forge a mystic-tier pinnacle weapon, so it wasn't too difficult. Quenching, smelting, forging the embryo. A moment later, a large hammer appeared and smashed down with a rumbling sound. The speed of the hammer was incomparably fast. This is the Zhao clan's blacksmithing technique? The old man could tell that Hong Do didn't really understand, but he knew a few things. He said, "Master Cui helped Master Zhao Li forge a weapon in Dexia province. Master Zhao Li advanced to the mountain and sea realm, and forged the embryonic form of a divine weapon. At that time, Master Cui advanced to the peak of the mystic tier." "I see," the old man exclaimed. "Zhao Li succeeded. Congratulations." He sighed, and then quickly said, "Everyone, watch carefully. This Cui Lang, no, brother Cui might really be able to forge a Wenbing with 72 golden patterns. Only a successful forging with 72 golden patterns could be called a quasi-earth tier blacksmith. Before, he was also confused, but now he was somewhat convinced. As for Suyu, he didn't care about them. He continued to focus on his own blacksmithing. As for the blacksmithing technique, it wasn't something that could be learned just by watching. Moreover, the core of his blacksmithing was the God-expanding hammer and his 5 elements Wenbing. Under normal circumstances, blacksmiths wouldn't mind being watched unless they were forging a powerful weapon. The hammer was extremely fast, the fire burned, Suyu's blacksmithing speed was extremely fast. Gradually, 1 golden pattern was formed, and a moment later, 2 golden patterns appeared. In 5 minutes, 1 golden pattern was formed. In an hour, 12 golden patterns were formed. Suyu's speed didn't decrease at all, and the hammer was still fierce. At this moment, even Hong couldn't feel the power of the blacksmithing technique, but he could feel the strength and endurance of Suyu's will. Vibration, the small sword became smaller and smaller, but it became more and more crystal clear. Unknowingly, there were a few more people in the hall. They watched silently, and no one made a sound. 2 hours, 3 hours, a loud rumbling sound rang out, 37 golden patterns were forged, and the dark weapon was successfully forged. 3 hours later, a dark weapon appeared. But that wasn't enough. Suyu kept adding more materials, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. The inheritance of the 100 Dao Pavilion and Zhaoli, no matter which one it was, were both top-notch blacksmithing inheritances of the human realm. After hammering for a few more hours, the sword embryo exploded with a sharp sword aura. In the hall, a few youths were injured by the sword aura, and they all retreated. 64 golden patterns. The old man exclaimed. Peak Mystic class, so easy, done in one go, he couldn't catch up to this standard. He could only forge up to 63 golden patterns, and he couldn't go any further. Moreover, he needed to spend a lot of time, and it wasn't as easy as Suyu. The golden patterns continued to increase, and sweat dripped from Suyu's forehead, but it was instantly evaporated by the fire. The hammering was rhythmic, and the sound of vibration could be faintly heard. Sparks flew everywhere, the golden patterns continued to appear, 65, 66, at this moment, it was already nighttime. Suyu forged for a while more, and when the 72nd golden pattern was about to take shape, Suyu suddenly frowned. The 72nd golden pattern that was about to take shape was a little distorted. Frowning slightly, Suyu suddenly let out a low roar, and the hammer smashed down. The golden pattern that had taken shape actually showed signs of fading. Reforge. The old man was shocked, and couldn't help but exclaim, reforge a quasi-earth weapon, did Cui Lang have the ability to do so? Even an earth weapon master might not be able to do so. Just as he was thinking, the 72nd golden pattern disappeared with a boom. Suyu suddenly stopped, and shook his head. I can't reforge it, but there are some problems with the 72nd golden pattern. I'm not going to forge a problematic peak mystic class weapon, I'll just reforge 71. With that, the golden word Shenwen lit up, and with a hum, the martial weapon exploded with incomparably sharp sword aura. The old man, on the other hand, exclaimed, amazing. Daoist Chui's blacksmithing skills have reached perfection. There shouldn't be any difficulty in forging a quasi-earth weapon with 72 golden patterns. A normal quasi-earth weapon master, even if the forging isn't perfect, won't reforge 72 golden patterns into 71. Daoist Chui, have you advanced to an earth weapon master? If one wasn't an earth weapon master, it would be very difficult to do so. Suyu shook his head, I haven't tried it. I've been busy recently, and I haven't had time to try it. Besides, it takes too long, and it'll cause a lot of noise, so I won't try it for now. But I don't think it's a big problem to forge an earth weapon. Even if it's forged, it'll be trash. Let's wait and see. The conversation between the two made the other blacksmiths want to die. At this moment, the black-armored general applauded, and said with a faint smile, amazing. Master Cui didn't disappoint me. Ling Yunjing, an earth weapon master, I'm afraid he's the first one. I don't know much about blacksmithing, but Master Cui can forge a peak mystic class weapon in one go, and I think his strength is no weaker than Old Zhang. Old Zhang, the fallen earth weapon master. The black-armored general continued, I've seen Old Zhang forge weapons a few times, and I think his speed and methods are no better than Master Cui's. Cui Lang, on behalf of the Vanguard, I officially invite you to join us. Just state your conditions. Suyu said angrily, no conditions. I'll leave in 3 days. Forget it, I spent an extra day forging weapons today, so I'll give you 3 more days. I won't stay here. Do you really think I'm not busy? And it's so dangerous, even the Sun Moon Tier Earth Weapon Master is dead, and you Vanguard are playing with the lives of blacksmiths. The black-armored general was silent for a moment, and then nodded. Fine. Old Zhang died because we didn't protect him well enough. Then, I'll have to trouble Master Cui for the next 3 days. There's no need to repair weapons below the High Mystic class, mainly the Peak Mystic class and some Earth weapons. He thought for a moment, and then said, my spear is in the medium level of the Earth class, can it be repaired? He didn't choose to force it. If he really forced it, it would be as Suyu said, leave some room for maneuver, and you wouldn't know what to do. 3 days was enough to repair some weapons. Suyu frowned. It'll be difficult. Unless I really become an Earth Weapon Master, then I'll have a chance to repair the medium level of the Earth class. Otherwise, there's no hope. I can try for the elementary level of the Earth class. That's enough. General Chao turned to leave, and said, Hongdo, take Master Cui to rest and protect him. Tomorrow, he'll repair weapons for everyone, but don't bring anything below the High Mystic class. Yes. Hongdo answered. So you didn't care about General Chao? The latter was still wearing a helmet, and he didn't see his face clearly. Anyway, he was only staying for a few days, and he'd visit Teacher Lu when he had time. The old man, who was a High Mystic class blacksmith, said with some regret, Brother Cui, you don't plan to stay? Suyu shook his head. No, it's too dangerous to forge weapons here. Sigh. The old man nodded. He looked at General Chao and nodded. It's dangerous, but, never mind. Brother Cui, have a good rest. I'll have to trouble you tomorrow. I can also repair the High Mystic class weapons, but I'll have to trouble you with the troublesome ones. Suyu looked at him, and the old man smiled. He knew that Suyu was confused, so he thought for a while and said, maybe you think that everyone here is a sinner who deserves to die, so you don't want to repair or forge weapons for them. But these people, even if they are sinners, are still fighting for the human race. We can't help them much, but we can help them improve their armaments. Suyu didn't say anything and walked out. Maybe, everyone had their own pursuits, and he might not be able to understand them now. After he left, the young man behind him said hurriedly, Master Cui, I apologize to you. Master Cui, can you teach us how to forge weapons? Not interested. Suyu walked out of the hall, and the young man looked regretful. When Suyu was far away, the young man said gloomily, damn, he really became an Earth-grade blacksmith. Teacher, how did he do it? Could it be that he could do it by sleeping with more women? Teacher, you told me to stay away from women. Was it wrong? Should I give it a try too? The old man was speechless. Screw you, what are you talking about? But looking at Suyu, he thought for a while and stroked his beard. Could it be that the yang fire is too strong, and we need to cool it down? That's not impossible. Should I give it a try? At this moment, the old man was in a daze. Should I give it a try, and then let my disciples try it? In the Vanguard camp, there was a dilapidated stone house. This was Suyu's residence. Compared to the Great Ming Empire's embassy, the environment here was worse than a toilet. Hongdo sent Suyu here and arranged for a Soar Realm cultivator to guard the door. Following Suyu's instructions, he soon left to do his own thing. Suyu, on the other hand, sat cross-legged under the ice-cold stone bed, silently cultivating as he surveyed his surroundings. The sensory jade was the best tool for scouting. With a radius of 1,000 meters, it could cover some areas. The Vanguard camp isn't weak. Suyu sighed inwardly. There were many experts in the surroundings. Just within 1,000 meters, he could detect 2 Sun-Moon Realm cultivators and 6 Mountain Sea Realm cultivators. That wasn't all. The Vanguard camp was the frontline core of the human race. They were responsible for killing. However, the aura of death here was too heavy. It didn't have the vigor and solemnity of the other core, only coldness and coldness. The sword guard outside the door didn't have the sternness and coldness of ordinary soldiers. At this moment, perhaps thinking that Suyu wouldn't call for him, the old sore soldier quickly stomped his feet, walked to the side, and lit a small fire next to the house. Soon, he got a chicken from somewhere and began to roast it. The aroma gradually spread. The soaring sky soldier, whose hair had already turned somewhat white, revealed his yellow teeth and smiled. He sprinkled some seasonings and prepared to eat. Just as he was about to eat, his vision blurred, and the chicken disappeared. The soldier was shocked and hurriedly rolled away. Just as he was about to call for help, his heart stirred, and he opened his eyes. Sure enough, it was the weaponsmith in the house. "Grandmaster Cui, you're still awake?" The old man in the air revealed a silly smile and greeted Suyu. Suyu said indifferently, "Can I sleep when you are barbecuing outside?" "Ahem. Grandmaster, please forgive me. I'm a little hungry after fighting all day." "Grandmaster, are you hungry? How about I go find General Hong?" "There's no need." Suyu sat down, tore half of the chicken, and threw the rest to the veteran. "Let's eat together." I wouldn't dare. "Milord, just eat." I said together." Suyu looked at him coldly. The veteran felt embarrassed and could only sit down. He picked up the half chicken and ate it silently. Suyu took a bite. It was a little rough, but he didn't mind it. As he ate, he asked, "Are all Vanguard soldiers like this?" "What? There are no rules." Suyu's words were direct. Indeed, there were no rules. Such a thing would not happen in a regular army. Bear One's teeth smiled and said, "Rules? In this place, killing was the rule. What was the point of having rules? I don't even know if he'll live to see tomorrow." "How did you get in?" Suyu asked. The veteran chuckled and said, "Killing. I'm from the Great Shan House. 10 years ago, not long after I entered SOAR, my son was studying there. In the end, my son had a conflict with someone and was crippled. In a fit of anger, I killed that fellow's father." Suyu said indifferently, "Why did you kill his father?" "It's the fault of the father for not raising the son. If I didn't kill his father, who would I kill?" The veteran chuckled and said, "His son crippled my son. At first, I wanted him to find a strong person to help my son recover. The treatment fee was a little high, but there was still hope. In the end, that fellow said that my son's aptitude was too poor and there was no need for treatment. He gave me 100 merit points to settle this matter. Later, I got angry and found a chance to kill him." "How was he sentenced?" 20 years. The veteran grinned and said, "Just waiting to die. In the first 10 years, my luck wasn't bad. There weren't many battles and I was lucky to survive. But recently, I can't. On the SOAR side, almost a third of them died. Milord, don't punish me. Barbecuing isn't a crime. At most, they will rebel for a few months. I might not live until then." Suyu didn't say anything more. He ate the roasted chicken and asked after a while, "The Vanguard soldiers are similar to you?" "There are all kinds of people. Some are bandits, some kill by mistake, and some are wrongly accused." Seeing that he was easy to talk to, the veteran laughed and said, "Milord, don't stay here for too long. This damned place is too dangerous." "No one ran?" "Ran? To where?" The veteran laughed and said, "Wherever they go, they will die. If they die in battle, at least give them some compensation. If they are guilty, at least their families won't be implicated. If they run, they will be traitors and the sins of the barbarians." Suyu nodded slightly and continued to eat in silence. After a while, he suddenly said, "Do you think the humans have any hope of winning?" "Ah?" The veteran was slightly taken aback and laughed dryly. "Milord, I'm just a small character. How would I know? If Milord wants us to kill, then we will kill. If you want us to fight, then we will fight. Have you considered anything else?" "There's no point in considering." Seeing that he wasn't eating anymore, Bear One's teeth smiled and thought for a moment. "Milord, are you asking me this to understand the situation at the grassroots level?" He said with some excitement, "Milord, even General Chao treats a big shot like you with respect. Can you meet an invincible king?" "Probably." "Then, Milord, can you tell the higher-ups that the treatment for each army is the same?" Suyu was puzzled. What's the same? The treatment for each army is the same. The more you kill, the more you earn. Milord, you don't know this, but these years, there have been many disputes because of the different treatment. The vanguard camp is under more pressure, and some armies that can fight don't want to fight anymore. For example, Great Xia and Great Qin. In the past, near the vanguard camp, the bandits were good at fighting and didn't need the vanguard camp to do anything. Those fellows roared when they killed, but as they killed, their numbers dwindled. Great Qin and Great Xia are short of money, but some of the bigger armies don't. The problem is that they can't fight. The veteran shook his head and said, for example, the Ming constabulary has the best armaments, but they can't fight. They dilly-dally when killing people. Moreover, they have money and the highest treatment. Tell me, can the other big armies be balanced? Now, when Great Qin and Great Xia's armies fight, they have to calculate how much they will lose and how much they will compensate their families. It's not worth it. The pressure on the vanguard camp has increased by several times. As he said this, he sighed and said, life is getting harder and harder. Those who can fight have no money, and those who can't fight have nothing better to do. Yet, they don't go to the front lines. There are millions of soldiers in the all-heavens battlefield, but less than 2 million can fight. The remaining 8 million are doing nothing. Suyu laughed. That's because they don't have money. There's nothing we can do about it. That's true. The veteran shook his head. It's a pity. If the great Qin king could unify the world and reduce the 8 million armies, he could spend all the money on the 2 million armies that can't fight. I guarantee that they would be stronger than the 10 million armies. Suyu was puzzled. Is this your opinion or the majority's? A lot of people say that. The veteran laughed. Including the 8 million armies. Does Sir think that they want to go to the all-heavens battlefield? They won't be able to fight them, and once war breaks out, they know that they won't be able to defeat the other side. However, there's nothing they can do. When the elites of Xia province and the Great Qin mansion finish fighting, sigh, good luck. Reduce the armies, unify, Suyu muttered and shook his head. There was no hope. Even invincible armies could not be unified, and everyone had their own plans. It was impossible to unify the armies of the Great Qin mansion. If Great Qin and Great Xia couldn't fight anymore and ran out of money, it would be good enough if they didn't scold the Great Qin mansion for being too militaristic. Give them money to expand their armies? What were they thinking? The old soldier continued, the human race is actually not weak. In any case, I feel that they are quite strong. They are not weaker than the gods and devils. If the gods and devils do not join forces, it is hard to say who will be the winner in a one-on-one battle. Even if the major prefectures are scattered, the gods and devils might also be scattered. However, the gods and devils have half-emperors. Our human race lacks people like that. Even the Great Qin king can't make all the Great Qin mansion listen to him. Suyu nodded. Many people saw this. However, there was no other way. Even the invincible were aware of this, but what could they do? Make them the Great Qin king's underlings? Why, I'm not much weaker than you, and if we really fight, you might not be able to defeat me. Why should we listen to you? It's already good enough that we listen to you on some things. After chatting with the veteran for a while, Suyu had a better understanding of the situation in the all-heavens battlefield. It was a sleepless night. The next day, Suyu started to repair weapons. In the weapon forging hall, Suyu received the first weapon that needed repair. It was a peak mystic grade long saber with 68 golden patterns. The owner was an expert at the 5th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. He had a stocky build and a strong killing intent. However, when facing Suyu, he was very careful. He put on a smile and said fawningly, Master Cui, can you still repair it? Suyu picked up the long saber and looked at it. There were many dents on it. It had been hacked by someone. The 68 golden patterns were somewhat disconnected. Although it was a peak mystic grade saber, it could only unleash the power of a mid-mystic grade saber. Suyu sized it up and nodded slightly. It can be repaired, but I need to add some materials. It's good that it can be repaired. The stocky man was immediately overjoyed. Master, feel free to use whatever materials you need. If I don't have them, I'll pay for them. I don't care how much you pay. So you still had some materials. He had spent a lot of the 100,000 merit points he had bought previously, but he hadn't used them all up yet. Moreover, Hongdu had sent a large batch of materials for him to use early in the morning. I have enough materials. As for money, I don't lack money. Suyu said calmly, give me some blood essence or some special cultivation techniques that can't be found on the market. I only need these things. I don't need anything else. The man thought for a moment and said, Master Cui, now that you mention it, I do have a cultivation technique, but you might not be interested in it. Tell me about it. Don't mind me, Master. Why would I be afraid of you stealing my cultivation technique? The man laughed and quickly took out a jade talisman and handed it to Suyu. Suyu looked at it and was slightly moved. Monster cultivation technique? Yes, I got it from a monster I killed. It's not a text of will, it's a simple cultivation technique, but humans can't use it. But I looked at it and it has some value. It's a supplementary cultivation technique that increases the sharpness of yuan qi. Of course, Master Cui might not be interested in it. Suyu looked for a while and did not say anything. He put away the cultivation technique and began to repair the weapon. The man was overjoyed. F*ck, doesn't it cost money? This master is really interested in everything, even this kind of thing. As Suyu repaired the weapon, he added some of his own ideas to sharpen the edge of the saber. This was just a martial weapon. It did not need any Shinwen characteristics, but it needed to be sturdy and sharp enough, as well as conductive to yuan qi. The more golden patterns, the stronger the conductive power. A powerful weapon could also increase the strength of yuan qi. Suyu repaired it for a while and asked, Can I ask a question? Please ask, Master. You're at the 5th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. In terms of physical strength, how many acupoints can you release with your physical strength, let alone special battle techniques and explosive power? The man scratched his head and thought for a moment. He laughed and said, Master, this is usually not told to outsiders. But you're not an outsider, so you should be measuring my destructive power, right? I needed to repair the weapon, am I right? That's right, you're quite imaginative. Suyu nodded. That's right. I'm afraid this weapon can't withstand your destructive power, so I need to see if I can strengthen it. Around 50,000 acupoints of strength. The man laughed and said, Not strong, but not weak either. Among fighters, it's considered average. After saying that, he added, Explosive power is only one aspect. For us, the most important thing is speed. The man said gloomily, My speed is a bit slow. No matter how strong your explosive power is, it's troublesome if you can't hit others. I'm slow, so I've suffered a few times. Suyu nodded and continued to repair the weapon. 5th layer of the Mountain Sea realm, 50,000 acupoints of explosive power. Was that considered strong? It was average, of course, he was definitely not weak. As for combat experience, there was no one in the vanguard camp who was not rich. They were all good at fighting. Those who were stronger than him were not that much stronger, and those who lacked experience might not be able to beat him. Suyu thought to himself. His physical body was now at 12 forging. His acupoints had more than 5,600 acupoints of strength, and with the strength Shinwen enhancement and the half-opened Yang acupoint, his explosive power was more than 6,000 acupoints of strength. But in terms of speed, he was actually not slow. Silkworm Destruction King's Time was a speed-type cultivation technique. Even if Suyu had not comprehended it to perfection, Suyu's current speed could not catch up to some Mountain Sea Realm warriors. Not to mention Mountain Sea Realm warriors, even some Lingyan 7th or 8th layers were slightly faster than him. My comprehension of time is still too low. The man's words reminded him of speed. Suyu's current strength was not considered weak, but his slow speed was a huge flaw. Perhaps he could forge a pair of shoes for himself that could increase his speed. If he comprehended time, he might be able to barely keep up with those Lingyan 7th or 8th layers, or find some cultivation techniques that could increase his speed. He had to be fast, otherwise, if he encountered danger, he would not be able to escape. Only when he arrived at the heavenly battlefield did he realize how many experts there were. He had met several sun and moon. Previously, he did not rashly go to the East Rift Valley. Now that he thought about it, it might not be a bad idea. If he made more preparations, should he forge an Earthgrade shoe here? Previously, he had asked Xianxia for compensation, and he had enough materials to forge an Earthgrade weapon. Perhaps, he could forge an Earthgrade weapon here. He had officially entered the realm of an Earthgrade weapon master. After repairing the man's weapon, Suyu moved on to the next person. Almost all the people who came to him were in the Mountain Sea realm. 1, 2, when the next person entered, Suyu was slightly startled. Qing Yuming, he could be considered an acquaintance. Grandmaster Cui. Qing Yuming had a smile on his face. When he looked at Suyu, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. He was only in the second layer of the Mountain Sea realm, which was not considered strong here. Suyu nodded indifferently. Repair Wenbing? Yes. Qing Yuming hurriedly took out his Wenbing. It was a long sword, and he said with some heartache, Grandmaster Cui, can you help me take a look? Can this be repaired? Earthgrade weapon? Suyu frowned. And raised his head to look at him. This guy was rich. Ordinary Mountain Sea cultivators could not afford an Earthgrade weapon, but he actually had one. Yes, it's an Earthgrade weapon, but it's only at the early stage with 74 golden patterns. Suyu picked up the long sword and looked at it. He looked him up and down, and said indifferently, Earthgrade weapons are difficult to repair, and there is a chance of failure. Also, it consumes too much energy, especially when it's Wenbing. Suyu said indifferently, if the repair fails, I will not compensate you. Also, you are a civilization master. As a price, I need to observe your 4th grade Shinwen. If you are willing, repair it. If not, forget it. Observe the Shinwen? Qing Yuming hesitated. Grandmaster Cui, I will pay. Merit points, or like others, some natural treasures. No need. Suyu casually threw the long sword to him. If you don't want to repair it, then forget it. Wenbing is difficult to repair, let alone an Earthgrade weapon. This should be an Earthgrade weapon forged by Grandmaster Chen of Dixia Province. I have some understanding of Grandmaster Chen's weapon forging techniques, and I have an 80% chance of repairing it. You can find someone else to try. Yes, it was forged by Grandmaster Chen. Qing Yuming looked helpless. He admired Suyu's foresight for immediately recognizing that it was forged by Grandmaster Chen. After a moment of hesitation, he said, must it be the 4th grade Shinwen? Of course. Suyu said bluntly, I want to observe the Shinwen to broaden my horizons and gain experience. Why would I want to observe a 3rd grade weapon? Don't I have experience myself? Also, I can see your Shinwen characteristics. It would be best if it matches Wenbing. Qing Yuming hesitated for a moment, then sighed inwardly. Fine, a moment later, he nodded. Grandmaster Cui, I can agree to this condition, but... Grandmaster, please don't leak my Shinwen characteristics. Cut the crap. Every trade has its rules. I know what to do. Repair it or not. At that moment, Suyu was also secretly pleased. Back in the institute, the gap between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now that they were here, didn't he have to lower his head and beg him? Look at his Shinwen. When his Shinwen was destroyed by Wan Tianxing, Suyu actually wanted to see how this guy's Shinwen was doing now. Wan Tianxing seemed to have destroyed his Shinwen. What was the Shinwen that Qing Yuming was cultivating now? How did he cultivate it? Could he cultivate a 4th grade Shinwen in such a short time, or could it be that he was cultivating the human race's divine text as the main divine text? When it was destroyed that day, it seemed that it did not destroy his Shinwen. Qing Yuming was also helpless. If he did not cultivate Wenbing now, his Wenbing would also be destroyed. After hesitating for a while, a Shinwen appeared. Zhen, the Shinwen of the human race, Suyu's eyes flashed. You cultivate the Shinwen of the human race? Yes. Didn't the Shinwen of the human race say that there is no way to advance to the Sun-Moon realm? You actually cultivate this? Is this the Shinwen of the human race? Suyu was puzzled. What are you thinking? This, Qing Yuming said awkwardly, I'm trying something. Nowadays, many people who cultivate Wan Shenwen are also stuck at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm. I want to try cultivating the Shenwen of the human race and see if I can advance more easily. Suyu nodded slightly and reached out to grab the Shenwen. Qing Yuming wanted to move, but in the next moment, he did not stop him. Suyu thought to himself. Now that the Shenwen that grabbed him was destroyed, this guy would be seriously injured. Of course, there was no need to do this. Attacking someone from the vanguard camp was courting death. Suyu carefully examined it and sensed it. Is this used to suppress the opponent's strength? Grandmaster, you have a good eye. Suyu ignored him. After a while, he suddenly said, this Shenwen feels a little different. He looked at Qing Yuming and said in a low voice, it feels a little special. Special? Qing Yuming laughed dryly and said, Grandmaster Cui, is the special because this is the Shenwen of the human race? No. Suyu said indifferently, I sensed that this Shenwen is a little unstable. It feels like, yes, it feels like it's being ripened. This was a real feeling. Suyu murmured, ripened. Could it be that this Shenwen is being ripened? How is it being ripened? Where is it being ripened? He raised his head and glanced at the uneasy Qing Yuming. Qing Yuming had a smile on his face. He barely regained his composure and said, Grandmaster, you have a good eye. My Shenwen was injured before. After that, I absorbed a large amount of willpower and forcefully raised this Shenwen to rank 4. That's why it's a little unstable. Suyu nodded slightly, I knew it. But to forcefully raise Shenwen to rank 4, it consumed a lot of willpower. I'm also having a headache over the lack of willpower. Does this general have a way in this regard? No, this willpower is the result of my years of accumulation and purification. It's long been used up. Suyu nodded. Bulge *T, where did you get the willpower to purify it? Let's not talk about this. There was one more thing. This Shenwen was ripened. It gave Suyu a feeling that it wasn't too stable. But after absorbing and digesting it for a period of time, it might stabilize. It didn't seem like it was cultivated by Qing Yuming himself. It was more like. Suyu couldn't tell what it was. It was more like. Yes, like it was inherited. Could it be that someone gave his own Shenwen to Qing Yuming? Vaguely, there were some thoughts in his mind, but he couldn't grasp them. The word Jin Shenwen. Suyu felt it again. Suddenly, he had a thought and said, this Shenwen. Is it a set? Ah? I'm talking about the set type of Shenwen. Suyu frowned and said, it doesn't feel like a single one. I'm more sensitive to Shenwen. This Shenwen, maybe there's a set type of Shenwen, right? Grandmaster, you have a good eye. Qing Yuming forced a smile and cursed in his heart. There were so many things to worry about, you've comprehended it and seen it. Why are you still asking all these random questions? But it's true that you have a good eye. He's young, but he has a lot of knowledge. However, Suyu's heart was in turmoil. A set type of 4th rank Shenwen, ripening, thoughts rose one after another. After a long time, he had a vague idea. Shenwen. Could it be that someone was artificially cultivating it? Impossible, right? How to cultivate Shenwen artificially? After cultivating, how to transplant it? Qing Yuming's Shenwen had been shattered. It hadn't been long since then, but there was a 4th rank Shenwen in an instant. Moreover, there might be other 4th rank Shenwen. This guy wasn't right. Qing Yuming and Zhou Mingren had close ties with Dazhou Prefecture. Could it be that this was the technology of Dazhou Prefecture? Shenwen transplant, Shenwen cultivate. If that was the case, it was a little scary. Dazhou Prefecture, Suyu was not very calm. He was thinking about a problem. If Dazhou Prefecture really had such technology, did it mean that they had secretly created a large number of Shenwen and could transplant them at any time? Was this preparation for more Shenwen, or was it purely to cultivate some experts? Cultivating Shenwen was a very troublesome thing to begin with. After thinking about it for a long time, Suyu didn't ask any more questions. If he asked any more, Qing Yuming was going to curse. Earth-rank weapons were not easy to cultivate. Suyu took out a large hammer. When he saw the hammer, Qing Yuming felt a little strange and awkward. He was familiar with this hammer. It seemed to be Zhao Li's spirit expansion art. Cui. Lang actually knew it as well. He had asked around. This guy seemed to have helped Zhao Li forge an earth-rank weapon, and Zhao Li had advanced to the Mountain Sea realm. Suyu ignored him and continued working. The sound of forging rang out continuously. As he worked, he kept thinking about how to leave some backup plans. Cui Lang was his enemy, and it wasn't a good time to make a move on him. However, it was still necessary to set up an ambush. Since you asked me to cultivate an earth-rank weapon, I would be letting myself down if I didn't prepare some backup plans for you. As the forging continued, Suyu's power of Shunwen continued to pour out. The 74 golden patterns glowed, and the sharp energy of the gold Shunwen character seeped into the Wenbing. The fire Shunwen character was also contained within. Suyu compressed the power of sharpness and fire into the golden patterns, then forged and sealed them. If Cui Lang really met him one day, he was confident that he could make his Wenbing explode. Suyu forged at an incredible speed. In fact, Qing Yuming had been watching the whole time. However, the flames and sharpness were overflowing, and he couldn't see anything. After all, blacksmithing wasn't his forte. Suyu forged for a long time. It wasn't until the afternoon that he stopped, sweating profusely. He handed the Wenbing to Cui Lang. It's a bit difficult to repair, but it's mostly done. Some of the special characteristics are worn out, so you can repair them yourself. Many thanks, Grandmaster Cui. Qing Yuming was overjoyed. He examined the Wenbing and didn't find any problems. It was even sharper than before. After thanking Cui Lang for a while, he quickly left. After Qing Yuming left, Suyu had a suspicious look on his face. There was something wrong with this guy's Shunwen character. Unfortunately, he had too few clues, so he couldn't find out more about it. The first day of repairing lasted until late at night. Suyu repaired 8 peak mystic weapons and 2 earth-rank weapons, both of which were elementary. Repairing weapons was also an opportunity to increase his experience. After seeing different blacksmiths' forging techniques, Suyu had a better understanding of blacksmithing. The second day was the same as the first. Suyu continued to repair weapons. As he chatted with the warriors of the vanguard camp, Suyu learned more things. He exchanged for some special techniques and treasures, and got some essence blood. As for the 5 elements Shunwen, except for the fire Shunwen, which had advanced to rank 4, the other Shunwen had been slightly strengthened during his forging. As he repaired many weapons, Cui Lang's reputation also grew in the vanguard camp. Until late at night on the second day, the person Suyu was waiting for arrived. Lu Wenyan came with his uncle. This time, he was also repairing his uncle's weapon. Brother Lu. Suyu shouted and said with a smile, "Didn't I say before that I won't repair Brother Lu's weapon?" Lu Wenyan was speechless. "Why are you targeting me?" At this moment, he was also helpless, and said with a smile, "Master Cui, don't be angry. This time, it's not me repairing the weapon. It's my uncle, Master Cui, who is magnanimous. Why bother with an old trash like me?" Uncle Lu's expression changed slightly, and he wanted to stop repairing, but Suyu said with a smile, "Fine, for the sake of your reputation in the past, I'll help you repair it." Getting the earth weapon that was about to break from Uncle Lu, Suyu was also shocked. This earth weapon should have been heavily damaged. Not only that, this earth weapon seemed to have dropped a grade. There were a few inscriptions that might have existed in the past, but had faded now. This is a medium earth-level martial weapon, and it dropped a grade? Uncle Lu was slightly startled, not expecting him to see through it. He nodded and said, "Yes, it was heavily damaged in the past." Seeing that he saw through it with one glance, Lu Wenyan could only explain, "My uncle was a Sun Moon tier warrior in the past, and then he was heavily damaged, dropping from the Sun Moon tier. Even the earth weapon was heavily damaged, and a few inscriptions were broken." Heavily damaged? Suyu rubbed his chin, and said thoughtfully, "Was the Seevil heavily damaged, or was it the physical body heavily damaged? When a warrior drops a tier, it should be the physical body heavily damaged, right?" Uncle Lu frowned slightly, not saying anything. Lu Wenyan cursed inwardly, "Why are you so troublesome? Just tell me if it can be repaired or not." Suyu glanced at Uncle Lu, and said with a smile, "I see that this uncle's condition is not too good. He has expended too much energy, and there is even a hint of decay in his body. Does this mean that he won't live long?" "He won't live long, so why repair the weapon?" Lu Wenyan looked at him a little angrily. Master Chui, if you can't repair it, then forget it. Why do you have to be so overbearing? Suyu smiled and said, Brother Lu, why can't you be patient? When it comes to repairing weapons, there's a difference between real skills and fake skills. If you flatter me, I'll repair it better for you. If you make me unhappy, believe it or not, I'll repair it to 40% even though I can repair it to 90%. The remaining 50% is just for show. Lu Wenyan was stunned for a moment. What does he mean? Suyu laughed and said, it's like the text of will. There are 9 moves in a saber technique, but I only write 4 moves are real, and the rest are fake. Tell me, no one will be able to see through it, right? When they are really exposed, they will say that they are not strong enough, and that they didn't learn it. The same principle applies to weapon forging. Lu Wenyan's eyes and mouth widened. F***ck. You, no way. Uncle Lu did not feel anything. He frowned and said coldly, then I won't repair it. He wanted to take his sword, but Suyu did not give it to him. Lu Wenyan was dumbfounded. Saber technique, what saber technique? It was Lei Yuandao. That day, he had written Lei Yuandao's text of will for Suyu. His willpower was not strong enough, and he thought that Suyu would not be able to finish so quickly, so he wrote 4 real moves and 5 fake moves. He was the only one who knew about this. Of course, the principal saw through it, but he was fooled. The only people who knew about it were him, the principal, and Suyu himself. He might have realized something later. As for the other students who were present that day, they had not even finished learning the first move, so they naturally could not see anything. Uncle Lu was a little angry. He wanted to snatch his weapon away. This guy was humiliating his nephew. He had seen this kind of person many times. Lu Wenyan had been a genius in the past, but now he was down and out. There were many bastards who wanted to humiliate him for pleasure. He clearly saw Chui Lang as one of those people. Lu Wenyan, on the other hand, had a strange look in his eyes. He glanced at Suyu and said after a while, Master Chui, why do you have to do this? If you can repair it, you should, unless you don't have the ability. It's just like cultivation methods. If you can't write them down, it's because you don't have the ability, not because you're faking it. Suyu grinned and said, that's true. It still depends on ability. Do what you can. For example, I have a headache after learning 18 languages. If you ask me to learn another one, I might overload myself. It's the same principle in weapon forging. Do what you can. Damn you, F***ck. It's you, you dog, I'm your first teacher. What did you call me? Call me little brother, I'll kill you, you unfilial disciple. Lu Wenyan was about to explode with anger. He was also shocked. How did this kid become an earth weapon master? Not only that, but also Ling Yun? When I left, this guy was still cultivating. How long has it been? He surpassed me. I want to die. What 18 languages? So you took a long time to learn and mastered 18 languages. He still remembered that. When Suyu mentioned this, he finally realized that this was his student. He really did not expect this. This was too unexpected. Thinking of this, Lu Wenyan gritted his teeth. How about this, Master Chui, help my uncle repair his weapon. I'll give you some good stuff. I'm Yi Baishan's disciple after all. I know some secret techniques. If you help my uncle repair his weapon, I'll tell you. Suyu's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Wenyan. Uncle Lu shouted, no. I won't repair it. Uncle. Lu Wenyan said, don't say anything. Help me seal off the surroundings to prevent eavesdroppers. Some people have been plotting against me. Wenyan, uncle, I won't give up until your weapon is repaired. Listen to me. Uncle Lu was helpless. Burning with anger, he glanced at Suyu and snorted. Vital chi erupted and sealed off the surroundings. Just as he finished sealing off the surroundings, Lu Wenyan jumped up and slapped Suyu's head. F***ck you little brat, you actually dared to tease me. Uncle Lu was dumbfounded. His nephew wanted to kill Chui Lang just to vent his anger. Wasn't that a little too much? More importantly, he might not win for sure. Just as he was thinking, Suyu's bare one's teeth grinned. He rubbed his head and said embarrassedly, "Stop fighting. Time is pressing." "Teacher, can't we talk nicely?" "Talk nicely?" Lu Wenyan was so angry that his beard curled up. "How did you call me that?" Suyu smiled embarrassedly. You're the sore. I, Ling Yun, am a blacksmith. Calling you little brother suits my character. F*ck your grandpa. Lu Wenyan cursed. He was extremely angry and somewhat embarrassed. So what if I'm sore? You're awesome? I've killed many Ling Yun. So what? What's so great about it? At this moment, Uncle Lu was also stunned for a moment. He looked suspiciously at his nephew. Wenyan, this is, call you teacher? Where did you get your student? Lu Wenyan's expression was gloomy. He said gloomily, the one that by phone took in. Uncle Lu instantly came to a realization. He also had a blank expression. Suyu? As for Suyu, he said with a silly smile, Teacher, Uncle Lu, it's also because of my persona. Please don't take it to heart. This time, I came specially to see teacher. F*ckyu. Lu Wenyan was speechless. He quickly said, Stop talking nonsense. Weapon forging can't take too long. There might be many people watching this damn place. Why did you come here? Don't you know how dangerous it is? I know. It's fine. I'm only a little famous for weapon forging. There's nothing else. Suyu quickly said, Uncle Lu's injuries are not light. Your body has decayed. I have a set of martial arts that might be able to heal it. After saying that, Suyu quickly stuffed a few things to Lu Wenyan. Go back and take a look. I won't say anything else. He said again, I'll help you repair your weapon as soon as possible. Also, teacher, is there anything you need? Me? Lu Wenyan thought for a moment. He shook his head. No need. I'm not lacking resources. I'm lacking opportunities. Stop talking nonsense. After repairing the weapon, leave this place immediately. Go back. I'm not going back. Suyu shook his head. I want to cross the East Rift Valley to hunt strong enemies. You. Lu Wenyan said angrily, it's very dangerous there. I'll only go if it's dangerous. Suyu quickly calmed down from his excitement. Teacher, I want to go. I'm not weak. To put it bluntly, teacher is not my opponent. Moreover, if I use all my skills, dealing with Rua Xianxia won't be a problem. Lu Wenyan was stunned. You can deal with Xianxia? Suyu smiled. Really? After saying that, he added, Teacher, I'm no longer that weak guy. I'm no longer that weakling who can only shout at the side, I'll give you the martial arts and ask you to save my teacher. He thought of what happened that day. He gritted his teeth and said, and I'll be stronger. I'll always be stronger. I won't just shout and ask for help. I'll kill those enemies myself. Teacher, sooner or later, I'll overturn some bastards and kill some bastards. Everything will be different from now. Teacher, I'm no longer that child. I'm no longer that wimpy kid who came to you for comfort after having nightmares. I've grown up. I've also become stronger. Lu Wenyan was silent for a moment. He sighed. It's my fault. It's not your fault. Suyu shook his head. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am now. Moreover, you've taught so many students and nothing happened. I was dragged into this because I'm too outstanding. Outstanding to the point that it makes others jealous. He was speechless. Damn it, you don't even forget to praise yourself. Why are you so narcissistic? I'll fulfill my promise tomorrow. I'll leave after that. Teacher, don't worry. I haven't suffered many losses. It'll be the same this time. Lu Wenyan sighed and nodded. You have your own path. If there's anything, come here. You've grown up. You're different from before. I've never changed. Teacher, I won't change now, and I won't change in the future. Lu Wenyan smiled and nodded. Let's not talk about this. I'm satisfied that we've met. Kid, repair your weapon. Don't let others suspect you. The vanguard camp might not be full of good people. Got it. Suyu began to repair his weapon. Uncle Lu opened the seal, but he couldn't hide the calmness in his heart. This is my nephew's disciple, he's about to become an earth weapon master. How did my nephew teach him? As for the teacher and disciple, they didn't speak anymore. Suyu forged his weapon. Lu Wenyan watched silently. Back then in southern Yuan, he was the one who taught this kid. Now, things had changed. Things remained the same, but people had changed. In southern Yuan, he taught Suyu for 5 years. He watched this kid soar step by step. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had become Ling Yun. Just thinking about it made him feel inferior. A sigh sounded in his heart. Clang, clang, clang. In the weapon forging hall, Suyu was sweating profusely as he silently helped Uncle Lu repair the earthly armament. This earthly armament had probably been forged by a powerful person in the past. Its quality was very good. Even though it was heavily damaged, its core was not destroyed. It was just that repairing it was not easy. Suyu earnestly repaired it. Beside him, Lu Wenyan also looked at him silently, a myriad of thoughts running through his mind. The master and disciple were silent, no longer communicating. As always, it was as if they had returned to the past, when Suyu was reading and Lu Wenyan was watching. However, it was not the same as before. When Suyu encountered difficulties, he could ask Lu Wenyan for help. Now, even if Suyu asked him about the art of weapon forging, Lu Wenyan would not be able to answer. Time slowly passed. The inscriptions on the damaged earthly armament lit up one by one. 73 inscriptions, 74 inscriptions, repairing was easier than forging. In the blink of an eye, 81 inscriptions lit up. A mid-grade earthly armament had more than 81 inscriptions. However, at this point, Suyu stopped. This is the most I can do. I'm afraid I'll destroy this earthly armament if I completely restore it. Right now, I barely restored it to the peak of elementary earthly armament. Suyu threw the weapon to Uncle Lu and said indifferently, if the two of you can wait until I officially become an earthly armament master and forge a few more earthly armaments. Then, I'll help you completely restore this earthly armament. Uncle Lu caressed the longsword, feeling the great power contained within. It was much stronger than before. Suyu's weapon forging skills were really quite strong. Uncle Lu nodded slightly and said, it's already very good. Right now, I'm only at the Mountain Sea realm. If I really restore it to mid-grade earthly armament, it would be somewhat impractical. Many thanks. Grandmaster Chui. Suyu said indifferently, you're welcome. But let's make it clear. If I need anything, the two of you must help me in time. That won't be a problem, right? Uncle Lu was taken aback, but Lu Wenyan understood what he meant. He nodded and said, no problem. My uncle and I are not prisoners of the vanguard. If we want to leave, we can leave at any time. Suyu nodded slightly and said indifferently, I know this. That cheap disciple of yours, Suyu, has completely offended the Dixia province in order to atone for all of you. Brother Lu, you have to remember the kindness of that cheap disciple of yours. Don't scold him all day long. Lu Wenyan cursed in her mind, you brat, praising me right in front of my face. You've had enough. Very quickly, Lu Wenyan ignored the topic and said with a smile, Grandmaster Chui, although the Vanguard Battalion is a bunch of killing geniuses, they also pay attention to gratitude. If there's any trouble on the All Heavens battlefield, you can look for us at any time. If we can't do it, you can look for General Chao and the others. This was a reminder to him. Suyu nodded and said with a smile, I know. No need to say more. Lu Wenyan looked at him again and gently inhaled, then we'll take our leave first. Next? Suyu lowered his head and didn't look at him. Lu Wenyan and Uncle Lu didn't linger and left silently. The next person entered the door and started to flatter, Grandmaster Chui is amazing. You can even repair Earth-grade weapons. Grandmaster, cut the crap. I won't give you a penny less. The person who entered the door was embarrassed. Without another word, he took out his weapon and let Suyu repair it. The main camp of the Vanguard Battalion. At this moment, General Chao looked at his subordinates. He had taken off his black armor, revealing a pale face. He looked very young with a cold and solemn expression. Looking around, General Chao said calmly, the vanguard has suffered heavy losses these days. General Qin has gone to the base camp to ask for reinforcements. He hasn't returned yet. I'm afraid it's hard to get reinforcements. Below, a woman with a scar on her face sneered, the base camp can't wait for all of us to die. Why would they send reinforcements? General Qin is asking to be humiliated. The woman looked very cold. As she spoke, she didn't have a good impression of the base camp. After that, she said coldly, we don't need their reinforcements. We'll just fight. Fight to the death. We're a bunch of sinners anyway. It doesn't matter where we die. General Chao glanced at her and said calmly, as a deputy general, I still hope that some people can return alive. Return to the human realm alive. Live guiltless, live with innocence. General Chao looked at the crowd and said again, I've already asked the base camp for permission. Now that the war is fierce and continuous, everyone's sentence will be reduced by half and their benefits will be increased by 30%. As soon as he said that, Hongdu, who was next to the woman, said, General, will the higher-ups agree? General Chao was silent for a while and said in a low voice, they will. If they don't agree, then everyone in the vanguard will die. They'll die sooner or later. There's no need to continue fighting. There are still brothers who want to return alive. General Chao stopped talking about this and said in a low voice, we need reinforcements, including earth weapon masters, alchemists, divine talisman masters, and beast tamers, and all of them are very scarce. Didn't we capture a quasi-earth weapon master? The woman suddenly smiled. The scar on her face was like a crawling centipede, looking somewhat ferocious. That guy is young and has great potential. It's only a matter of time before he becomes an earth weapon master. Let him stay. General Chao shook his head, we can't force him to stay. That guy has the support of several sun and moon sovereigns. There's no need to force him to stay. He did not mention Suyu anymore and continued, this time, we gathered everyone here for a secondary reason. The key is something else. Right now, many human realm geniuses have entered the All Heavens battlefield. Similarly, there are also many geniuses from various races gathered at the Sea of Desire plain opposite the Eastern Rift Valley. He said in a low voice, the higher-ups want us to guard the Eastern Rift Valley. Some geniuses may cross the Eastern Rift Valley to participate in the Wan Geniuses hunting war. We are the last line of defense. We can make the geniuses retreat to the human race's territory quickly. As soon as these words came out, the woman said coldly, this again. It's the same every time. For those so-called geniuses, there are often people who provoke strong enemies and can't solve the problem themselves, so they retreat to the Eastern Rift Valley. For these geniuses, countless experts in the vanguard have died. Why do we have to clean up after them every time? The woman was dissatisfied. General Chao said in a low voice, this is an order. In the eyes of the higher-ups, all of us together may not be as important as a few geniuses. Stop complaining. This is an order. I just hope those guys don't provoke too much trouble. The key is that they can hunt more Wan geniuses on the other side and not be hunted by others. Tisk. The woman sneered, do whatever you want. It's best if they die outside the Eastern Rift Valley. Then it has nothing to do with us. General Chao didn't say much. He gave the others a few instructions and let them leave. After everyone left, he stayed behind with Hongdou. After thinking for a while, he said that Cui Lang was going to cross the Eastern Rift Valley? Yes. Remind him that it's not peaceful over there recently. It's not the same as last year. General Chao chose to say a few more words. In the past 2 days, he repaired more than 10 advanced weapons for us, and the reward he received wasn't much. Remind him that if he insists on going, give him a detailed map of the Sea of Desire plain and a list of the geniuses who might cross the border to come here. Understood. General Chao thought for a while and said, give him a few rescue spots. If he runs into trouble, he can go there to ask for help. The vanguard doesn't owe favors. Yes. Hongdou answered, then quickly said, General, shouldn't you dissuade Cui Lang? No need. Geniuses are arrogant and unruly. After suffering a little, they will know that the All-Heavens battlefield isn't a place for them to make a name for themselves, but a place where they will die. General Chao said casually, then added, after tomorrow, he will leave. Tell him to repair more weapons. Doesn't he like essence blood? There are still many essence blood from powerful races in the warehouse. Send them to him so he can stay up all night to forge weapons. Yes. Hongdo quickly left. Soon, Suyu received a batch of essence blood from Hongdo. Originally, he didn't want to forge weapons at night, but the other party gave him too much. Moreover, some of the essence blood Suyu hadn't used before, so he still chose to forge weapons at night. He stayed up all night to work. One by one, he repaired the weapons. During this time, there were also small-scale battles in the Eastern Rift Valley, but Suyu didn't care about them. As for the geniuses crossing realms, many people gathered at the Sea of Desire plain opposite the Eastern Rift Valley. Suyu also knew about this. Many geniuses from the human race also crossed the Eastern Rift Valley and headed there. Geniuses are more fun. As Suyu forged his weapon, he thought about all of this. As for Hongdo's reminder, including the few rescue points, Suyu silently remembered it and didn't say anything. If he really encountered a strong enemy, he might need to ask for help. After forging for 3 days, most of the weapons that the Vanguard Battalion needed to repair were repaired by Suyu. On the third night, Suyu didn't leave, but started forging weapons for himself. He wanted to forge a pair of shoes for himself, and it would be best if he could comprehend something like Speed Shinwen before going out. At this moment, he no longer helped others repair weapons. After a few days of non-stop repairing all kinds of weapons, Suyu now had a better understanding of the path of weapon forging. Zhen Shenwen, including the God-expanding hammer, had improved quite a bit. Weapon forging began. Suyu started forging weapons alone. That night, the clanging sounds didn't stop. No one came to disturb him. Suyu said that he wouldn't help others repair weapons anymore. Now that he was forging weapons for himself, it was clearly not a good choice to disturb a weapon forging master. Until the sky brightened, Suyu's face was full of exhaustion. The pair of shoes in front of him already had 72 golden patterns. I'm forging earth weapons now. Even if I succeed, earth weapons are trash, and the consumption is huge. Maybe I can try to forge 72.5 inscriptions to forge a half-earth weapon. The consumption is even smaller, and the difference won't be too big. Suyu calculated in his heart. But these half-earth weapons were sometimes harder to forge than real earth weapons. Suyu had some experience, because Zhao Li had forged such half-earth weapons in the past. Last time, when Zhao Li had forged weapons, Suyu had seen it from start to finish. If he could succeed this time, then Suyu's blacksmithing skills would be comparable to when Zhao Li forged earth weapons. He busied himself for a long time until the sky was completely bright. A pair of shoes was forged. There weren't 73 golden patterns, only 72. However, the 73rd one was taking shape, and it was much stronger than normal peak mystic grade boots. Suyu quickly refined the shoes, and a pair of boots appeared under his feet. His figure moved at an extremely fast speed. It's at least 30% faster than before. Suyu was secretly delighted. As for whether or not he forged an earth weapon, that wasn't important. If he really forged an earth weapon, it would be troublesome for him to use it now, and it would consume too much energy. 30% faster, with this speed, even if he didn't use Shenwen in time, he wouldn't be any weaker than some Lingyan 7. Together with time, he might be able to compete with Shanhai. It would be best if he could forge a fast character Shenwen, or a space character Shenwen. Unfortunately, until now, Suyu could only forge a slow character Shenwen. It seems to be July already. Today seemed to be July 1st. He had been in the battlefield for some time, but Suyu still hadn't left the East Rift Valley. This wouldn't do. Time to go. His father had seen it, and so had his teacher. The weapon was forged, except for Shenwen, everything else was achieved. At this time, it was time to walk out of the East Rift Valley and see the real battlefield. Master Cui really wants to go to the Sea of Desires plain? Outside the Vanguard camp. Hongdo's face was full of regret and worry. It was a pity that he couldn't stay, but he was worried that if he died, it would be hard to find someone to repair his weapon. Yes. Suyu smiled and said, "It's a small matter. I'm just going to look for some materials, why don't we send someone to look for them? Master Chui can rest here." "You?" Suyu said indifferently, "Forget it. You can kill people, but you can't find things. I've checked the Sea of Desire plane, and there is something I need." "Master Chui, it's really dangerous over there." Hongdo reminded again, just last night, the Vanguard scouts sent news that several people on the Heaven Hunter Pavilion's yellow list have been missing, and Master Chui has also entered the yellow list. "I've entered the yellow list?" Hongdo thought he was scared and hurriedly said, "Yes, Master Chui has been placed in the last place on the yellow list." "Looking down on me?" Suyu's face was full of anger. Hongdo was dumbfounded. "You want me to be on the yellow list?" Suyu laughed, "Last place. I got it. I'll go first." After that, he no longer talked to him and stepped into the air. In front of him was the huge East Rift Valley, and behind him was the huge East Rift mountain range. Once he crossed the valley, he would be out of the humans' territory. Master Chui, Hongdo watched helplessly as he left. He left so quickly. "You're just a blacksmith, and you really want to go? Aren't you afraid of death? Do you really think you're that powerful when you've just entered the Lingyan Academy? If you meet some sword geniuses like you, it's not difficult for them to kill you." A moment later, General Chao appeared in the same place. "General," Hongdo hurriedly said, he didn't listen and left very quickly. "General, I couldn't stop him." General Chao nodded and looked in the direction where Suyu disappeared. After a while, he said, "Let him be. I don't think he's too worried or afraid. Instead, he seems to be eager to try. Maybe he has some real skills." After that, he stopped talking about Suyu and shouted, "Everyone, on guard. Don't let the enemy cross the East Rift Valley." At the back, in the Vanguard camp, many experts flew out and took their positions. In the next few days, they would probably face another great battle. The Sea of Desire plane was in chaos, and geniuses of various races had fallen. Some of the guardians of the geniuses were frantically looking for people to take revenge. It was a mess on the other side. They had to prevent them from taking the opportunity to kill their way into the human realm. At this moment, Suyu had an extremely relaxed expression. He had left the territory of the human race. In the territory of the human race, there was still some pressure. He didn't dare to go all out. Moreover, some people couldn't be killed. But on the other side of the East Rift Valley, he could kill anyone as long as he didn't know them. Even if he killed them, no one would cause trouble for him. This was a hunting ground for geniuses. No one would be surprised if anyone died. A huge mountain range lay in front of him. Past this mountain range was the Sea of Desire plane. As he flew, a figure flashed by at an extremely fast speed not far away. Suyu ignored it. In the next moment, the figure suddenly stopped and turned back. A moment later, a young man looked at Suyu and said with a strange expression, "Chui Lang of the Great Ming Constabulary?" Suyu glanced at the other party. He didn't know him, so he nodded slightly. "A blacksmith dares to come here? You're courting death." The young man shook his head and said, "Go back as soon as possible. Take it easy. The Sea of Desire plane has been in chaos for the past 2 days. Even Huang Ting of Dixia province is being chased everywhere. Wu Qi of Dixia province was almost killed. You, a blacksmith who has just entered the Lingyan plane, dare to come here." Suyu's heart moved, and he said, "Huang Ting and Wu Qi? They're not weak, right? Why are they here? Are they being chased?" "That's right. Back then, for the sake of Soar, Wu Qi bit a demon race genius to death. Now, that fellow's elder brother is here to take revenge. They have already fought several battles in the Sea of Desire plane." As the young man spoke, he quickly added, "I have to go and take a look as well. Chui Lang, it's best that we leave this place as soon as possible. I'm not going to waste any more time with you." Right after the young man spoke, his figure flashed and vanished. Suyu shouted, "Who are you?" "Songyi of the Great Song. Residence." Suyu did not say anything more. He knew this person. He was a genius of the Great Song residence, also a person on the 4 ranking lists. It looked like he was going to join in on the fun. "Wu Qi?" Huangting? Suyu was somewhat surprised to hear about these two the moment he arrived. He had heard of Huangting's name countless times in Xia province. This fellow was ranked first on the Earth ranking. In the end, he also ran into trouble and was being chased. This place was really dangerous. Even the current Suyu did not dare to say that he had a 100% chance of defeating Huangting. Of course, even without exchanging blows, Suyu did not think that he was definitely weaker than Huangting. Xiaochen flew another few dozen kilometers. After crossing the mountain range, a new scene appeared before his eyes. It was a vast and boundless plain. Behind the East Crack Mountain was an endless plain. One could even vaguely see some cities or towns, but it was unknown what kind of people lived in them. Xiaochen had a map. However, the map did not explain the origins of these cities and towns in detail. Hongdu only reminded Suyu that some of these cities were places to rest. If he really ran into danger, he could enter the cities to hide. Of course, there were also great dangers in the cities, so he should not enter them rashly. The Sea of Desire Plain. Suyu sensed it and found that the primordial qi was very rich. Cultivating in this place was much better than cultivating in the human realm. This is no longer the territory of the human race. As he was thinking, a huge flying demonic beast rapidly approached him. The next moment, a person covered in blood-red armor on the flying demonic beast swept towards him with his willpower. Suyu frowned slightly. The armored person glanced at him and said in the common language of the heavens, "Human race? First time here? Human race kid, you have been requisitioned. From now on, you are a captive of the Heavenly Destroyer City." Suyu was stunned. What was going on? I just left the mountain, and I am already a captive. This fellow was not weak. He looked like Ling Yun 7, and the flying demonic beast he was riding on was Ling Yun Jing. Suyu was not too worried. He only asked curiously, "Heavenly Destroyer City?" "I have read some records. The Heavenly Destroyer City is to the west of the Sea of Desire Plain, near the Central War Zone. Are you here to capture a captive?" The armored person said coldly, "Kid, didn't the experts of the human race teach you to respect the experts and the rules here? Even the eternal experts of the human race can't interfere here. You are my captive. Come here quickly." Suyu was puzzled. The Heavenly Destroyer City did exist. More importantly, why did you want to capture a captive the moment you met? What's the use of capturing a captive? Do you want to die? Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, Suyu had already vanished. His hammer smashed down, and with a loud rumble, the armored man disappeared from where he stood. As for the huge bird he was riding, it was knocked unconscious. It fell with a bang. Not far away, the armored person was shocked. "How dare you? What powerful strength!" Suyu struck the flying demonic beast and made it fall. He looked at him with a strange expression and said, "What race are you? You run pretty fast." "Arrogant!" The armored person shouted and quickly disappeared. Suyu moved his feet, and the ground where he was standing exploded with a bang. Just as he took a few steps back, Suyu felt danger and quickly turned his head. With a poochie sound, a steel needle brushed past his ear. With a poochie sound, a powerful corrosive force came. The armored person completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Suyu felt a little dizzy. Poison, F***CK, I just arrived, and I already encountered an expert? No, could it be that this place was filled with such experts? It felt very powerful. This guy was a fighter, right? He had quite a lot of tricks. Suyu swung his big hammer and swept around. With a rumble, he hammered the armored person out. With the sensory jade, that guy couldn't hide from him. Just as he hammered the opponent out, Suyu was about to kill him, his vision blurred. Illusion. Civilization Master? Suyu was shocked. Did he encounter a civilization master as soon as he arrived? His blood word exploded in Shenwen, instantly breaking the illusion. Eh? The armored person was a little shocked. It was broken just like that. In the next moment, the armored person no longer entangled with him and quickly fled into the distance. It wasn't that he admitted that he was no match for him, but there was no need to tangle with a strong expert here. He originally thought that this human was ordinary and not strong, but who knew that the other party was so strong? The armored person didn't want to fight to the death with him. As for Suyu, he frowned and wanted to chase after him, but the sensory jade began to flash. Suyu cursed and quickly fled. After a moment, Suyu appeared on the ground and cursed inwardly, "Am I very weak?" He had just arrived, and he felt that he had encountered some small setbacks. The other party should only be Lingyan 7, but when he fought with the other party, he didn't gain any advantage. Instead, he suffered a small loss. Was he too weak? Were the guys in the All-Heaven battlefield all so strong, at the same time? Not far away from Suyu, beside a river, a group of people were resting. The armored man's figure flashed and appeared. There were a few other people who were also wearing armor. When someone saw him return, he smiled and said, "Hong Kai, where did you go to have fun? Where's your mount?" "I lost it." The armored person replied and then ridiculed, "I met a human expert, how unlucky." "Mountain Sea realm?" His companion smiled and said, "It's already not bad to meet a Mountain Sea unscathed." "No." The armored person shook his head. "It's not a Mountain Sea, it's just a Ling Yun, not Huang Teng and the others. There are really many human geniuses. I've never heard of this guy before. I almost fainted with one hit from his hammer." "Hammer?" The others looked at each other. They really didn't know which genius used a hammer. As for Cui Lang, who was ranked last on the Huang list, he only said that he was a blacksmith. The few of them didn't think about him. Suyu felt that he was unlucky and weak. Hong Kai was the one who felt unlucky. He was a 7th stage Lingyun cultivator and a genius expert on the Xian ranking. He had killed a 9th stage Lingyun cultivator and fought with a Mountain Sea realm cultivator. Even if he encountered a 1st stage or 2nd stage Mountain Sea realm cultivator, he could still escape unscathed. In the end, he encountered a weakling like Ling Yun and was stunned several times by the other party. He had no choice but to leave quickly. He was depressed. "Hong Kai, do you need our help?" "No need." Hong Kai refused. "Don't worry about that guy. What we need to deal with now is not him, but that young dragon." Hong Kai said faintly, "A dragon as a mount is the best choice. That young dragon is about to advance to the Mountain Sea realm. Capture it, and soon we will have a Mountain Sea dragon mount. We don't have enough manpower. The dragon race is powerful, and that guy is from the Golden Dragon race, second only to the Heavenly Dragon race. It's not easy to deal with." Hong Kai nodded. If it was easy to deal with, there was no need to go through so much trouble. He wanted to capture a few captives to lure the young dragon. "It's fine, we can capture a few guys as bait. This young dragon should have left the dragon realm not long ago, maybe we can poison it." As for Suyu, he was not weak. Forget it, he would not capture him, lest he spoiled his plans. He did not care too much about the encounter just now. In the Sea of Desire Plain, if he did not suffer a loss after encountering someone and fighting, then it was not a big deal. Everyone should just go their own ways. Hong Kai did not care. As for Suyu, he cared a lot. He was very depressed. F***ck, I was beaten up as soon as I came out. Although I did not seem to suffer a loss, I was beaten up for no reason, and the other party ran away very quickly. He was not satisfied. "I have not even used my true strength." "Armored man, you are dead." Suyu gritted his teeth. "I'm a narrow-minded person. This guy is dead for sure." I said, "No one can save you." His good mood was ruined in an instant. "Furball, sniff for me and catch up to that guy." Suyu shouted in his mind. Furball, who was sleeping soundly, yawned and woke up in a daze. These days, Furball did not have much to do, so it slept very well. At this moment, when it heard Suyu's words, its small nose moved slightly, almost invisible to Suyu. It said, "Left, the smell is still there." Suyu did not waste words. He quickly escaped into the void, turned into a gust of wind, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That guy is dead. This trip to the Sea of Desire Plain was not a good one. If he did not kill that guy, he would not be in a good mood. How could he let that happen? On the huge plains, Suyu quickly chased the desolate land. He met an opponent as soon as he arrived, so he was a little excited. Because he had just come into contact with that guy, Harry Ball was still very sharp when it came to tracking. Not long after, Suyu sensed that there was someone in front of him. He quickly concealed his aura, hid his tracks, and turned into a stream beside a river. Water flowed in the river. Just like that, Suyu drifted along with the current, flowing downstream. However, at this moment, a faint sense of danger rose. The word tribulation in Shinwen jumped. Suyu was shocked. He quickly sensed it. On the jade, there was a clear light spot. Ling Yan's peak, the light spot almost coincided with him. Suyu's heart palpitated. There was a Ling Yan's peak existence near him, at this moment, in front of Suyu, in the water, inside a big fish, a small golden dragon as thin as a loach suddenly opened its eyes. It looked around the big fish's body with a hint of slyness and doubt. There was a slight sense of danger. The little golden dragon checked the big fish's body. It hesitated and didn't check carefully. It didn't want to be discovered. At the same time, the big fish continued to swim downwards. On the shore, there were a few faint auras. As for Suyu, his heart palpitated. He had already discovered the big fish's existence. It was almost at his side. At this moment, Suyu turned into water and activated the revolving tortoise breath-holding technique. He was still shocked. Damn, he had just arrived at the Sea of Desires plain. Why did he encounter so many troublesome things? The revenge hunt hadn't even begun, and it was already very dangerous. What was the big fish beside him? Suyu didn't dare to check. He only knew that this fish seemed to have the strength of Ling Yan's peak, but he didn't know how strong it was. Ling Yan's peak might only be in the realm. As expected, there was danger everywhere. At this moment, Suyu didn't dare to move recklessly and could only go with the flow. On the shore, Hong Kai and the others were still discussing something. At this moment, someone in the group shouted, "Be careful, the nearby Yuanqi density is rising. Beware of people coming over." The speaker was speaking in the common language of the heavens. The speaker was also wearing armor, but it wasn't red, but green. At this moment, the cyan-armored warrior was holding on to something that looked like a ruler. The color of the ruler was changing as well. As soon as he said that, the armored warriors gathered around him. Hong Kai was there as well. He looked around when he heard what was said. After checking for a while, he shouted, "Everyone, be careful. Green armor's origin-fixing ruler won't change for no reason. Something must be coming from nearby. Everyone, be careful. Azure armor, check the concentration of primordial chi again." The azure-armored warrior quickly enlarged the ruler and stabbed it into the ground. The original color did not change much. Qing Kai frowned. He took out a ruler and stabbed it into the void. There was still not much change. Suddenly, he looked at the river and shouted, "A few people are coming. Be careful." After that, he aimed the ruler at the river not far away and plunged it into the water. At this moment, the color of the ruler changed instantly. At the same time, beside Suyu, the big fish exploded. A little golden dragon instantly shattered the big fish's body, rose sore, and clawed at the person closest to him. Kill. On the shore, Hong Kai and the others shouted and exploded. The rumbling sounds were endless. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were fighting. The little golden dragon's voice was a little childish. He roared, "I will definitely kill all of you." As soon as he said that, he soared into the sky. A huge golden dragon scuttled into the sky and disappeared instantly. "Stop chasing!" Hong Kai shouted and stopped the others who were chasing. He said angrily, "Damn it. This young dragon actually lurked beside us." Fortunately, Azure Armor discovered it in time. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble. A dragon that was close to the Mountain Sea Realm and could even fight against the Mountain Sea Realm lurked beside them. If they hadn't discovered it in time, the other party would have suddenly attacked and killed many of them. On the shore, more than 10 people quickly gathered. Hong Kai shouted, "Go, don't stay here. Damn it, this young dragon has targeted us. Find a chance to catch it. It's best if we can find someone to help us." The group quickly retreated. In the water, Suyu was trembling with fear. Damn it, this was 2F** King dangerous. He felt that he was pretty awesome. Look, he had even turned into water to chase after them. In the end, there was a dragon right beside him, hiding in the fish's belly. It felt like it was hiding better than him. In the end, that group of people actually had a ruler that could sense the changes in the surrounding vitality. If the little golden dragon didn't jump out, would he also be discovered? Suyu felt inexplicably sad. I still wanted to kill everyone. I still thought that my concealment technique was unparalleled in the world. In the end, these people didn't have sensory jades, but they also had something good. That origin-fixing ruler. Although it wasn't very sensitive, it might be able to sense the slight changes in the surrounding vitality. This was very troublesome. No matter how good one's concealment ability was, once one erupted, there would always be some vitality fluctuations. It's a troublesome master. Suyu continued to hide and didn't dare to move. He, who was a little arrogant before, instantly adjusted his mentality. In this place, there were too many geniuses and treasures. It was better for him to keep a low profile. The violent dragon just now, Ling Yan at the Peak Realm, was so insidious. It seemed that he was not very old. Isn't it said that the dragon clan is very arrogant, like fools, and disdains conspiracies? Screw you. Suyu cursed in his heart. He didn't believe what the book said anymore. Fools, a little dragon knows how to hide, and launch a surprise attack. Once it sensed danger, it instantly fled. It was not ready to fight at all. You tell me that such a dragon is a fool? Also, those armored people just now were not weak. All of them are Ling Yun. Are Ling Yun cabbages? With more than a dozen people working together, Ling Yun's golden dragon at the Peak Realm didn't gain any advantage. The surprise attack failed, and it fled in an instant. As Suyu thought of this, he suddenly stopped his plan to show up. In the blink of an eye, a little golden dragon flew back and looked around. With some doubts in his eyes, he suddenly said, "There is someone here? I sensed your existence." The water spirit of the Five Elements clan? The golden dragon asked a few questions and didn't hear a reply. He was not too surprised, so he said, "Just now, that was a member of the mysterious armor clan. This clan is very bad. They specialize in capturing powerful demon spirit clans to combine with them. The Five Elements clan also belongs to the demon spirit clan. Once they catch you, they will also kill you. Do you want to cooperate?" The golden dragon asked a few questions with a trace of doubt. It still didn't find any trace of the other party, but it did have a sense of crisis. After thinking about it, the little golden dragon flew away. It was better to leave first. It didn't know whether it had sensed wrongly or the other party was too strong, so it couldn't sense clearly. The little golden dragon left. As for Suyu, he knew the origin of the red armor who attacked him. The mysterious armor clan, it was a very special clan. Their whole body was covered in armor. Armor was life, and life was armor. Originally, Suyu was wondering what was under their armor. Now he knew. There was nothing. They were special armors, or rather, life that looked like armor. Suyu didn't know much about this clan, but there were records of it in the human realm. It was also one of the top 100 clans. They were good at combining with each other. For example, if they captured the little golden dragon, they could combine with him through some special means, and their strength would skyrocket. It was said that the patriarch of the mysterious armor clan, an invincible expert, had once captured an invincible demon spirit. Whether it was true or not, there was no way to prove it. He only knew that once the other party combined, they were almost invincible in the mysterious armor clan. Even a demigod emperor wouldn't be able to do anything to them. It was a very powerful clan. Armor is life, defense is top-notch, combined attack. Suyu was puzzled. Did they have blood essence? He had never obtained the blood essence of the mysterious armor clan. Did this clan have blood essence? Strictly speaking, this clan could be considered an ancient clan. It had existed for a long time. On the battlefield of heavens, the top 100 clans were considered independent. Of course, they had some cooperation with some strong clans, but they weren't completely biased towards one clan. Of course, they had some prejudice and fear towards the human clan. After all, the human clan could enter other realms without being suppressed. Mysterious Armor Clan, Dragon Clan. As soon as he entered the Sea of Desire Plain, Suyu saw the experts of the two clans. Both were in the top 100 clans. Strictly speaking, the Dragon Clan was in the top 10. The little golden dragon left, but Suyu didn't dare to be careless. He didn't transform into water again, but quickly went ashore. Yuan qi fluctuations can actually be detected. F***ck. Suyu couldn't help but curse again. In this godforsaken place, not to mention a sneak attack, it was hard to conceal one's whereabouts. He had many tricks up his sleeves, but his first ambush ended in failure. Without thinking any further, Suyu continued to chase in the direction of the mysterious armor clan. In any case, he had his eyes on these guys. He was also very interested in the blood essence of the mysterious armor clan. Perhaps he could devour some and make a set of armor for himself. Just as Suyu continued to follow them, on the Sea of Desire plain, a small hill had been flattened. At this moment, a group of people had gathered. The youth in the lead had a blood-red flame flickering on his forehead. Fiery red hair draped over his shoulders, and the youth's pupils were completely black. At this moment, a mirror appeared in his hand. In his other hand, he grabbed a bloody rag and wiped the mirror with it. The mirror flickered, and in the next moment, a dot of light appeared on the surface of the mirror. It was a little dim. Huang Ting. The youth smiled faintly. Beside him, another tall youth with eyes burning like flames sneered, Huang Ting is nearby. Wu Qi is probably with him. This bitch, she dared to kill my brother. I won't forgive her. The youth with the original devil mark between his brows said lightly, Mo Erba, don't mess around. If these two are captured alive, they are both mine. Mo Erba, the elder brother of the demon killed by Wu Qi. Hearing this, he frowned slightly, but soon nodded and said, of course, if Brother Tian Duo wants to capture them alive, then I will listen to Brother Tian Duo. The original devil race was the ruling race of the demon race. Although Mo Erba's strength was not weaker than Tian Duo's, he had come to seek revenge. Whether it was killing or capturing, he could take revenge. Tian Duo ignored him and looked at the mirror again. Behind him, some other experts of the demon race followed. In the mirror, the dot of light was faintly discernible. It would soon come out of the mirror. Tian Duo shouted, go, continue the chase. Huang Ting is injured. Be careful of him returning to the human race's territory. Everyone followed, each of them extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, on the Sea of Desire plain, the experts and geniuses of the various races had gathered. It was a mess. This was also the hunting ground for the various geniuses. Those who dared to come here all had some ability. The famous Wu Qi of Dixia province was not too outstanding here. At this moment, he was being chased with Huang Ting. As for the other races, there were also geniuses like Xianxia and Golden Dragon fighting each other. It was not just the human race. Hunting the geniuses of other races was everyone's consensus. In the dark, there were also some sun and moons, protectors from various races, and experts with ill intentions. The invincible would not set foot here. This was a lawless area. If an invincible party set foot here, others would worry if someone wanted to occupy the Sea of Desire plain and move the battlefront. Moreover, on the Sea of Desire plain, there were some mysterious cities. In these cities, there were experts. In fact, some of the cities were even connected to the domain passageways of some ancient races. This was also something that everyone was wary of. Suyu did not care about any of this. Right now, he had his eyes on those fellows from the Xianxia race. Who asked them to attack him. Very soon, Suyu approached those fellows again. At this moment, Hong Kai and the others found another place to camp. From afar, Suyu saw that these fellows had buried something near the camp. It might be a defensive array or something like that. They are really vigilant. Suyu had learned that none of the fellows who lived here were simple. They were really vigilant. The reason why geniuses could become experts was because they had to have some ability in order to become experts. In the camp ahead. At this moment, a group of armored men were devouring some flesh and blood. By the looks of it, it was the flesh and blood of some powerful beings. Hong Kai looked around and his eyes shone brightly as he surveyed his surroundings. Very soon, he looked at Qin Kai and said, anything changed with the origin-fixing ruler? Qin Kai took out the origin-fixing ruler and sensed it. He shook his head. There are no changes nearby. The origin-fixing ruler did not have a large range, but it could effectively prevent them from being ambushed. If the distance was too close, the origin-fixing ruler would sense it. After saying that, Qin Kai asked, Hong Kai, are we still going to capture that golden dragon? That fellow might be small, but he is very vigilant and not weak. If we join forces, we only have a chance of killing him. It will be very difficult to capture him alive. If we can't capture him alive, kill him. Hong Kai said calmly, if we kill this golden dragon, we will definitely be rewarded by heaven and earth. We have gained a lot. The few of them nodded and said nothing. As he spoke, Hong Kai took out a golden talisman. He looked at it and shook his head. These few days, several Huang-ranking geniuses died. Huang Ting of the human race is not weak. As expected of the first on the earth ranking. Huamu of the earth fire demon race is dead. He should have killed him. Tian Duo of the origin demon race is leading people to kill him. Stay away from these demons. The armored warriors nodded. The demons were powerful, and it was best not to provoke them. As for the humans, they were also powerful. However, they had a large population. Some geniuses were strong, but they were not as strong as the gods and demons. Moreover, the human geniuses did not submit to anyone, so they were scattered. The god race, demon race, dragon race, they are all here. I don't see anyone from the celestial race. The fellows from the sky hunting pavilion are also hiding in the Sea of Desire plain. Hong Kai said a few words and quickly said, after killing this golden dragon, we will return to the Sky Destroyer city. Don't come here for a while. Okay. The few of them answered. As they spoke, Qin Kai shouted, they are here again. Boom, just as he spoke, a small dragon instantly enlarged in the void. Its tail swept over, and the surrounding formations appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, they were swept away. Kill. Creak, one by one, the armored warriors burst forth with powerful energy and charged at the golden dragon. Hong Kai could not help but curse. This young dragon was very vengeful. Previously, they had only failed to capture it. In the end, not only did this fellow not escape, but it even targeted them. He actually took the initiative to attack. These armored warriors traveled through the void and spread out in all directions, quickly surrounding the golden dragon. The golden dragon's eyes were filled with coldness, and its dragon roar shook the surroundings. Rumble, the ground cracked, and the armored warriors trembled. The golden dragon roared, you are dead. The mystic armor race dares to bully the golden dragon race. None of you can escape. Kill it. Hong Kai shouted, and a spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The others did the same, forming a formation with their spears and quickly surrounding the golden dragon. At this moment, a black shadow appeared below the green armor. I have to kill this fellow. So you did not dare to approach these people because of the origin-fixing ruler. Now that they were fighting and no one was paying attention to the essence chi fluctuations, he dared to sneak over. So you had to admit that the little golden dragon was very vengeful, no less than himself. Look, it had attacked them twice in such a short time. The mystic armor race really did not know how to pick their opponents. They just had to pick a group of people who liked to take revenge. The next moment, a light breeze blew. Qin Kai was still using his full strength to cooperate with the others to kill the little golden dragon. Suddenly, he was shocked, then he calmed down. It was a little strange. The sense of danger disappeared in a flash. He looked at the golden dragon. At this moment, the golden dragon was preparing to escape again. Qin Kai thought that the golden dragon was going to use a big move, so he became more vigilant. The sense of danger might be brought by the golden dragon. Just as he was thinking, Hong Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted, watch out. As he spoke, a huge hammer silently appeared above Qin Kai's head. Boom. There was a sound that could only be heard in Qin Kai's Sea of Will. The Sea of Will was directly shattered by the hammer. Suddenly, a hand reached out from below and grabbed Qin Kai's leg. Dragging Qin Kai, they disappeared almost in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Qin Kai was taken away in an instant. The little golden dragon, who was about to escape, was suddenly overjoyed. He spat out a long sword from his mouth. It was extremely sharp. With a squelch, the long sword pierced through an armored warrior. The golden dragon swallowed it in one gulp. Its tail was stabbed by Hong Kai's spear, but it did not care. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the air and left. The dragon still had the corpse of an armored warrior in its mouth. It quickly chewed and soon disappeared without a trace. As for Hong Kai, his expression changed again. He did not care about the little golden dragon and quickly landed. His armor's ears trembled, and he shouted, "Chase!" The golden dragon was difficult to deal with. He had to catch that bastard first. Damn it, he recognized who had ambushed his side. That human, he had actually been hiding nearby all this while. When they were dealing with the golden dragon, he ambushed Cyan Armor on their side. Cyan Armor was also an expert, but he was still knocked unconscious by his opponent's hammer and dragged away. At this moment, Su Yu, who had escaped underground, punched again and again, causing the armored warrior to shake continuously. Fire, lightning, and the big hammer bombarded him continuously. Crack, something seemed to break. Qing Kai was in a daze. Xianxia was directly smashed into pieces by the big hammer and died on the spot. Right at that moment, a small cloud quickly appeared above Su Yu's head as he dove into the ground. Killing someone of a higher rank, this Qing Kai was also a powerhouse of Lingyan 7, but he was not as strong as Hong Kai. Even so, he was still a genius. Su Yu killed him of a higher rank and directly rewarded him by the heaven and earth. Su Yu looked up and saw the small cloud quickly burrowing into his body. He sensed again and heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Hong Kai and the others had caught up. Bastard! Damn it! Human, you're dead! Hong Kai was furious. The heaven and earth reward had appeared. Qing Kai was definitely dead. Underground, Su Yu frowned. This small cloud quickly burrowed into his body, and he couldn't stop it at all. But luckily, he sensed it. Su Yu cursed. Trash. It was a small portion of heaven essence chi, about the amount of 3 heaven essence fruits. If it wasn't trash, what was it? The others would probably be happy, but Su Yu didn't feel anything. He didn't have any indigestion. He absorbed more than 3 portions every day and didn't have much of a reaction to the heaven essence chi. The acupoints in his body trembled, and the heaven essence chi was almost completely absorbed. In his hand, the Qing Kai turned into a suit of armor in the blink of an eye. Since the person was already dead, Su Yu didn't say anything. He kept it in his storage ring and quickly escaped. Earth escape, water escape, in the blink of an eye, he left his opponent far behind. Su Yu's voice sounded faintly, "Red armor, you provoked me. Just you wait and see." Humph. In the distance, Hong Kai snorted coldly. After chasing for a while, he quickly gave up. He looked at the others and shouted, "Let's go and find the celestial race. We are being watched." 2 were killed in the blink of an eye. The golden dragon stared at them, and the human stared at them. Damn it, they had to give up on their original plan to kill the golden dragon. Moreover, the Qing Kai's origin-fixing ruler was lost, and they could easily be ambushed. Their race had a good relationship with the celestial race. Go and find the celestial race's powerhouses for help. In the blink of an eye, there were only 12 of them left. 2 had been killed. And Su Yu didn't follow them anymore. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and a divine light appeared in them. Killing a random person will reward you with 3 portions of heaven essence chi. If I kill dozens of people in a day, won't I be rich? No wonder they like to hunt geniuses. This Qing Kai is definitely not as valuable as the red armor. Even he needed nearly 1,000 merit points to extract 1 portion of heaven essence chi. Killing 1 person rewarded him with 3,000 merit points. This was not heaven essence chi that could be bought with money. Other geniuses couldn't extract heaven essence chi, so it was no wonder they liked to kill people. Moreover, the heaven and earth reward was absorbed quickly, and Su Yu quickly digested it. Cultivating by killing people was much better than cultivating in seclusion. Su Yu sensed the surroundings, and there was no one around. Soon, he took out the Qing Kai armor. Can I extract blood essence from this thing? This was the first time he encountered it, and he didn't feel the presence of blood. Su Yu thought for a moment, and a flame appeared in his hand, instantly burning the armor. The armor was quickly burned by him. Gradually, it began to soften. Not long after, a drop of green liquid appeared. Su Yu's eyes moved slightly. Was this the blood of the Xian armor race? Many races didn't have red blood, including some races. This included some species, and it was hard to say whether or not they had blood. For example, Suyu really wanted to get a drop of blood, but he didn't know where to start. Is it poisonous? Suyu wasn't sure if this green liquid could be drunk. After thinking about it, he instantly grabbed the furball, pointed at the green liquid, and said, "Come, drink a mouthful. It's good stuff." No. The furball refused. It didn't want to eat it. It was so smelly. "Drink a mouthful, you won't die. It can make you stronger. Hurry up." Suyu threatened, "If you don't eat it, you won't be able to eat anything in the future." The furball's big eyes were full of depression, and it reluctantly bit down the green blood. After a moment, it looked like it was retching and said unhappily, "It doesn't taste good." After saying that, it disappeared and entered Suyu's sea of will again. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it wasn't poisoned to death. Without hesitation, he continued refining for a while, and a drop of green blood appeared again. Suyu didn't waste any time and directly swallowed it. In the sea of will, the furball suddenly looked at the darkness behind it. It seemed to see a smear of gold, but it couldn't see it clearly. It wanted to go, but it smelled the fragrance, but it was afraid of being beaten again. After hesitating for a while, the gold disappeared. Mystic Armor Race, Lingyan 7 Race Skill, Armor Transformation, Blood Essence Activation, Basic Essence Art, Refined Armor Art, Blood Essence Activation, Basic Body Forging Art, Mystic Armor 27 Transformations, Blood Essence Activation, Essence Chi 9 Transformations, Earth Armor Mystic Transformation, Blood Essence Activation. Suyu sensed the golden book, and the next moment, he swallowed another drop of green blood, instantly activating the armor transformation talent. In the blink of an eye, a set of green armor appeared on his body. Suyu punched himself, and with a boom, the armor let out a muffled sound. Essence Chi armor. Suyu sensed it and frowned slightly. This wasn't a real armor, just an Essence Chi armor. However, its defense was not bad. It could be used at a critical moment to save his life. The defense is not bad, comparable to Mystic Grade armor, but it's a bit useless. Suyu shook his head. He had armor, and it was at the peak of Mystic Grade. It was the set that Zhao Li had given him. This armor transformation talent was quite useful to ordinary people, but it could only be said to be okay for him. Of course, if it was stacked with armor, its power should be greater, and its defense would be stronger. It's not a bad skill. As for the other skills, Suyu didn't have the mood to try them. Be it the Essence Chi, the Body Forging Art, or even the Essence Chi 9 transformations, they were all trash now. He had them, and they were very strong. After carefully sensing it, Suyu was a little tempted. Were there any defensive loopholes in this armor? If there were, perhaps he could use it to deal with the remaining armored people. The Golden Book provided him with Wan's cultivation technique. The cultivation technique might be secondary, but the key was to find the weakness of the opponent's cultivation technique. Studying it for a lifetime might not be as good as personally experiencing it. After carefully sensing it, Suyu was deep in thought. Soon, he took out the ruler. This ruler was the origin-fixing ruler. Suyu sensed it. It was a special weapon. It was extremely sensitive to Essence Chi. At this moment, the origin-fixing ruler was white, but when Suyu injected some Essence Chi into it, it quickly changed color, and the white began to turn black. It feels okay, but I have the sensing jade, so it's a little useless. This thing's sensing range was very small. Finally, Suyu took out a golden book from the storage ring of the green armor. He opened it and frowned slightly. Heaven Hunting List. He had seen this thing before, but it wasn't like this. It was just a random copy by the head of the Great Ming Empire's embassy. However, this book of green armor didn't look like an ordinary list, nor was it the kind that was copied. Suyu sensed it. It was more like a forged weapon. He quickly checked it, and in the next moment, he frowned. Huang List 347, Green Armor, Mystic Armor Clan, Lingyan 7 Battle Record, killed Lingyan 8 at this moment. The name of the green armor had turned black. That represented death. Suyu frowned. I just killed green armor, how did it get known so quickly? Even the list in green armor's hand changed. What did this mean? It meant that this list was a set of parent and child lists. This should be a sublist. When the main list changed, these sublists would change very soon. As for Green Armor's death, did Hong Kai and the others spread the news, or did the main list sense it? Heaven-class weapon. Suyu's heart stirred. The main list might be a heaven-class weapon. As for how it sensed Green Armor's death, it might have something to do with the sublist in Green Armor's hand. Suyu was about to throw it away when a line of words appeared on the sublist. Welcome to the Heaven Hunting Pavilion. This list is just an item similar to a voice transmission talisman. It doesn't have any tracking effect. Everyone on the 4 lists has it. The Heaven Hunting list was born between heaven and earth, and was naturally born in the All Heavens battlefield. All living beings that enter the All Heavens battlefield will have their auras captured. They exist when alive, disappear when dead. Suyu frowned. A voice transmission talisman, screw you, I don't believe it. He had studied voice transmission talismans before, and some of them had a tracking function. This thing might have a tracking function. It wasn't a good thing to carry this thing around. Suyu directly set the thing on fire. In the next moment, the list was burned to ashes. Heaven Hunting Pavilion? The Heaven Hunting list. Suyu shook his head. There was no end to these fellows, and he didn't know who was in control. At the very least, the person who sent the voice transmission on the list should be one of the people behind the scenes, and he might be in control of the main list. There might be some benefits to carrying this thing around, but safety was still the top priority. Some of the experts on the list might have carried it, but those who carried it might have been in the open all along, so they didn't mind being tracked. Suyu didn't want that to be the case. Suyu burned the thing and disappeared on the spot. Not long after, the others who held the list also noticed some changes. Huang ranking 3rd, Chui Lang, Blacksmith, Lingyan Stage 1, Human, Ming Constabulary's Genius Battle Record, killed Lingyan 7. The information was quickly updated. At this moment, many people were shocked. Chui Lang, Blacksmith, someone from the Human Ming Constabulary? Since when did they have a blacksmith expert who killed Lingyan 7? Was it possible? Was it a coincidence? As for how they could update the information so quickly and know who was killed by who, many people had doubts. Later, some of the Invincible Realm experts concluded that this heaven hunting list was probably a heaven-class pinnacle, or even a divine weapon. Perhaps it had always existed in the All Heavens battlefield, but was discovered by the Heaven Hunting Pavilion, who then used it. After capturing the intruder's aura, the Heaven Hunting Pavilion would extract the corresponding aura and input the information, and the Heaven Hunting list would automatically update and correct the information. Previously, when Suyu was tracking that person, a Sun-Moon expert came. He must have extracted some of Suyu's aura and input it into the Heaven Hunting list. Just like the 100 Dao Pavilion, before entering, one would input the name, and the information would automatically be corrected. The number of levels would be calculated. And all of this, Suyu didn't care. He didn't have the list, so he naturally didn't know all this. There was no harm in being careful. Who knew if there was anything wrong with the list? At the same time, in the Vanguard Army, General Chao also had a list in his hand. He took it up and glanced at it, a strange look in his eyes. Chui Lang? This guy, how long has it been since he left? Just one day. He killed a Lingyun Tier 7 cultivator. When did the blacksmith of the Ming Constabulary become so good at fighting? Chui Lang, 3rd on the Huang ranking. Otherwise, he would have entered the Xian ranking or Earth ranking. General Chao looked surprised and helpless. The blacksmith of the Ming Constabulary was so ostentatious, he might be surrounded and killed. Who would go all out to kill people the moment they entered? He wondered if he was seriously injured. On this day, the name of Chui Lang from the Ming Constabulary officially appeared in the Wan domain for the first time. As for his previous ranking of 360, no one cared. A blacksmith was important, but the Heaven Hunter list mostly looked at combat power. Now, he had instantly entered 3rd place on the Heaven Hunter list, attracting the attention of the entire Genius domain. Chui Lang, this name was widely known at this moment. Killing someone 6 minor levels above him, and not just an ordinary person, but a genius of the Mystic Armor clan. Killing a genius and killing a mediocre were 2 completely different things. If he had killed a genius like Hong Kai, so you would probably have entered the mystic list. If he had killed a genius of the god-demon clan, he would have entered the earth list or even the heaven list. Lingyan 7 also depended on the 7th level. At this moment, Suyu was still tracking. He was very vengeful. In a place where there were no rules, he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He had restrained himself in the mortal realm, but here, he didn't want to. As for whether the Mystic Armor clan had a protector, it seemed that they didn't. Under normal circumstances, protectors only existed for those geniuses who came here for the first time to give them a period of adaptation. After adaptation, the so-called protectors, including the geniuses themselves, didn't need them. They were here to become stronger, not to become a mommy's boy. If it was purely for training and fear of death, these people wouldn't have come to the Sea of Desire plane. It was safer to train anywhere. Rebirth in adversity, growth in crisis. This was one of the principles that one domain cultivated geniuses. Experts who had been protected all the way up weren't considered experts. How could they be experts if they didn't have a sense of crisis? No invincible expert had been supported all the way up. Any invincible expert had experienced great disasters and life and death crises when they were weak. Cui Lang? In a forest on the Sea of Desire plain, Huang Ting looked at the list and smiled. Cui Lang from the Ming Constabulary. I've seen this person once. Without the demeanor of an expert, how could he be third on the yellow list? Higher than you, Wu Qi? I don't believe it. He said it confidently, but he didn't believe it. This Cui Lang, if he wasn't a fake, then he was possessed by someone. Anyway, it couldn't be the Cui Lang he had seen, absolutely impossible. The pride and confidence that came from geniuses were not the same kind of people. He had seen and confirmed the look in their eyes. Huang Ting was born in a commoner's family and had seen too many geniuses from wealthy families. He had also seen some geniuses from commoners. Everyone was special and had a unique mark. Cui Lang was a prodigal son, but he was definitely not a ruthless person. He could guarantee that he would not harden his heart to enter the Sea of Desire plains. Unless, this person truly suffered a great blow and turned over a new leaf, carrying an indomitable will as he slaughtered his way into the Sea of Desire plains. There were such people, but they were too rare. As Huang Ting spoke, Wu Qi, who was not far away, glanced at him and said indifferently, "Do they need you to believe them? And I need you to prove me, okay?" Huang Ting chuckled and said, "That's true. Wu Qi, you're right, but I think we might have to escape." Escape? Wu Qi gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Go on your way. Don't stay with me. Mo Erba wants to kill me, but he's not qualified enough." What are you saying? He didn't come alone. He brought the genius of the origin demon race, Tian Duo, with him. You don't need to worry about that. Wu Qi snorted. She had her pride. If Huang Ting continued to follow her, it would be very easy for him to fall. She had been targeted by Mo Erba. The two of them had fought several times, and Huang Ting had suffered heavy injuries. She was the same. Of course, they had also killed a few demons. However, they were now heavily injured. If this continued, there would be problems sooner or later. They had to split up. She, Wu Qi, did not want to owe favors. So what if she died in battle here? Back then, she had dared to fight near the Eastern Rift Valley even before she had Soar. Moreover, it was not her first time coming to the Sea of Desire plains. Here, the geniuses of the Wan Nation fought. This was her true battlefield. She had killed others before. Even if she was killed, she did not regret it. The heavenly Tao was a good cycle. Those who killed would be killed. She had come prepared. Huang Ting smiled and did not say anything. He took out a jade talisman and activated it. After sensing for a while, he lightly exhaled and said, "Let's go." Less nonsense. They will catch up soon. The ghosts won't go away. After saying that, he smiled and said, "I wonder if Qin Feng has come. If he has, we can join forces and kill those fellows." Wu Qi ignored him. She quickly got up and sensed for a while. Then, she fled in a direction. Huang Ting shrugged and did not care about her. He continued to follow. As he walked, he smiled and said, "There are actually many geniuses in Dexia province, including Bai Feng, Xia Yuan, Lu Hong, and Hu Wensheng. Unfortunately, they are not of one mind. They each have their own plans. Humans. Not to mention the various manners, even the same mansion is not of one mind. That's because you are useless. Wu Qi said without turning her head, if you really have the ability, you will naturally convince everyone. If you don't have the ability, who will be convinced by you? That makes sense. Huang Ting nodded and said with a smile, that's right. So. I am still not strong enough. Just like Bai Feng. He is stubborn. I hit him a few times, but he refused to admit defeat. I can't do anything about it. Wu Qi did not say anything. After thinking for a while, she found it funny, Bai Feng is like that. He refuses to admit defeat. Even if he loses, he will not admit defeat. What a tasteless person. Huang Ting laughed and stopped talking about Bai Feng. On the other side of the Eastern Rift Valley. At this moment, another person was wandering near the Eastern Rift Valley. Lu Hong looked back and sighed. What's the point? I have already come to the All Heavens battlefield, but you still refuse to let me go. Didn't I just sell you a few 100,000 merit points? Is it necessary? You can't kill me even if you follow me here. Lu Hong was very helpless. Really, why did it have to be like this? So what if I lied to them? I didn't expect these guys to really come after me. It's true that I can't kill them, but the key is that they're really annoying. They follow me all day long. How am I supposed to cultivate in seclusion like this? Wherever I go, these bastards follow me. At this moment, several mountains and seas came over. One of them said coldly, return the money, return it. Everything can be discussed. Lu Hong, think about it carefully. The Sea of Desires plain is just ahead. You are not bad in Xia province, but here, you are nothing. Do you want money more than your life? What money? Lu Hong said gloomily, you want to rob me? One is willing to fight, the other is willing to suffer. How did I owe you money? I sell cultivation techniques, and you buy them. Is there a problem? The few of them were silent. No problem, but they still wanted money. They were unwilling to accept it. Moreover, this was an order from the young masters and young mistresses. Even if they couldn't get their money back, they couldn't let Lu Hong feel comfortable. They had to make it hard for him even if he had money. This was too much. They, the descendants of the invincible realm, were played for fools, and they had actually fallen for it. It wasn't a good idea to publicize such things, so they could only say that Lu Hong had cheated them out of money in the black market. As for how they had cheated him, there was no need to mention it. Black market transactions weren't protected. Of course, Lu Hong didn't have anyone to protect him. They wouldn't kill or beat him, and would just follow him. What could he do? Lu Hong, he said gloomily, don't follow me, guys. We're all on the same side. Keep following me. I'm going to the Sea of Desires plain. Let me tell you, it's a very special place. You mediocre mountains and seas like yourself will easily run into their Tao protectors. Geniuses meet geniuses, mediocre meet mediocre. Be careful not to run into the sun or moon and get killed. You dare go? The mountains and seas said coldly. If you run into a genius, you'll die a horrible death. Lu Hong, return the money. Everyone's good. The young mistress said that if you don't want to pay back the money, that's fine. Go kowtow to her and apologize. That money will be your reward. Lu Hong said helplessly, truth be told, with so many merit points, kowtowing isn't a problem at all. Most importantly, your prince is going too far. He even wants to record me. Don't you think I need some fucking face? I don't care if it's done in private, but if word gets out, how am I supposed to face anyone? Don't you think so? The mountains and seas were speechless. So you really agreed, just because we didn't record you, you agreed, shameless bastard, you call that shameless? You want money more than your life, and you don't care about face either. Lu Hong, if you go to the Sea of Desires plain and die, what use is money? Lu Hong thought for a moment, then nodded. That's true. The problem is, I don't have much money left. Sighing, he continued, look, I bought an entire set of peak mystic class equipment. That cost me nearly 100,000 merit points. I bought a ring of holding, some god devil quintessence blood, a few heavenly origin fruits, a lot of runes of will, and a lot of vital energy transformation pills. All in all, I really don't have much money left. Big brothers, why don't I share some with you, and you can stop following me? They were speechless. F*CK, he really dared to spend so much money. How much did he spend, using the money of an invincible descendant to buy these things, spending extravagantly, not hesitating at all? This guy was much more daring than he appeared. Lu Hong said helplessly, forget it, looks like you guys are determined to follow me. Then you can all die together. I'm going to the Sea of Desires plain. As he said this, he stepped into the air and quickly crossed the eastern Rift Valley. The mountains and seas exchanged a look, speechless. You're really going? The Sea of Desires plain was very strange. The more prodigies, the more powerful they were, the easier it was to encounter them. Sun Moon tier cultivators could sometimes encounter elites of the Sun Moon tier just by wandering around, while Soar tier cultivators could walk around openly and not encounter any Sun Moon tier cultivators. They exchanged a helpless look, and soon, someone said, let's wait nearby. This guy doesn't dare to enter the Sea of Desires plain, and he'll come out soon. They exchanged a look, and their hearts were connected. That's right, don't go in, it's really dangerous over there. At this moment, prodigies after prodigies swarmed into the Sea of Desires plain. And Suyu, on the other hand, was determined not to let go. I'm determined to follow you guys. Bastards of the mystic armor race, you bully me. He continued to follow. At the same time, not far away, a golden dragon hid in the clouds, occasionally peeking out, staring at the people in front of it. Sometimes, it would even explore the surroundings. It was a little puzzled. Was the one who killed the humans just now a human? Why did it feel like the Five Elements race? Unfortunately, that guy didn't want to cooperate with it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to attack together and kill him? This dragon also sneakily explored the surroundings. Be careful, those people of the mystic armor race were not to be trifled with, underground. Suyu kept following, and gradually, he got closer. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Hong Kai's tone changed, and he no longer used the common language, but the language of the mystic armor race. He shouted, be careful, damn it, everyone, stay alert. He felt that someone was coming. Just as he thought this, his vision blurred. Illusion, boom, with a loud sound, his yuan qi shot into the sky, and the powerful yuan qi caused the illusion to shake. The red word Shenwen was now level 4 Shenwen. The illusion was also getting stronger and stronger. Even though they released their yuan qi, they couldn't break through the illusion. Hong Kai shouted, armor transformation. Everyone transformed into armor, rumble. The color of the armor on their bodies deepened, and their yuan qi became stronger. With a boom, the illusion was broken. At the same time, Hong Kai punched the ground violently. Boom, the ground cracked, revealing black soil. Hong Kai's gaze changed for a while, and he looked around, saying coldly, friend from the human race, it was all a misunderstanding before. Do you have to keep pestering me? The mystic armor race and the human race aren't enemies. As he said that, Hong Kai was shocked. He quickly broke through the air and stabbed out with his spear. In the air, a huge hammer hammered down on him, and just as the hammer landed, Suyu's figure appeared behind an armored warrior. He kicked out, and the slow word Shenwen exploded. The armored warrior only felt his vision blur, and time and space slowed down. Even his will was a little dazed. At this time, the thunder word Shenwen exploded, and with a boom, lightning exploded, and the armor was charred black. Suyu's foot stabbed the armor, and with a bang, the armor was broken into pieces. With one hit, Suyu didn't stop. He instantly burrowed into the ground and disappeared without a trace. In the clouds, the golden dragon just popped its head out and was about to go down, but Suyu ran away. The next moment, Hong Kai roared and threw his spear at the golden dragon. He shouted, kill this dragon. One man and one dragon, a pincer attack. It was too annoying. He had to kill one first before he could kill the other. Suyu ran too fast, and he had too many tricks up his sleeves. Hong Kai searched a few times, but he couldn't find any trace of him. On the other hand, he actually found this dragon a few times. Kill. At this moment, the armored warriors were also holding back their anger. One by one, they turned into armor, and their strength increased by 30%. Their defense increased greatly, and they instantly fought with the golden dragon. The golden dragon cursed in its heart, "He ran so fast, I didn't even have time to go down." Cursing was one thing, but the other party had lost a lot of people, so it wasn't afraid. With a roar, its dragon tail swept through the void, and the armored warriors were sent flying. On its claws, an extremely sharp aura appeared. Its front claws clasped together, grabbed a long sword, and began to slash. Dragons also knew sword techniques, sizzling sounds could be heard, and sparks flew everywhere. The armored warriors were also extremely valiant at this moment, fighting with the golden dragon in the air. As for Hong Kai, as he fought, he was extremely vigilant to prevent that human from launching another sneak attack. Fortunately, at this moment, Suyu didn't launch a sneak attack. He wouldn't believe that this golden dragon and Wan weren't good people. If they set a trap and surrounded him, he would be finished. It wasn't like he hadn't been surrounded and killed by enemies before. "I kill mine, and this dragon wants to do it, it wants to do it." After killing the second armored warrior, there was no reward for Suyu, but Suyu had a feeling that if he killed a few more of these fellows, he might get a reward. These people weren't as strong as the green armor from before. However, in the heavenly battlefield, it seemed to accumulate. At least, Suyu had a vague feeling that if he killed about 3 of these fellows, he might get a reward from the heavens. They're fighting quite well. Suyu was also watching the battle from afar. After watching for a while, he shook his head. They were all F***king scammers. This dragon and Hong Kai didn't use their full strength, and they were probably guarding against him. If Suyu was guarding against them, they would naturally be guarding against Suyu. The two sides fought for a while, and the golden dragon swept away Hong Kai with his tail and left. Those people didn't chase after him. Hong Kai quickly cleaned up the battlefield and led the remaining 10 warriors in a direction at top speed. As for Suyu, he didn't panic. As he chased, he absorbed heaven origin chi to temper his body. No rush, of the 14, 3 were dead. Just keep running, let's see if I can upgrade my divine characters or reforge my fleshly body during this chase. The kill Shenwen was still at the 3rd rank. Suyu felt that if he killed a few more people, he would become a 4th rank Shenwen sooner or later. Chase, run. The golden dragon and Suyu kept harassing this group of armored warriors. Along the way, they ran and stopped. They also met some race geniuses, but when they saw the mystic armor race being killed, they all avoided them. Including Hong Kai, the 11 armored warriors were getting fewer and fewer. After 7 to 8 hours, there were only 8 left. As for Suyu, he absorbed the heaven and earth reward again. It was another trash heaven origin chi. This made Suyu speechless. "I don't lack this, I lack willpower. You can give me a big ball of willpower. It's better than this." After running for a while, the Tribulation Shenwen suddenly flashed in Suyu's mind. The sensory jade didn't sense anything. Suyu didn't think and quickly flew away. He had no intention of stopping. Ahead, Hong Kai kept moving forward. His mechanical eyes were filled with anger. But he was determined, "Continue to chase, I'll make you regret it later." Just as he was thinking, a loud explosion resounded behind him, and a golden dragon let out a shrill cry as a bloody gash appeared on its tail. Nearby, a white-haired man slashed out with his sword, and another bloody gash appeared on the golden dragon's body. Protoss. The golden dragon roared and fled through the air without hesitation. The white-haired man frowned slightly. He was about to attack again, but he hesitated and gave up the idea. Hong Kai quickly flew over and said hurriedly, "Thank you, brethren." The white-haired man nodded slightly and glanced at them. He said indifferently, "The genius of the Golden Dragon clan, Long Wuyo, grandson of the Golden Dragon clan's Grand Elder. It's not easy to kill him. Don't provoke him." Hong Kai was slightly stunned. "The grandson of the Golden Dragon clan's Grand Elder?" "Yes. I've already entered the mountain and sea realm, so it wouldn't be good for me to kill it. I don't want to incur the displeasure of the Grand Elder of the Golden Dragon clan. However, if you want to kill it, it won't be a problem." After all, he was much stronger than that guy. He wasn't afraid of killing him, but there was no need to offend an invincible realm expert for the sake of the Mystic Armor clan. yes, the Invincible Realm, the Golden Dragon clan wasn't weak. They had 2 Invincible Realm experts, the Grand Elder and the clan leader. In the Dragon clan, they were second only to the Heavenly Dragon clan. There was no need to provoke them. Soon, the white-haired Mindian spoke again. That human has some weak senses. He moved very quickly. He escaped before I arrived. I couldn't kill him. He was a little regretful and a little surprised. He had come very quickly and hid very well. But when he arrived, that guy was already gone. Hong Kai said angrily, almost all of my clan brothers died in his hands. It was also depressing, and Mindian didn't care too much. So what if they died? It wasn't a big deal. Let's not talk about this anymore. And Mindian said indifferently. Right now, the demons are surrounding Huang Ting and the others. Qin Feng and Huang Ting are the targets. If we kill them, the human geniuses will definitely be disturbed. Follow me, let's surround and kill them. Brethren, Hong Kai said hesitantly, cooperate with the demons? Not cooperate. And Mindian said indifferently. It's to take advantage of the demons. If Tian Duo is at a disadvantage, I don't mind taking advantage of him. Just follow me. All right then. They had just been saved by An Mindian. Now that An Mindian had made a request, he couldn't refuse. He thought for a moment and said, Brethren, if we meet that golden dragon again, you don't have to kill it. How about you help me trap it? If we can capture it, I will also have the power of the mountains and seas after my clan's armor fuses. I can help Brethren a little. And Mindian thought for a moment and nodded slightly. That's fine too, as for killing an invincible descendant. He didn't have to do it himself. It was fine as long as the Xian armor race wasn't afraid. At this time, Suyu cursed in his heart, F***ck, another powerful being. Luckily, he ran away. He saw the golden dragon's miserable state. It was really miserable. Even. Its tail was almost cut off. Who was that white-haired guy? He quickly flipped through the information. After a while, he found this person's appearance and information. An Mindian, 2nd level of the Mountain Sea Realm, Ice God Race Expert. Proficient in sword techniques. Fighter, 6th on the Earth Roll. Killed a 4th level Mountain Sea Expert. 6th on the Earth Roll? Suyu glanced at it and curled his lips. It was not bad to kill a cultivator 2 levels higher than him. But in the God race, he might not be a top genius. Of course, 6th on the Earth Roll wasn't low either. As long as he wasn't from the primordial God race. And Mindian. Even if I go all out and half open my young orifice and devour blood essence, I might not be a match for him. Suyu sighed. Being able to kill a 4th level Mountain Sea Expert was quite terrifying. In any case, if he went all out now, he would most likely be killed. It was better not to provoke him. Damn it. He was unhappy. He had been preparing to slowly eliminate the Xian armor race, but he had been disturbed by this guy. If he killed them, it would be very troublesome if he didn't kill them all. Some of his methods had been seen by them. If this went on, they might not realize it yet. After all, it would take time for the news to spread. But sooner or later, the fact that he was Suyu would be exposed. Wind travel, escape techniques, and all these methods, including illusions, lightning, and time, were used. For now, these people didn't think too much about it. But soon, they might discover that something was wrong with him. Suyu didn't care too much. He could escape before his identity was exposed, or he could change his identity. In any case, Cui Lang's identity wasn't very reliable. If I can't kill them, I'll kill someone else. Along the way, Suyu also received some news. But he didn't have any connections in the All Heavens battlefield, so he could only eavesdrop on some news. Huang Ting and Wu Qi were being hunted down. He didn't care too much about Huang Ting. As for Wu Qi, she was Wu Lan's sister. If there was a way, he would still try to save her. I have to keep a low profile. I can't be too high profile. Suyu secretly reminded himself to be more careful. His failure to kill Hong Kai and the others had led to the danger of his identity being exposed. He had to deal with them as soon as possible. He hoped that these idiots hadn't reacted yet. After all, news about Suyu wasn't known to everyone. He had never been to the All Heavens battlefield. Only a few top experts in the Wan region knew some news about Suyu. Most of them were cultivation techniques. As for other things, those guys might not care about small battles, let alone deliberately tell their subordinates. As for what methods Suyu had, even Invincible Realm experts probably didn't know too much about them. They definitely knew the cultivation techniques he had. 3 hours later, Suyu stabbed a tiger-headed great demon to death and extracted its blood essence. He frowned and said, "The Heaven Hunter list can automatically provide battle results?" Suyu frowned. Only now did he know that he was ranked 3rd on the Huang list. Someone captured my aura and provided it to the Heaven Hunter list. And the Heaven Hunter list shows Cui Lang's name. This means that someone entered it. This means that my aura might have been captured before. Thinking back, it was very likely that someone had captured his aura in human territory. At that time, he was chasing a person, and a sun and moon immortal approached. He instantly fled, and his aura might have been captured then. Is the aura captured the origin aura, or an external aura? Suyu wasn't too sure, but since it showed Cui Lang, he had a general idea of the situation. The Heaven Hunter list wasn't as powerful as he imagined. It was probably the Heaven Hunter Pavilion's way of checking who was qualified to be on the list. After capturing the aura, it was entered into the Heaven Hunter list, and a record was made. Then, if the person killed some experts on the list, the Heaven Hunter list would capture some information. If that's the case, it's a little troublesome. Suyu wanted to change his identity, but this way, if he changed his identity, for example, if he changed his identity to that of a demon and was killed on the list would show that the demon was dead. This was impossible to impersonate. No wonder Xianxia told me that it's very, very difficult to impersonate here. It has something to do with the Heaven Hunter list. Who is in control of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion? This was very troublesome. For example, if Suyu impersonated Huang Ting, even if Huang Ting was alive and not dead, and Suyu killed someone, Huang Ting's battle record did not change, but Cui Lang's battle record changed. Even an idiot would know that he was impersonating. Heaven Hunter list. Suyu mumbled. Not a good thing. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion was not a good thing either, unless they killed someone and didn't let others see who they killed, and didn't let others know that they had new battle records. That was the only way. For example, if they impersonated Huang Ting and killed someone, Huang Ting's battle record did not change, but Cui Lang's did. Everyone knew that Cui Lang killed someone, but they didn't know that Cui Lang had changed his identity to kill someone. This name should have been changed by someone. Could it be that there's someone not on the list, and their aura wasn't captured? Or maybe it's a nameless person, and the other party doesn't know who that person is? Many doubts arose in his mind. Suyu stopped thinking about it. After killing this tiger demon, he asked about some things. In the Broken Sky Valley in the west, some people were gathering, preparing to kill Huang Ting and the others. Suyu hated the tiger race. If there was someone to blame, it was the Yunhu race. That tigress from the Yunhu race actually schemed against him. This filled Suyu with hatred for the tiger race. Broken Sky Valley? Information about the Broken Sky Valley appeared in Suyu's mind. Legend had it that 2 invincible martial saints fought here, splitting the earth with one saber strike. In this plain, a rift valley hundreds of kilometers long was formed. Because it was a place where the invincible martial saints fought, Saber Chi still rampaged. The valley was filled with danger. Without thinking further, Suyu thought for a moment and quickly changed his body shape, turning into a transparent waterman. Now, I'm a waterman. Unless he killed someone and the bystanders noticed the change in battle record, not many people would be able to tell if he changed his form. Humans were a little sensitive in this area. The powerful god-fiend races were all here. Be careful not to be targeted. After transforming into a waterman, Suyu had a good understanding of watermen. There weren't many of the 5 elements races. The chances of encountering someone of the same race were very small. As for the big hammer, he wouldn't use it next time. It would be the same if he changed to something else. The hammer was just more in line with his identity. Without the hammer, his Shenwen combat technique was a saber. In the All Heavens battlefield, Suyu was like a fish in water. Here, it wasn't strange for any race to appear. Here, you could transform into any race you wanted. No one would think too much because one could appear at any time. The primordial God-fiend race and God-fiend race were all here. It wouldn't be a problem for the other races to gather. In his waterman form, Suyu traveled very quickly. A cloud of mist drifted in the air, and he reached another place in an instant. Along the way, there were some experts rushing towards the broken sky valley. Huang Ting and Wu Qi, geniuses of the human clan, were besieged by the devil clan in the broken sky valley. This was big news. Huang Ting was the pillar of the young generation in Xia province. If Huang Ting was killed, Xia province would cry to death. Some races heard the news and hurried over. And so did Suyu. To watch the show, if he could save them, he would. If he couldn't, then forget it. He didn't want to put himself in danger just to save people. He wasn't that great. If it weren't for Wu Qi, he wouldn't even bother to watch. If Huang Ting was really killed, it was none of his business. They weren't familiar with each other, at the same time. In a huge valley, Huang Ting looked around and said with a smile, "It's okay. Don't be afraid. This is the saber mark left by Dasha of Goguryeo when he fought with others. Here, if you know the sky-opening saber, you'll be like a fish in water. Those guys want to surround and kill me here? In their dreams. Yes, the saber mark left by the Battle of Invincible Realm experts. One of the Invincible Realm experts was Dasha of Goguryeo. With one slash, he created a crack that was hundreds of miles long, forming the broken sky valley. However, Wu Qi was a little depressed. He felt a little uncomfortable being suppressed by the saber energy of the sky-opening saber. He frowned and said, "I said, you can go. Why do you have to follow me? Life is too boring. Isn't it good to challenge some things and have some fun?" Huang Ting said with a smile, "Usually, we kill people secretly. Now, people are gathered here. When the time comes, we can kill as many people as we want. Isn't that happy? If you die, Xianxia will probably cry." Wu Qi said lightly. Huang Ting shrugged and said with a smile, "No, a dead genius is worthless. It's just that Xianxia invested a lot. Xiahou Yi will probably cry. The loss is too big." Wu Qi laughed. That was true. Xiahou Yi was probably really going to cry. Xia province had bet on Huang Ting and invested a lot, including the opportunity of body forging in Tianyuan Holy Land. If Huang Ting died, it would probably be very painful. Huang Ting said indifferently, "If Xiahou Yi cries, let him. Xia province has many geniuses. One more will do. I'm not the only one." Wu Qi said coldly, "In order to invest in you, Xianxia gave up many people. If you die, you will let Xianxia down. I won't take such a heavy responsibility." Huang Ting felt the saber energy as he walked. He said with a smile, "They say that I'm the second Chief Xia. Actually, I don't like it. Usually, people who say that they are second don't have a good ending. I am me, Huang Ting." As he finished speaking, saber energy erupted from his body. It was incomparably powerful. Huang Ting seemed to have comprehended something. He sighed and said, "The Dasha of Goguryeo is really strong. This saber energy. Even after so many years, I feel that it's stronger than Chief Xia's." After saying that, he added, "Those who know the heaven-splitting saber should come here." This was the move that the Dasha of Goguryeo used to kill Wudi. It's a pity that Wudi didn't die. Otherwise, this place would be a dead end. Wu Qi ignored him. He wasn't a warrior. There were many people in the heaven-splitting saber society, but not everyone could learn the essence of it. One could comprehend a lot, but it didn't mean that others could. This guy was too talented. At this moment, there were many geniuses outside. Wu Qi didn't care. At worst, he would just die here. Huang Ting was strong, and he was in the broken sky valley formed by the heaven-splitting saber. If he died, this guy would no longer be a burden. There was still hope for him to kill his way out. He didn't need to worry too much about him. If I die, my generation will depend on that silly girl. Wu Qi thought to himself. He felt a little helpless. Forget it. You should go do your research. It's pretty good. If we rely on you, Old Wu's family probably won't have any hope. In the Desire Sea Plain. To the west was the Broken Sky Valley. To the east was the East-Splitting Mountain Range. The Broken Sky City that Hong Kai and the others had mentioned was also in the west, close to the Broken Sky Valley. At this moment, Hong Kai and the others, as well as Su Yu, were all heading to the west. After passing the Broken Sky Valley, they would reach the Broken Sky City. After that, they would reach the central battleground, which was occupied by the Monster Clan. The strongest Monster Clan was the Dragon Clan, which occupied the Star Sea. The most famous place in the Star Sea was the Star Mansion in the central area. After passing the Star Sea, they would reach the other battlegrounds. The Star Sea was the center of the whole battlefield. So you also recalled these situations in his mind. The Broken Sky Valley. Su Yu was speechless. Huang Tang and the others were really good at running. The East-Splitting Mountain Range was in the east, but they ran to the west, which was the opposite direction. It would take a long time and a long journey to return to the human clan's territory. Were they courting death, or did they have no choice but to run to the west? The Desire Seaplain is huge. The distance between the Broken Sky Valley and the East-Splitting Sky Valley is more than 3,000 miles. Even Ling Yun, like Su Yu, would need almost a day to cover 3,000 miles. Ling Yun was not slow. He could run very fast. But if he ran for a long time, he could cover 200 miles in an hour. He could go faster, but if he went faster, he would consume too much energy. When he reached the destination, he would run out of energy and willpower. That would be the same as seeking death. Few people would travel at all costs. At this moment, Su Yu's speed was not fast. On the Sea of Desire's plains, there were also a few small towns, and even some fugitives were active here. They were the type that valued money more than their lives. As he was walking, Su Yu's heart shook. Instantly, a mound appeared in front of him. Then, a human figure appeared on the ground. Brother of the Water Spirit Clan? The Aborigine suddenly transmitted his voice to Su Yu in the language of the Five Elements race. Su Yu ignored him and took a detour. That Aborigine quickly used the Earth Escape art to follow him. He said hurriedly, "Brother from the Water Spirit Clan, we, the Five Elements clans, are a family. It's rare for me to run into someone from the same clan. Are you still worried about me? Brother Shui Ling, are you going to Broken Heaven Valley?" This fellow from the Earth Spirit Clan was extremely fast. Even if Su Yu transformed into water and moved, he still couldn't get rid of him. Instead, he was closely followed. After all, it wasn't Earth Escape. Earth Escape was more advantageous here. "Why are you following me?" Su Yu was a bit upset. He didn't want to deal with people. After all, he wasn't a real water spirit, and it would be easy to see through him. Water transformation was only maintained by his innate skill. There was definitely a difference between it and a real water spirit. 5 clans and 1 family. The native hurriedly asked, "Brother Shui Ling, are you going to Broken Heaven Valley? It was still very dangerous over there. I see that Brother Shui Ling has only recently joined Ling Yun, right? I haven't seen you before. Is this your first time coming to the Sea of Desire's plain?" Su Yu gloomily said, "Yes, I don't know you either. Don't follow me. 5 clans and 1 family are all in the past. The Earth Spirit Master and the Fire Spirit Master have a good relationship. Our Water Spirit Master and the Fire Spirit Master are enemies. Fire and water don't mix. Why are you following me?" "Brother Shui Ling, that's the Lord's business. It has nothing to do with us." The native continued to follow him. Soon, he said, "There aren't many 5 Elements clan in the Sea of Desire's plain. Since we've met, why don't we act together?" "No. Brother Shui Ling, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad Earth spirit. Our Earth Spirit clan is made up of good Earth spirits." Su Yu cursed in his heart, "Is this a dogskin plaster? You even bother me. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Are you also going to kill those 2 human geniuses?" Su Yu asked. The native said with a smile, "Huang Ting is stronger than me. I can't kill him. I'll act according to the situation. Brother Shui Ling, what about you?" "I'm going to kill gods and demons." The Earth Spirit was stunned. Soon, he followed the mist in the air. He traveled underground and asked curiously, "Brother Shui Ling, you want to kill gods and demons?" "Why?" "Only by killing gods and demons can I prove my strength." He was speechless. Suyu said again, "Only by killing primordial gods and demons can I become stronger and enter the heaven hunting list. If I'm going to fight, I'll fight the strongest." "That makes sense," the native cursed in his heart. "You're a newcomer and you want to kill primordial gods and demons. What's wrong with your brain?" Suyu was like a fool. He asked, "What about you?" The native was speechless. After a while, he said, "I don't think I'm here to kill." "Then you're trash." Suyu said in disdain, "If I'm not here to kill, am I here to watch a show?" "Among the Five Elements clan, you earth spirits are the most cowardly." "You have the cheek to say that?" The native cursed again. "Brother Shui Ling, do you really want to kill gods and demons?" "Yes, don't follow me if you're afraid. I heard a demon called Tian Duo came from the primordial demon clan. I want to kill him and become famous." Crazy. Did the water spirit's brain become foggy after all these years of cultivation? The native couldn't help but say, "Tian Duo is Lingyan 7. Lingyan 7 of the original demon clan is unparalleled. Even the mountain sea realm can't rival him." Huang Ting, the first on the earth list, Lingyan 7, had killed a mountain sea realm cultivator in the second tier, but not the powerful one. Tian Duo was Lingyan 7. Human geniuses didn't have an advantage against gods and demons, let alone the strongest primordial gods and demons. Primordial gods and demons were actually stronger than humans. Lingyan 7 was stronger than Huang Ting. Even Qin Feng, who was ranked the highest, probably wasn't a match for Tian Duo. Suyu asked doubtfully, "Isn't he very weak? Otherwise, why isn't he on the Heaven Hunter list?" "Brother Shui, are you on the Heaven Hunter list?" "No." The native complained. "You still don't understand? Tian Duo just left the demon realm and doesn't have any achievements. Soon, he'll be on the list. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion's 4 list should be watching him. If he kills Huang Ting, he'll either be the first on the Earth list or the Heaven list. In short, you're too weak. You want to kill Tian Duo? What are you thinking? You're out of your mind." Even the native was worried. "I'd better leave. This guy's brain is full of water. He might be crazy." "Is that so?" Suyu hesitated, then said, "Then I won't kill Tian Duo. I'll kill another god or demon." "You're against a god or demon," the native couldn't help but say. "Brother Shui, if you want to get on the Heaven Hunter list, why don't you kill some weaklings and accumulate fame? Why do you have to kill these big clans? Killing weaklings is boring." Suyu had been arguing with him along the way. "You'll be scared to death." Actually, he wanted to kill this native, but this guy had been using Earth Escape and didn't look weak. Suyu felt that he was around the 5th or 6th layer of Ling Yun. If he used Earth Escape, Suyu might not be able to stop him. Moreover, there were some geniuses rushing west. It wouldn't be good if they started killing on the way. "Dirt lump, you should be on the Heaven Hunter list too, right? I think you're very strong." "Yes, I'm 12th on the Earth list." "Oh." Suyu replied, "Very soon, I'll surpass you." The native was speechless. He was now sure that this guy was a pure newbie with some talent, but he was too daring. The ignorant were fearless. Did you really think you'd be so great after joining Ling Yun? What were you thinking? Although the Five Elements race wasn't weak, strictly speaking, a single race wasn't too strong. Of course, with the 5 elements as one, this race had 5 invincible experts. They could be considered a powerful race and ranked near the top. Such a race didn't have much of an advantage in the All Heavens battlefield. Their only advantage was that their Earth escape techniques were very fast. They were also harder to kill. In the air, the mist continued to spread. Underground, the native was also using Earth escape. Sometimes, there would be people in the surroundings. Sensing these two auras, they quickly knew which race they were from. They didn't interact much with them because it was very troublesome. The 5 elements race wasn't to be trifled with. As for Suyu, he was also depressed at this moment. This guy kept following him. It was very troublesome. If his identity was seen through, it would be even more troublesome. Disguise, know the other party's innate skill. some powerful races knew about the innate blood essence, but Suyu had maintained it for too long. This didn't match the characteristics of the innate blood essence. In this way, he didn't need the innate blood essence to use the other party's innate skill. It would be easy for some experts to notice and target him. Because of this, Suyu was more willing to travel alone. He transformed into a waterman to travel alone because there weren't many people from the Five Elements race. The possibility of encountering them was very low. He didn't expect to encounter one when he went out. It was really strange. The native wasn't in the mood. Traveling was too boring. While traveling, he said, "Brother Water, you haven't told me your name. Is Shui Bingyue from your water spirit race here?" "I don't know. I don't know her." "You don't know her?" The native was dumbfounded. "What do you mean you don't know her? She's the top genius of your race," so you didn't pretend and said directly, "Is it strange? Why do you want to know Shui Bingyue?" "I'm from the water spirit race born naturally. I've only seen a few water spirits. I've never been to our ancestral land. I've been traveling alone." The Five Elements race was born naturally. Of course, most of them were born in the Five Elements realm. In the Five Elements realm, there were some places that were extremely suitable for the birth of the Five Elements race. Actually, there were some places outside, but there were very few of them. So you had asked the waterman about this. He wasn't afraid. "I see." The native suddenly understood. "So it's wild. No wonder he's the #1 in the world. A wild water spirit probably doesn't know how strong a real genius is." "Brother Water, do you know any inherited spells of the water spirit race?" "I don't." So you said disapprovingly again, "It's enough that I know talent skills. Under the water transformation, only I can kill people. No one can kill me." "Damn it, you're an idiot." The native cursed again in his heart. "Why did I run into a Five Elements race? I thought I had Ling Yun to help me. Now it looks like this is a trap, a big trap. I won't be surprised if this guy does anything later. You haven't seen the world and you haven't been beaten up. Don't drag me down with you." At this moment, the native was considering whether he should run away or not. He was a little embarrassed. He had wanted to follow him just now. If he ran away now, wouldn't that be inappropriate? This was the effect Suyu wanted. He wanted to get lost as soon as possible. When this guy left, he wouldn't be a waterman anymore. What a trap. Along the way, he met more and more geniuses. Suyu even sensed the aura of the mountains and seas. He didn't sense the aura of the sun and moon. In the distance, he could vaguely see a huge canyon. Saber. Energy swept across, even from afar, he could feel the aura. The native didn't think about it anymore. At most, they would just separate later. At this moment, he sighed, there are so many experts in the human race. As expected of the top 10 races. Daxia of Gogirio's saber back then formed the broken sky valley. Even now, its might still exists. Daxia of Gogirio? So you found out that it was Daxia of Gogirio / He was a little surprised. Previously, he had only said that there were 2 invincible experts. He didn't say who. When he heard this, he asked curiously, "Is Daxia of Gogirio very strong?" "Very strong." The native exclaimed, "One of the strongest invincible experts in the human race, the king of the Qin dynasty, Daxia of Gogirio, the king of the Great Zhou. Daxia of Gogirio's heaven-splitting saber has killed countless experts. In these hundreds of years, 2 invincible experts have fallen by his hands and died by his saber. This is the mark left by an invincible expert of the Shen clan when he fought. It's a pity that he couldn't kill that invincible expert. Otherwise, the broken sky valley wouldn't be like this." This was the first time Suyu knew that 2 invincible experts had been killed by Daxia of Gogirio. He only knew of one. When the 5th generation was killed, 2 invincible experts died in the one. One of them was killed by Daxia of Gogirio, and the other by the 5th generation. This old man was so strong. It was a pity that his grandson's path was still so troublesome. The broken sky valley left by the heaven-splitting saber, Suyu was moved. This was a good place. He had some ideas about why Huangting came here. He had seen how strong the heaven-splitting saber was. When he went to find the corpse of the Tianyi hierarch, he experienced it once. If he didn't know the heaven-splitting saber, he would have been killed by the saber energy left by Xiao Longwu. Xiao Longwu was already so scary before he reached the invincible realm. His grandfather, Da Xia of Goguryeo, must be even scarier. If he could activate the remaining heaven-splitting saber energy here, he could probably kill many people. Of course, Suyu knew, but others didn't. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly said, Huangting seems to be from the Dixia province. Is there a conspiracy for him to come to the Broken Sky Valley? As expected, the native knew about this. He replied, of course. That's why the people of the demon race didn't dare to investigate further. They were worried that Huangting would activate the remaining invincible saber energy here. Once it exploded, it would be troublesome. Without a perfect plan, Tian Duo wouldn't enter the Broken Sky Valley to search. Tian Duo can suppress the invincible saber energy? It's hard to say. The native explained, the origin demon race definitely has some tricks up their sleeves. Moreover, Huangting might not be able to activate the saber energy. Moreover, the invincible saber energy here has been here for hundreds of years. It's not as powerful as imagined. In a few more years, it might dissipate. As the two of them were chatting, an extremely charming woman walked over from afar, and she smiled from afar. Are you a genius expert of the 5 elements race? Suyu glanced at her, and the demonic energy dissipated. A fellow of the demon race, as for which branch of the demon race, he couldn't tell. The native hurriedly said, yes, you are, Lanning of the fire demon race. The charming woman smiled and said, you too, Tian Duo of the origin demon race wants to ask you too for help, get lost. Suyu scolded, help my ass. Get lost, you dare to block the way? Do you want to die? Dumbfounded, the native cursed in his heart, shoot, I knew I shouldn't be with him. I'm stupid. Why do I have to be with him? Lanning was also taken aback. Her smile disappeared. Fellow water spirit, do I have a grudge against you? Aren't the water spirits milder? This guy is from the water spirit race. Could he be from the fire spirit race? Suyu said bluntly, scram. I can tell that you guys are up to no good. You joined hands with our human race's Huangting, and after killing him, you turned around to kill us. Who doesn't know about this? If you have nothing to do, read some books. I don't want to work with the demon race. The demon race's credibility is worse than the human race's. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You can find someone else to kill you. If you block the way again, brother 2 and I will kill you together. 3 steps to the cloud is a good chance for me to try my skill. The native didn't say anything, but he scolded in his heart again. But then again, what he said made some sense. Killing with a borrowed knife? Nice idea. The demon race's credibility was not good indeed. Suyu cursed again, I've seen a fellow from the blood fire demon race. That bastard said we should work together at first, but then he turned around and wanted to kill me. He's like a madman. There isn't a single good person in the demon race. Lanning was also depressed. The blood fire demon, alright, it was this race again. They ruined the demon race's reputation. They were indeed a lunatic race. Lanning didn't say anything more. She stopped smiling and said calmly, since you don't want to cooperate, don't make trouble. I don't want to make trouble for you because you cursed the demon race. The 5 elements race, don't be too arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, he tore through the air to look for the others. The native wanted to cry. I didn't curse him, I'm not arrogant, it's all that guy's fault. What does it have to do with me? Shoot. I want to leave. I'll offend people if I follow this guy. He hadn't even reached the Broken Sky Valley, but he was already targeted by the demon race. Suyu was still scolding, the demon race is not good. Brother 2, we should have joined hands to kill him. It's just 3 steps to the cloud. The native turned into a human and looked at him. He wanted to curse, what about you, 3 steps to the cloud, how heavy are you? Too lazy to talk to him, the native quickly said, Brother Shui, I still have something to do. An old friend is calling me. I'll go first and find you later. You go to the Broken Sky Valley first. Okay, I'll find you later. If not, I'll go with you. This demon race is not good. I'm afraid that brother too will encounter danger. Brother too, I'll be safer with you. Fuck you, I'm not safe with you. No need, I'll be there soon. Brother Shui, I'll go first, the native said and directly left. Fuck, I'm not going with you, I'm unlucky. If it wasn't for this guy, I could have chatted with the demon race a little longer. Even if I didn't attack, I could have just been a spectator. Now, I'm the one being watched. After the native left, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He's finally gone, it's annoying for him to follow me. He continued forward. There were more and more people here. It was not good for him to change his form, so he continued forward. After a while, a huge valley appeared in front of him. It was very long. At this moment, on this side of the valley, some people did not gather together. Instead, they were scattered in all directions. They were very far from each other. The most eye-catching should be the demon race. There were more than 10 demon race experts. At this moment, a young man with a flame between his brows and a powerful aura was speaking. His voice echoed in all directions. Huang Ting and Wu Qi are seriously injured. They're hiding in the Broken Sky Valley. Anyone who kills Huang Ting or Wu Qi will be rewarded by the heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth divine weapons will be rewarded. It's difficult for human experts to cross the Sea of Desire plane. Now that Huang Ting and the rest have been forced into this place, it's a dead end. I know that you guys are worried about cooperating with them, but there's no need for that. After entering the Broken Sky Valley, the Saber Chi in other places is dense and mixed with some other forces. It'll be difficult for Huang Ting and the rest to escape. There are only a few places where the Saber Chi is weak, and they might be able to escape. As long as you guys guard those places, the first place on the Earth list will definitely change. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu arrived and said loudly, none of the demon race is good. This is the Saber Chi left behind by Daxia of Goguryeo. Huang Ting might be able to use the Saber Chi to kill us. You must have a way to avoid the Saber Chi, but you didn't tell us. You want us to be your scapegoats. You might even want to use us to kill you to wear down the Saber Chi. I've seen this method many times. Demon race, hand over the way to avoid the Saber Chi. Otherwise, we'll join forces and kill you. We'll definitely be rewarded by the heaven and earth. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Many geniuses looked over to check their willpower. F***ck, where did this idiot come from? Of course, it was what everyone was thinking. It made sense, there was a possibility of that happening. It wasn't impossible to use them to wear down the Saber Chi. Tian Duo was also slightly startled. Even if everyone thought that way, no one would say it directly. At this moment, Lan Ning, who was next to him, sent him a message. This guy was tricked by the blood-fire demon race. He's very hostile to us. Tian Duo understood, but he was speechless. The blood-fire demon race again, this race was the demon race's thorn. They were crazy and provoked strong enemies everywhere. Every time someone scolded the demon race, it was most likely the blood-fire demon race's enemies. The origin demon race didn't want to admit that they were a demon race, however, the blood-fire demon race was very strong. They had 3 invincible realm experts. Even if they were separated, they were still a powerful race. The origin demon race didn't want to expel them. If they did, they would have one more enemy. When he heard Suyu's words, he knew it was the blood-fire demon race's enemies, so it wasn't strange. He said in a clear voice, fellow cultivator from the water spirit race, it's all up to you. I don't have a way to dissolve the knife energy. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. If you're afraid, you can leave. Was he willing to leave? If he was lucky, he could kill Huang Ting and the others. The universe would reward him a lot. The higher the rank of someone on the heaven hunting list, even if he was stronger than his opponent, the higher the rank, the more rewards he would get. Heaven Spirit Chi, Heaven and Earth Shenwen, Heaven and Earth Divine Weapons, Ancient Cultivation Methods, Ancient Inheritances, these things could all appear in the universe's rewards. If Huang Ting, who was ranked first on the Earth list, was killed, he would get at least 1 Heaven and Earth Shenwen. Suyu's words made the natives who were hiding in the distance heave a sigh of relief. Luckily, I didn't follow this guy this time. This guy is big trouble. If I encounter him next time, I'll avoid him and stay further away. Tian Duo explained, but Suyu was unwilling to let it go. Why should I leave? Is this your family's territory? Is this the demon realm? I won't leave. If you don't tell me how to avoid the knife energy, I'll cause trouble for you. Then, Suyu fled quickly. A drop of water disappeared where it had been. Tian Duo, who had been far away, appeared where it had been in an instant. The spear in his hand was emitting intense demon energy and flames. Tian Duo spread out his willpower to check around. He snorted coldly. I've been nice to you, how dare you make trouble again and again? The others didn't find it strange at all. Someone in a crowd said with a smile, this guy from the water spirit is bold. He has just entered the Lingyun Valley, but he dares to provoke the strong demons. Tian Duo isn't easy to deal with. Even Huang Ting was forced to hide in the Broken Heaven Valley. Does this guy from the water spirit think Tian Duo won't kill him? Don't worry about him. He's a hothead. Many strong men and geniuses were talking to each other. They didn't know the waterman either. Although people from other clans, especially the five elements, all looked the same, this guy's voice was unfamiliar and he was weak. They compared him and figured he couldn't be one of the strong geniuses from the water spirit clan. They didn't know where this hothead had come from. At this moment, Suyu reappeared in the distance. He scolded, I knew the demons were all like this. They'll kill you if you want to. Anyway, it's not the first time. Puff, a thin sword pierced through the air where he was. Suyu disappeared again. The next moment, a blue figure reappeared, frowning slightly. After a while, several demons attacked one after another, killing Suyu until he disappeared without a trace. Tian Duo was speechless. There was really a guy who was courting death. They were discussing how to kill Huang Ting, but a guy from the water spirit came to disturb them. Those who didn't know better would think they were killing the water spirit's family. The human race had nothing to do with the Five Elements clan. Suyu reappeared in the distance. He said complacently, the demons are just SOSO. The Five Elements clan's escaping skills are the best in the world. Puff, a dark figure appeared. It pierced through the air and the water figure with a sword. The dark shadow demon, Suyu escaped again quickly. As he ran, he transmitted his voice in all directions, this is how the demons are. They will kill anyone they don't like. The blood fire demons are the most shameless. Do you really think the Wan clan is afraid of the demons? Kill me if you can. If you can't, I'll go back and ask for help. Just wait and see. After he finished speaking, he disappeared completely. Silence. Tian Duo frowned. An eye appeared between the eyebrows of a demon next to him. He looked around and said with a frown, he's gone. It was a bad start, they hadn't even formed an alliance, but the water spirit had messed up their plan. At this moment, the three-eyed demon also looked around helplessly. The escaping skills of the Five Elements clan are really powerful. That guy escaped. But there is an earth spirit here. It should be the floating earth spirit of the earth spirit. Tian Duo nodded slightly. His eyes lit up as he looked in the direction where the aborigine was. A few thousand meters away, the aborigine cursed in his heart when he saw Tian Duo looking in his direction. A figure appeared. It was an earth puppet. It's a misunderstanding. I have no intention of becoming enemies with the demons. That fellow cultivator was probably fooled by the blood fire demons. That's why he lost his composure. Tian Duo, please don't misunderstand. Tian Duo nodded slightly and said calmly, floating earth spirit, I hope you won't make trouble for us. This time, we are here to take revenge for Imo Erba and his brother. We have no intention of becoming enemies with any race. Killing Huang Ting and Wu Qi is our only goal. Of course. The earth puppet smiled and disappeared on the spot. The aborigine also escaped and didn't come any closer. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, F***ck, I was really blind to actually take the initiative to come here with that guy. Now, before I could even watch the show, I was already targeted by the devil race. On the other side, the white-haired strong man from the God clan and a few strong men from the Xian armor clan were also looking around. Then he said calmly, the Five Elements race. This water spirit's brain is made of water. Otherwise, Tian Duo would have killed him even if he put down Huang Ting. Tian Duo and the others didn't dare to go too far away from the broken sky valley. They didn't want Huang Ting to escape. Otherwise, even if Suyu escaped, they would still be able to track him down. Hong Kai nodded slightly and didn't say anything. He was just curious. This escape skill. Is it the Five Elements race's escape skill? The escape skill of that human was similar to the Five Elements races. It was also difficult to track. Hong Kai hadn't had many dealings with the Five Elements race. He knew their escape skills were unparalleled. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Cui Lang. He knew that human was Cui Lang from the list. Cui Lang also knew escape skills. He hadn't seen the water escape skill, but he knew Cui Lang knew the earth escape skill. He also knew the wind escape skill. The Five Elements race didn't have the wind spirit race. Hong Kai was puzzled, but he didn't think much about it. There were many Shenwen masters in the human race. If there were many Shenwen, it wouldn't be strange for them to know some escape skills. One was a human, and the other was a Five Elements race. There was a big gap between their forms. Lorden, should we enter the broken sky valley to kill Huang Ting and the others? No hurry. The white-haired man said with a faint smile, although that water spirit is stupid, what he said is right. Huang Ting must be prepared and confident to come here. The saber energy here is not gone. Be careful, or you will be killed by Daxia of Goguryeo. Even if there is only a wisp of saber energy left in the eternal realm, if it explodes, we won't have a good time. Let's see how Tian Duo will solve this problem. We'll do as you say, Lord. Hong Kai didn't say anything. Killing Huang Ting wasn't his goal. It would be difficult for him to kill Huang Ting in front of others. If he really killed Huang Ting, he might not get the reward of the universe. He wanted to see Cui Lang come here. It would be best if he could save these humans. Let this guy die. Suyu, who had already escaped, stopped dozens of miles away. He let out a breath and laughed. It felt good. He knew that the other party wouldn't chase him. If someone else came to chase him, he would have a chance to kill that guy. Now that no one was chasing him, it was good. I bought some time. I'm really a good person. Huang Ting is my teacher's enemy, but I still bought time for him. There aren't many good people like me in the world. If Huang Ting doesn't die this time, I'll just beat him up a few times. It would be best if I could record it and send it to my teacher. But I feel that the probability of him being killed is not small. Tian Duo and the other devils seem to be very strong. Outside. Suyu sensed for a while. There was no one around, so he stopped pretending to be a waterman. The waterman's identity was too conspicuous, and many people were watching him. He stopped using his talent skill. Soon, Suyu transformed into Cui Lang. Although the human race was also being watched, it was better than being a waterman. It was fine for a human to pretend to be a human, but pretending to be a foreign race would cause quite a bit of trouble. Pretending to be a human was a special effect of Shenwen. Pretending to be a foreign race was not just a matter of Shenwen. Too many things would be exposed. I'm Cui Lang again. Suyu smiled. This was good. He was also Cui Lang on the heaven hunting list. This way, he could reduce a lot of suspicion. There were many experts here. He sensed several at the Mountain Sea realm. He did not see the sun and moon for the time being. He did not know if they had not come or were hidden far away. Or was there some kind of restriction between the sun and moon, or did the broken sky valley suppress the sun and moon? He was not too sure about this. He only knew that there were very few battles between the sun and moon on the Sea of Desire Plain. Most of them happened under the sun and moon. Of course, the God-fiend races were not to be trifled with. These experts of the great races were Soar Realm. At the peak, their physical strength could reach 10,000 apertures. Ling Yan's 9 transformations depended on the cultivation technique and the 9 transformation treasure chosen. Everyone's progress was different. The stronger ones would be able to increase their Yuan Qi strength by 50% with each 9 transformations. The weaker ones would be able to increase their Yuan Qi strength by 5% with just 1 transformation. Race, cultivation technique, resources, talent, all of these made the gap between people in the same realm huge. The geniuses here were not weaklings. If they were really weak, Hong Kai's Lingyan 7 would not be able to take a hit from Suyu. He had not seen the geniuses on the heaven list yet. Those guys might be even stronger. Tian Duo, Suyu estimated that if Tian Duo cultivated according to the peak of the origin demon race, this guy's Lingyan 7th stage might have a physical strength of over 100,000 apertures. In any case, he was terrifyingly strong. Of course, it was possible that the other party hadn't reached that level yet. For example, Tian Duo might not have completed 36 casts. It didn't mean that he would be able to complete as many casts as the cultivation technique had. In any case, in terms of physical strength, Suyu was far inferior to his opponent. Tian Duo looked like a fighter. If he was a fighter, his willpower wasn't strong, so he could take a gamble with him. A god-fiend genius. Suyu transformed into Cui Lang and rushed towards the All Heavens battlefield. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he hadn't come to the All Heavens battlefield, he wouldn't have known the immensity of the heavens and earth. Only after coming here did he understand how difficult it was to fight someone of a higher cultivation realm. Huang Ting and the others could only kill the mountain seas of the weaker races. I can also go up and try killing the godfiend mountain seas. That would be awesome. Speaking of which, did Bai Tianhao kill the mountain seas of the stronger races or the weaker ones? These days, the difference between the mountains and seas was like the difference between heaven and earth. If Bai Tianhao had killed a 7th-tier mountain and sea realm cultivator from a powerful fiend god race, then he would be ridiculously powerful. With some doubts, Suyu stopped thinking about Bai Tianhao. Soon, he neared the broken sky valley again. There were people around, but they didn't rashly investigate. Similarly, Suyu didn't investigate others either. He seemed very vigilant. Broken Sky Valley. Suyu hadn't paid much attention to it before. Only now did he realize that the entire valley was shrouded in fog. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The entire valley was very, very long. He couldn't believe that it was man-made. As for how deep it was, he couldn't tell. The valley was shrouded in fog and saber chi. However, there were people in some places where the saber chi was weak, and he could go deep. As for other places, Suyu didn't dare to try it himself. He threw a stone in. As soon as the stone was thrown in, it exploded into dust with a bang. In the distance, Tian Duo and the others didn't shout anymore. Instead, they were doing some preparatory work. They didn't know how to solve the problem of the saber chi. They were mainly worried that Huang Ting would cause a huge explosion of saber chi. Otherwise, with its current strength, it could only kill those below Soar level, but it would be of limited threat to those above Soar level. This is a good place to kill and rob. Suyu looked at the great valley below. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was a good choice to kill someone here, right? There were so many people around, and many of them probably had the same thought. If not for the fact that they were worried about the explosion of saber chi, someone would have already entered. One wasn't of the same mind. Gods and demons weren't of the same mind. However, when it came to dealing with the human race, they were united. Even further away. Hong Kai suddenly looked in Suyu's direction and frowned slightly. At this moment, Suyu had returned to Cui Lang's appearance. However, he didn't appear openly. His whole body was covered in a black robe, and he looked slightly different from before. However, Hong Kai took a look. His mechanical eyes revealed a hint of golden light as he looked in that direction. There was a loud boom. Suyu shattered the light. He turned his head and said coldly, "Fellow Taoist of the mystic armor race, what can I do for you? Are you a human?" Hong Kai couldn't see clearly. He said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, are you a human?" As soon as he said that, many people in the surroundings looked over. Meanwhile, Suyu's willpower erupted and shattered all the probing gazes. He said coldly, "Is it none of your business? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're on the god race's side? Do you want to have a fight?" Hong Kai frowned and suddenly shouted, "Cui Lang, stop pretending. I recognize you." Cui Lang? At this moment, many gazes gathered from all directions again. The human expert who just entered the third place on the Huang roll, Cui Lang of Great Ming Constabulary, weapon forging master, the guy who killed green armor of the mystic armor race. As soon as he said that, Tian Duo's eyes also shone brightly. He looked over and shouted, "Take off your mask." A human genius, it was fine if he didn't meet him, but since he did, he would naturally kill him if he could. Suyu cursed in his heart. I must kill this Honkai, so meddlesome. On the other side, white-haired and Mindian also looked at Suyu and said coldly, fellow Taoist, why don't you take off your mask? I'm sure you know about the conflict between the human race, the god race, and the demon race. If you're not a human, we will apologize to you. Suyu said coldly, there are so many people hiding their identities in this place. Why didn't you check them? Why did you have to check me? Do you think I'm weak? The god race is strong, but they are not the rulers of the world. Do you want to kill me? And Minchin's eyes flashed. On the other side, the three-eyed demon opened his third eye and looked at Suyu. As for Suyu, his willpower erupted again and shattered the other party's probing. Tian Duosor looked at Suyu coldly. As for Suyu, he sneered and pointed at the red armor. I now suspect that the person beneath your armor is a human. Can you take off your armor or not? Tian Duo, you want to kill Huangting, but you're not looking for trouble. It's one thing for you to be enemies with the Five Elements race, but now you want to be enemies with me. Are you a greenhorn who knows nothing? Do you really want to get beaten up? You target me here and there. Do you believe that you'll become the public enemy? Tian Duo's eyes flashed coldly. You're right. I have no intention of being enemies with anyone. I don't care if you're Cui Lang or not. I just want to remind you not to interfere. Otherwise, you'll die. Heh. Suyu laughed. Don't threaten me. I can tell with one look that you're a greenhorn. You don't even care about such things when killing people. Threatening someone to die is just a joke. If I really want to kill you, I'll turn around and kill you with one slash, it's that simple. Tian Duo glanced at him again and looked around. Just as Suyu said, there were more than one or two people hiding their identities. If he really investigated Suyu, what would happen to the others? His goal was Huangting, not to offend many people. Thinking of this, even if Tian Duo suspected that he might be from the human race, he didn't say anything at this moment. In the All Heavens battlefield, it was necessary to play dumb at appropriate times. Suyu cursed in his heart. Soon, he looked at Honkai, who was still staring at him, and said coldly, mysterious armor race, you've got guts. Let's wait and see. Don't think that you can do anything just because you're close to the god race, including in Mindian of the god race. Don't be too arrogant. Gods and devils aren't the rulers of the myriad worlds. Be careful, if you offend an ancient race expert, your entire clan will be annihilated. What arrogance, and Mindian frowned slightly. An ancient race expert, the atmosphere today was a little strange. Madmen appeared one after another, and each of them talked big. This black-robed guy didn't look strong, but he still dared to threaten in Mindian. Beside him, Honkai transmitted his voice, Lorden, why don't I go and test him? If it's really that human Cui Lang, please help me take him down. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He didn't expect anything from in Mindian. He was going to test him himself. If it was really that Cui Lang, he would take this opportunity to kill him. If it really was Cui Lang, and Mindian and the rest of the devils would make their move. And Minchin's eyes moved slightly, and he transmitted his voice, okay, be careful. If it's not that Cui Lang and he's an ancient race expert, you can leave after testing him. Understood. Honkai replied, but he was also suspicious. Was this really not Cui Lang? In any case, he felt like it, whether it was or not, he would give it a try first. At this time, Suyu wanted to leave. He was very depressed. I'm too King outstanding. I can't hide it no matter how hard I try. Anyone can see through my disguise. There's no justice in this world. The word tribulation in Shenwen jumped slightly again. Suyu cursed in his heart, is he not going to give up? Yu Guang looked over. Honkai seemed to be eager to give it a try. Suyu looked at the canyon in front of him and cursed in his heart. You're courting death. Little furball, when I jump down later, you attack his sea of will instantly. I'll kill him. This is too much, I can't even be bothered with you. I'm preparing to deal with the gods and demons. You, a mystic armor race brat, don't know how to cherish your life after escaping from my hands. Heaven-splitting blade chi, Suyu judged that this wouldn't harm him, and he might be able to borrow some strength. However, he didn't want to arouse suspicion. Cui Lang didn't know how to use the heaven-splitting blade. Come at me. Suyu gritted his teeth. If this bastard dares to come, as long as an Mintian doesn't attack personally, I'll end him with my hammer. In his mind, the word Shenwen merged into the god-expanding hammer. Many Shenwen combat techniques were formed. The wording was covered up a little so that others wouldn't be able to tell that this was a many Shenwen combat technique. His young acupoint was half opened. I can't kill others, but I can kill you. I dare you to come and try. As for the danger. Huangting was fine, and Suyu wasn't that afraid. Could it be that my methods are inferior to Huangting's? I'll jump down and hide. It'll be hard for the other party to discover me. If I really kill him, I might be rewarded by heaven and earth. If it's something like heaven essence energy, I'll give up. If it's something else, it won't take up too much of my time. I'll just take it and run. Suyu had already made up his mind. The word tribulation in the Shenwen was still jumping, and it was getting stronger and stronger. This thing had a strong sense of danger. Sometimes, it was similar to the premonition of the sun and moon. If someone wanted to attack him, it would jump. The word tribulation in the Shenwen didn't seem to be very useful, but it was actually very helpful to Suyu. He had escaped several times because of the warning function of the Shenwen. It was more reliable than the sensory jade. Suyu was prepared for everything. He was very annoyed by Hong Kai. Damn it, I wanted to kill you on the first day I came here. As for exposing my strength here, what was there to be afraid of? Cui Lang was the one who did it, not me. That's more exciting. In the distance, the spear in Hong Kai's hand had unknowingly appeared. He stared in that direction for a while. That black-robed man seemed to be observing the canyon. He was really bold. He had just offended a god-fiend, but he didn't seem worried at all. Ancient clan? Should I go all out? Or should I test him first? Hong Kai hesitated for a moment. If he went all out and killed the other party in one strike, and the other party wasn't Cui Lang, but some ancient clan's disciple, he would be in big trouble. Then, I'll test him first? Hong Kai made up his mind. With the intention of testing, he slowly closed the distance between him and Suyu. As for Suyu, he was still throwing some stones to test the strength of the saber aura. He didn't seem to be afraid of a sneak attack at all. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the void. Hong Kai's speed erupted, a long spear, carrying an incomparably valiant baleful aura, stabbed towards Suyu's back. Hong Kai has made his move. I guessed it long ago. That guy is very stupid. It seems like his strength is average, but he still dares to provoke a powerhouse. Discussions instantly rang out. After Suyu quarreled with them, these people knew that Hong Kai was likely to make a move. They were all geniuses, and all of them were arrogant and untamed. After being provoked like this, Hong Kai definitely had to test whether he was Cui Lang or not. Only this black-robed fool felt that no one would dare to make a move against him. Even if it was a god-fiend, if they encountered him alone, they would kill him, let alone you. As everyone discussed fervently, Suyu suddenly turned his head. He seemed a little shocked and angry as he shouted, "How dare you!" Hong Kai didn't care how he shouted, whether he was Cui Lang or not, he would know very soon. The asterisk starred, Suyu cursed again, looking a little surprised. The next moment, he suddenly jumped into the canyon and said angrily, "Just you wait." Buzz, the spear pierced toward him. Hong Kai was slightly stunned. Enter the broken sky valley. Did this mean that he was no match for him, or that he didn't want to expose himself? Regardless of what it meant, he had already made a move. How could he hesitate? His figure broke through the void. The blood color on his armor was even more obvious, and the baleful aura on his spear was even stronger. Once again, the spear stabbed towards Suyu. All the powerhouses were watching from all directions. At this moment, Suyu growled, "Look at my god-destroying hammer." Rumble, a huge hammer appeared. "It's really you." Hong Kai's baleful aura surged. "It's really you." He was all too familiar with this hammer, he had tried its power before. At this moment, he no longer had any hesitation. His yuan qi exploded to the extreme, and with a boom, the hammer above his head trembled. And at this moment, the little fur ball that had been crouching in the hammer disappeared without a sound. Hong Kai's essence chi exploded and blocked the huge hammer. He snorted coldly in his heart. It wasn't like he hadn't fought Cui Lang before. He had some understanding of his huge hammer. As long as his essence chi was strong, the hammer wouldn't be able to easily shake him. At this moment, he diverted his attention to block the huge hammer while stabbing his spear at Suyu. In the distance, and Mindian and Tian Duo's eyes flickered as they rushed over. Since he was really a genius of the human race, he could forget about leaving. Hong Kai was stalling for time. If he didn't escape into the broken sky valley, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere. At the moment the two of them moved, Hong Kai's sea of will suddenly trembled slightly. Hong Kai was a little surprised. What was that? Just as he thought about it, an intense pain caused his sea of will to tremble violently. Within the sea of will, the little furball couldn't find Shenwen. This fellow wasn't Shenwen's division. The little furball was a little dispirited. It bit down hard on the sea of will's barrier. Hong Kai's willpower wasn't strong to begin with, and the little furball was now an ancient Ling Yun. With one bite, half of the sea of will was destroyed. Under the intense pain in his sea of consciousness, his entire person was in a trance. And at this moment, the large hammer that he had been blocking suddenly exploded with an incomparably powerful might. Rumble, the hammer smashed down, and the entire sea of will instantly collapsed. It completely vanished. The little furball also instantly attached itself to the huge hammer. As for Suyu, he suddenly turned around and grabbed the long spear. His hand formed a claw and clawed out. With an ear-piercing crunch, Hong Kai's chest was pierced through. A piece of black metal that looked like a heart was grabbed by Suyu. With a bang, it was crushed by Suyu. He had killed Qin Kai before and studied the Qin Kai of the Xianxia race. Even if the Sea of Will collapsed, the other party might not die. With a two-pronged attack, he crushed the other party's heart and then destroyed the Sea of Will. Then, he would definitely die. Bang, accompanied by a loud bang, a cloud descended and instantly fell into Suyu's Sea of Will. A Shenwen appeared. Just as it appeared, it was crushed by the golden picture book. Suyu cursed in his heart, F*ck, it was shattered. This wasn't the human race's Shenwen, but the alien race's Shenwen. Of course, at this moment, the shattered Shenwen still had a strong lingering aura of Shenwen that permeated the Sea of Will. Heaven and earth Shenwen, Suyu cursed in his heart. He had shattered it just like that, and he hadn't even seen what divine text it was. He didn't have time to think. He grabbed Hong Kai's corpse and put it into his storage ring. Instantly, he landed in Broken Sky Valley. With the help of the white mist and saber energy, he disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. Less than a second after he disappeared, Tian Duo and An Mindian arrived. With a buzz, An Mindian slashed down with a sword aura. With a loud bang, the saber energy and sword energy collided. An Mindian retreated a few steps, his eyes cold. On the other side, Tian Duo was also surprised. The flame insignia between his brows became even redder. This god and demon were both so handsome that they didn't look like humans. They weren't humans in the first place, both of their faces were a little gloomy. In all directions, some people were still chatting, but their voices stopped abruptly. F*ck, dead, he died just like that, a genius of the Xian armor race, a powerhouse on the Xian roll died just like that, even the heaven and earth reward had appeared. Clearly, he was dead as he could be. There was no way he could be faking it. There was no hope that he was still alive. And at this moment, the other powerhouses of the Xian armor race in the distance were all stunned. Dead? Cui Lang killed him? They really didn't see anything. They only saw Hong Kai suddenly attack, and then, there was no then. The hammer fell, and Hong Kai seemed to be dumbfounded. He didn't move, and then Cui Lang backhanded him, dug out his heart, and crushed it. There was no then, he was killed. At this moment, in the sky, a golden dragon was also stunned. Damn, was he killed? Hong Kai was killed just like that. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva. In the next moment, he suddenly rushed down, and with a dragon's roar, the remaining powerhouses of the Xian armor race were directly slaughtered by him, and Minshin's eyes were cold. Just as he was about to go back and attack, the golden dragon roared, "The celestial race wants to challenge the dragon race for these trash? And Mindian, I'll give you face this time. If you dare to interfere again, I will definitely take revenge on you next time." Hong Kai was killed, and Minchin's expression was ugly. When he heard the golden dragon's threat, his eyes turned even colder. You want to take revenge on me? Then I'll kill you first. When had the celestial race ever been afraid of revenge? He was about to attack again when a huge white dragon appeared in the sky. Its huge eyes were cold as it looked at Enmyntian. Enmyntian, I gave you face, but you don't want it? Why don't you try? Long John of the celestial dragon race. Someone exclaimed. The celestial dragon race's prodigy had arrived. Long John was only at the first layer of the mountain sea realm. He was slightly stronger than the golden dragon, and one layer weaker than Enmyntian. But at this moment, he was incomparably domineering. The celestial dragon race was equivalent to the primordial celestial race. Enmyntian was only an ice god race cultivator. In a real battle, he might not be Long John's match. At this moment, Enmyntian's expression changed slightly. The surroundings were covered in ice and snow, covering a radius of 100 meters. He stared at Long John for a while and said coldly, Long John. Very good. I'm better than you. Long John quickly transformed into a white-robed youth. His hair was white, and just like Enmyntian, his entire body was white. On the other side, the little golden dragon was wantonly slaughtering the powerhouses of the Xian armor race. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 warriors were killed. In the next moment, the remaining few fled. The little golden dragon was very vengeful, and he started to chase after them. No one said anything. At this moment, the powerhouses of the Xian armor race didn't want to live. Some of them directly jumped into the broken sky valley, their armors shattered by the saber chi. At this moment, no one cared about them. If they died, they died. When did people not die on the All Heavens battlefield? What shocked them even more was that Cui Lang killed Hong Kai in an instant. Someone took out the heaven hunting list, and in the next moment, they saw the changes. Xian Roll 18th, Cui Lang, genius of the Ming Constabulary, human, his record didn't change. He still killed Lingyan 7. But in the blink of an eye, he went from 3rd place on the Huang Roll to 18th place on the Xian Roll. There were 360 people on the Huang Roll, 180 on the Xian Roll, 72 on the Earth Roll, and only 18 on the Sky Roll. There were a total of 630 geniuses on the 4 rolls. And in this instant, Cui Lang rose a lot. Silence. It was confirmed that Cui Lang killed Hong Kai. Just now, what was that hammer? God Destroyer hammer? When did the human race have such a powerful divine skill? Everyone was stunned. At that moment, Hong Kai was stunned by the hammer. Maybe the Sea of Will was broken. Mystic armor was indeed not a civilization master, but the Sea of Will shouldn't be so fragile. Willpower aside, his vital chi was extremely strong, and his vital chi could also resist the attack of willpower. In the end, he couldn't resist it and was still killed by the hammer. That's the God Destroyer hammer. It's a cultivation technique created by the son of the 4th-generation principal of the Great Xia Civilization University. Someone who knew more said at this moment. Regardless of how much they knew, at this moment, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Lingyan Level 1, Hong Kai, a genius of the Mystic Armor race, was killed with a hammer. The Mystic Armor race should be one of the top 100 races. And he was killed just like that. They felt that Hong Kai had died too easily. Everyone was in disbelief. They couldn't believe that a genius expert had been killed just like that. Is it because Hong Kai is too weak? Nonsense. Someone scolded. Weak. How many weaklings do you think are able to leave their names on the Hunters 4 lists? Those who could make it on the list were all people who came to the All Heavens battlefield to fight. If they didn't go to the front lines, the Heavenly Hunter Pavilion couldn't be bothered to collect their auras. No matter how strong you were, no matter how talented you were, you couldn't make it on the list. Only those who went to the front lines would be targeted by the Heavenly Hunter Pavilion. This was the case with Suyu. He had only been targeted by the Heavenly Hunter Pavilion after he killed that guy from the Shadow Clan. After that, they collected his aura and entered it into the Heavenly Hunter list. Hong Kai could leave his name on the list, and his ranking wasn't low at all. He was also a genius on the Mystic list. This guy had killed Lingyan Level 9. That was weak. Now that he had been killed just like that, everyone found it a little hard to accept. Tian Duo and Mindian also quietened down at this moment. They didn't care about Long Zhan or the golden dragons of the mystic armor race. They all fell silent. A genius of the human race, he had killed Hong Kai in one strike right in front of them and right under their noses. Not far away, the little golden dragon had slaughtered for a while. Except for the two fellows who had jumped into the broken sky valley, the rest had all been killed. The little golden dragon didn't transform into his human form. He still maintained his dragon form. At this moment, there was a strange look in his big eyes. He looked at Mindian with a strong killing intent. I'm very vengeful. This guy had slashed him and almost cut off his tail. It hadn't recovered yet. He would take revenge sooner or later. Of course, he couldn't beat him now, so he didn't say anything. He was just curious. How did that human do it? Was Hong Kai strong? Of course he was. If he wasn't, why did he want to deal with a golden dragon? In the end, the powerful Hong Kai and Cyan Armor, two geniuses on the Heavenly Hunter list, were killed. There were only 630 geniuses on the Heavenly Hunter list, and Cui Lang had killed two of them. The Mystic Armor race only had these two on the list. They could be considered a strong race. Among the millions of races, two in each race, wasn't that strong enough? Now, they were gone. If the Mystic Armor race found out, they would probably go crazy. He didn't know if their experts were rushing over. There seemed to be experts from their race guarding Sky Destroyer City. The surroundings continued to be quiet. Hong Kai's death shocked everyone. It wasn't that no geniuses had been killed before. The key was that he had died right in front of everyone's eyes, and he had died very quickly and easily. It was too surprising. That reward just now, I think it was from Shenwen? Seems like it. Heaven and Earth Shenwen. There was a reward from Shenwen for killing Hong Kai? That's because Cui Lang was weak. Ling Yan only got such a reward because he killed Hong Kai. When did the human race's Ming Constabulary produce such a genius? Isn't Ming Constabulary very weak? The discussion started again. If it was Dixia Province, Great Qin Constabulary, or even Dazhou Prefecture, or Great Shang Constabulary. Well, since it wasn't Ming Constabulary, everyone could reluctantly accept it. But now, it was Ming Constabulary. They really couldn't accept it. Most importantly, Cui Lang's main profession wasn't Shenwen, but blacksmith. I heard that Cui Lang is about to become an Earth-grade weapon master. Earth-grade weapon master? So young? Isn't he ranked too low on the heaven hunting list? He hasn't forged Earth-grade weapons, right? If he could forge Earth-grade weapons in the All-Heavens battlefield, he could probably be caught and his ranking would rise again. Cui Lang's time on the list is too short. It's only been a few days. That's true. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, Suyu had already entered Broken Sky Valley, fleeing rapidly. He was worried that someone would chase after him. As for killing Hong Kai, so be it. I'm here to kill one. Little furball, you did well, but if you dare to absorb it again, I'll kill you. Suyu transmitted his voice. To the Sea of Will. Damn it, I just didn't have time to absorb it. You bastard, you really know how to seize the opportunity. That Heaven and Earth Shenwen was shattered. Suyu wanted to escape, but this guy quickly started to snatch it. The rich Shenwen's lingering charm and willpower gave Suyu the feeling that although it wasn't as good as the Sun and Moon Shenwen he had absorbed before, 3 to 5 of them should be enough. This meant that killing 3 to 5 people was equivalent to obtaining a Sun and Moon Shenwen. Compared to killing the Sun and Moon, it was much easier. No wonder everyone likes to kill. I like it too. As Suyu ran, he absorbed at the same time. If he didn't absorb it, the little furball would finish it. At this moment, he focused on improving the transformed Shenwen. It would be best if it could reach the 4th level so that his concealment ability would be stronger. Now, he realized that his concealment ability was really bad. Anyone could discover him. This red armor was so weak, yet it was still able to discover him. He had completely forgotten that the first time they fought, he felt that Hong Kai was very strong. If he was killed by him, he would naturally be weak. Hee hee. The reward is not bad. Suyu was in a good mood. Furthermore, he had even taken away Hong Kai's corpse. This fellow's corpse gave Suyu the feeling that it was also a good material for forging weapons. Profound Armor Clan. If I kill that invincible, I might be able to forge a set of peak heaven stage armor. The blacksmiths of Wan are really useless. The Heavenly Forging King actually didn't target the Profound Armor Clan. If I kill them, it's even possible to forge a divine armament. Suyu thought silently. This clan was simply born with good materials for forging weapons. In addition, they had also offended him. If he wanted to forge an earthly soldier armor, he might have to rely on them. It would be best to kill a few more mountain seas, so forging an earthly soldier shouldn't be difficult. Sure enough, I said I was here to look for materials. Now it turns out that I wasn't lying. The Profound Armor Clan is the best material. I, Suyu, really never lie. Even if I lied. That was what Cui Lang said. What does it have to do with me, Suyu? Suyu entered the Broken Sky Valley. At this moment, on the side of the humans, in the camp of the demon-suppressing army in Xia province, Xiaoyi came. He personally rushed to the battlefield of the heavens. Not only did he come, but he also brought several elites of the Sun Moon tier, including the ancestor of the Wu clan and the great-grandmother of Wu Lan. In the camp, Xiaoye's expression was cold. He, who always liked to smile, couldn't smile now. Huang Tang and Wu Qi were trapped in the Sea of Desires plain, in danger of dying. Xia province had indeed invested a lot in Huang Tang. Resources and money were small matters. Huang Tang was a genius preparing to take over the demon-suppressing army, and Xia Jia even wanted to nurture Huang Tang as the next Long Wu Wei general. Now, Huang Tang was in danger, and Xia Jia had to come. Even if there were many frightening things in Xia province, even if the faculty of theology was about to open, he had to come. Now, the Xia province was managed by Chief Steward Hu, General Zhao, and a few others. Xiaoye's son, Xia Sini, and Xia Huyu assisted in the management. Xia Jia's lack of manpower was highlighted now. There were a few elites in the branch, such as Xia Yunqi, Great Xia Civilization University Vice Principal Xia Chongqing, and Xia Yuan of Xia Chongqing's branch. They were all elites and geniuses, but Xiaoyi couldn't rest assured. Xiaoye's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he said, "How is Huang Ting now? Any news?" The general of the demon-suppressing army sighed softly. "Yes, he's trapped in the Broken Sky Valley." Broken Sky Valley? Xiaoyi breathed a sigh of relief. He knows how to run. His cultivation of the Kaiyuan saber is not bad. In the Broken Sky Valley, saber techniques can be improved. If his comprehension of saber techniques is strong, he can even borrow some of my old man's power. In this way, his strength will increase. As he heaved a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but curse, "Idiot." Instead of running to the east, he ran to the west. Outside the Broken Sky Valley, there are many demon activities, including some divine devil experts. There are also several ancient cities over there. No one knows how many experts are hidden there and how many domains it leads to. What is this guy thinking? At the side, Wu Yuehua's mother said coldly, "Ho Yi, just say that my Wu Qi has implicated Huang Ting. Old madam has misunderstood." Xiao Yi smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't mean that. These fellows are hard to manage. Most importantly, it was very troublesome." Old madam was well aware of the situation at the Sea of Desires plain. The stronger one was, the easier it was for him to get lost. The Sea of Desires plain was firm without desires. As long as one has desires, it is easy to be influenced in the Sea of Desires plain. The stronger one is, the easier it is for one to encounter trouble and danger. We can send people to rescue them, but if the Sun and Moon were to head there, it would be easy for them to get lost. Yes, lost. As they walked, Sun Moon tier elites might suddenly appear outside the Eastern Rift Valley, or near some ancient cities in the west, or they might even encounter enemy elites. In short, in the Sea of Desires plain, the stronger one was, the easier it was to be disturbed. This was also the reason why many prodigies liked to fight on the Sea of Desires plain. Here, if one was too strong, it would be too easy for them to encounter danger. Not only the Sea of Desires plain, but in fact, the whole All Heavens battlefield had some such problems. Of course, if there was an invincible being present, then this kind of disturbance would be much lighter. Just as they were speaking, a general hurried in from outside the main hall, and said hurriedly, "Ho ye, lords, there is news from the Sea of Desires plain." "Speak." Xiao Yi hurriedly shouted. "General Huangteng, researcher Wu Qi is trapped in the Broken Sky Valley. On the side of the demon race, the genius of the origin demon race, Tian Duo, is leading a large number of demon race elites and geniuses to enter the Broken Sky Valley to surround and kill them. However, something unexpected happened. The general who came to report quickly said, Cui Lang of the Ming Constabulary suddenly appeared and killed Hong Kai of the Xian armor race in front of the Wan prodigies of the All Heavens. He also killed Qing Kai and 2 elites of the heaven hunting list of the Xian armor race. Cui Lang's rank rose to 18th on the Xian list, and now he is forced into the Broken Sky Valley. Ho Yi, should we contact the Ming Constabulary and rescue him together? Xiao Yi was stunned. Cui Lang, it should be Su Yu, damn, this brat really knew how to cause trouble. Didn't he just come here a few days ago? How did he suddenly kill 2 geniuses of the Xian armor race? As Xiao Jia's leader, he had some understanding of the situation of the Wan race. The 2 geniuses of the Xian armor race were elites who could kill people of a higher realm. Being able to enter the heaven hunting list was a recognition of their strength. These 2 fellows were as weak as Qing Kai. It would not be difficult for him to deal with an ordinary Lingyun 9 Dan. As for the strong one, Hong Kai could definitely fight against some of the weaker races of the Mountain Sea race. But they were killed by Su Yu just like that, this brat. F***ck, the more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. How old was he? 19 years old. Xiao Ye's expression changed slightly. Cui Lang entered the Broken Sky Valley? Yes. Cui Lang entered, Su Yu entered. Xiao Yi had mixed feelings. Was it to save Huang Tang and Wu Qi? To tell the truth, in the Sea of Desires plain, even if the Xia clan were to lend a hand, unless the Grand Xia Emperor or Xia Longwu went, they would not be disturbed. The others, including Marquis Xia himself, would be disturbed if he went. Sometimes, if one was unlucky and stepped on something, it was normal to be teleported to places like the Broken Sky City. The geniuses didn't have too many concerns. So you went over there. Xiao Yi didn't know what to say. This brat really knew how to cause trouble. So weak, alright, not weak at all. When he was 19 years old, he didn't even have sore, but this brat had killed his way to 18th place on the Xian list. There was a mistake when calculating his age. Otherwise, Su Yu would definitely be on the Earth list. If one day he killed a Mountain Sea race, he would definitely be on the Sky ranking because he was young. Much younger than Huang Tang and the others. As he was thinking about this, old Madame Wu asked doubtfully, Cui Lang from the Ming Constabulary? Why did he go to the Broken Sky Valley? Is he going to rescue them? Or, is he going to die? The guy from the Ming Constabulary was so bold. The general who came to report shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Cui Lang has already entered the Broken Heaven Valley. We are still investigating the situation. As for the demon-suppressing army, Deputy General Chen Long has already led a team to the Broken Heaven Valley. General Chen is not weak and is not old. It should not be difficult for him to reach the Broken Heaven Valley. Chen Long was not old. If he led the team, it would be much easier. If he was old, he might destroy the team after leading the team. Chen Long? Xiao Yi thought about it and said, he is a little weak. Although he entered the Mountain Sea race, the Sea of Desire plain is full of geniuses. If Chen Long goes, he might not be able to defeat some of the top Lingyun. He is only at the 3rd level of the Mountain Sea race. Thinking of this, he suddenly said, this Chen Long seems to be a friend of Su Yu's father, right? The general of the demon suppression army who had been silent all this time said, he is Su Long's old subordinate. After Su Long retired, he took over the captain's position and rose through the ranks. Now, he is the deputy general of the 2nd Legion. The 2nd Legion is about to be reorganized. I want to arrange for him to take over the position of the 2nd Legion's commander. After saying this, he looked at Xiao Yi and hesitated for a moment before saying, Ho Yi, although Su Yu has left Dixia province, Su Long is still serving in the army. Chen Long has fought for many years and sacrificed a lot for Dixia province. I hope Ho Yi will not obstruct this. Xiao Yi was speechless. When did I say I would obstruct this? Every time something happens, they make me the scapegoat. Did I say that because he is Su Long's old subordinate, I can't promote him? Cut the crap. Xiao Yi snorted and thought for a moment before saying, the mountains and seas are not enough, and the Sun Moon Empire is vulnerable to danger. He turned to look at someone and said, Lao Jing, you go. Zheng Ping, the principal of Dixiao War Academy, who had just advanced to the Sun Moon Empire and was Wan Tianqing's old rival. Zheng Ping looked old, but in reality, he was not that old. The experts of Dixiao province were all young. Zheng Ping had just turned 70 this year and was considered young in the Sun Moon Empire. Hearing this, Zheng Ping laughed and said, all right, I'll go then. Ho Yi, you still have to rely on us at the crucial moment. The civilization master is useless. Ho Yi, in the future, you have to allocate more money to Dixiao War Academy. Xiao Yi said angrily, I asked you to save people, not to send you to your death. The general of the Demon Suppression Army could not help but say, Ho Yi, do you need the Sun Moon Empire to go? Yes. Xiao Yi said gloomily, maybe not in the past, but definitely now. Even the Sun Moon Empire might not be enough. Unfortunately, people who are too strong tend to get into trouble. In any case, we have to be careful. Huang Ting originally had a 30% chance of being fine, but now, a 10% chance is not bad. Don't underestimate Suyu's ability to cause trouble. At first, it might have only been the demon race surrounding them, but before long, the god race, the Yao race, and a whole bunch of Wan Empire would have to go. The more talented one was, the easier it was to cause trouble. This was the law. Back in the day, Xiao Longwu had caused a lot of trouble in the All Heavens battlefield, let alone Suyu. Even Huang Ting could provoke the origin demon race. Were you looking down on Suyu? Hearing this, the others had strange looks in their eyes. What did he mean? Before, there was a 30% chance of being fine, but now there was only a 10% chance. Who was he talking about? Who was Ho Yi worried about? Although he did not know the situation, the general of the Demon Suppression Army still said, then I'll have to trouble Headmaster Zheng. It's fine, Huang Ting is my student. Zheng Ping said with a chuckle, even if Ho Yi didn't mention it, I was going to go take a look. I just advanced to the Sun Moon Empire and haven't had the chance to show my abilities. This is a good opportunity to meet some old fellows. I wonder if any of the old fellows from the God race and Demon race are going. Definitely. Xiao Yi said with certainty, this is for sure. If they can kill Huang Ting, they won't give up. Besides, in any case, even if you go, be careful. Also, if you can save Ming Constable's Chui Lang, do it. If it's too dangerous, just give up. He won't die so easily. A top monster wouldn't die so easily. Moreover, that kid really had many tricks up his sleeves. Zheng Ping was certain of this. Just his concealment ability was enough to beat Huang Ting. Zheng Ping was a little puzzled, but he still nodded. Okay, Ho Yi, I know what to do. Should we inform Ming Constables? The general of the demon subduing army asked. The Ming Constabulary might not pay attention to the Sea of Desire plane. The main reason is that the Ming Constabulary didn't have many geniuses active there previously. The Great Xia Constabulary is much more well-informed than them. Let me know. Xiao Yi said. It's best if you can inform Zhu Tiandao. Even if you can't, you have to inform Yi Hongyan who's stationed in the All Heaven Mansion. Others might not know Suyu's identity, but Yi Hongyan might know. Niao Baidao's wife heard that Suyu had stayed at her residence for 2 days when he went to the All Heaven Mansion. Since that was the case, there was a high chance she knew. I understand. The Demon Suppression Army's general nodded. This was easy to inform. Yi Hongyan was just outside the passage, so it would be easy to inform Zhu Tiandao. Not long after. All Heaven Mansion. Yi Mansion. Yi Hongyan looked at the Demon Suppression Army expert with a strange expression. After a while, she said, I understand. Tell your Ho Yi that I know what to do. Yes. The expert from the Demon Suppressing Army didn't say anything else and quickly left. Yi Hongyan's face was filled with a strange expression. Suyu hasn't left for long, right? He's only been in the All Heaven battlefield for half a month, and he's already causing trouble? Is he stuck in the Broken Sky Valley? He's really good at causing trouble. Yi Hongyan was speechless. After a moment of thought, she decided to inform Zhu Tiandao. In her opinion, Suyu was more important than Huang Ting. Xianxia had a headache because of Huang Ting, let alone Suyu. Zhu Tiandao was probably in trouble this time too. After sending the message through the voice transmission talisman, she quickly used another voice transmission talisman to send the message. One was directed to Zhu Tiandao, but it was easy to miss the message over a long distance. The other one was a transfer order that was sent to the Great Ming Mansion's envoy in the nearby Dazhou prefecture. The message was sent from one prefecture to another, so it would reach the Great Ming Mansion very quickly. This was also a double layer of protection in case some important information couldn't be delivered. Not long after she sent out the message. In the Great Ming Mansion. Tiandu Prefecture. City Lord Mansion. Zhu Tiandao picked up the voice transmission talisman and glanced at it. F*CKU, you haven't been gone for long, right? Damn it, you went to provoke a top genius and got stuck in the Broken Sky Valley. This damn place is close to the central battle zone. Past the Broken Sky Valley, it's the demon race's lair. The Xian Armor clan, the domain passage of this clan seems to be nearby. You killed them so quickly. Aren't you afraid that they'll send someone to kill you? Bastard, you have to be careful when you kill people. He really killed him in front of everyone. How can there be such a person in the Ming residence? His identity would be exposed sooner or later. Zhu Tiandao was helpless. It might not be too late to send people there now. Fortunately, his eldest grandson was there. He quickly sent a voice transmission back and asked Yi Hongyan to pass on his military order and inform Zhu Hongwen to mobilize some experts of the Heavenly Law Army to rescue him. Otherwise, Zhu Hongwen might not know that a genius from the Great Ming Mansion was trapped in the Sea of Desire Plain. The Sea of Desire Plain. That damn place, it's better to pray for the best. We might not be able to count on reinforcements. He shook his head. Zhu Tiandao sighed. He knew of that place. He had been there a few times. It was a little strange. It didn't have much effect on geniuses, but it had a great effect on the older ones. They were easily corrupted by desire and even sank into some fantasies. Some fellas, upon entering the Sea of Desire Plains, would lose their minds due to lust and directly kill themselves. The Great Ming Mansion's Cui Lang, he laughed and sent a voice transmission to Niu Baidao. That cheap disciple of yours better not come out of seclusion. Once he came out, he would probably collapse. So you had already helped him kill his way to the 18th rank on the Xian list. Exciting, right? In a few more days, he might be an Earthless genius. There weren't many Earthless geniuses in the Myriad realms. Cui Lang had really made a name for himself in the Myriad realms this time. The truth was just as Zhu Tiandao had expected. On the Pleasing Island. Niu Baidao thought about it and found Cui Lang, who was in seclusion. The real Cui Lang briefly explained the situation and comforted him. Don't go out before Suyu's identity is exposed. If you go out, now that you are on the Xian list, your ranking in Wanzhou will probably rise. You, Cui Lang, are worth hundreds of thousands of merit points now. Be careful not to be assassinated. Cui Lang was speechless and a little stupefied. After a long time, he suddenly said, Principal, I hate you. Niu Baidao was speechless. Why do you hate me? I didn't force you to lend your identity to others. You happily lent it to Suyu. What's the use of hating me now? Niu Baidao comforted him. It's okay. Aren't you an Earth-grade weapon forging master? Isn't it just the 18th rank on this Xian list? With Suyu's conduct, his identity will be exposed in less than half a year. At that time, it will have nothing to do with you. Of course, you will also gain a reputation. At least the mortal realm and Wan realms will know that there is a Cui Lang. It's fine, others will naturally look for Suyu when his identity is exposed. They won't look for you. Don't be afraid. Cui Lang gritted his teeth and said, Principal, when the time comes, even if I go out in person, everyone will suspect whether it is Suyu pretending. That's true, better to kill the wrong person than to let him go, whether it is the real Cui Lang or a fake Cui Lang, it could be Suyu anyway. Killing him won't be a loss. Niu Baidao comforted him. It's okay. Anyway, you don't go out of the Ming constabulary much. Just go less to the battlefield of heavens. Insincere comforting, Cui Lang was depressed. I'm stupid. I actually lent my identity to Suyu. This guy is really more unrestrained than me. I should change my name to Su Lang, but thinking about it carefully, it was a little cool. At the very least, all the races now know of my name, Cui Lang. It's a little dangerous, but isn't this making me famous? Isn't it just for sex, fame, and profit? Now that I have a name, why should I be afraid of nothing? Cui Lang comforted himself for a while. It's okay. I'll continue my seclusion. It's okay. I'm not afraid. The main constabulary and Xianxia province sent people to rescue him, but Suyu didn't know about it. At this moment, he had completely entered the Broken Sky Valley. Anyway, he wasn't too anxious. Once he entered the Broken Sky Valley, streams of saber chi wandered around him as if they were alive. Suyu didn't feel much pressure. Instead, he felt relaxed. These saber chi were very close to him. The heaven-splitting saber revolved, 144 acupuncture points erupted. Suyu also had saber chi. It wasn't weak, but very strong. The saber chi that belonged to Xianxia of Goguryeo revolved around him and seemed to merge with his saber chi. The two saber chi collided, causing Suyu's body to tremble. It feels good, Suyu sensed for a while. The next moment, heavenly essence chi appeared and revolved around him. He started to use the saber chi to forge his body. In the sea of will, he was still absorbing the lingering charm of Shenwen. Changing Shenwen seemed to be advancing. Indeed, it felt easier to advance in the all-heaven battlefield. Saber chi forging body, Suyu didn't absorb the saber chi of Xianxia of Goguryeo. Forging his body felt better. More and more saber chi revolved around him. Vaguely, there were some special insights. Sharpness. Pressing forward with indomitable will. Killing. All sorts of insights appeared in his mind. This was the belief that Xianxia of Goguryeo had left behind. His saber was like that. It would definitely kill his opponent and target. Although he didn't manage to do it, the belief in that saber was real. The saber chi in the Broken Sky Valley didn't dissipate. Suyu suspected that it might have something to do with not killing that person. The saber chi still contained some unwillingness and resentment. Suyu felt it very clearly. After failing to kill his opponent, Xianxia of Goguryeo felt regret and unwillingness. He didn't know which top expert had been slashed by Xianxia of Goguryeo. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. In this Broken Heaven Valley, there was another force mixed in. It had a divine aura. Experts of the celestial race. Suyu's eyes flickered. Experts of the celestial race. In the next moment, he retracted his saber chi and suddenly activated the cultivation method of the celestial race. The cultivation method of the primitive celestial race. Once this cultivation method was activated, there was a rumble and saber chi exploded. Wounds quickly appeared on Suyu's body. But at this moment, a divine power erupted and instantly healed these wounds. What wanted to kill him was Xianxia of Goguryeo's saber chi. What healed him was that divine power, possibly from the primitive celestial race. Only the invincible of the primitive celestial race could fight with Xianxia of Goguryeo like this. Not only was he not killed, but he even made Xianxia of Goguryeo retreat regretfully. Suyu experienced it and was instantly delighted. Although Xianxia of Goguryeo's saber chi was terrifying and injured him in an instant, the divine power was not weak either. It quickly healed his body. This feels great. Forging my body like this feels great. Suyu seemed to have found a treasure. He was instantly overjoyed. Saber chi tempered his body, divine power repaired his body, and devoured heaven's yuan chi. He felt that cultivating here was definitely much faster than cultivating outside. With this, Suyu no longer hesitated. He activated the cultivation method of the celestial race. If the saber chi was too fierce, he would use the heaven-splitting saber. This way, he wasn't afraid of killing himself. Very good, this is the place I need to find. Here, I might be able to complete multiple body casts. I'm not leaving, no matter who comes, I won't leave. As Suyu moved forward, he cultivated and looked for Huangting and the others. Huangting had also cultivated the heaven-splitting saber, and Suyu had a faint feeling that the guy was in a nearby area. At the same time, Huang Ting frowned slightly, looked behind him, and said curiously, someone came in from behind. Is it strange? Wu Qi was indifferent. It would be strange if no one came in. Do you really think those fellows will let you go? No. Huang Ting laughed. I mean, it's a little strange. I feel that the person who came in seems to be attracting the saber chi of this place. Could it be that he also knows the heaven-splitting saber? But there aren't many people in the heaven-splitting saber society, and Xiajia's people have come? Xia Yuan? Otherwise, Xiajia was either too strong or too weak, or someone other than Xiajia had come. He was curious. Of course, even if this person knew the heaven-splitting saber, he still found it a little strange. One moment, the saber chi gathered there, as if they were close, and the next moment, another force gathered there. He didn't know what was going on. The saber chi seemed to be repelling. What a strange guy, someone from the Protoss, or what was going on. At this moment, even Huang Ting was uncertain, and he quickly said, continue forward, don't stay in one place for too long, find a weak point, and be ready to charge out at any time. Wu Qi nodded, and said curiously, you said that this person knows the heaven-splitting saber? It seems right, but it's not. Furthermore, if it's true, the heaven-splitting saber chi here is the saber chi of the Grand Xia King. If one learned the heaven-splitting saber chi, it would be difficult to resonate unless it's the top-grade version. The Xia clan doesn't have many top-grade heaven-splitting sabers, right? Huang Ting wasn't too clear about the situation, who Xiajia had passed down the heaven-splitting saber, and who had obtained the top legacy. In any case, what he learned was 144 apertures. He heard that Dasha of Goguryeo was researching the heaven-splitting saber, and it was no longer 144 apertures. No one knew if there was a divine-level cultivation technique. A top heaven-splitting saber? Wu Qi thought about it, and shook his head, but he quickly thought of someone, and said with a faint smile, I don't know about others, but I know someone who knows it. Who? Su Yu. Him? Huang Ting thought about it, nodded, and said with a smile, I haven't seen him, but I've heard of him. He's an amazing person, Bai Feng's student, also from a commoner family. I'm thinking if he sees me one day, will he kill me? After all, I'd beaten up Bai Feng 3 times. Wu Qi couldn't be bothered to answer, you should ask Su Yu about this. Su Yu, he probably won't dare to come here. Huang Ting said with a smile, let's not talk about others, what do you think about Cui Lang from the Ming Constabulary? Just now, there was a commotion on the list, and he checked, Hong Kai was dead. Cui Lang from the Ming Constabulary entered the 18th place on the Xian ranking. Strange, he didn't believe it. He saw it when Hong Kai killed Qin Kai, and he didn't believe it either. At this moment, he vaguely thought of something. Cui Lang, Su Yu, Ming Constabulary, heaven-splitting saber, he murmured, and asked, Wu Qi, how long ago did the ranking change? Half an hour ago. Half an hour ago. About that time, I noticed that the saber aura in Broken Sky Valley was a little strange. Huang Ting murmured, Cui Lang killed Hong Kai, and then a guy who knows heaven-splitting saber entered this place. Cui Lang killed Hong Kai. If he was killed nearby and took the opportunity to escape here, then, the one who knows heaven-splitting saber is Cui Lang? Wu Qi's eyes moved slightly, Cui Lang? Huang Ting nodded slightly, otherwise, it's too much of a coincidence. Hong Kai just died, Cui Lang just entered the 18th place on the Xian ranking, and an expert who knows heaven-splitting saber appeared here. Apart from him, who else could it be? Then he said, is Cui Lang very familiar with Xia province? Will Xia Jia inherit his top-notch heaven-splitting saber? No way, Wu Qi said in his heart. No matter how much Xia Jia's heaven-splitting saber was spread, she wouldn't spread the top-notch heaven-splitting saber like cabbages, and even Cui Lang could learn it. Weapon forging master. Huang Ting looked at her and said, you told me before that Su Yu and teacher Zhao Li have a good relationship? Wu Qi nodded. And this Cui Lang is good at hammering, and it seems to be teacher Zhao Li's spirit expansion art. Wu Qi nodded slightly again, and frowned slightly, you mean, it's just a guess. Huang Ting smiled, I'm just curious, is he really a genius to this extent? It's been a year since he entered the school. A year ago, he was still Kaiyuan, and a year later, he entered the Xian ranking? No, if it's true, then he's on the Earth ranking. Wuqi didn't know what to say. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Don't make wild guesses." "I'm panicking, impossible, how can that kid improve so fast?" "I don't believe it. Cui Lang is Cui Lang, and Suyu is Suyu. They are definitely not the same person." Just a few months ago, she went to the Great Ming Civilization Academy and warned Suyu, telling him to treat his sister well, or she would beat him to death. Turning around, you tell me that this guy who might be stronger than you is Suyu. "I don't believe it, I don't accept it." Wild guesses, Huang Ting pretended to be smart, but it was all nonsense. "Can't you let Cui Lang be stronger? Are you jealous of Cui Lang?" Huang Ting shrugged. "It was just a guess, and it wasn't against the law." However, there were indeed many doubtful points. Anyway, if they really met, they would naturally know. Wuqi was also depressed, and said in a low voice, "Then, should we meet up with him?" "No." Huang Ting shook his head and said, "If we're not sure who is coming, if we're not sure of his identity, and if we're not sure of his strength, don't meet up. If he's weak, he'll be easily implicated by us. If he's strong, we'll easily drag him to death. Here, we do our own things, unless we're forced to work together. You're also a veteran on the battlefield, don't make such a mistake." Wuqi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. "You said it was Suyu, that's why I'm thinking about meeting up." If it wasn't for Suyu, she couldn't be bothered to meet up with others. It wasn't good to drag others down, and it wasn't good to drag herself down either. "If your guess is right, then he might be here to save me." Huang Ting looked at her with a surprised expression. You eat both master and disciple?" Boom, an ice blade slashed across Huang Ting's face, and his face turned purple. Wuqi looked at him coldly. Huang Ting was speechless. "You said it yourself. He actually came here to save you. I thought that in the whole world, only I would come. This is a matter of life and death. He came to save you, it's too complicated. Did Baifeng want to do that with you back then?" Wuqi looked at him coldly. "Filthy." "How is it filthy?" Huang Ting was depressed. "You said it yourself, not me. If he came, it's also because of my sister." "Sisters eat both?" Huang Ting's mouth opened wide. "Dual Wu acupoint fusion technique. You two sisters? Didn't you say that one of you is his senior sister?" "Shut your mouth." Wuqi shouted in a low voice, and no longer spoke. This shameless villain, she didn't want to say another word to him. Huang Ting was even more depressed. "You said it yourself, and I explained it according to what you said. You even got angry, women are really difficult to deal with. Also, is it really Suyu who came?" To be honest, he didn't quite believe this guess, but he had a vague feeling that the other party knew the sky-opening blade. If it wasn't Suyu, did Cui Lang really know the top sky-opening blade in Dixia province? Huang Ting was guessing, but Suyu was sure that Huang Ting was in front of him. Did this guy sense me? Still running. Does he not want to meet with me? Suyu thought for a while. It doesn't matter. I don't want to save you. Whatever, I'll cast my body first. I'm almost at the 13th casting stage, and we'll talk about it after that. If you die before I finish, don't blame me for not saving you. The next moment, Suyu turned into a golden shadow and instantly disappeared. On one side of the canyon, there was a broken golden blade. The metallization of the Metal Spirit clan, many people had died in this place, and there were also some broken objects and skeletons left in the canyon. He was much more relaxed than Huang Ting. In his current situation, with the breath-holding skill, the Ying character Shen Wen, the change character Shen Wen, and the silence character Shen Wen, not many people could find him. Cast my body first, and then we'll talk. If others come in, I'll kill them. In terms of strength, he might not be able to beat Huang Ting. In terms of survival ability, Huang Ting had better go aside. If you don't meet with me, I can't wait to relax. Outside the Broken Sky Valley, Tian Duo observed for a while more before looking at Mo Erba and the rest. He said indifferently, "We have to go in. The longer we delay, the more Huang Ting and the rest will recover. The humans might send reinforcements." The demon geniuses nodded. Indeed, there was no time to lose. Mo Erba's eyes were cold as he glanced at the geniuses of the other races. What about them? they will go in. Tian Duo said indifferently, they are all geniuses, and they all want a piece of the pie. They all feel that they won't die. Huang Ting is heavily injured, and killing him might allow their strength to improve greatly. No one will give up this chance. Only geniuses knew geniuses. They all thought they were the children of destiny. They all wanted to be famous and become invincible. Those who didn't have such thoughts weren't geniuses. In that case, if the demons went in, the others would soon follow. As for the saber aura, it had been so many years. Although these people were worried, they still had some tricks up their sleeves. Tian Duo said, if we wait any longer, some geniuses of the human race will arrive. If Qin Fang and the others come, although we don't have to fear them, they might cause chaos and let Huang Ting and the others escape. Go down. Tian Duo didn't wait any longer. In fact, he was thinking of a way to solve the problem of the saber aura. Now, the problem had been solved. The geniuses of the demon race didn't say anything. Soon, a group of demons entered the broken sky valley through a weak point. In the distance, a few geniuses of the celestial race and some geniuses of the smaller races had gathered around Mindian. After seeing Tian Duo's group enter, Mindian looked around and said, enter from the north. If the demons entered from the south, they would enter from the north. They would attack from both sides and see who could kill Huang Ting first. A group of celestial race experts also flew toward the north, preparing to enter the broken sky valley from the north. After they left, figures appeared where they were. There were living beings floating in the air and transmitting their voices in all directions. Everyone, the gods and demons, are attacking the human Huang Ting. Are you all interested in joining in? And Mindian and Tian Duo are not weak. Be careful not to fall into their trap. Long Zhan, are you going in? Someone asked Long Zhan of the heavenly dragon race, but Long Zhan glanced at the great rift valley and ignored the others. Beside him, the little golden dragon danced in the air. Without asking for Long Zhan's opinion, he suddenly plunged into the broken heaven valley. Long Zhan raised his white brows slightly. This fellow from the golden dragon race was quite gutsy. And Mindian was very hostile towards it now, so it had to be careful not to bump into him and get killed. As Long Zhan thought to himself, he revealed a smile and quickly disappeared. Saber Chi fluctuated above the broken heaven valley Long Zhan had entered. The powerhouses of the god, demon, and dragon clans had all entered. In the next moment, there were waves of saber chi coming from all over the place. More people had entered. In a forest not far from Broken Heaven Valley. At this moment, on the crown of a huge tree, a few vague figures were floating. There were men and women, and they were all very young. When Long Zhan of the dragon race had also entered the Broken Heaven Valley, a young lady's eyes dimmed and she said with a smile, interesting, the god, demon, and monster clans have all entered. It seems that the humans are in great trouble this time. I wonder who will be sent by Xianxia province to rescue them. Beside the lady was a long-haired young man who looked like an immortal. At this moment, he was also looking in the direction of the Broken Heaven Valley. Hearing this, he said with a smile, Jiao Xian, do you think Huang Ting will die? The lady, who was also known as Jiao Xian, said with a smile, I don't know. The geniuses of the humans are heavily nurtured by Xianxia province, so they must have some ability. Huang Ting is very famous among the humans. I don't think he will be killed so easily. The long-haired young man nodded slightly, he won't die so easily. Since Huang Ting has come to the Broken Heaven Valley, he still has some chance of surviving. After saying this, he said meaningfully, however, if someone ambushes them on the path back to the Eastern Rift Valley, it's hard to say. Jiao Xian smiled gently and said, Brother Daoqing, we are allies with the humans. Don't do anything rash. Of course. The long-haired young man said with a smile, the humans are in danger and still need our help. Why would we make things difficult for them? After saying this, he chuckled and threw a jade talisman into the void, disappearing. Jiao Xian looked at him and said with a smile, Brother Daoqing, you are, that Cui Lang killed 2 geniuses of the Xian Armor clan. The Xian Armor clan won't let it go. Unfortunately, there are many geniuses gathered here. The experts of the Xian Armor clan may not be able to get here in time. However, we should find a place with no one and wait for a while. Maybe there will be a surprise. The more geniuses there were, the more repulsive the experts were. Even if the Xian armor clan wanted to take revenge, they might get lost in the Sea of Desire plain. If they didn't use this place as their target, they would be much safer if they found a path. Jiao Xian smiled brightly. Brother Daoqing, you didn't miscalculate, did you? The long-haired young man said calmly, there are only 3 safest and fastest routes to return to the human territory. They don't need to pass through dangerous places, and the chances of encountering enemies are the lowest. What if they don't return? Jiao Xian purposely questioned, what if they choose to continue heading west, all the way to the west? West? Daoqing smiled and didn't say anything. If they went west, they would be courting death. The Sky Destroyer city was in the west, and the passage of the Xian armor clan seemed to be nearby. Besides, those ancient cities were extremely dangerous. Moreover, if they went west, they would enter the base camp of the demon clan. If they wanted to live, the Sky Destroyer Valley was the boundary. Just like them, few people would sneak into the east of the East Rift Valley. Most of those who did were killed, and only a few escaped. Jiao Xian didn't argue with him. With a gentle smile, he continued, Brother Daoqing, can you see anything about that Cui Lang? He was unknown before, but he suddenly appeared. Is there any mystery behind it? Cui Lang? Daoqing pondered for a while and said, let me do a divination. This person suddenly became famous. Maybe we should pay attention to him. Then, several shunwen floated in his hand and arranged them in a certain order. Daoqing thought of Cui Lang's appearance, which was also on the heaven hunting list. He quickly moved the shunwen, and streams of will surged into the shunwen. Jiao Xian stared at the shunwen. Around them, a few celestials looked over as well, all with curiosity and anticipation. Daoqing's divination skills were quite good. Even in the celestial world, he was at the top of his generation. The divine characters combined and formed a rippling mirror. Gradually, Cui Lang's appearance appeared on the surface of the mirror. Women, beside Cui Lang, there were countless women. The scene flashed by, the others frowned. Jiao Xian laughed but didn't say anything. Daoqing shook his head slightly, but he felt that it was difficult. Was it because they were in the Sea of Desire plains? The next moment, the water rippled slightly, and another scene appeared. Someone appeared in front of Cui Lang, the figure illusory. A man? Jiao Xian teased. It had always been a woman. It was interesting that a man suddenly appeared. As he was thinking, there was a rumble, and the scene exploded. Daoqing took a few steps back, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, it seems that an almighty is covering for him. Maybe they were prepared in advance. The Ming Constabulary also has an interesting guy. He didn't see much, but he saw women. Countless women. Was this possible? Daoqing shook his head. Could such a person really go far? Perhaps it was just a flash in the pan. And at this moment. The mortal realm. Pleasing Island. Niao Baidao looked up at the sky and sighed. Damn it, this kid had indeed attracted some attention. This divination skill was not weak, and it penetrated the heavens. However, it didn't feel too strong. He thought about it and murmured, Celestial guy? The fortune teller is at the mountain sea realm? He shouldn't be too strong. If the sun and moon were invincible, he wouldn't be able to stop them. If it were the sun and moon, it would be difficult. In the end, he didn't have to spend much energy to defeat the spying. How troublesome. Niao Baidao shook his head again, feeling depressed. Didn't they agree to go to the ruins to take something? Damn it, your ruins are in the heavens battlefield, I'll be damned if I believe you. Celestial. Haha. After cursing Suyu for a while, Niao Baidao sneered. He should be from the celestial race, right? There were many races that knew the art of divination. But not any race could penetrate the heavens. The real Cui Lang was in the mortal realm, which was different from the heavens battlefield. I don't know if he saw anything. Niao Baidao stroked his beard. He didn't know what kind of divination skill the other party used. If it was the kind that directly pointed to the heart, it would be better, but if it was a location patrol, it would be troublesome. He had to mess up the aura. Thinking of this, Niao Baidao waved his hand and a grand formation appeared on the pleasing island, blotting out the sun. In the blink of an eye, the island turned dark. A moment later, the formation disappeared and the island returned to normal. He even provoked the celestial race? Niao Baidao murmured again. If he really met this kid, he could kill him, but he couldn't kill him like he killed the Xianxia clan. That would be huge trouble. If he killed the celestial race, he had to do it secretly. Both the human race and the celestial race did it. After all, the two sides were in an alliance, fighting against the powerful celestial and demon races together. Once they fell out, these guys who started disputes on the surface wouldn't have a good ending. I hope you understand this, kid. Niao Baidao sat cross-legged, the sun and moon rotating in his eyes. He didn't care about Suyu anymore. At this moment, he looked to the north, where Dixia province was. Many faculty of theology were about to start school. And the chaos was about to begin. That kid should stay in the heavens battlefield for a while longer. I'm afraid of stirring up trouble. If he can cultivate there peacefully, it will be safer. Shaking his head, Niao Baidao was speechless. If he could cultivate there peacefully, the effect would be pretty good. What he was afraid of was that they would be restless. In Broken Sky Valley, Suyu, who had turned into a broken sword, was in the Sea of Will. The Tribulation Shenwen pulsed again, which meant that the danger wasn't great. But there was some danger. What's going on? Suyu was a little puzzled. This pulsing was very strange. He waited for a while but didn't find any danger. Is it broken? Of course, Suyu didn't think it was possible. This meant that at that moment, something related to him must have happened, which might cause some danger to him. Forget it, I won't think about it. There was no other way. He had no clue and couldn't think of anything. He just had to be careful. Heaven Yuan Qi revolved around the broken sword. The heaven-splitting sword Qi and the divine power were colliding. The 13th forging was almost complete. This place was really suitable for forging. But at this moment, Suyu suddenly retracted all of his fluctuations. The gold on the broken sword dissipated, as if it were a decaying sword that had been tossed to the side. Nearby, there were a few skeletons and a few broken weapons that didn't stand out at all. After a while, a shadow suddenly appeared in the valley. It wasn't the Shadow Clan, but a special skill. Suyu judged it. He was familiar with the Shadow Clan. Sure enough, the next moment, the shadow appeared. It wasn't a human figure, but a big bug that looked a little like a locust. Dark Locust. Suyu quickly thought of something. This was a branch of the Locust clan, and they also had the power of invisibility. However, this clan didn't have an invincible being, so it wasn't a big clan. Without an invincible being, they dared to get involved, they were courting death. Their strength is not bad. Ling Yun is at the 5th or 6th layer. But this strength wasn't too strong here. The dark locust appeared, and the antennae on its head probed the surroundings. Its protruding eyes glanced at Suyu, slightly puzzled. Soon, it stopped probing and quickly turned into a shadow and disappeared. Suyu didn't continue to cultivate, but waited silently for a while. In the sensing jade, the light spot didn't disappear. It was just silent. About 7 or 8 minutes later, a shadow appeared again. The dark locust's antennae stretched out again, probing the vicinity of Suyu again. There was nothing unusual. The dark locust appeared again, and its eyes revealed a strange look. Nothing? Could it be a treasure? It looked at the scattered corpses. Previously, it felt some unusual fluctuations, but when it came, it couldn't find anything. Thinking of this, the dark locust suddenly used its limbs and slashed down. With a bang, a few white bones were completely shattered by it. This time, the dark locust was much more relieved. It wasn't a living being hiding and pretending to be white bones. Fortunately, at this time, it reluctantly relaxed and jumped towards Suyu. The broken sword that Suyu had transformed into was also sent flying by this attack. The broken sword floated in the air. The dark locust had just calmed down when it suddenly felt a sense of danger. This feeling disappeared in a flash, and at this moment, the broken sword fused into a Shenwen combat skill. More than 20 Shenwen instantly formed a longsword combat skill. With a puff, it pierced through the dark locust's head. Shenwen combat skill. The Shenwen combat skill formed by multiple rank 4 Shenwen was silent. The dark locust's sea of will instantly collapsed. In the next moment, the dark locust's corpse fell to the ground. Suyu transformed into his human form and reached out with one hand. With a puff, it pierced through its head. The bloody word Shinwen erupted, and a large amount of green blood was absorbed by him, instantly fusing into 10 drops of blood essence. Suyu thought for a moment and looked at its limbs. Perhaps they could be refined into artifacts, so he might as well keep them together. He quickly put away the other party's corpse. Soon, Suyu disappeared from the spot. This guy wasn't a genius on the Heaven Hunter list. It was easy to kill. Geniuses on the Heaven Hunter list weren't cabbages. They could be found everywhere. After all, there were only so many of them. However, even if he wasn't on the Heaven Hunter list, the other party was extremely vigilant just now. Suyu hid it well enough. Just because he was cultivating previously, there were some fluctuations, and the other party actually sensed it. There are so many geniuses in the Wan region. Suyu sighed as he moved to another location. A small race like the Acrypoid race didn't have an invincible race. Yet, even one of them was so strong. Although he had killed him in one strike, it didn't mean that the other party was weak. Starry Mansion, Suyu was thinking about a problem. In the past, the humans in the Starry Mansion usually had Ling Yunjing as the main force. Bai Feng and the other Soar cultivators had fought for a spot back then. This meant that Soar wasn't enough. Ling Yun as the main force, with a small amount of Soar mixed in. In the past, Suyu felt that Ling Yun was already very strong. But now, weren't these guys going to be food? The gods and demons wouldn't go to the mountains and seas, right? Also, that guy Dendrolamus had gone to the 9th level of Soar and came out alive. Was this Starry Mansion safe or dangerous? Thinking of this, Suyu didn't think too much. In the next moment, he turned into a broken sword and fell into the ruins of a battle. The 5 Elements race. Suyu felt that they were really strong. The 5 Elements escape technique was very strong, and so was their talent. Their stealth ability was very strong. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had many special Shinwen. Suyu used many Shinwen and the Whirlwind Turtle race's breath-concealing technique to be able to hide so well. Don't disturb me. Help me forge my body. I can't be bothered with you guys. Suyu was too lazy to go out and kill anyone. Help me forge my body first. After a few hours, the broken sword that Suyu had turned into instantly erupted with a golden glow. Rumble, the surrounding rocks shattered. Suyu quickly escaped and disappeared. 13 forges completed. Not long after he left, the ground beneath him shook. In the next moment, a native's head popped out. He looked at the place where the explosion had created a hole and was a little confused. 5 Elements race? The same race as me? I didn't see anyone from the same race coming. Of course, that water person didn't count. That guy was just a sh*t stirrer. He didn't know where he was hiding now. He would pretend that he didn't know that guy and had never seen him before. The floating earth spirit looked around and didn't find anything. It also disappeared quickly. Just as it disappeared, a nimble figure stepped into this place. The moment this figure landed, the ground seemed to shake. In an instant, the ground turned into many large hands that instantly caught the golden leopard that had just landed. Many giant hands of earth wrapped around the leopard. In the next moment, an earth spike appeared from the giant hands. With a pucci, it pierced through the leopard's abdomen. Roar! The leopard roared and screamed, floating earth spirit. How dare you! With a bang, the leopard exploded. The surrounding giant hands disappeared and the ground returned to normal. The floating earth spirit appeared and turned into a mud ball. It instantly wrapped around the leopard and swallowed it. It sighed, the taste is not bad. With a laugh, the floating earth spirit disappeared again. How many experts on the heaven hunting list were easy to deal with? I'll kill one then. The floating earth spirit disappeared on the spot. After a while, a stone man walked over. He stepped on the ground and sensed it. Then he said in a muffled voice, "Floating earth spirit. Did this guy use this place as a banquet venue?" The stone man shook his head and stepped on the ground. Some of the traps on the ground were instantly smashed. The floating earth spirit, which had already gone far away, suddenly thought of something and cursed inwardly. It's that stone head. This guy is troublesome. It's hard to deal with. Especially if I meet it, I probably won't be a match for it. It's somewhat restrained. The waterman isn't here. Otherwise, it would be able to restrain the stone head. Forget it. That water spirit is more troublesome. The floating earth spirit left quickly and didn't want to deal with the stone head. The Stone Men clan was also a variant of the Five Elements clan, but they didn't admit it. The reason was that the great ancestor of the Stone Men clan had broken through to the invincible realm and occupied a large world. He formed his own clan and didn't have any contact with the Five Elements clan. The earth spirit was restrained a bit. The other party didn't want to be a foil to the Five Elements clan, so they separated a long time ago. At this moment, there were killings everywhere in the Broken Sky Valley. Some geniuses who weren't on the heaven hunting list were being hunted down. Gradually, some geniuses felt something was wrong. Some of them started to leave. At this moment, Suyu didn't care about these things. He continued to cultivate in another place. The rewards for killing were not as good as the rewards for cultivating. The spiritual chi of heaven was the worst reward. The rewards for killing the weak were almost all the spiritual chi of heaven. So you could only say that the rules of heaven and earth of the all-heaven battlefield were too stingy. Besides, the spiritual chi of heaven was given to the Shinwen clan but not to the human clan. How boring. Of course, even if the spiritual chi of heaven was given to the human clan and was defeated, it would still be a large amount of the remaining charm and willpower of the Shinwen clan. It was actually not bad. At least it was stronger than the spiritual chi of heaven. The spiritual chi of heaven was really lousy. Suyu was the only one who said this. For others, the spiritual chi of heaven was very useful, even if it was the sun or the moon. It could be used to enlighten the apertures, refine the body, strengthen the body, repair the body. The spiritual chi of heaven was a treasure. But since Suyu could extract it, he naturally felt that it was useless. Killing a genius would sometimes lead to failure. It was better to buy some blood essence to refine. Of course, under the continuous killing, Suyu's kill Shinwen and battle Shinwen showed signs of powerful advancement. The most frequently used quiet character in the Shinwen clan was also showing the same trend. Of the Five Elements Shinwen clan, the Fire Shinwen clan had advanced. The other four Shinwen clan had some enhancement. In this kind of environment, it was very exciting. The excitement and the feeling of being on the verge of death seemed to bring Suyu back to the dream of his childhood. If he was not careful, he would be killed. Killing occurred everywhere. In the Broken Sky Valley, small clouds of heaven and earth reward constantly appeared. Every time it appeared, it was a location. Soon, people knew that someone had died there. A genius obtained the reward, and that genius would become the prey of more people. Huang Tang and Wu Qi were not dead yet, but a bunch of geniuses from the other races had died. There was no lack of geniuses in the Wan. A few geniuses could be produced in each generation of a race, which meant tens of thousands of geniuses. Those who could grow in adversity and obtain great benefits were the real geniuses. This was also the way many races raised Gu. The All-Heavens battlefield was a place to raise Gu. The strong would always be strong. Rumble, a loud sound rang out in the Broken Sky Valley. Huang Ting coughed up blood. He grabbed Wu Qi's hair and dragged her away. Wu Qi did not make a sound or cry out in pain. At this moment, blood was flowing out of her chest and her face was pale, but she still did not despair. Just as Huang Ting dragged her away, Wu Qi let out a low roar. A thin sword appeared above her head. With a puff, it pierced through the void. The flesh of a Lingyan 7 expert who had just caught up was instantly pierced by the sword. However, the strong man sneered and the wound on his body healed instantly. Wu Qi, is this the only way? Wu Qi did not speak. At this moment, the strong man's expression changed. The next moment, he suddenly turned into a puddle of corpse water and instantly rotted. Wu Qi heaved a sigh of relief. She pushed Huang Ting's hand away and staggered. She grabbed his arm and shouted, "Go, what are you looking at?" Huang Ting was speechless. He quickly ran away and said, "You're really ruthless. This is Wen Bing. Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself to death?" Without waiting for Wu Qi's reply, he said hurriedly, "How about giving me some of this poison?" "That's amazing. Really amazing." Wu Qi ignored him and said with a frown, "This guy's strength is average. Let's kill another one and see if we can get some heavenly rewards to help me recover from my injuries. Then we'll have to wait. Let's run first. There are more experts behind us. Huangting did not say much. It was reasonable to run. There were experts behind them. As for Wu Qi killing him with one sword, no, poisoning him to death, he was still a little afraid. He could not help but ask again, "You didn't poison me too, did you? Is this poison yours, or your grandaunt's?" "Shut up." Wu Qi was very annoyed. If he wanted to run, then run. Why did he talk so much nonsense? Huangting immediately shut his mouth and sped up, escaping quickly. In the Grand Canyon, there were some small cracks that led to other cracks. Broken Heaven Valley also had the shape of an underground maze. Of course, no matter what, they would eventually converge into a straight line, a huge canyon. Not long after they escaped, Tian Duo and his men caught up. Looking at the puddle of green water, he said coldly, "What a poisonous effect. Be careful. You've underestimated Wu Qi. I wonder if this poison is hers or if she got it from Wu Yuehua." Wu Yuehua was a top-notch alchemist. His poison refining skills were also very strong. However, when it came to using poison, it was easy for others to poison themselves. Tian Duo warned and quickly led the others to continue the chase. They couldn't escape. Broken Heaven Valley was a dead end. What he needed to guard against was Huangting's last moments before death. He did not need to worry too much about the rest. The loud noise was heard by Suyu too. Of course, it was not just this time. Broken Heaven Valley was very chaotic now. He did not get involved and continued to cultivate. How fragrant was it to forge one's body? When the saber chi and divine energy were no longer of much use to him, he would consider hunting one. 14 casting. One day should be enough. Such a good place, he could not waste it. If he went out, 10 days to half a month of casting would be too slow. It would not be as good as here. One day later, he would probably be at 14 casting. After 14 castings, his physical strength would reach 7,000 apertures of strength. Coupled with the yang aperture and the strength of Shunwen, his physical body would be comparable to some divine demons. Even if there was a difference, it would not be as big as now. It's just that there are too many people. I'm always being harassed. I can't cultivate in peace. I really want to kill all of them and cultivate in peace. Suyu sighed. It would be best if he killed all of them. Of course, the best way was to capture the king of Great Xia and the invincible god who was fighting against him, and have them personally take action to provide him with power to refine his body. This thought flashed past his mind, and he couldn't let his imagination run wild. At this moment, at the edge of the divine world, a burly man wandering in the void frowned slightly. Who the hell is thinking about me? It's not a good thing, that fat boy of mine, he should be thinking about me in a way that is related to me, and he's thinking those malicious thoughts. Therefore, even though they were separated by a great distance, he had a faint feeling. At the same time, at this moment, an invincible god race expert who was in seclusion opened his eyes slightly. He looked into the endless void. Which fellow wants to die and is thinking about something harmful to me? It was a very faint feeling, but it was there. F*CK. Can't you let me cultivate in peace? At this moment, Suyu was furious. Not far away from him, two guys were putting on a show. The lion head who came first had been lying in ambush at the edge of the valley for an hour. The guy who came later had probably been lying in ambush for half an hour as well, perhaps because he thought it was a good place to lie in ambush. The lion head that came first was moving slowly. It had been moving for more than 10 minutes, just to get closer to the big rabbit. Are the two of you done? With them here, so you wouldn't be able to cultivate properly. These two guys had just joined Ling Yun. What was there to ambush? One look and he could tell that they were from a weak clan. Ling Yun was not weak, but where were they? This was Broken Sky Valley. A group of geniuses had come all the way here. What were the two of them doing here? Who were they ambushing? Suyu was getting impatient. Without a sound, the broken sword floated up and floated to the side of the lion head. The lion head moved cautiously, inch by inch, towards the rabbit head. The two sides were about 10 meters apart. It seemed that the lion head was planning to ambush them. If they got any closer, they would not be able to hide. They were really patient, so you admired these guys from small clans. In order to become stronger, they had enough patience and courage, but they lacked the strength. What a pity. Their ability to hide was not weak, but in Suyu's eyes, it was not enough. Moreover, he was the first one here. He had discovered them the moment they arrived. The lion head was still hiding. It was about to attack. Just as it was about to attack, Suyu was about to chop it off, but he was stunned. In front of him, the rabbit's head that didn't know what was going on suddenly kicked backwards. This kick was full of strength. Obviously, it was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. It had already discovered the lion head and was waiting for it to take the bait. Damn. Suyu was stunned. Not bad. Each of these fellows schemed against the other. The lion head wanted to scheme against the rabbit head, but the rabbit head had already discovered the other party, yet it remained calm and collected. The moment the lion head exploded, it gave it a fatal kick. This kick was incomparably powerful, and it seemed like it was an all-out attack. As soon as the lion's head exploded, with a bang, the lion's head exploded with a kick. Courting death. In front of him, the rabbit's head quickly turned around and slashed down with its blade. With a poochie sound, the headless corpse was cut into two halves. Delighted, the rabbit's face revealed a smile, revealing its two big teeth. He had been waiting for this guy to make a move. I've been waiting for quite a while. This guy is really slow. After killing the lion head with a single slash, the rabbit head was overjoyed. Just as he was about to whip the corpse, his face abruptly changed. In the void, a broken sword floated. The rabbit head was shocked. Just as Xianxia was about to speak, the broken sword pierced through the rabbit head. With a pung, Xianxia's sea of consciousness exploded. The broken sword flew back and pierced through the rabbit head's body several times, slicing it into many pieces. Suyu turned back into his human form and sighed, "You're quite vigilant, but unfortunately, you're not strong enough." It had many schemes, but it was a bit weak. That's right, so what if it had many schemes? This rabbit head was very shrewd. It had long discovered that the lion head wanted to kill it. Maybe it had deliberately hidden here from the start, waiting for the lion head to take the bait. Maybe it had already discovered the other party. But in the end, as he was thinking, a small cloud appeared. After killing enough, the law of heaven and earth would give rewards. A cloud floated down. This time, it wasn't heavenly elemental energy, nor was it divine script of heaven and earth. Instead, it was something else. So you caught it and examined it, and was surprised to see that it was a pill. It was stored in a jade bottle, so you had a look of surprise. A pill? Where did this pill come from? What kind of existence was the battlefield of heavens? Was this the training ground set up by the ancient experts? Therefore, if one killed a lot, they would give rewards. Were these rewards stored somewhere by someone in the past? Where was the source of the law of heaven and earth? If he found the source, would he be able to collect all the treasures in one fell swoop? Countless ideas popped up in Suyu's mind. With the pill in hand, a consciousness surged into his mind. Soul-refining pill, strengthen the sea of will, high-grade mystic class. High-grade mystic class pill. Suyu had almost never taken pills before because his cultivation speed was very fast. He didn't need pills to complement it, and the effect was the same. But at this moment, this soul-refining pill surprised him. Strengthen the sea of will, mystic class pill. Mystic class, if he took it himself, it should be effective, right? He had killed quite a few people in order to accumulate this reward. Killing azure armored warriors and red armored warriors gave him individual rewards, but killing other people didn't give him any. This meant that it wasn't enough, and he needed to accumulate to a certain point before he would be rewarded. Red armor should be the best, heaven and earth Shenwen. Azure armor's heaven essence chi might be better than this pill in the eyes of others, but Suyu felt that this pill was much better than heaven essence chi. Can I eat it? Holding the pill, Suyu was a little hesitant. It wouldn't expire, would it? He hadn't heard of the heaven and earth rewards being poisonous, but this was the ancient rule. Who knew if it had expired? At this moment, he could vaguely sense that someone was coming. He quickly cleaned up the battlefield, put away the two corpses, took the pill, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After he left, a figure as fast as lightning appeared in an instant. Lightning, yes, it was a humanoid creature, but there was a lightning symbol on his forehead. Lightning flashed, and his strength was incomparably strong. He was one of the more powerful god races, the Thunder God race. Below the primordial god race, the Thunder God race was considered one of the most powerful races in terms of offense. In the entire immortal world, they were also an overlord. This Thunder God race's strength was close to Xianxia, Ling Yun's ninth realm. He was extremely fast, his offensive power was also extremely strong, bolts of lightning flashed and rumbled. In the nearby area, the rocks underground were all turned to dust. In the air, the saber chi slashed towards him. This Thunder God race's lightning exploded, and with a loud rumble, the saber chi was destroyed. Ignoring the converging saber chi, he quickly checked the ground. Some of the blood on the ground had already been destroyed by him, but there was still an aura left. Berserk Lion race, Moon Rabbit race, murmuring, the expert of the Thunder God race silently sensed and replayed the scene of the battle. Killed in an instant. Who killed them? With the reward of heaven and earth, it meant that the other party's strength was not as strong as these two, at least not in the same realm. He quickly took out a ranking and checked. At this moment, the rankings of the few experts in his memory did not change much, but there were some who had risen. Soon, he looked at a list. Chui Lang, 17th on the mystic roll, he had risen by 1. Chui Lang? This guy should have killed again. From the moment he entered until now, he had not seen Chui Lang. He met in Mindian once, and Huang Ting seemed to have encountered Tian Duo and the others. As for this Chui Lang, he had been silent ever since he entered. Could it be Chui Lang? With some uncertainty, he quickly chased in a direction. Others wanted to kill Huang Ting and were fighting over him, but he was not very interested in Huang Ting. That guy was very dangerous, and many people were fighting over him. He had long set his eyes on Chui Lang. This guy was an earth weapon master. And he also had a powerful divine skill. Divine skills could be used by the Thunder God race. If he was an earth weapon master, he should have a lot of Wenbing on him, right? A lot of materials, right? Killing Chui Lang might not be less than Huang Ting. It was easier to kill, less threatening, and less competitive. After all, most people's target was Huang Ting. The expert of the Thunder God race quickly left. Not long after Suyu escaped, he sensed something. The word tribulation kept jumping in Shenwen. Suyu frowned. This continuous jumping, did it mean that someone was following him? I've been so low-key, but someone still has their eyes on me. Since the word tribulation was jumping in Shenwen, it meant that there was some danger. Trouble. I've been so well behaved, still want to kill me, aren't Huang Ting and the others inside? Go kill Huang Ting, Suyu thought irresponsibly. He needed to cultivate now and did not have the time to care about others. There was no point in killing the weak, and if he couldn't kill the strong, it would be a waste of time. He quickly hid, turned into a piece of gravel, and landed in a corner of the valley. Not long after he hid, a flash of lightning swept over. Suyu was shocked. The lightning swept over the ground. The ground did not shatter, but the powerful obstacles were lifted. This was a detection technique. The detection technique of the Thunder God race. Suyu recognized it at a glance and was shocked. He had only heard of it, but not seen it. He had not absorbed the essence and blood of the Thunder God race, so he did not know this technique. At this moment, he cursed in his heart and quickly escaped through the earth. This kind of detection technique was very disgusting. It swept in all directions, and the space was swept. Whether it was invisibility or stealth, it would be interfered with. Once it was interfered with, it would be easy for the other party to detect it. Was this the expert of the Thunder God race chasing after him? He quickly recalled the information he had seen. Thunder God race. Which of the Thunder God race was active in the Sea of Desire plane recently? On the Hunting Heaven list, there are 3 guys from the Thunder God race on it. There were a lot of people on the list, 3, 1 each on the Earth, Mystic, and Huang lists, but the one on the Huang lists was only Soar. The power just now was definitely not Soar, but Mountain Sea Realm. The one on the Earth list is Mountain Sea Realm, and the one on the Xian list is Lingyun level 9. Which guy is it? Suyu was not too sure. Unless he was within a kilometer and used the sensory jade, it was difficult to distinguish. No matter which one it was, he was most likely not a match. The Thunder God race's Ling Yun level 9 was still very strong, especially the Thunder God race who was good at fighting. If it was on the Xian list, it meant that he had at least killed someone of a higher level. The other party might have killed someone of the first or second level of the Mountain Sea realm, but not by much, which was why he was on the Xian list. Depressing. Suyu cursed in his heart. This kind of person was very difficult to deal with. If one's physical body was strong enough, it might exceed the strength of 50,000 apertures. For the top-notch Ling Yun, if he really reached the 9th level, it would be normal for him to have the strength of 100,000 apertures. This was not something that an ordinary Ling Yun could achieve. Even the Mountain Sea realm would be difficult. When encountering such a guy, it was best to stay away. So you actually dared to fight the weak Mountain Sea realm. Ling Yun of a strong race was too strong, he had to think about the consequences. As he ran, the lightning flashed again and swept over. Suyu quickly fled, and at this moment, in the distance, someone shouted, "Thunder Absolute. Don't investigate randomly, what do you want?" In the distance, a powerful figure appeared, wrapped in lightning, and said coldly, "Don't be noisy, I can't be bothered with you. I'm here to track Cui Lang. If you continue to be noisy, you might lose your life." You, on the other side, a powerhouse with an eagle's beak was a little annoyed. With a snort, a pair of wings appeared on his back, and he spread them and flew away instantly. He was still a little worried. This powerhouse of the eagle race knew in his heart that he might not be a match for Thunder Absolute, even if he had already entered the first level of the Mountain Sea realm. He only roared because he felt uncomfortable. Thunder Absolute sneered. He was also worried that if he fought with the other party, he would be targeted by others, so he gave up on attacking him. Otherwise, killing a Mountain Sea realm would probably be a big harvest. Thunder Absolute? Suyu had a rough idea. Sure enough, the guy on the Xian roll was ranked 7th on the Xian roll. Lei Ju was at the 9th level of the Lingyun realm. He had once killed an expert at the first level of the Mountain Sea realm, so he was on the Xian roll. Thunder God race, Suyu cursed in his heart again. His Thunder Shenwen had not advanced to the 4th level, otherwise he wouldn't be so afraid of this guy. If the Thunder Shenwen could advance, the threat of the Thunder God race would be greatly reduced. The other party's strength lay in the powerful destructive power of lightning. Once his Shenwen could weaken this guy by 30 to 40%, he wouldn't be able to kill this guy. Suyu cursed in his heart, thinking about how to advance the Shenwen. This guy actually tracked him, it was very troublesome. If he didn't kill the other party, how could he cultivate? Shenwen advanced, troublesome. It was very difficult to advance from the 3rd level to the 4th level, unless he still had a Sun and Moon Shenwen for him to use, or the Heaven and Earth Shenwen rewarded him 3 or 4 times, there was hope for the Thunder Shenwen to advance. Otherwise, he would have to break his own Shenwen and let him absorb it. For example, he could break the Blood Shenwen and let the Thunder Shenwen absorb it. That would work too. If they were of the same origin, it would be better to absorb them. Suyu gritted his teeth. Bastard. With such a search, it would be difficult for him to hide. The Thunder God race's detection technique was too powerful. On the battlefield of the heavens, one had too many means. If it was in the human realm, there were not many who knew such detection techniques. But now, almost everyone in the Thunder God race knew it. Kill. Keep killing and get the reward of the world. It would be best if there were a few Heaven and Earth Shenwen to break Shenwen's cultivation. In this way, there was hope for him to let the Shenwen advance, and then he would turn around and kill that bastard. Thunder Absolute. Very good, it's you. Suyu focused his mind. It was him, the goal this time. Fight toward the goal, kill them all. A big hammer appeared in Suyu's hand. No matter who it was, as long as they were not as good as him, he would hammer them to death. Except for the human race, he could kill anyone else, including the human race's allies. At this point, there was no need to talk about allies, including the celestial race. Under his feet, his boots shone. Time ran, and Suyu walked in the air at an extremely fast speed. The Commanding Shenwen was activated, and the movement was very quiet. Suyu also rushed all the way. There was a creature in front of him, and it was not weak. When it heard the faint movement, it did not look back, but quickly retreated to the side of the canyon, and then turned to look at Suyu. When it saw the hammer in Suyu's hand clearly, it instantly came to a realization. Cui Lang, this guy had actually appeared. Just as he was about to say something, Suyu's eyes burst with killing intent. The kill Shenwen made his killing intent overflow, and the battle Shenwen filled him with fighting spirit. He kicked through the air. The slow Shenwen was combined with the time technique and the blood illusion. With one kick, the yak-like creature's vision blurred, and it quickly roared. Cui Lang, there is no grudge between us. Childish. Suyu shouted. Grudge, how many people here had a grudge against each other? There was no grudge between them, but since they were here, they were all enemies. See. With a long roar, the yak's acupoints erupted. Essence chi stacked, layer after layer, and a rumbling sound spread out. The strength of the 3 steps to the cloud, at this moment, was no weaker than the green armor that Suyu had seen. That green armor was Lingyan 7. At this moment, the yak was going all out. Unlucky, this guy had too many tricks up his sleeves. Until now, it was still in darkness, and its sense of danger was very weak. No, sometimes it was very weak, and sometimes it was so strong that it made it tremble in fear. That was the effect of the Calamity Shenwen. It was suddenly strong and suddenly weak, and it caused its mentality to change. Sometimes, it felt that the danger behind it was extremely strong, but there was no danger in front of it. In the end, when Suyu's hammer came down, it didn't hit the back, but the front, and it nearly caused the Sea of Will to collapse. The yak was also in a difficult situation. How could he be so strong? Moreover, all of its judgment and sense of danger were messed up. This caused it to be blind. Even if Suyu was beside it, its senses were greatly weakened. The speed of the battle was extremely fast. Suyu held a huge hammer in his hand, and with a swing of the hammer, it made the other party dizzy. With 2 swings of the hammer, the Sea of Will shook. It shook endlessly. Moreover, Suyu used both his hands and feet, and his feet didn't stop. Time revolved, and when he kicked out, it felt like time and space were in disorder. If Silkworm Destruction King came, with a kick, this yak might be able to reverse time and return to its childhood. Silkworm Destruction King was able to beat the invincible tortoise of the top 100 races, and his strength wasn't just for show. After fighting for about 30 seconds, Suyu's cultivation technique suddenly changed. Heaven-splitting blade. In the next moment, the surrounding blade chi gathered. Suyu's hammer turned into a blade, and he slashed out. The power of this strike was more than 30% stronger than his usual strike. Suyu's physical combat strength was also incomparably strong when he went all out. With the young aperture half opened and the divine character strength added, there was a loud boom, a blade light shone in all directions. A huge head fell to the ground. Suyu panted heavily, and quickly closed his young aperture. At this moment, a small cloud appeared, and quickly merged into Suyu's body. Trash. Suyu cursed, Heaven Essence Chi again. This Heaven's Essence energy was rapidly strengthening his fleshly body, but he did not lack Heaven's Essence energy. Of course, the Heaven's Essence energy could be absorbed faster, but he did not lack it. He wanted the willpower reward or the divine text reward. He quickly collected the corpse, and then a big fire burned away all traces. It was not good to expose Heaven's splitting blade. Suyu used the God Race's cultivation technique, and in the blink of an eye, the blade chi crisscrossed and attacked. It was as if Suyu had just touched the blade chi, causing it to counterattack. Suyu hurriedly fled, and at this moment, on the Huang list, another name dimmed. Wild Bull Race, Basler, 3 steps to the cloud. The name of the Huang list genius dimmed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. And at this moment, Suyu's ranking on the Xian list rose again, Xian list 16th, Cui Lang. At this moment, some guys with sub-rankings took out their rankings with a strange look on their faces. It was Cui Lang from the Ming residence again. In just one day, he had killed many Huang list and Xian list geniuses. One must know that one was ranked 630 on the heaven hunting list. How many had been killed? Green armor, red armor, Basler. This time, not only was there movement in the Sea of Desire plane, but some of the experts and geniuses who were originally stationed in the base camp also moved towards the Sea of Desire plane. Was another monster appearing on the human side? Was he going to kill all the way to the Earth list? Of course, people disappeared, and people entered the list. These few days, the list changed frequently. Long Wuyo of the Golden Dragon race began to enter the list, and Tian Duo of the Origin Demon race began to enter the list. These geniuses who had not entered the list in the past also had battle results and entered the list. In the Sea of Desire Plain, an ancient city. Heavenly annihilation, the heavens wanted to annihilate, but the city would not. At this moment, in this ancient city, in a huge hall, a group of people gathered. In the middle of the hall, an old man looked at the changing list with his back to the crowd and smiled faintly. Human Shui Lang, Ling Yun of the first level, killed many geniuses on the list. This is very rare. Of course, in the past, there were some geniuses who killed their way to the heavens, and there were such changes, but this Shui Lang did not have unparalleled combat strength in the human race. He judged and quickly said, "Heaven hunting 4 divisions, quickly investigate. Send people into the human realm to investigate Shui Lang's past. Investigate everything about Shui Lang. In addition, this Shui Lang is first-rate in forging weapons and unparalleled combat strength. Although he is now a genius on the Xian list, something is not right," the old man murmured. "Xian list geniuses can kill people above their level, but not like him, and the people he killed were all experts on the list. Go, investigate carefully, see if it is really Shui Lang, or if someone is impersonating him." Yes. In the hall, someone quickly received the order. Soon, someone said, "Lord, do we need to let the heaven hunting 4 divisions investigate Shui Lang again? Or to test him?" "No need, he is now in Broken Heaven Valley, and it is very chaotic there. Heaven hunting pavilion will not send people to die." Yes. Soon, someone left to arrange for the human realm to investigate Shui Lang's past. The old man was silent for a while, then said, "Is the evil purging army still chasing the experts of the 4 divisions?" Yes. Let the guys of the 4 divisions retreat. Recently, the evil purging army has been doing a lot of cleaning, and the human realm may be preparing for war. Retreat as soon as possible. Yes. The old man arranged for a while and turned back, but his face was expressionless and blank. He seemed to be looking at something. Soon, the gray-haired old man said again, "Shui Lang. Shui Lang, the Ming Mansion of the human race has been quite active recently. Does anyone know Suyu of the Ming Mansion?" "I know." Below, a masked man with only his eyes revealed replied. The old man said indifferently, "Go and check Suyu's movements. A few months ago, he fought with Shan Xiong, and after that, there was no news." Soon, Shui Lang appeared. The old man was a little hesitant and uncertain, but quickly said, "Check, use some spies of the human realm. The heaven hunting list must be true and reliable. If there is a mistake, the reputation of the heaven hunting pavilion will be damaged, and its credibility will be reduced. Then, the name of the heaven hunting pavilion will not live up to its name." Yes. Someone left again. The old man no longer spoke, and the others below also quickly and quietly retreated. After they left, the main hall suddenly disappeared from where it was. It disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. In the original place, a house emerged, and there were still people living in the yard. As usual, they did not feel anything, and did not feel that a hall had just appeared and covered them. At the same time, in the Sky Destroyer city, in a huge and majestic hall, a stone statue suddenly opened its eyes and looked in the direction where the hall had just disappeared, and its lips moved slightly. "Heaven hunting pavilion, get out of the Sky Destroyer city. I'm leaving now. Don't be angry, Lord of the Sky Destroyer city. I'm just passing by." A voice came from the void. The stone statue closed its eyes and returned to its original state. It sat cross-legged as if it had been like this since ancient times, and the heaven hunting pavilion also seemed to have existed in this world since ancient times. Everything returned to normal. No one knew that the stone statue in this hall that had existed for countless years was actually alive. Of course, this stone statue had existed for too long, and had long become one with the hall. The people who occupied it later didn't care about it. They tried to destroy it several times, but they all failed, so they gave up. The Lord of the Sky Destroyer city, the reply of someone from the heaven hunting pavilion was probably surprising and strange. The Lord of the Sky Destroyer city wasn't this stone statue, but a 9th-tier Sun Moon realm expert from a small clan. He occupied this place and was invincible, but that person became the overlord of this place. At this time, so you couldn't care so much. Kill, flee, Lei Ju chased all the way, and at this moment, his voice reverberated in the broken sky valley. Cui Lang, come out. You can't escape. Ahead is the territory of Mindian and the others. Do you want to die? Lei Ju's voice echoed. He was also very angry. He had chased after Cui Lang, but in the end, he lost him several times. It was only when this guy killed someone that he noticed and quickly rushed over. But Cui Lang really wasn't weak. The few times he encountered opponents, he finished them off quickly. Soon, he killed all his opponents and fled. If this went on, he would really encounter Mindian and the others. At that time, his efforts to chase until now would be useless. He was no match for Mindian. They were both gods, but they weren't from the same clan. The ice god clan that guy belonged to was also very strong. And Mindian was only at the mountain sea realm, and he admitted that he couldn't compete with him. Ahead. Suyu continued to hide, and he didn't get angry. He silently absorbed the reward just now, and his heart was filled with joy. He finally got a willpower reward. How infuriating. Along the way, he killed 7 or 8 people, and he only got one reward after accumulating it. Fortunately, it was a willpower reward. The furball wanted to eat it, but Suyu directly smashed it away with a big hammer. The willpower was all given to the Thunder Shenwen. However, when the absorption was over, the Shenwen still didn't advance. Suyu was very depressed. Rank 4 Shenwen was really difficult. Up until now, he only had a few rank 4 Shenwen. The Yin, Blood, Fire, and Transformation were all rank 4, and the others weren't there yet. He only had a few rank 4 Shenwen. His Shenwen was too slow to advance. The Sun and Moon Shenwen had already absorbed a lot. Not yet rank 4, so the lightning isn't weakened much. When fighting with that guy, it's very easy to be numbed by his lightning. Stiffen. His willpower wasn't strong enough. That guy was Lingyan stage 9. One didn't need to have strong willpower to break 10. With one strike, one's willpower would be shattered. So you didn't want to be electrocuted to death. Rank 4 Shenwen, it's best to find a few civilization masters to kill. Killing the civilization master, shattering their Shenwen, and absorbing the lingering charm of the Shenwen was fine too. But until now, Suyu hadn't killed a civilization master. He didn't know if the Wan civilization masters didn't go out or if he hadn't met one. Of course, the 5 elements race were all civilization masters, this was for sure. If he met that floating earth spirit and killed it, he might be able to get some Shenwen out. Absolute lightning, Suyu looked back and cursed inwardly. Just you wait for my Shenwen to advance. Without the heaven and earth reward, you find a civilization master to kill. Seriously, aren't the Wan civilization masters too cowardly? Why can't I meet many of them? Look at how bold the human race's civilization masters are. I'm running around, so is Wu Qi. Why are you all holed up in your lair? As he continued to kill, he was ranked 13th on the Xian ranking. So you didn't know about this, and he wasn't interested. Even if he met the heaven hunting ranking, he wouldn't bring it with him. It was very dangerous for others to locate him. The speed at which Suyu ascended the list also shocked countless people. It had only been 3 days since he came to the Sea of Desire Plain. In 3 days, he went from the last on the Huang ranking to the 13th on the Xian ranking. He was much faster than some of the geniuses who had been here for many years. Suyu didn't think too much. If he kept going forward, he might really meet an Mindian. That guy was stronger than Lei Ju, he had to be careful, but An Minjan's detection ability wasn't as good as Lei Ju's, so he might be able to avoid him. From what Suyu saw, the biggest threat to him in the entire Broken Sky Valley wasn't An Mindian or Tian Duo, but Lei Ju. Everyone had their own specialties, and An Minjan's detection ability was too strong. It was a huge threat to Suyu. As for whether he would directly enter the Earth ranking after killing Lei Ju, Suyu didn't think about it. What he was thinking was that after killing Lei Ju, he might be able to use the Essence Blood and learn the detection technique. This was quite useful. Together with the Sensory Jade, no one would be able to hide within 1,000 meters of him. Rumble, at this moment, a loud sound came from behind. A streak of saber energy pierced through the great valley. Suyu looked in the air and saw a flash of saber light. A giant god-fiend phantom shattered. Huangting, Suyu's eyes moved, and he quickly turned invisible. He hit on the spot and didn't move. In less than a minute, a figure flew through the air. And Mindian, at this moment, the white-haired Mindian was rushing over. He didn't have time to check who it was. Huangting was there. Killing Huangting, number 1 on the Earth ranking, was his goal. As for others, they weren't as valuable as Huangting. After he left, Suyu appeared. He was secretly happy. Huangting did a good job. Everyone was attracted away by him. There was no one ahead. Wait. And Mindian brought people here, right? Suyu's heart jumped. Damn, he ran away. Then what about the people he brought? Can I go and kill a bunch of people now? Thinking of this, he didn't dare to delay and ran forward. He couldn't care less about how Huangting ran. He had to become stronger first. And Mindian ran really fast. The people you brought can't run as fast as you, right? As for Lei Ju. So you didn't know if he went to Huangting's side or continued to chase after him. He probably wanted to vomit blood. Because Mindian ran away, the experts in front of Suyu were gone. And Mindian had brought many people with him. There were prodigies from the god race, as well as experts from the smaller races. Those who could be brought here by him were not weak. At this moment, these people were also chasing after Mindian. However, their speed was not as fast as Mindian, and they were left behind. On the other side, Huangting's saber chi was extremely powerful. He killed an expert with a single strike. At this time, they were all in a hurry to deal the finishing blow. Huangting was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. Tian Duo and the others had caught up to them. Huangting and Wu Qi, who were heavily injured, had nowhere to run. At this time, a few experts chased after him while chatting. Looks like we have nothing to do with it anymore. That's right. Huangting is dead for sure. It's too bad we won't be able to get anything out of this. Even Lorden might not be able to get anything out of this. Tian Duo from the original Devil tribe is definitely going to make a killing this time. He's in first place on the Earth roll, so if he's killed, he'll definitely be rewarded handsomely by the heaven and earth. It won't be hard for him to help him surpass the 8th or 9th stage of the Lingyan realm, and step into the mountain and sea realm. This will save a lot of time. Tian Duo is not that old. If the original Devil clan's mountain and sea really does enter the mountain and sea realm, Lorden might not necessarily be able to defeat Tian Duo. They sighed with emotion. This was the era of the strong. Powerful races like the gods and demons had a great advantage in terms of innate talent, cultivation techniques, and strength. No matter how hard the smaller races worked, it would be very difficult for them to catch up. It had to be said that some creatures were born a cut above others. At this time, among this group of experts, Ling Yunjing, who was also from the god race, had 6 pure white wings on his back. As he listened to their discussion, a trace of arrogance appeared on his face. Arrogance and haughtiness were characteristics that many god fiends had. The fiend gods were a class above one. Hearing them discuss in Mindian, the 6-winged god said coolly, the original Devil tribe is strong, but even if Tian Duo reached the mountain and sea level, he wouldn't be able to match up to some of the geniuses of the god tribe. Of course, Tian Duo still couldn't compare to Modo Na. No one said anything this time. They just nodded in agreement. Modo Na of the Origin Demon race, the number 1 expert on the heaven ranking. Ling Yin 7 had slain an existence in the 7th layer of the mountain and sea realm. Even the 2nd-ranked primordial divinity, Zhan Wushuang, was inferior to him. Zhan Wushuang, an expert at the 8th tier of the mountain and sea realm who had slain the 1st tier of the sun and moon realm, was ranked lower than him. Speaking of this, someone asked curiously, why didn't Madonna come this time? The 6-winged god said indifferently, he definitely won't come. He doesn't care about Huangting. Unless Jin Fang and Huangting come together, then he'll be a little interested. Otherwise, with Modo's arrogance, why would he come to kill someone weaker than him? As soon as these words came out, the others felt a wave of envy. These were the top geniuses of the one. His expectations were too high, a person like Huangting was nothing in his eyes. As for Long Zhan and the others from the Dragon clan, he naturally wouldn't place them in his eyes. The only people who could enter his eyes were probably those fellows who were also on the heavenly list. They chatted, not in a hurry to catch up. It didn't matter if he left early or late, so there was no need to rush. At this moment, Suyu arrived. His speed was extremely fast, the wind Xianwen accelerated. His feet were half-Earth-grade combat boots, and he flashed through the air from a long distance away. The six-winged god only felt his vision blur, and he quickly shouted, "Kill!" These powerhouses were all people who had been killing for a long time. None of them were slow to react, but they were also a little shocked. In their group, there were a total of 8 powerhouses. The other 7 were not on the list, but the six-winged god was on the list. Huang list. 3 steps to the cloud, but he had killed Ling Yan's 6th tier, and he was not old either. Under such circumstances, there was still someone who dared to attack them, a group of 8 powerhouses. It would be fine if the other party had more people, but there was only one person. As soon as the word kill came out, one of them directly turned into a huge Kuan Peng, opened his mouth wide, and sucked in a breath towards Suyu. Some of the other creatures instantly turned invisible, some turned into weapons and charged towards Suyu, and some released monstrous flames. The six-winged god flapped his wings, broke through the void, and separated from the others in the blink of an eye. He broke through Suyu's illusion and saw Suyu's appearance at a glance. He shouted, "How dare you, Cui Lang!" He was courting death. This human was crazy. He actually dared to attack them. Six-winged god? The moment he saw the six-winged god, Suyu was furious. He hated the six-winged god. The six-winged god sect of the human realm had always been targeting the Xianwen faction. They killed Wu Jia's parents, almost killed Feng Qi, and forced Qin Yong to flee to Xia province. They deserved to die. Damn it, his killing intent instantly boiled to the peak. At this moment, Suyu roared, and the sledgehammer in his hand directly turned into a long saber. Saber. This was the true appearance of Suyu's divine skill. The 99 Xianwen combat skills formed by Xianwen were not fully formed, but to be honest, even a half-formed saber was stronger than other Xianwen combat skills. Break! With a roar, the Xianwen saber instantly broke through the defense. The long saber was mixed with strong willpower, and the saber was covered with black flames. That was the soul-devouring art. This saber was still using the sky-splitting saber. Saber energy swept over from all directions. 3 steps to the cloud. Did he really think that the god race was stronger than him? Suyu roared and slashed down. With a rumble, the six-winged god's eyes changed, and he instantly flapped his wings to avoid the saber. So strong, he was a little shocked and quickly judged. In the blink of an eye, his eyes changed drastically. This was not an expert from the Xianwen faction, this was the Xianwen combat skill. "Who are you?" he roared. Something was wrong. How could this guy know the Xianwen combat skill? As a genius that had fought against humanity, he knew some things. Multiple divine runic battle skills, and such a powerful multiple divine runic battle skill at that, weren't many people that knew them. This Cui Lang shouldn't have done so. "I'm your father." Suyu roared and slashed down with his saber, causing the void to explode. The six-winged god kept retreating, and his speed was extremely fast. He was shocked and a little confused. Who was he? The Xianwen faction would definitely die. This was the oracle of the god race. As he was thinking, Suyu suddenly changed his cultivation technique. The primordial divine art erupted. With this change, the six-winged god's figure suddenly stagnated. It was the suppression of the cultivation technique and aura of the god race. The six-winged god's expression completely changed. No. Primordial god? Impossible. You are not Cui. Boom. At this moment, Suyu slashed down again. This time, he used all his strength. His willpower and yuan qi poured into the saber at the same time. A saber beam flickered and illuminated the void. It wasn't as powerful as Huang Ting's, but it wasn't weak either. With a bang, the saber slashed down, and the six-winged god was instantly torn into pieces. His 6 wings were not shattered, and he still wanted to fly away. Suyu's flames merged with the Xianwen. With a buzz, a fire appeared in the void. Ah! An incomparably tragic cry sounded. In the next moment, the 6 wings were reduced to ashes and completely disappeared. In the place where he was, there were some flesh fragments and blood. Suyu casually grabbed and scooped up some blood. At this moment, the few powerful beings who were suppressed by the illusion broke free from it one after another. Once the illusion was broken, these living beings were shocked. Dead, in an instant, it was really an instant. From start to finish, Suyu and the six-winged god exchanged blows at an astonishing speed. The two did not even exchange 3 sentences before the other party died. Run! With a loud shout, even the Kuan-Pung in its true form instantly fled. It was too terrifying. Run, and at this moment, a small cloud formed in front of Suyu. With a glance, Suyu directly smashed the cloud with a palm. What was the use of trashy having Yuan Qi? It was just a waste of time. Run? Suyu shouted, daring to join forces with gods and demons to kill humans. You have guts. Do you think the human race is something you can provoke? If gods and demons were powerful, what could these small races count for? Even if there were some in the top 100 races, such as the Kuan-Pung, the human race was not weak. There were dozens of invincible beings, yet these races dared to provoke the human race. They were really tired of living. At this moment, the small furball instantly attacked. The last guy who was escaping had a dull look in his eyes. In the next moment, a saber slashed down. With a puff, the corpse was split into 2 halves and fell. Before it fell, it was taken away by Suyu. At this moment, the remaining 6 were fleeing at all costs. Even if there was an expert from a small race who was at the 9th stage of the Lingyun realm, he was still fleeing at full speed. Strong, they could not be provoked. At the same time, behind Suyu, lightning flashed. Leiju was rushing over, not to save people, but to kill Cui Lang. He did not want to give him another chance to escape. Further away, and Mindian looked back and saw the saber light. It was the saber light that Suyu used to kill the six-winged god. He frowned slightly and cursed. In the next moment, he flew towards Huangteng without looking back. It was too late to go back. Moreover, it was just a matter of interest, not a family. Why would he go back? Huangteng was right in front of him. Suyu ignored Leiju. Little Furball's sudden attack left another huge demonic beast behind. Suyu casually sliced it in half with a single slash, leaving the remaining few. At this time, the Kuan-Pung let out a low roar and shouted, "If you keep running, all of you will die." Kill him. As soon as the words were said, the others were also decisive. They immediately stopped and charged towards Suyu. A figure appeared below Suyu and stabbed towards Suyu. The Kuan-Pung transformed into wings and slashed over. The others also attacked. One of them, Shenwen, exploded, but as soon as Shenwen came out, it was gone. The big white sable was stunned. Where was Shenwen? Why was Shenwen gone? It was stunned. At this moment, it was really stunned. Even though it knew that it was courting death, it could not help but stare blankly. Without attacking Shenwen, what should it do? It did not need to think anymore. Just at this moment, a gigantic hammer descended. With a loud boom, Lin Fan's physical body was unscathed, but his will see was smashed into smithereens. 4 of them, in the blink of an eye, Suyu killed 4 and there were only 4 left. As for Suyu, the fellow below his feet stabbed towards him. Suyu stomped his feet and time erupted. It broke mountains and seas, suppressed the sun and moon, and was invincible. At this moment, time was definitely strong against these experts from the small races. With a stomp, time rotated and the slow Shenwen erupted. The sword was clearly below his feet, but it could not reach Suyu. The assassin seemed to be isolated by something and kept flying upwards. However, he kept a distance from Suyu and was unable to get close. Sky Splitter. With a roar, the sword stabbed down and the other party's head was directly pierced by Suyu. Liquid spurted out and splattered on Suyu's body. However, Suyu did not care. The ruthlessness on his face was shocking. Killing intent shook the sky. At this moment, the kill Shenwen instantly advanced to the 4th rank, 5. At this moment, the Kuan-Pung and the remaining 2 experts no longer had the guts to fight. How was this a weaponsmith? He was a murderous demon. They all could not figure out just where this Cui Lang got such a great murderous nature from. It was too intense. It was as if he had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Just based on his killing intent alone, they dared to say that no one present today could compare to this guy. This guy's killing intent was too heavy. It felt like he had killed thousands or tens of thousands of people. Killing intent, resentment, anger, and even a bit of death chi. At this moment, Suyu showed no mercy. He went all out and killed in all directions. In the blink of an eye, he killed 5 experts. The reward from the heavens and earth was directly defeated by him. He did not need the heavenly origin energy. At this time, as he slaughtered again, another reward descended. A beam of golden light appeared. Suyu glanced at it, allowing the golden light to illuminate his body. In that instant, all the pores on his body opened up. Golden light tempering body, rumble. Blood flowed like huge waves. The sound of the waves slapping against the void was caused by the strength of his blood and chi. Body forging, 14 forging. It was right in front of him. This golden light seemed to be specially used to forge the body. It was not heavenly origin energy. Suyu did not know what it was, but he did not care. He turned into an astral wind and his speed was unimaginable. In an instant, the astral wind pierced through a fleeing great demon. Its body exploded, and the little fur ball directly entered the other party's sea of will. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The other party's sea of will collapsed instantly. It was also an ancient race, a powerful ancient race. But it was not on the list, because the hunting sky pavilion did not extract its aura. This sky had been hiding in Suyu's sea of will. There was almost no way to extract its aura. Otherwise, this guy would have been on the list now. After killing this guy, another cloud appeared. That belonged to the little furball. It was not on the list, but it did not stop it from receiving a reward. The reward this time was actually a ball of willpower. Without a word, Suyu swallowed it and transmitted his voice, "Lend it to me. I will return it to you in the future." "No," the little furball's voice came, wanting to cry. "Mine, that is my reward for killing it." It knew that it was mine. This reward of heaven and earth couldn't be transferred, but it was very special. It seemed to have merged with Suyu, becoming his divine text. At this moment, the reward actually didn't reject Suyu, and was absorbed by him just like that. The little fur ball was about to explode in anger. "That is mine." Suyu did not care so much. He urgently needed it now. He directly injected all of his willpower into the Thunder Shenwen. It was still a little short. It still did not advance. And out of the 8 experts, he had killed 6. At this time only the Kuan Peng and a 9th-tier expert of Ling Yun were left. At this moment, that guy had also transformed into his original form and was fleeing. A huge eagle, his flying speed was extremely fast. The Kuan Peng and the eagle both had wings and fled quickly. No one spoke. At this moment, there was no time to talk. There was only killing. They had met a tough opponent. If they could escape, they would escape. If they could not escape, they would die. It was that simple. Behind them, the lightning was less than 1,000 meters away from Suyu. In the blink of an eye, it would catch up to Suyu. The Kuan Peng and the eagle were ecstatic. They were too close. If this Chuiling killed them, it would definitely slow them down. Once it slowed down, absolute thunder would be able to catch up in an instant. At that time, absolute thunder would not be something that the eagle could compare to. Ling Yan's 9th-tier absolute thunder was much stronger than normal mountains and seas. Suyu gritted his teeth. "Bastard, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" He had exposed far too many things, and he couldn't allow the Kuanping and the eagle to live. Although he didn't know if they had seen what he had done, Suyu had exposed so many divine character battle techniques, so there was no guarantee that they had seen what he had done. However, they hadn't said anything. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. At this moment, Suyu no longer hesitated. He roared once more. "Sky Splitter!" All his acupuncture points exploded with power. Sky Splitter, the strongest blade. From all directions, the dasha of Goguryo's blade energy quickly followed. At the same time, the big hammer smashed towards the Kuan Peng, while the little fur ball instantly attacked the eagle's sea of will. The Kuan Peng and the eagle were both the sea of will. They were slightly shocked. In that instant, the sky splitter descended. Boom, a flash of blade light illuminated hundreds of meters. Around the valley, the blade energy was sucked dry. The mountain rocks shattered and the earth cracked. At this moment, all the living beings in the broken sky valley looked over. Many of them were stunned. Who was Huang Ting? The power of this blade was not any weaker than Huang Ting's previous blade. one on the left, one on the right. Who was Huangting? Those who did not rush to the scene could not tell. And at this moment, the giant Kuan-Peng and the great condor shattered like broken glass. With a creak, they shattered into pieces. Rumble, the reward of heaven and earth descended again. This time, it was a heaven and earth Shenwen. After killing many experts, including a level 9 Ling Yun, the reward of heaven and earth was especially rich this time. The Shenwen instantly entered the Sea of Will of Suyu. The moment it entered, it was smashed by the golden picture book again with a bang. This time, Suyu saw what it was. He almost cursed. Emptiness. The emptiness of space did not belong to the human race, but to the celestial race's Shenwen. F*ck, I want this thing. Even if it belongs to the celestial race, it is still the heaven and earth Shenwen. F*ck, you smashed it for me. Pain, there was no time to think. After killing 2 big demons with one blade, Suyu consumed a lot of energy and could not continue. Behind him, a bolt of lightning struck. Leiju was here. Leiju was also very shocked, but it did not stop him from killing Suyu. He knew that at this moment, the guy in front of him had consumed a lot of energy, and it was a good opportunity to kill him. A guy not weaker than Huangting. At this moment, he did not have time to look at the list. But he knew that this guy might have become the first on the Xian list, or directly entered the Earth list. He killed so many experts, including a level 9 Ling Yun. Crossing 8 small levels to kill a genius was terrifying. The reward for killing this guy would definitely be shocking. He erupted with lightning, and Suyu's back was instantly struck by lightning. The third-rank Thunder Shenwen did not even have time to devour the Heaven and Earth Shenwen lingering charm. It instantly erupted with the power of lightning to resist for a while, but it was defeated in the blink of an eye. Suyu did not delay and spat out a mouthful of blood. The fire burned the blood, and he quickly escaped. While escaping, time revolved under his feet, and the slow Shenwen lingering charm was delayed. His face was also ruthless. Wait, when I devour the Heaven and Earth Shenwen lingering charm, and the Shenwen lingering charm will advance, we will fight again. Trying to escape? Leiju was also ruthless. He could not let him escape. Once this guy escaped, it would be hard to catch up. He did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to take down the other party in his peak state. Just based on the other party's state of killing those guys in an instant, he did not dare to guarantee that he could win for sure. 8 experts, they were killed just like that. Even Leiju was shocked. 1 man and 1 god, one in front and one behind, quickly fought and chased each other in midair. Lightning flickered, and the saber radiance swept across the sky. Kill, the fight was endless. Suyu's defense was constantly broken, and his body was scorched by the lightning. However, it was not that Suyu did not counterattack. The big hammer kept bombarding, and the Zhen Shenwen lingering charm shook. Below, some of the experts who were searching for him dodged at this moment and fled quickly. The battle here was not any weaker than Huangting's. They did not dare to get involved in the fight between 2 experts, not even a sneak attack. On the other side of the canyon, Huangting and the others were also stunned. The one fighting with Leiju was Cui Lang. Are you kidding me? So powerful? Wasn't he only at tier 1 of Ling Yun? Also, what the hell was that heaven-splitting saber? Cui Lang knew heaven-splitting saber? Confused, at this moment, Huangting grabbed Wu Qi and fled quickly. Wu Qi's face was pale and he kept coughing blood. Green smoke rose from his blood, and poisonous smoke filled the air. Huangting could not help but tease, the most ruthless woman of the human race. Did you refine yourself into a poisonous man? Wu Qi ignored him. Ruthless? She did not think so. She ignored him, but Huangting could not help but say, damn, old Wu, what should I do with you? You can't even kiss me. Can you poison me to death? Shut up. Wu Qi roared angrily. A mouthful of blood gushed out and sprayed on his clothes. With a sizzling sound, his clothes were gone in the next moment. A hole was instantly corroded by the blood on Huangting's body. He shouted in pain, I was wrong. I'll shut up. Big sis Wu, don't spray me. Wu Qi was so angry that she wanted to explode. She really wanted to spit at him again and poison this bastard to death. At this moment, behind them, Tian Duo and the other demon experts were also entangled by the blood mist. Tian Duo's qi and blood erupted, and his yuan qi exploded. He looked at them coldly, a little annoyed. He did not expect Wu Qi, a guy on the Huang list, to be so difficult to deal with. Yes, Wu Qi. Everyone knew that Huang Ting was powerful. But what about Wu Qi? They only knew that she was ruthless, but they did not expect her to be ruthless enough to refine her own blood into poisonous blood. It was very poisonous. Wu Qi was surprised that he did not die from his own poison. It was unbelievable that she did not poison herself to death when she refined it back then. This thing, when Ling Yunjing came into contact with it, her flesh would instantly corrode. Even if she was not poisoned to death, Wu Qi must have suffered greatly back then. Huang Ting did not have time to think about this. He could sense in Minchin's aura. He cursed and shouted, "Don't stare at me, stare at the one in front. That is the true successor of Xianxia, the biological son of Prefecture Lord Xia. F***ck, why do you want to kill me?" The surroundings fell silent. It was really silent for an instant. Xia Huyu. At this moment, some living beings shouted in shock. There was some news about Xia Longwu's son. Xia Huyu, Xia Jia's direct descendant, that is Xia Huyu, Huang Ting scolded, Xia Huyu my ***s. That is Xia Lang, the eldest son of Prefecture Lord Xia. No one knows. Stop chasing me, that is the true successor of Xia Jia. I am just a puppet. He did not look like he was lying. At this moment, even Wu Qi was shaken. Xiao Lang, Xiao Longwu's eldest son, Xia Jia and this guy exist? They had no idea at all. Cui Lang was a hidden illegitimate son? At this moment, and Minchin's expression changed. Is this for real? Xiao Lang, Xia Jia's direct descendant, the son of the Bloody Slaughter King, Da Xia of Gogurio's great-grandson, Xia Jia's fourth-generation leader. As for Xia Huyo and Huang Ting, they were just targets on the surface. If that was the case, then there was an explanation for the heaven-splitting blade's power. Is this for real? Huang Ting shouted again, F***ck, it's for real. Why would I lie to you at this time? And Mindian, are you killing me just for the reward? Isn't it to end Xia Jia's inheritance? What am I? Xiao Lang is 1,000 times more important than me. Be *****. At this moment, Wu Qi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood on his hand. The sound of sizzling rang out again. Huang Ting groaned in pain. Wu Qi instantly fell from his hand and looked at him with clenched teeth. He gritted his teeth and disappeared. Huang Ting, go and live. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qi shouted explosively. His willpower erupted as he turned around and charged towards Tian Duo and the others. Huang Ting cursed in his heart, this woman was really unreasonable. Wasn't she trying to live? That guy didn't look like he would die anytime soon. And Mindian might not be able to catch up to him even if he chased after him. This woman really believed that he was Xiao Lang. Was she so gullible? Seeing that she was charging back, Huang Ting really wanted to curse. In the future, he would never act with a woman even if he was beaten to death. She was too unreliable. Gritting his teeth, Huang Ting also turned around. A saber appeared in his hand. In the next moment, 144 of his acupoints lit up. His body glowed a golden yellow. Saber chi gathered around him and his acupoints started to explode. It was too powerful. This saber slashed down as if it could split heaven and earth. Behind him, Tian Duo's expression changed and he shouted, "Retreat." With a loud bang, a saber slashed down. Beside Tian Duo, a devil race powerhouse did not have time to dodge and was chopped into pieces. Saber light crisscrossed, cutting open a path. At this moment, Huang Ting grabbed Wu Qi again and ran out of the path, leaving Tian Duo and the others behind in the blink of an eye. Tian Duo and the others were entangled by the saber chi and could only watch helplessly as he left. Very soon, Tian Duo broke free from the saber chi and crushed it. With a roar, he led the rest of the people back in pursuit, and Huang Ting's physical body was dimming. Very soon, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Grabbing the struggling Wu Qi, he chuckled, "Woman. Heh. Fool. Your grandpa. Take me and run, I'm going to die." Wu Qi turned around and saw that his acupoints were exploding. Her expression changed slightly and dimmed, but it quickly turned into determination. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Huang Ting wanted to dodge, but she grabbed his arm and sprayed the blood onto his arm. At this moment, the blood was no longer poisonous, but essence blood, helping him repair his acupoints. You. Shut up. Wu Qi spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Her face was frighteningly pale. She said coldly, "Run." Huang Ting was helpless. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck, too many came. That bastard Qin Feng wanted to kill me. I contacted him long ago, but he didn't come. Fuck, otherwise, this wouldn't be the result." Humph. Wu Qi snorted coldly. You actually trusted others, idiot. In this heavenly battlefield, only you can trust yourself. Count on others to save you, what a joke. If they come again, we'll fight to the death. Even if I die, I'll kill a few. Wu Qi looked coldly at the demons behind her. At this moment, Mo Erba, Lan Ning, and Tian Duo were not dead, but a few other demon experts had died. Even if I die, I'll kill a few. She was not afraid of death. She came to the Sea of Desire plane to seek life in the midst of death. Since she could not seek life, she was not afraid of death. Cui Lang. Just saying. Huang Ting interrupted. Fake, don't ask me, how would I know? Don't say, after you say it, even I believe it myself. Could he really be Xia Jia's illegitimate son? Xia Longwu couldn't possibly be. Xiahou Yes, terrifying. Could he be Manor Lord Xia's cousin? How terrifying. The heaven-splitting saber had been cultivated to this level, but it didn't feel like Suyu. He knew that Suyu had killed before, but to say that his killing intent was so dense that he could feel the killing intent and death intent in the saber energy from dozens of miles away, he didn't feel that it was Suyu. Was a civilization master so bloodthirsty? If he said that he was Xia Jia's man, I would believe it. At this moment, Suyu and Huang Ting once again fled in opposite directions. One was escaping from Lei Ju's pursuit, while the other was escaping from Tian Duo's pursuit. At the same time, 100 miles away from Broken Sky Valley, there was also a great battle between experts. A young man clad in black armor with a spear in his hand rode on a flying tiger. His eyes were cold and sharp as he stabbed out with his spear, killing an expert with a single stab. The next moment, the young man looked back. Moto, if you want to kill me, show me what you got. As soon as he finished, the flying tiger soar instantly fled. Behind him, a purple-haired demon youth with obvious flames on his forehead smiled, looked at him, and said indifferently, Qin Feng, I'm thinking, if I kill you, will the great Qin King act? Qin Feng ignored him and continued to flee. Kill me first and talk later. As for Huang Ting. Sorry, just wait for your death. I have no choice. Moto is trying to kill me. I'm lucky to be able to escape. This guy is number 1 on the heaven list. I can't beat him. Battles broke out everywhere. On the Sea of Desire plane, experts kept fighting, and names kept disappearing from the heaven hunting list. The one that shocked outsiders the most was Cui Lang from the Ming Constabulary, 36th on the Earth list. Battle record, Ling Yun killed Ling Yun at level 9, his ranking sword, from the Xian list, he directly entered the Earth list, and not at the bottom, but in the middle. If he killed Shanhai, he might soon enter the top 10 of the Earth list. It was the burden of age. A 35-year-old human was equivalent to a 315-year-old god demon. He was indeed a bit old. The gods and demons of Moto were less than 200 years old. In fact, they were equivalent to humans in their 20s. That was why their ranking was so high. If Cui Lang was 10 years younger, he would be in the top 5 or even top 3 on the Earth list. Unfortunately, he was really old. So you didn't think much of it when outsiders called him old. He wasn't an old man like Cui Lang. At this moment, he was constantly escaping. He didn't hear Huang Ting say he was Xiao Lang. He only knew that Huang Ting might be finished. Forget it, he should take care of himself. He couldn't care less. After dozens of hammer strikes, he finally made Lei Ju pause for a moment. Suyu instantly fell into the ground and escaped through the earth. He disappeared in an instant. The moment he escaped, he sensed the floating earth spirit nearby. He didn't have time to deal with him and escaped directly. The floating earth spirit was stunned for a moment. F***ck, I thought he was from the same race. This is Cui Lang, what's going on? His earth escape technique isn't any slower than mine, he didn't have time to think and hurriedly escaped in the opposite direction. Lei Ju came to his senses. If he didn't run, what if Lei Ju vented his anger on him? He was shocked. What was going on? Was the human's earth escape technique so powerful? It felt like the five elements race didn't have any advantage. In the air, Lei Ju's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Cui Lang?" This Cui Lang was really ridiculously strong. There were too many people in Shenwen. The feeling he gave him was really not the Cui Lang he knew. Thunder, kill, war, fire, slow. He said many Shenwen in a row. His expression changed. Other than the Shenwen race, how could there be so many Shenwen? This Cui Lang was a little problematic. Lei Ju was not the only one who felt that Cui Lang was suspicious. He knew the sky-splitting blade had strong combat power and was full of killing intent. In truth, no one felt that he was a blacksmith or someone from the Ming constabulary. Huang Ting's claim that he was Xia Jia's man was somewhat believable. Sky-splitting blade, spirit expansion art, multiple Shenwen. At this point, only a few people did not know much about Suyu. Otherwise, they would have some suspicions. In the All-Heaven battlefield, both Suyu and Cui Lang were considered newcomers. He was not a wily old fox like Huang Ting and the rest. Wan knew too little about him. As the information gathered, even Suyu knew that he could not hide for long. Suyu's identity would be exposed sooner or later. Underground. The broken sky valley was also filled with saber chi. Furthermore, there were some living beings underground, such as the floating earth spirit. These fellows liked to stay underground. However, it was slightly better than above ground. At this moment, Suyu was hiding underground. In the Sea of Will, heaven and earth rewarded a Shenwen. The reward for smashing the furball was also snatched away by Suyu. At this moment, in the Sea of Will, the Thunder Shenwen was constantly absorbing. Lei Ju was still looking for him. Suyu could only cultivate for a while and then choose to leave quickly. That guy was really annoying. The Thunder Shenwen was considered an offensive Shenwen. It consumed a lot of resources to advance. Before the Shenwen advanced, Suyu's body shook. His physical body, which had been on the verge of advancing, advanced to the 14th forging. The 14th forging was completed. Actually, this speed was very fast. At the end of February, Suyu had advanced his physical body to soar. It was only the beginning of July. In less than 5 months, his physical body had reached the 14th forging. But to Suyu, it was still a little slow. Previously, his physical body was very strong, stronger than his willpower. When Suyu fought with others, his fleshly body would be able to crush them. But now, the gap between them was not small. His willpower was strong enough and Shenwen was strong enough. Other than his willpower not reaching the required level, Suyu could advance to Lingyan Realm 9 without much difficulty. He might be able to reach it soon. However, the difficulty of forging a fleshly body had increased. On the day he advanced to soar, he completed 3 casts. In other words, in more than 100 days, Suyu had only completed 11 casts. On average, even with the Heaven's Origin Chi, it would take him almost half a month to cast once. This speed was really fast. Some people only cultivated to 9 castings. According to Suyu's speed, he might be able to complete the Soar Realm in 3 to 4 months. However, this wasn't what Suyu was pursuing. He still had to cast 72 times. After completing 14 casts, Suyu's physical strength was close to 7,000 apertures. In addition, his yang aperture could be half opened. With the increase of the strength in Shenwen, Suyu's physical strength could exceed 7,000 apertures. It might even be close to 8,000 apertures. Such strength was something many Lingyun couldn't achieve. Some weaker mountain seas only had the strength of 10,000 apertures. However, Suyu wasn't facing weak races, but godfiends, including primordial godfiends. To those people, Lingyun was trash if he didn't have the strength of 10,000 apertures. Peak primordial godfiends could reach the strength of 10,000 apertures at the peak of Soar. 14 castings. Still weak, Suyu shook his head slightly. It was extremely difficult to rely on his physical body to defeat Lei Ju. It still depended on Shenwen and willpower. In addition, speed didn't give him any advantage. That guy transformed into lightning and was also very fast. After fighting with Lei Ju for a while, he was almost completely suppressed by him. It was very frustrating. I can't even kill Lei Ju. Suyu sighed in his heart. As for Lei Ju killing Wahai, that had nothing to do with him. Thunder boomed again. That bastard was using the Thunder God Race's scouting technique to find people again. Troublesome, if he didn't get rid of this guy, it would be difficult to hide in Broken Sky Valley. Suyu continued to flee and continued to wait for Thunder Shenwen to advance. After advancing, the rank 4 Thunder Shenwen could at least weaken the opponent's lightning attack by 70%. At that time, it would be much easier to defeat Lei Ju. At this moment, Suyu didn't know that he wasn't the only one fleeing. Many people were fleeing: Huang Ting, Wu Qi, Qin Feng, and some of the other geniuses on the Sea of Desire Plains were also on the run. Lu Hong, who had just entered, was also on the run with a depressed expression. As soon as he entered, a wave of killing geniuses from the human race was set off in the Sea of Desire Plains. In the past, even Soar Realm cultivators could survive in the Sea of Desire Plain. At this time, a large number of Heaven Hunting List geniuses appeared. In the past, this was a rare sight. There were only so many people on the Heaven Hunting List. The All Heavens battlefield was huge, and it was impossible for everyone to run to the Sea of Desire Plain. Usually, 20 to 30 geniuses would be considered a lot. At this moment, there were more than 100 Heaven Hunting List geniuses on the Sea of Desire Plain. It was a group effect, because of Huang Ting, Qin Feng, and the others, because of Suyu, because of Tian Duo. A large number of geniuses gathered here. Some wanted to watch the show, some wanted to join in the fun, and some wanted to fish in troubled waters. Killing geniuses here greatly increased the chances of obtaining rewards from heaven and earth. Bang! As he fled, Suyu felt that he was very unlucky. Along the way, he actually encountered a huge problem by burrowing underground. A stone man, he encountered Suyu, and with a single word of disagreement, no, without even saying a word, that guy blasted the ground with a punch, causing Suyu to fall out of his earth escape state. Earth escape technique? I hate earth escape techniques the most. This stone man was the guy that the floating earth spirit had almost encountered previously. He hated earth escape techniques, and when he sensed Suyu's presence, he blasted the ground with a punch, forcing Suyu out. Suyu encountered a few guys along the way. Some didn't notice him, and even if they did, they would quickly avoid him. Only this guy actually took the initiative to attack him. Suyu was also annoyed. Augmenting himself with the strength Shenwen, his body soon collided with the stone man. It wasn't that he didn't want to use Shenwen and willpower, but he found that this stone man seemed to be a little special. The Sea of Will seemed to have solidified, and even after a few strikes, his Sea of Will didn't move. Rumble, as their fists and feet collided, Suyu was somewhat at a disadvantage. Even with his half-opened yang orifice and the strength Shenwen, he was still constantly pushed back. This stone man gave Suyu the feeling that he was only Lingyan 7. However, his physical strength might have exceeded 10,000 orifices. After a series of punches and kicks, Suyu felt intense pain all over his body, and he couldn't help but curse. Behind him, Lei Ju was about to arrive again. Just as he was about to use many Shenwen combat techniques to slash the sky, the stone man also noticed Lei Ju approaching. He suddenly dropped Suyu and stood up sore, shouting angrily, "Lei Ju, I finally found you." As soon as he finished speaking, he broke through the air and punched at Lei Ju. Lei Ju's expression changed slightly. "Shirzun, it's you. You're dead." The stone man was only Lingyan 7. At this moment, facing Lingyan 9's Lei Ju, he was extremely domineering and didn't fear it at all. There was something special about the stone man. The power of lightning could hurt him, but he had a natural resistance. Therefore, when the difference in strength wasn't big, he could restrain Lei Ju. Without a word, the stone man quickly attacked Lei Ju. Rumble, in the air, the power of lightning and the power of the boulder collided. The two experts instantly started fighting in the air. These two had a feud with each other. Below, Suyu was stunned. What was this? Just as he was about to join forces with the stone man to kill Lei Ju, a soil spirit's head suddenly popped out from the side and sent a voice transmission. "Fellow human, why aren't you running?" Suyu looked at the floating earth spirit, a little speechless. why did this guy follow? Don't even think about joining forces, Stone Man. The floating earth spirit seemed to know what he was thinking and said helplessly, this Stone Man's brain isn't working well. He hates everyone and hits whoever he sees. If you go up, he'll think that you're interfering and come to beat you up immediately. Suyu was speechless. There was such a person? No, there was such a stone, forget it, this Stone Man was indeed quite strong. Although he wasn't a civilizator, he felt that he could restrain civilizators. The Sea of Will was stable and it was difficult for a civilizator to shake him. His physical body was also inferior to his, so there was a high chance that Suyu wouldn't be his match. He was a little depressed, he had encountered a group of powerhouses that he couldn't defeat in succession. They weren't very strong and he didn't even have a single mountain sea. This made Suyu extremely depressed. The floating earth spirit reminded him and quickly said, fellow Taoist, do you know the earth escape technique? This was what the floating earth spirit was interested in. He realized that the other party's earth escape technique was really fast, so fast that it was a little scary. It was almost catching up to him. Suyu said indifferently, yes, I do. Fellow Taoist, what can I do for you? No, the floating earth spirit laughed. Fellow Taoist, this isn't a good place to chat. When the Stone Man fights, he'll only go crazy for a while. Very soon, he'll run out of energy and retreat. Let's talk somewhere else? Suyu was slightly stunned. Oh, according to what you said, this Stone Man wasn't stupid. He knew that he'd run out of energy. He turned his head to look at the sky. Leiju didn't explain anything to the Stone Man at all and just continued to fight. He knew that he couldn't talk to the Stone Man. If he didn't fight, the Stone Man wouldn't let him go. In a situation where he was restrained by the Stone Man, he could only fight on par with the Stone Man. He was even at a slight disadvantage. Of course, in terms of endurance, the Stone Man should be inferior to him. Suyu took a look and quickly left with the floating earth spirit. As he did so, he sent a voice transmission, fellow Taoist, do you have something to say? Nothing much. I just wanted to ask why your earth escape technique is so similar to the escape technique of the Five Elements race. Have you studied the escape technique of the Five Elements race? Suyu didn't deny it and said directly, yes, I learned the escape technique of the Five Elements race. I spent many years and sketched many Shinwen. One of them is the Earth Shinwen. Fellow Taoist, are you thinking of snatching my Shinwen? Don't misunderstand. The floating earth spirit explained and quickly said, fellow Taoist, do you know the water escape technique? Suyu answered, yes, what's wrong? The floating earth spirit suddenly stopped. A pair of eyes peeked out of the ground and looked at Suyu. Fellow Taoist, do you know the water escape technique? Yes. Suyu asked curiously, what's so strange about that? I know all the escape techniques of the Five Elements. Then he didn't turn into water. He just created a puddle of water and moved through the water. This was a normal water escape technique. As for turning into water to escape, it was an innate skill. It was different from normal escape techniques. The floating earth spirit was confused. Normal water escape techniques were not strange. But it was a little confused. It wondered whether the water spirit it had run into was related to the guy in front of it. The floating earth spirit had some doubts when it heard he knew the water escape technique. But after seeing it with its own eyes, it realized it was overthinking. How could a human impersonate a water spirit? Suyu said, fellow Earth, if you don't have anything else to say, we'd better split up. The absolute thunder will continue to hunt me down. Even gods and demons are like that. Fellow Taoist from the Five Elements, you don't want to be implicated, do you? The floating earth spirit was with him because it wanted to assess the situation. It wasn't interested in taking the blame for Suyu, so it didn't say anything more. When Suyu was about to leave, the floating earth spirit suddenly said, fellow Taoist, you've almost entered the top 10 of the Earth list. Congratulations. Earth list? Suyu didn't know about it. The floating earth spirit said in surprise, fellow Taoist, don't you have a sublist of the heaven hunting list? You do? Suyu also said bluntly, I'm afraid that thing has a tracking effect. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the heaven hunting pavilion with it? The floating earth spirit was surprised. I'm not afraid. I'm just waiting for the heaven hunting pavilion to come and hunt them down. Suyu was stunned. He felt like he had misunderstood something. The floating earth spirit was also surprised. This is the Sea of Desire Plains. The chances of the strong encountering us are very low. Even if they can track us, it's easy for the weak to find us. But if the weak come, they're just giving us benefits. At least we can understand the changes on the sublist. Why not bring it along? At worst, we can just abandon it after leaving the Sea of Desire Plains or bring it back to our base camp. Could the heaven hunting pavilion kill their way to their base camp? He was a little puzzled. Didn't they come to the Sea of Desire Plains to kill? It was good that the heaven hunting pavilion came. What was there to worry about? What was there to be afraid of being tracked? So be it. In this godforsaken place, even if the strong knew where you were, they might not be able to rush to you. There was nothing to worry about. Suyu let out a sigh of relief. He had misunderstood. He didn't expect the geniuses here to have the same thought. So be it. You come, I'll kill. What confidence. At this moment, Suyu vaguely understood and felt something. This was the battlefield of the heavens. This was a hunting operation. This was a graveyard for hunting geniuses. Everyone knew what they were doing. It was all to strengthen themselves, therefore, they weren't afraid of danger. Everyone was the same. This included the floating earth spirit. From its surprised tone, it wasn't hard to know that he was afraid of being tracked. Why didn't fellow Taoist Earth attack me? Suyu asked. The floating earth spirit replied, fellow Taoist is very strong. I'm not confident. The Five Elements race is also a civilization master. They don't have much control over you. I prefer to hunt warriors. Is fellow Taoist satisfied with this answer? I didn't say I didn't want to kill you. I just felt that killing you was very difficult and not worth it. There was also danger. They were all smart people. There was no need to be so hypocritical. I understand. I've learned something. Suyu threw these words and left quickly. The floating earth spirit's words made him feel a lot of emotions. This was a group of geniuses who knew what they were thinking, fighting for, and plotting. Everyone had their own goals. No one was here to waste time. If they were, they wouldn't be here. Suyu was worried about being tracked. These fellows were more than happy to bring one with them. When the experts of the Sky Hunter Pavilion came, they would kill if they could beat them. If they couldn't, they would run. Killing and running were the mainstream in the Sea of Desire's plain. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was killing them. Weren't they also hunting the experts of the Sky Hunter Pavilion? The leaderboard is like a fish. It's used to fish. It depends on who is stronger, the angler or the big fish. It was normal for the angler to be swallowed by the fish. It was also normal for the fish to be killed by the angler. Suyu didn't think too much. He fled again. He found a place to hide while the Absolute Thunder and the Shirzun were fighting. As for the Absolute Thunder, he would meet some enemies sooner or later. It wouldn't be easy to find him. The Absolute Thunder almost forced out all the people who were hiding. If this went on, it would be normal for him to be surrounded and killed. His scouting technique wasn't just targeted at Suyu. It was targeted at all the people who were hiding. If they offended too many people, they would be killed sooner or later. The Broken Sky Valley wasn't very long. The total length was only 100 or 200 miles. It wasn't too big, just 1 or 2 miles. For the experts, they could kill from the south to the north in an hour. However, because of the influence of the Saber Chi and the divine power, everyone's range of detection was much smaller. In addition, there were also some cracks in the ground. As a result, in this small Broken Sky Valley, killing could only be detected when someone was close. This also gave people a chance to escape. Taking a detour through the various fissures, they could still avoid the pursuit of the enemy. At this moment, Suyu was hiding in a small crack and continued to absorb the willpower. If the Absolute Thunder wanted to scout, he had to scout inch by inch. Finding someone was harder than hiding. Absolute Thunder, he muttered again. In Suyu's Sea of Will, the Thunder Shinwen started to rumble. It was showing signs of advancing. It was finally almost done. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. After absorbing so much willpower and the lingering charm of the heaven and earth Shenwen, if he didn't advance, he would collapse. There weren't so many people to kill. After killing In Minchin's helpers, many people knew about his situation. It would be difficult for him to ambush them again. After waiting for another half an hour, there was a loud rumble. In his mind, lightning flashed and rumbled. The second Shenwen, the Shenwen from the Lei Yuan Dao, had finally advanced to grade 4, Mountain Sea Shenwen. Suyu had drawn quite a few grade 4 Shenwen. Ling Yunjing's willpower was also a little unbearable. Her willpower was still too weak and not strong enough. There were too many Shenwen and her willpower wasn't strong enough. If this continued, it would overtake the Sea of Will. Of course, the current Suyu didn't have such worries. He didn't hesitate. In the next moment, he swallowed a pill. Soul Refining Pill, the reward from the heaven and earth. It was used to expand the Sea of Will, so you didn't know how effective it was. He would use it first. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it quickly turned into a wave of energy that surged into the Sea of Will. In the blink of an eye, the energy in the Sea of Will spread in all directions like a shockwave, so you sensed it and roughly understood the effects of this pill. This wave of energy had the power of vibration and was considered gentle. It was similar to the spirit expansion art. But the spirit expansion art was a little more violent. Forcefully expanding the Sea of Will was like hammering. The Sea of Will was weak, and it was easy to hammer oneself to death. The effect of the soul refining pill was a little gentler, but it wasn't as direct as the God expansion hammer. So you sensed it and shook his head slightly. There was an expansion effect, but it was frighteningly weak. For some weak people, it might be able to expand quite a bit. But for Suyu, his Sea of Will was already vast. Be it the Golden Manual, Shenwen Battle Technique, or the God Expansion Hammer, they all had the effect of strengthening expansion. Therefore, this pill was a little useless to Suyu. I have a lot of good things. These things are good for others, but not for me. What I lack the most is the Shenwen and willpower. Maybe I shouldn't waste it. I should find someone to exchange it for. Was there a treasure with willpower, or a treasure like the Milky Way sand? There should be. The heaven and earth rewards might also give out pills that increased willpower. But for fighters, there wasn't much demand. Actually, he could find a chance to ask someone where he could trade. He couldn't waste these good things. This time, he had killed many strong people and obtained many storage rings. He didn't even have time to count his spoils. As Suyu thought about this, the effects of the pill disappeared in his mind. The Thunder Shenwen had officially entered the 4th level. At this moment, it was flashing with lightning, and it seemed to be restless. Suyu exhaled, the 4th level Thunder Shenwen, Thunder Ju, I've finally completed it. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry now. He wasn't in a hurry to find Thunder Ju. The Shenwen had completed its advancement. If its physical body could be forged a few more times, that would be even better. I'll wait for Thunder Ju to deliver himself to me. It would be best if other fellows came to me during this period. I'll kill them and get some rewards. The golden light from before was pretty good. When it shone on him, it actually helped him forge his bones and temper his body. It felt even better than the heavenly Yuan Qi. In addition, he might be able to take a look at the ranking list. The ranking list was constantly changing. The one that Dojo Master Lu had given him previously might not be accurate anymore. The main constabulary's information had always been a step behind, so the previous one might not be accurate. Suyu began to wait. As he waited, he used the heavenly Yuan Qi to forge his body. He didn't care about the price. Even if he wasted a lot of the heavenly Yuan Qi, Suyu didn't care. He allowed the heavenly Yuan Qi to completely envelop him instead of absorbing it bit by bit. His entire body was enveloped by the heavenly Yuan Qi. He absorbed it without any blind spots. He still had quite a lot of heavenly Yuan Qi on hand. He had given some to his father, Lu Wenyan, and Lu Clan's eldest uncle. Now, he had about 500 portions of heavenly Yuan Qi. About 500 portions of heavenly Yuan Qi, 500,000 merit points, and countless spoils of war. This was Suyu's entire wealth. My physical body is already at the 14th level. Perhaps I can use a drop of mountain sea blood essence. A body at the 14th level was not weak. Suyu felt that he might not explode if he used the Mountain Sea blood essence. It was just a drop of blood essence, not the full power of the Mountain Sea. If that was the case, it would be easier to kill Lei Ju with the power of the Mountain Sea realm. He still had the blood essence of a Mountain Sea realm cultivator. When he left the main constabulary, Zhu Tiandao had prepared some for him. He just didn't know which race's Mountain Sea blood essence would be better. It couldn't be too strong, or the Godfiend race wouldn't do. Otherwise, if he unleashed the power of the Godfiend Mountain Sea, even if he could open the Atlas, once he unleashed the power of the Godfiend Mountain Sea, his physical body could easily explode. The Godfiend race won't do. The top 100 races are somewhat dangerous, but those below the top 100 should be fine. It would be best if they have a strong physical body and explosive power. Suyu thought about it and took out a drop of blood essence. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the drop of blood essence. Boom, Yuan Qi erupted, and the power of the blood essence overflowed. Suyu's physical body trembled, and his qi and blood boiled. Cracks began to appear on his body. Very soon, the destructive power dissipated. Suyu quickly circulated the primordial godly technique. In the next moment, a divine power gathered around him and helped him repair his physical body. Dasha of Gogiryo's saber chi also followed like a shadow, slashing wildly at Suyu. Suyu didn't care about this. After being slashed for a while, he quickly switched to the heaven-splitting saber, and the saber chi automatically dispersed. At this moment, he didn't have time to care about this. This was the first drop of Mountain Sea blood essence that he had consumed. He wanted to see if there would be any other changes. At this time, a page of the Golden Atlas had also opened. Xianxia, First Layer Mountain Sea, Race Skills, Earth-Splitting Strike, Blood Essence Activated, Blood Frenzy Transformation, Blood Essence Activated, Fundamental Essence Technique, Sky Splitting. Technique Fundamental Forging Technique, Sky Splitting 18 Casts Fundamental 9 Transformations Technique, Sky Splitting 9 Transformations Fundamental Round Aperture Technique, Sky Splitting Round Aperture Technique. There was one more line, Basic Round Orifice Technique. Suyu was deep in thought. This should be a Mountain Sea Realm technique, which was actually the same as the Closed Orifice Technique. Of course, the Closed Orifice Technique was mainly targeted at the Wanshi realm, and its effect on Mountain Sea Realm cultivators wasn't too strong. Round Orifice Technique is probably an advanced version of the Closed Orifice Technique. My 36 Closed Orifice Technique might not be inferior to these races' Round Orifice Techniques. Suyu judged that these basic Round Orifice Techniques were most likely improved Closed Orifice Techniques based on the other races' techniques. They would probably have some effect on the Mountain Sea Realm, but the effect would definitely be limited. He didn't look forward to it too much. Of course, it would probably be helpful for him to advance to the Closed Orifice Technique in the future, but he still had to rely on himself to combine and improve it. Nightmare Bear Beast, this was a race whose physical combat strength wasn't weak. It was ranked around 300 in the Wan realm, which wasn't too low. Suyu let out a light breath. Fortunately, he could absorb it, so it wasn't a big problem. He just didn't know if his physical body could withstand the power of the Mountain Sea when it erupted. A 14-casted physical body might still be a little lacking, but it might be a little better at 16-casted and above. Being able to absorb blood essence, activate skills, and unleash the power of one's level was Suyu's trump card. Many times, he had relied on the power of blood essence to reverse the situation and kill his opponents. He was indeed not at the Mountain Sea realm. Even if he unleashed the full power of his physical body, he didn't even have the power of 7,000 apertures. He couldn't even compare to the weakest Mountain Sea realm. However, he could activate the power of the Mountain Sea realm and temporarily unleash it for a while. That was enough. Lei Ju seemed to have killed a Mountain Sea realm before, but the one he killed should be the weak Mountain Sea realm. The Xianxia race wasn't considered a strong race, but Suyu knew many kinds of heaven-class techniques. With the Xianxia's power of the Mountain Sea, a powerful technique, and the help of his willpower, could Lei Ju still kill him? If he could, this guy wouldn't be an expert on the Xian ranking, but an expert at the top of the Earth ranking. Lei Ju was just a genius on the Xian ranking. Phew. Suyu took a deep breath and thought about it for a moment. In the end, he decided that it would be best to consume a drop of quintessence blood to test the waters. Otherwise, if the fighting really did erupt, he might end up exploding with the power of the mountains and seas, and end up exploding. He had to understand the situation. He devoured another drop of Xiongba's blood essence. He activated the earth-splitting strike talent skill. Boom, his body shook, his blood boiled, and his body began to crack again, very powerful, so you could feel that his body couldn't hold on any longer. He quickly circulated the primordial god race's cultivation technique. As a result, the divine power around him gathered once again, so you secretly rejoiced that he was in the broken sky valley. Otherwise, it would have been difficult. At this moment, he absorbed a lot of the divine power once again, helping him repair his body and maintaining it from breaking. At this moment, Suyu's speed of absorbing the heavenly yuan qi was also increasing, and the forging speed was increasing. After all, it was the power of the mountain sea. At this time, Suyu's efficiency was also very fast when he circulated the 72 casting of iron. A large amount of divine power was being extracted by him. Just as Suyu was extracting the divine power, Huangting's expression changed. He looked a little strange. It seemed that it was easier for him to control the surrounding saber qi. What was going on? The power entangled with the saber qi seemed to have lessened a little. Someone from the primordial god race had come. Originally, the broken sky valley was a tangle of two powers. Of course, the saber qi was stronger than the divine power and suppressed it, but it was still a tangle. If he used the saber qi, the divine power would interfere. But now, the interference was a little less. Even though it wasn't much, Huangting still felt it. Others, who cultivated the primordial god technique or the heaven-splitting blade, could only sense this slight difference. Otherwise, they could barely sense it. Where is the divine power? Huangting was surprised. He looked back in a certain direction. Had it been destroyed by Cui Lang, or had the primordial god race experts come in? But the primordial god race experts had come in, and the saber qi was about to explode. This time, no primordial god race experts entered the broken sky valley because the saber qi would suppress their strength. Daxia of Goguryeo had killed the primordial god race experts in the past, so the saber qi was targeted. And so you didn't just use the primordial god race's technique. Once the saber qi gathered too much, he would quickly transform it into the heaven-splitting blade. This way, he could disperse the saber qi and prevent it from gathering too much and killing him. Huangting didn't understand, but it didn't matter. It didn't stop him from being happy. Not bad, with less interference, he could use more saber qi and become stronger. This was a great help to him. Beside him, Wu Qi's eyes were blurry. She had lost too much blood, and her willpower was about to collapse. Huangting sighed. This woman, he couldn't guarantee that she could survive this. At this point, life and death were up to fate. Huangting scolded Qin Feng again. Unreliable bastard. None of the bastards in the Great Qin residence were reliable. If he survived this time, he would definitely find Qin Feng and settle the score. The saber qi was strong. He also made up his mind. Later, he would give Tian Duo a saber strike. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would at least injure him so that he wouldn't have time to chase after him again. Without Tian Duo, he wasn't too afraid of the other guys. Today, in the Broken Heaven Valley, there weren't many who could defeat him. So you actually felt it too. When he absorbed some of the divine energy, he also felt that it was easier to gather saber qi, and it was also stronger. Suyu's eyes moved slightly, and he constantly used the primordial godly technique. At this moment, the primordial godly technique played a big role. Suyu was delighted. He had consumed a lot of divine energy. Later, when the heaven-splitting blade appeared, it would probably be incomparably powerful. Adding the power of the mountains and seas, he could take Lei Ju's attack head-on. Could he kill him with one saber strike? The prerequisite was that he didn't dodge and take his attack head-on. Only then could he end the battle quickly. Otherwise, Lei Ju was fast. Once he knew he was no match for him, he would quickly escape, and Suyu might not be able to catch him. Suyu bare one's teeth. His teeth were snow-white, and his smile was bright. Lei Ju, you're dead. The primordial divine art circulated, and the divine power was consumed. The nearby saber qi continued to gather, becoming thicker and thicker. Suyu took a look. It was so thick. If Lei Ju was not a fool, he probably would not dare to come over. Furthermore, Lei Ju was not an idiot. He would definitely suspect that this was a trap if he were to stay here. The current him did not dare to underestimate these fellows. All of them were desperados, and they were very vigilant. Suyu's mind worked quickly as he muttered, find someone to kill. They have to be strong. It would be best if they can hold me back. Leiju will not suspect anything when he sees that I'm being held back. Otherwise, if Suyu, who had been running, suddenly stopped running, wouldn't it be obvious that something was wrong? Who should I find? They could not be too weak or too strong. If they were too strong, Suyu might not be able to defeat them. That would be embarrassing. The floating earth spirit was actually a good choice, however, that fellow's earth escape was a little difficult to deal with. Forget about that, Suyu did not think about it anymore. He continued to flee, and when he met an expert, he would strike. He quickly moved forward, circulating the primordial divine art continuously to absorb the divine energy. It would be best if he could absorb all the divine energy here. That way, there would be no obstacles when he used the heaven-splitting saber. Although the energy left behind by Wu Di back then was very strong and of a very high level, so many years had passed. The saber chi and divine energy had worn each other down. Now, the remaining energy was spread for hundreds of miles, and it was actually very thin. Suyu moved forward quickly, continuing to hide his tracks. He did not purposely reveal his whereabouts. These fellows were all as shrewd as ghosts. They could tell if he was purposely revealing his whereabouts. In this broken heaven valley, the number of geniuses had decreased significantly. Many had been killed, some of the remaining had fled, while others, confident that they were strong, continued to stay. Suyu moved for thousands of meters. In front of him, a golden dragon opened its mouth and bit off the neck of a huge goat. The goat's head fell off. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Even dragons bite people? He did not know that. This golden dragon looked a little familiar. Was it the fellow who fought with him against the Xian armor race? It actually knows how to bite. Suyu was a little dazed. It was true. It was the first time he had seen a dragon bite people. In fact, he did not have many chances to see a dragon. However, in his opinion, the dragon race would either use their tails or spit fire and water. Not only did this dragon know how to use a sword, but it also knew how to bite. It had a lot of skills. After killing the goat, the golden dragon suddenly shrank and looked at Suyu with vigilance. Its eyes were filled with vigilance and its long tail swayed slightly as if it was preparing to attack. This guy also had the strength of Ling Yin level 9, and his strength was not weak. The dragon race was also one of the top 10 races. Although the golden dragon was not the strongest heavenly dragon race, it was still second only to the heavenly dragon race. However, this little dragon might not be very old. Looking at the goat it killed, it should be Ling Yunjing. Suyu was observing this guy and considering if he should treat this guy as an opponent. However, this guy was really not weak. If he really joined forces with Leiju, Suyu would be in trouble. As he was thinking, the golden dragon's eyes revealed a golden light. It looked at Suyu and said, Cui Lang? Suyu was a little surprised. He revealed himself and looked at it. How did you recognize me? It really was him. The golden dragon was extremely vigilant. It retreated a little and did not forget to collect the goat's corpse. I saw your escape technique. It is very strong, very powerful. I felt that there was an expert nearby. I did not see any traces of him, so I guessed it was you. He was not stupid and thought that it had seen through him. The golden dragon said quickly, You want to kill me? Of course not. Suyu smiled. We are comrades. We will kill the Xian armor race together. No, you want to kill me. I feel the killing intent. The golden dragon cursed in its heart. Do you think I'm a fool? This guy was really bold to actually want to kill it. It had seen this guy kill Honkai before, so it was still a little wary of Suyu. It said, the ones who attacked you humans are gods and demons, not the dragon race. The dragon race is powerful, so don't provoke them for no reason. Of course not. Suyu smiled. How could that be? He knew about the dragon race. Zhu Tiandao had a dragon mount, a golden dragon. The second-generation principal of Dixia province also had a dragon mount. It seemed to be a white dragon. He did not know if it was from the celestial dragon race. The celestial dragon race was a white dragon, but there was a separate white dragon race. The difference between the two was the number of claws. The celestial dragon had 9 claws, the golden dragon had 8 claws, and the white dragon had 7 claws. So you did not know how many claws the second-generation dragon race had. If it was a 9-clawed sky dragon, it was highly unlikely. A 9-clawed sky dragon was equivalent to a primordial god, and a 7th-tier sun and moon could kill a 9th-tier sun and moon. It was highly likely to be from the white dragon race. The little golden dragon did not say anything and continued to retreat. Cui Lang, I won't provoke you. Don't provoke me either. There are many people who can be killed here. There's no need for us to kill each other. Lei Ju seems to be looking for you. Yes. Suyu said with a smile, then Brother Dragon, please step aside. I want to leave, and you are blocking my way. It's best if we don't get into a conflict. Okay. The little golden dragon quickly retreated. There was a crack next to him, and he quickly entered it. Suyu also broke through the air and continued to fly forward. The little golden dragon watched him leave, and its eyes changed. This human gave him a sense of danger. While he was thinking, after a while, thunder rumbled everywhere. The next moment, a thunderclap swept past. With a rumble, the little golden dragon's tail swept past, and the thunder exploded. The little golden dragon rose sore and looked at Lei Ju in the air. Lei Ju's expression changed slightly, and he said, I'm looking for someone. I have no intention of becoming enemies with the dragon race. The little golden dragon pondered for a while and looked back. Cui Lang just left. Lei Ju, next time you sweep around, don't blame me for being rude. Brother Wuyo, please forgive me. Lei Ju did not say anything harsh. They were both in the 9th tier of Ling Yun, and the strength of the Thunder race and the Golden Dragon race was not much different. There was no need to fight the Golden Dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a thunderclap and chased after Cui Lang again. The little golden dragon looked at Lei Ju's distant figure and shrank his body. The next moment, he also turned into a golden light and chased after Lei Ju. Maybe he could take advantage of the situation. Lei Ju and Cui Lang both gave him some pressure. It's you. At this moment, Suyu walked a few thousand meters and encountered another creature. It was very familiar. It looked like a silkworm baby, but it had a big head, somewhat similar to the head of the dragon race. It was a dragon silkworm, the silkworm dragon race. It was the natural enemy of the silkworm destruction king. It was a great enemy that would not rest until one of them died. It was a race that barely entered the top 100. The dragon silkworm also sensed danger. At this moment, its body wriggled slightly, and it instantly entered the void and disappeared. Suyu's eyes flickered, and in the next instant, he stepped forward and kicked out with his foot. Time revolved, and with a rumbling sound, the void rippled as the silkworm was kicked out of the void and into the real world. The dragon silkworm was also startled. It looked at him and said, You are Wang Hu's inheritor? Wang Hu, Suyu was startled. Who was Wang Hu? He did not know him. Who knew who Wang Hu was? Could it be the Silkworm Destruction King? The Silkworm Dragon race would definitely not call him the Silkworm Destruction King. Calling other invincible monarchs was an honorific, a form of respect for strength. If the Silkworm Dragon race called him the honorific Silkworm Destruction King, then they would be stupid. Too lazy to talk nonsense, Suyu kicked down. He had some enlightenment. The Silkworm Dragon race was not weak. It seemed to have entered the void just now. It was a special kind of art, and time was very likely created to deal with the Silkworm Dragon race. As expected, the dragon silkworm was a little frightened. Soon, it realized that its strength was not as terrifying as it had imagined. With a low grunt, it spat out a long thread. The dragon silkworm was also very fast, and it quickly flew around Suyu. Bang, 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 in the void, the moment Suyu and the dragon silkworm fought, a layer of silk wrapped around them. Even the void was wrapped up. The dragon silkworm's eyes revealed a cold glint. It seemed that time was not good enough. If he killed this guy, even the king would be happy to reward him. Killing one whose inheritor was a great merit. To the silkworm dragon race, killing one whose inheritor was a greater merit than killing the sun and moon. The Silkworm Destruction King had killed his way into the Silkworm Dragon world many times, and even the king did not dare to show his face. The dragon silk wrapped around the void, and gradually, it wrapped around Suyu. As for Suyu, he kept swinging his saber, and the sound of creaking could be heard. The dragon silk around him was extremely tough. It's a good material for forging weapons. Suyu sighed. This dragon silkworm was Ling Yunjing, and it was not weak. The dragon silk it spat out was really a good material for forging soft armor. Soft armor made from dragon silk could be used to forge earthgrade weapons. He had said that he was looking for materials, and look, all of them were giving him materials. The armor of the mystic armor race, coupled with the dragon silk, Suyu thought that it would not be difficult to forge a powerful armor. Perhaps it could help him forge a powerful earthgrade weapon. As for being wrapped up, Suyu was not anxious. He fought with the dragon silkworm to attract Lei Ju. Although the dragon silk was tough, it was not like Suyu could not escape or kill his way out. The dragon silkworm was extremely happy at this moment. It had trapped one whose inheritor. Of course, if he was really strong, it was not confident that it could kill him. It could only trap him. This was also the weakness of the silkworm dragon race. They were very good at trapping people, but not very good at killing people. At this moment, thunder sounded in the distance. The dragon silkworm's expression changed. Someone was coming. Who was coming? Not everyone knew that Lei Ju was chasing after Suyu. At this moment, sensing the arrival of a powerful figure, the dragon silkworm's expression changed. When the other party got closer, the dragon silkworm recognized him. Lei Ju. A powerful figure from the thunder race. At this moment, the trapped Suyu roared and slashed with his saber. With a loud bang, he seemed to be trying to escape. In the distance, Lei Ju was also pleasantly surprised. He was trapped by the silkworm dragon race. This guy deserved to die. It was difficult for the silkworm dragon race to kill him, but it would be difficult for him to escape if they trapped him. In the past, the Silkworm Destruction King was trapped by the Silkworm Dragon King. The Silkworm Dragon King could not kill him, so in a fit of anger, he ate the other party and wanted to torture him to death. There was more dragon silk in the Silkworm Dragon race's body, and it was not just to eat the Silkworm Destruction King. Later, the Silkworm Destruction King caused a lot of trouble in the Silkworm Dragon King's body, and the Silkworm Dragon King had no choice but to pull him out. Bishua, hold him back. Lei Ju shouted, kill him, and I will repay you generously. The Silkworm Bishua's expression changed. It wanted to run. It was not too familiar with Lei Ju, but it was holding Wang Hu's inheritor back. It was reluctant to leave, and it could not kill him. Now, this guy was going to break through again, and it was struggling. In the next moment, it spat out more silk. In the cocoon, Suyu's strength exploded, and with a loud bang, some of the silk broke. The Silkworm Bishua's expression changed again. So strong. He shouted, Lei Ju, kill him. I don't want anything else, just his legs. Lei Ju was stunned. Legs? He is Wang Hu's inheritor. Kill him, and the Silkworm Dragon race will repay you generously. This time, Lei Ju was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. This was the Silkworm Destruction King's inheritor. No wonder he was entangled with the Silkworm Dragons. In that case, there was no need to worry about the Silkworm Dragons betraying him, because the Silkworm Dragon race and the Silkworm Destruction King's bloodline were mortal enemies. No matter who cooperated, neither side would cooperate. The Silkworm Destruction King regarded what happened back then as a great humiliation. The Silkworm Dragon King was also angry because he had been entangled by him year after year, and he wanted to kill his entire family. At this moment, hearing this, how could Lei Ju not be happy? He was surprised and shocked. The Silkworm Destruction King's inheritor meant that the other party knew time. Yes, time combat techniques. The footwork that Suyu used to escape from him seemed to have the shadow of time. Time, heaven-splitting blade, god-expanding hammer, many Shinwen, he seemed to have vaguely captured something. Because Suyu had not come to the All Heavens battlefield, they did not know much about Suyu, but Lei Ju was sure that he seemed to have heard someone mention him before. Cui Lang. No, who said that? He did not really remember, because he seemed to have mentioned it casually at that time. The kind that had something to do with Lu Wenyan of the Shinwen bloodline. Lu Wenyan. Su. Su Yu. At this moment, this somewhat unfamiliar name appeared in his mind. It seemed to be this person. Was it him, Su Yu, the Shinwan bloodline's inheritor? He vaguely remembered some things again. That day, he really did not pay much attention to it because that person was in the human realm, too far away from them. Yes, it's Su Yu. The human clan introduced a cultivation technique called the Primordial Spirit Awakening Technique. That's it. My father mentioned it once. He remembered, because his father was a general of the Thunder God clan, he mentioned that the human clan had been promoting this cultivation technique on a large scale. Therefore, he mentioned Su Yu, but he did not care at that time. A researcher, many from the Shinwan bloodline, it was Su Yu. Lei Ju's expression changed, and he quickly rushed over. At first, he was surprised, then pleasantly surprised. Su Yu, this person seemed to be very important, at least more important than Chui Lang, even if he did not know exactly how important he was the one who promoted the cultivation technique that gave his father a headache. If he killed this person, there might be an incomparably huge reward. Su Yu. A loud roar, Lei Ju probed, and in the cocoon, Su Yu had a helpless expression. I'm just that dazzling. You even recognized me. Most people should not know of my existence in the one of the all heavens. It was also my first time here, but now, Lei Ju had recognized me. Of course, it was also because he had exposed too much. There was no helping it. There were many things that were very special, and not many people knew them. If everyone knew the time, God-expanding hammer, and heaven-splitting blade, then Su Yu would be very secretive. The key was that there were too few people who knew them, and he was almost the only one who knew them. His identity was too conspicuous. Nonsense. Su Yu still shouted, Lei Ju, what are you trying to do by chasing me all the way here? Killing Huang Ting is much better than killing me. Huang Ting? Lei Ju sneered. From afar, lightning flashed, and he attacked the cocoon, quickly setting up layers of lightning purgatory outside the cocoon. Huang Ting said that you are much more important than him, and that you are the successor of Xianxia. What? What is your name? Lei Ju was also a little confused. Chui Lang? Xiao Lang? Su Yu? Xia Yu? No matter what, this person was extremely important. If he killed him, he would definitely be able to ascend to the mountain and sea realm and become a top genius. Su Yu let out a roar, and the heaven-splitting blade slashed out, severing countless strands of silk. At this moment, Dragon Silkworm Bisua was also thinking about Su Yu's name, and found it somewhat familiar. For example, Su Yu did not go to the All Heavens battlefield, so he did not know the names of the geniuses of the other realms. Even if they were mentioned, he would not remember them. For example, he did not know the geniuses of the other realms who did not go to the All Heavens battlefield, nor did he know them. It was the same for these fellows, he just felt that the name sounded familiar, but he could not remember who it was. Although the dragon silkworm could not remember, it did not care too much. It rapidly spun silk, and Lei Ju finally arrived. As soon as he arrived, a lightning god spear appeared, and he stabbed it into the cocoon. Rumble, with precise control, the cocoon was not damaged, and all the power was concentrated on Su Yu. Su Yu slashed out, shattering the lightning, but the webbing between his thumb and forefinger was scorched by the lightning. Su Yu kept retreating, and with a roar, the heaven-splitting blade erupted. His blade slashed out, and his leg struck out, causing the silk to break. Outside, the dragon silkworm trembled violently. The silk it spat out was broken. Lei Ju, Bisua roared. Could he kill him? Lei Ju's eyes were cold. Wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he retracted his spear, opened all his acupoints, and countless bolts of lightning surged into the spear. He wanted to stab this fellow to death. The opportunity was too good. Lei Ju did not expect that this fellow would actually be trapped by the dragon silkworm. In such a small space, I'll kill you with my spear. He did not dare to be careless, and he unleashed his full strength. The power of the acupoints erupted, and it was incomparably powerful. Even Bai Sua, who was at the side, was a little frightened. Would Ray kill him in passing after killing the other party? Although there was no conflict of interest between the two sides, and he only wanted a pair of legs, Was there a need for a conflict of interest here? However, looking at Lei Ju, he had consumed too much energy. After one strike, he probably did not have the strength to kill him. It was already not bad that he did not kill him. Now, he felt a little more at ease. If Lei Ju consumed too much energy, it was possible that he would be killed later. The dragon silkworm was thinking that Lei Ju did not have any energy left, so he had to be prepared. The lightning on the spear was getting stronger and stronger. As the pressure on Bisua increased, Suyu seemed to feel the danger of death. He roared, "You bastard from the dragon silkworm race, disperse the dragon silkworm silk. Otherwise, you can forget about living even if I die." He also used his full strength, and his saber slashed out. His willpower erupted, and Shunwen trembled, breaking countless silk. However, for a moment, he could not get out. Seeing that the spear was getting stronger and stronger, and that the word tribulation on Shunwen was constantly jumping, Suyu judged that it was about time. If Lei Ju could still escape with the power of the spear, then he would be ridiculously strong. At this moment, a divine power overflowed from Suyu's body. Lei Ju paused slightly, and he was suppressed for a moment. The power of the primordial gods, this power quickly absorbed the divine power in the surroundings. In the next moment, the heaven-splitting saber erupted, and countless saber chi gathered. This was not enough. A drop of blood essence was bitten off by Suyu and swallowed, and the power of mountains and seas erupted. Heaven-splitting saber. A stern shout resounded through the clouds. "Damn it, I've been waiting for you. If you don't die with this saber, I'll admire you." Before the saber could strike, the cocoon instantly exploded. There was a loud boom, the entire cocoon exploded, and Bisua spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock. Mountain Sea Realm, this person was a Mountain Sea Realm expert? No, the primordial gods, no, the heaven-splitting saber. It was confused, and at this moment, an invisible shadow instantly began to attack its Sea of Will. Bisua roared, and light flashed on his head. Something was invading its Sea of Will. As for Lei Ju, more than half of his power had been poured into the spear, and his expression changed slightly. There was no time to think, he had poured out more than half of his power, and the spear exploded. At this time, he could not run. The only way was to strike and kill Suyu with one strike. That was the right way. Running would only make him die faster. Lightning annihilation. With a roar, the spear floated in the air. In the air, a lightning spear shone in all directions. The entire Broken Sky Valley saw this spear. Lightning flashed in the sky above the Broken Sky Valley. Lingyan of the Thunder God clan, Tier 9, and in the next moment, a long saber swept across the sky, and the saber chi traversed thousands of meters. This saber instantly absorbed all the saber chi within thousands of meters. The white mist and saber chi above the Broken Sky Valley instantly disappeared, and the original appearance of the Broken Sky Valley was revealed. In the distance, Huang Ting also struck with his saber. The saber chi vibrated, and he could not help but curse, F***ck, what was that guy doing over there? He suddenly absorbed all the saber chi at his side, causing the saber chi from other places to rush over there, and instantly reducing the power of his saber by 10%. Tian Duo, who was opposite, was shocked at first, then relieved. Huang Ting, the heavens are not on your side. Huang Ting could not be bothered with this. He also struck with his saber, traversing thousands of meters, and the saber chi in the surroundings was also absorbed by him. The two of them, one from the south and one from the north, instantly absorbed nearly 1/10 of the saber chi in the entire Broken Sky Valley. Suyu absorbed even more. At this time, he exploded with the power of mountains and seas, and his physical strength exceeded the power of 10,000 apertures, and was much stronger than Huang Ting's. Two long sabers swept across the sky. Suyu's side was longer and bigger. The saber slashed down. Everyone saw the scene. The long lightning spear was cut in half by the saber. With a rumbling sound, the sound of thunder could be heard everywhere. At the same time that Suyu's saber fell, the absolute thunder spear was cut in half. However, lightning still erupted and attacked Suyu's body. Rumble, the power of lightning erupted from Suyu's body. At this moment, the rank 4 Thunder Shunwen revealed its might. Suyu had been waiting for this opportunity. He had been waiting for the Thunder Shunwen to advance. The rank 4 Shunwen had the power of mountains and seas. Although Suyu himself had not reached the Mountain Sea realm, the eruption of the Shenwen instantly dissolved a large amount of the power of lightning, and the rest was quickly absorbed by the Shenwen. Strengthening oneself, a god race member close to the mountain sea realm attacked with all his might. Suyu dissolved more than half of it, but he was still charred on the outside and tender on the inside. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his physical body exploded. And at this moment, the saber fell. This saber shattered everything around it. Rumble, a loud sound reverberated through the entire broken sky valley. Suyu had the strength of the mountain sea realm, and he had also borrowed the power of the Daxia of Gogirio's saber chi. One could imagine how powerful the explosive power was. Like cutting through tofu, the saber fell. Lei Ju's body was still in the air, but his aura was instantly extinguished. The Sea of Will collapsed. His eyes widened, the lightning symbol on his forehead dissipated. He looked at Suyu and opened his mouth. Suyu, is that you? He wanted to know who killed him. As for how the power of the mountains and seas erupted, and why he knew the primeval god race's cultivation technique, he did not want to know. He was dead. He only wanted to know who killed him. Suyu smiled. His hair stood on end, and a large hole appeared in his chest. It's me. Suyu, Lei Ju was the strongest person he had killed, an expert with the power of the mountains and seas. Since he was dead, it was time to fulfill his wish. I am a good person. I will not hide it from you when you die. I am too kind. Of course, it was also to let him die in peace. He did not want to find Shui Lang after he became a ghost, although he did not even have the chance to become a ghost. Lei Ju was satisfied, his eyes gradually dimmed. He had dominated the battlefield for more than 10 years, but he still died here. From the moment he walked out of the god world and stepped into the battlefield, he was prepared for this. All geniuses were prepared. If they did not rise here, they would fall here. There was no regret. Suyu had more tricks than him, so he admitted defeat. If he really killed Suyu, it would be because Suyu was inferior to him. Lei Ju's body was cut in half, and with a bang, it exploded into dust. As for Suyu, he stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a storage ring was taken by him. In the next moment, the blood-written Shenwen moved, absorbing the blood that spilled around. Suyu coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a backhand swing of his hammer, the dragon silkworm beside him rumbled. The Sea of Will shook, and the little fur ball took the opportunity to burrow in. Just now, the two were in a deadlock. The little fur ball burrowed in and bit down. The dragon silkworm screamed miserably. Suyu did not care about this. At this moment, a huge cloud appeared between heaven and earth. It appeared in an instant and entered Suyu's body. An incomparably strong willpower. It was not the Shenwen, not the heavenly Yuan Qi, not anything else, it was the willpower. As for the other side, the blade seemed to have dimmed a lot. Suyu did not care. Huang Ting was also attacking. What does it have to do with me? I want to kill people, and you can't kill people. So what if it is affected? Anyway, I am the one absorbing and digesting the divine power. You did not do anything. Powerful willpower surged in. Suyu's Sea of Will absorbed it crazily. In the blink of an eye, the willpower began to rise at a very fast speed. Suyu, who had been at the first level of Ling Yun, instantly stepped into the second level. As for Suyu, he did not want to do this. The god-expanding hammer bombarded crazily, continuously compressing the willpower. What was the point of advancing? The benefits of advancing were too little. Jumping levels was too little. I am only at the first level of Ling Yun. Shenwen had not absorbed enough. His Shenwen also began to rapidly absorb the willpower. All 180 divine orifices were absorbing it. He suppressed the advancement and forced the second level of willpower back to the first level. Suyu did not want to advance at all. His strength, however, had increased. With a backhand, he slashed out again. The Sea of Will, which was about to collapse due to the little furball's bite, was cut into two by his blade this time. The Sea of Will completely collapsed. The little furball was really strong. In the next moment, it flew out of the broken Sea of Will of the dragon silkworm and instantly entered Suyu's Sea of Will. It crazily absorbed the willpower. This is mine. Fragrant said that I will return the debt. It also absorbed. Suyu did not deny it. He had borrowed some previously, so he could return some now. But, He could not hammer it to death if it wanted too much, so you put away the dragon silkworm's corpse, the broken dragon silk, and the broken lightning spear. They were all good things. At this moment, he could see the scene outside the broken sky valley after the saber-chi dispersed. Not long after, a figure approached. The weak did not dare to come. In the distance, a white dragon approached. It was Long John of the dragon race. Not long after, an Mindian also approached and looked at Suyu from afar. Suyu smiled. In the next moment, he turned into an astral wind and disappeared, directly breaking through the broken sky valley and disappearing on the spot. Long John and an Mindian did not chase after him, their expressions grave. An Mindian suddenly shouted, "You have cultivated the heaven-splitting saber to this level. You do not have the strength of the mountain sea, but you can use the power of the mountain sea. Who are you? That is talent blood essence, isn't it? You are not Chui Lang. Talent blood essence?" In the distance, a genius thought of something and said, "Talent blood essence, talent blood essence. This is the secret inheritance of the Shunwen clan in Dixia province." He was not Chui Lang, definitely not. At this moment, a figure flew through the air and shouted, "Run!" With a roar, the black-armored expert rode across the broken sky valley on his flying tiger and casually replied, "Idiot, that is Suyu. Who else could it be? Do you still need to ask?" A bunch of idiots, of course. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. Heaven-splitting saber, talent blood essence. Motherf asterisk Kerr, if this was not Suyu, who else could it be? Anyone from the human race would know who it was, only this bunch of idiots would still ask who it was. The black-armored youth was not afraid of an Mindian at all. In fact, he even took the initiative to fly towards an Mindian. An Mindian did not say a word and broke into a run. Qin Feng, he might not be a match for Qin Feng, even though Qin Feng was much weaker than him and his cultivation realm was far inferior. The human race's #1 genius offensive power was too strong. He dared to chase after Huang Teng, but he did not dare to chase after Qin Feng. Qin Feng ignored him. He was only passing by. He was not talking to an Mindian, but to a figure that was running away in the sky. Huang Teng was startled. "Why are we still running when you're here? Kill! Qin Feng, where are you going? Run!" Qin Feng threw down those words again and rode the flying tiger, running away quickly. Huang Teng was startled once again. Taking advantage of Tian Duo's injury and Qin Feng's appearance, he clenched his teeth and ran away with Wu Qi. "Why are we running? F***ck, let's work together, we're very strong. That's Suyu, don't run away, come back." Also, they are running west, which is where Broken Sky City is. Are these guys stupid? Why do they have to run in that direction? Just as he thought this, his expression changed, and he sped up. In the blink of an eye, he followed Qin Feng and ran west. The top geniuses of the human race ran together, but the others did not dare to chase. They were all experts, and they all had the power to kill the mountains and seas. As for why they ran, they did not understand. Tian Duo and Mindian, and the others were actually a little afraid. They were afraid that these people would join forces. That would be big trouble. But they all ran away in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, everyone understood. In the void, a figure appeared, with long purple hair. Moto. Someone shivered. The #1 on the heaven list, Moto. Everything was clear now. Why did Qin Feng run? Moto was chasing after him. In the distance, Huang Teng also wanted to cry. F***ck, I know why you ran, why you didn't come to save me. F***ck, you actually lured Moto here. This guy killed someone at the 7th tier of the mountain and sea realm. On the human race's side, no one below the mountain and sea realm can defeat him. Ling Yin 7 killed someone at the 7th tier of the mountain and sea realm. Even by Tianhao of the human race paid with his life, but only Ling Yin 9 killed someone at the 7th tier of the mountain and sea realm. As for Moto, he was still alive and kicking after killing him. This guy was probably at Ling Yin 8 or 9 by now. It was said that when he killed his opponent, the heaven and earth rewarded him with an earth weapon. An extremely powerful earth weapon. What the hell was there to fight? Just run. As for Suyu running away, that was not strange. That guy used up all his power after slashing with his saber. It would be strange if he did not run. Perhaps he also sensed the danger in the east, and that was why he ran west. In fact, it was just as he expected. Originally, Suyu wanted to run east, and it would be best to return to the human race's territory. However, as soon as he went east, the word Shunwen jumped non-stop, and Suyu was so scared that he could only run west. He looked depressed. What's wrong with the east? I already killed Lei Ju, so why can't I go east, in the air? Moto looked at the place where Lei Ju had been killed, smiled, and said softly, Lei Ju is dead. And Mintian, who killed him? Cui, no, Suyu, and Mintian was a little nervous. A god at the second tier of the mountain and sea realm would actually be nervous when facing a demon like Lingyan 7. This was also the first time. Suyu? Moto seemed to think of something, and he smiled. Interesting, Huangteng, Suyu, Qin Feng, they are all here. Let's go take a look together. Kill them, and the human race's bones will be broken. With that said, he stepped into the air and chased in that direction. Could they run away? At this moment, silence fell in all directions. In that instant, too much news had shocked them, and they had suffered a great shock. Lei Ju was dead, the one who killed him was Cui Lang, no, perhaps it was Suyu. Qin Feng came, but he ran faster than anyone, not even for a moment, because Moto was chasing after him. Tian Duo had lost Huangteng, and the saber chi in Broken Sky Valley had dissipated quite a bit. In the future, this dangerous place might no longer be a dangerous place. At this moment, some people saw the changes on the ranking list. Cui Lang, Lingyan level 1, Earth ranking 5. Battle record, killed Lingyan level 9 Earth ranking 5, but this was Cui Lang. What if it was Suyu? At this moment, everyone knew that the Sky Hunter Pavilion had probably not confirmed Cui Lang's identity, or rather, the Sky Hunter Pavilion did not know whether Cui Lang was Suyu or not. Otherwise, with the age change, the ranking would definitely not be like this. Human race. God race. Demon race, some geniuses quickly fled. They could not participate in this matter anymore. Even a monster on the heaven ranking had come. This was very frightening. Whether it was Qin Feng or Moto, they were not ordinary mountain and sea realm cultivators that could be provoked. Even Huangteng was not someone that could be easily killed. In addition, now that a guy with an unknown identity had appeared and killed Lei Ju, some of the geniuses who had just entered the mountain and sea realm were even more frightened. Those guys seemed to have run west, where there were a few ancient cities. The human geniuses had run away, Broken Sky Valley was half crippled, and Moto Na, the number 1 on the heaven list, had chased after them. At this time all living beings couldn't help but be shocked. Someone looked at the white dragon in the air and said hurriedly, Lord Longzhan, was that person Cui Lang? They weren't too familiar with Cui Lang or Suyu. But it was different. Just a moment ago, one of the geniuses shouted, Suyu isn't even 20 years old yet. Just this one sentence had a completely different effect. Cui Lang, who was 35 years old, and Suyu, who was not even 20 years old, were both absolute thunder killers. According to the heaven hunting leaderboard, although it was unknown where they were ranked, they were at least ranked first on the Earth leaderboard. Because they killed different people. Suyu killed the absolute thunder killer. In fact, Huangting's record was not weak either. Lingyan killed a second-layer mountain sea realm as a fifth-layer mountain sea realm. But Huangting was 28 years old, 9 years older than Suyu. That was the first point. Second, Suyu killed the absolute thunder killer, who had killed a first-layer mountain sea realm expert, so he could also be considered a mountain sea realm expert. In this way, Suyu would at least be number 1 on the Earth list, or he could push Qin Feng down and enter the heaven list. The heavenly dragon race's Long Zhan ignored them. He looked into the distance and didn't say anything. As a genius of the heavenly dragon race, he was at the first-layer mountain sea realm, but he could also kill people above his level. He had once killed a 6th-layer mountain sea realm monster, but his ranking was not very high, 11th on the Earth list. The 4 major lists were too comprehensive, not just based on strength. Otherwise, Moto Na would definitely be inferior to Zhan Wushuang, who was an 8th-layer mountain sea realm expert who had killed Sun and Moon. Usually, Long Zhan was very proud. But today, seeing these guys kill people above their level like it was a game, Long Zhan felt helpless. He had killed a 6th-layer Mountain Sea realm, so he was not weak, right? Even if he encountered a 7th-layer Mountain Sea, he could still fight. In the end, Lingyan 7, who was ranked first on the heaven roll, had killed a 7th-tier Mountain and Sea realm cultivator. Even he was no match for Majua. Otherwise, an Mintian of the god race wouldn't have been so afraid. Even the original devil race's Tian Duo, who was definitely not weak, had nothing to say to this expert of the same race. He didn't dare to be arrogant, even if they had the same background. Suyu, Long Zhan thought. At this time, on the other side, Tian Duo looked at the direction Moto left with a complicated expression. That was his life goal. Maybe, he would never be able to catch up. He left the demon realm, came to the Sea of Desire Plain, and killed Huang Ting. Everything he did was to become famous and close the distance between him and Moto. But today, looking at the few demons around him, a few had died, and there were still 3 left. Mo Erba, Lan Ning, and the 3-eyed demon were all there. The other devils were all dead. All in vain, they got nothing. As for Moto, he hunted down the 3 geniuses of the human race alone. No, including Wu Qi, several geniuses of the human race were hunted down by him alone. This was domineering, so easy, so free. Compared to them, they were also experts of the original devil race, but they killed Huang Ting. Apart from seriously injuring them and killing several of them, they didn't manage to stop them. The group of geniuses all felt complicated at this moment. The little golden dragon floated up from underground and asked in a loud voice, "Who is Suyu?" He really didn't know, even Shui Lang only knew about it this time. And now, this Suyu had popped out of nowhere. He did not know him at all. He wasn't the only one who didn't know. At this moment, a figure appeared in the distance. He wore a mask, and on the mask were some patterns that looked like the sky had split open. Sky Hunter Pavilion bastard. Someone looked over with vigilant eyes, somewhat eager to make a move. The Sky Hunter Pavilion expert's voice was strange, faintly discernible. Everyone, don't be so hostile. I have no intention of becoming enemies with you. Everyone is curious about Suyu, and so is the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Perhaps you don't know much about Suyu. Let me explain a thing or two to you. A member of the human realm of Dixia province, 19 years old, entered the human realm of Dixia province's Great Xia Civilization University at 18 years old, and joined the Xinwen department. When he entered, he was in the Kaiyuan realm. Apprentice to Bai Feng. Perhaps you don't know Bai Feng, but he was apprenticed to Lu Wenyan when he was in a secondary school. Everyone should know him. Many people were surprised when they heard this. This person knew him, he was quite famous. Of course, Lu Wenyan had never been on the Sky Hunter list, but everyone knew his master. Great Xia Civilization University's 5th-generation master, Yi Badian, the invincible sun and moon kill, he had maintained the first place on the Sky Hunter list for 20 years. This was the limit. He was on the list at 20 years old, and reached the top at 22 years old. He had been attacked countless times in his life, and until he left the list in his 40s, no one could kill him. Yi Beishan's grand disciple. Some people were shocked, even more shocked than the descendants of the invincible. The invincible were not rare, but the invincible sun and moon kill was only Yi Badian. There were people who dared to fight invincible in the sun and moon kill. Daring to fight didn't mean that they could win and not die. Winning didn't mean that they could kill. Killing invincible, the first person in the sun and moon tier, no matter how strong a genius was, it was difficult to be invincible in the sun and moon kill. This meant that the opponent's strength had already surpassed the average invincible realm, which was why they could kill. The Sky Hunter Pavilion member continued, "So you joined the Great Xia Civilization University." In less than half a year, he entered the top 100 list of the Great Xia Civilization University, and killed the former top 100 student. He was a ruthless person, everyone listened as if it was a joke. The Great Xia Civilization University still had some reputation, and the top 100 list should not be weak, although for them, the top 100 list that did not enter the SOAR was nothing. After he killed the former number 1 in the top 100 rankings, some unforeseen events occurred midway. Suyu betrayed the Great Xia Mansion and killed 2 elites of the Sun Moon tier and many elites of the Mountain Sea tier. He even personally killed an elite of the 7th level of the Soaring Cloud tier. All of this happened only half a year after he entered the academy. Exclamations sounded again. The little golden dragon was dumbfounded. He did not care that the other party was a member of the Skyhunter Pavilion, and hurriedly said, "He also killed the sun and moon tier." The Skyhunter Pavilion member said calmly, "He did not kill them. He deliberately lured them to kill him." The mansion master of the Ming Constables, Zhu Tiandao, personally invited him to join the Ming Constables. For him, he did not hesitate to offend the elites of Shan Shenwen's faction and killed the Sun and Moon Jin Yuhui of Shan Shenwen's faction. After that, Suyu joined the Ming Constables and the Great Ming Civilization Academy. He successively introduced the extremely famous twin Wu orifices closing technique, primordial Shenwen technique, primordial spirit opening technique, and other cultivation techniques. He founded the Primordial Spirit Research Institute, and several months ago, he even defeated the top genius of the mortal realm, Xianxia. Xianxia? Some living beings said in surprise, "Him. That guy came to the All Heavens battlefield. His name is on the Skyhunter 4 lists, right?" "Yes, the 9th on the yellow list. He came once and left soon after." Some people knew of Xianxia. He came here and killed geniuses, but he did not stay long and left soon after. Even so, he was still 9th on the yellow list. His talent and strength were evident. The member of the Skyhunter Pavilion continued, "Yes, a few months ago, Suyu defeated Shan Xiong and almost killed him. The top master of the mortal realm, Zhou Polong, personally appeared and saved Shan Xiong. Suyu broke 144 apertures and was seriously injured. Rumor has it that he is still recuperating. Principal Niu Baidao of the Great Ming Civilization Academy is personally guarding him. And Chui Lang is Principal Niu Baidao's registered disciple." The little golden dragon could not help but ask again, "What does 144 apertures breaking mean?" "Oh, didn't I say?" The member of the Skyhunter Pavilion said with a smile, "Suyu Kaiyuan has more than 300 apertures, maybe 360. I don't know if this is true or not. As for the divine apertures, it is said that he has opened more than 100 apertures, but I don't know the exact number. The Shenwen technique should be close to 20, maybe even more, but I don't know the exact number." "This, 1 year?" Everyone was stunned again. "If you said 10 years, we would accept it. There were still many geniuses like this. But 1 year, they could not believe it." "Yes, 1 year." The masked man calculated for a while and said with a smile, "No, there are still about 20 days left. The first day of August in the peace calendar of the human realm is the first day of school. Today, according to the peace calendar of the human realm, it is only the 6th day of July." Silence. Soon, someone said in a low voice, "The ruins of the invincible realm?" "Yes." The masked man said again, "It should be so. It is rumored that Suyu found the ruins of the invincible realm in the human realm, so he has today. Even so, it is amazing. The ruins of the invincible realm also depended on your luck and talent. Genius, who didn't have some opportunities, if there were no opportunities, how could they be called geniuses?" Suyu obtained the ruins of the invincible realm. It could only be said that the opportunities were too strong, and the opportunities were too strong. This was also a kind of genius. If a genius didn't casually pick up money, could he be called a genius? At this moment, everyone understood Suyu. The little golden dragon hurriedly said, "He is Suyu." At that time, when Suyu killed Lei Ju, he was nearby. Before Lei Ju died, he asked Suyu if it was Suyu, and he said it was. The little golden dragon saw and heard it. That was Suyu, the 19-year-old Suyu. The members of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion hurriedly said, "Does Lord Wuyo know?" "It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but it is Suyu." The little golden dragon said. "If you don't believe it, then so be it." He was too lazy to explain. At this moment, everyone looked to the west, and some geniuses were ready to make a move. And at this moment, the void shook. 7 or 8 powerhouses attacked the masked man one after another. After saying that, it was time to send you on your way, the people of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion were not weak, and their talent was also strong. It would be a waste not to kill them, including Long Zhan and Mindian, Tian Duo. Many powerhouses attacked one after another. When these people joined forces, even 5th or 6th layer mountain sea cultivators would die. Seventh-layer mountain sea cultivators could also fight, and if they fought, they were competent in killing them. After all, they were all powerhouses from the top 10 races. The masked man smiled. Although they could not see his face, everyone could feel that he was smiling. In the next moment, a pillar of light appeared, and the masked man instantly disappeared. Before leaving, he smiled and said, "Welcome everyone to the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion will provide everyone with the most comprehensive service and information." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. The expressions of Tian Duo and the others changed. And Mindian could not help but shout, "This is an invincible person personally receiving us? Damn it, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion has an invincible existence." Unbelievable, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was not a race, it was an organization, and this organization had an invincible existence, and he personally received a member and left. Tian Duo said coldly, "It is not strange that the Heaven Hunter Pavilion has an invincible existence. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion has existed for too long. It has existed since the opening of the All Heavens battlefield. In fact, in the ancient records of the demon race, this organization exists. It may have existed on the All Heavens battlefield for who knows how many millions of years. The history of the demon race was very long, terrifyingly long, and in the ancient records of the demon race, this organization existed. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion's inheritance was not destroyed, that was even more terrifying." After saying that, Tian Duo said coldly, "But their invincible dares to make a move. They are very bold." Rumble, a loud explosion resounded. Tian Duo was not surprised, and even Mindian was not surprised at this moment. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion was courting death. If they sent out an invincible existence to receive someone, they would soon be sensed by the invincible existences in some war zones. Since that was the case, the invincible existences in these war zones would not be polite. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion was just an organization, and this organization was very mysterious. It was usually difficult to get rid of them. Now that an invincible existence had appeared, the invincible existences of other races would not make a move to stop them. After a series of rumbles, everything disappeared. There was no movement, no one knew the result, but it was right that the invincible existences were not dead. If an invincible existences died, the entire All Heavens battlefield would sense it. The light of Tao corroboration shone for thousands of miles. It had not been seen in recent years, but a few decades ago, someone had seen such a grand scene. That day, there were 3 consecutive explosions that shook the entire world. No one cared about the invincible existences anymore. The battle of the invincible existences was too far away from them. At this moment, someone looked at the rankings. Chui Lang was still 5th on the Earth roll. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion has not confirmed his identity. This was the answer. If it was confirmed, it would definitely change. Siyu was not the first person to hide his identity and come to the All Heavens battlefield. But under normal circumstances, if he wanted to show his face, he would not be able to hide for long. There was no other way. There was a lot of killing here, and you had to show your best abilities. Unless you silenced people time and time again, no one would see you make a move. Otherwise, you would not be able to escape the situation of your identity being exposed. Tian Duo did not care about this. He looked towards the west and sighed softly. He said coldly, "Why don't we go together and take a look? There are a few ancient cities in front of us. Those guys might very well enter the ancient cities to take refuge." Further west was the Central War Zone. That was the demon race's territory. If they killed their way into their territory, the demon powerhouses would act. It would not be like the Sea of Desire Plain, where the sun and moon could not find you. Therefore, the probability of entering the ancient cities was the highest. The ancient cities, will they go there? Some living beings said with some fear, "It's best not to go there. It's very strange. Only the experts of the small races, prisoners, or wanderers go there." The so-called wanderers were those who had no choice but to wander in the All Heavens battlefield after their small realms were destroyed. There were also experts among these fellows. The sun and moon were not rare. Many wandered around the All Heavens battlefield, and the ancient cities were one of their choices. The ancient cities were somewhat strange. Under normal circumstances, the geniuses and experts of the large races did not dare to casually enter. Therefore, some experts of the small races occupied the ancient cities and became overlords. The invincible experts of the large races almost never went to the ancient cities. The sun and moon reigned supreme there. As for why the invincible experts did not go, they did not know. The invincible experts would not mention it to them. Generally speaking, the ancient cities were mentioned in a few words. You can go, but don't stay there for too long. Be careful and don't cause trouble in the ancient cities. Those who caused trouble would not have a good ending. Such ancient cities were not only found in the Sea of Desire Plain, but also in other places. In the Star Sea, there were several such ancient cities, and they were all very strange. Tian Duo looked to the west and said indifferently, since we are here in the All Heavens battlefield, if others can go, we can go too. Coming here, it would be too much of a pity not to go to the ancient cities. Moreover, Madonna and the others might go. In that case, he dared to go. With that, he also soared into the air and left. On his forehead, the flame divine glyph was obvious. His emotions fluctuated slightly. Madonna, I will not lose to you. Being born at the same time as Madonna in the origin demon race, perhaps, this was the sorrow of the other origin demon geniuses. While those people were discussing, Suyu was running very fast. His willpower and Yuan-Chi were greatly consumed. His willpower was fine now. Because of the heaven and earth reward, it had almost recovered. In terms of Yuan-Chi, Suyu was rapidly absorbing the heavens Yuan-Chi to recover. Very extravagant, frighteningly extravagant, but Suyu was very happy. The great battle was very satisfying. His melancholy dissipated, and the stimulation of the battle rapidly strengthened his physical body. Shenwen also showed signs of advancing. For example, Shenwen with the word battle and Shenwen with the word Shenwen both showed signs of advancing. Geniuses liked chaotic battles. It was not without reason. There were rewards for killing, and it could also stimulate one's strength to improve. If one did not fight with the strong, they would never become strong. At this time, there were many storage rings on Suyu's hand. He did not care. He took out Lei Ju's storage ring and quickly opened it. As expected, he saw a branch book. He quickly took out the Heaven Hunter list branch book and opened it. He was on the list, 5th on the Earth list. 5th on the Earth list, 1st on the Earth list was Huang Ting. Ling Yun, a 5th stage Mountain Sea Realm cultivator, killed a 2nd stage Mountain Sea Realm cultivator. 2nd on the Earth list was an expert of the celestial race. 9th stage Soar killed a 9th stage Mountain Sea Realm cultivator, terrifying. 3rd on the Earth list, 3 steps to the cloud, 1st stage Mountain Sea Realm. 4th on the Earth list, 4th stage Mountain Sea Realm cultivator killed a 7th stage Mountain Sea Realm cultivator. Next was Suyu. 1st stage Ling Yun killed Ling Yun, 9th stage Mountain Sea Realm cultivator. Strength was not the only factor. There were many factors. The person above Suyu was a 7th stage Mountain Sea Realm cultivator, but he himself was already at the 4th stage Mountain Sea Realm. There were so many geniuses in the one region, each and every one of them could jump realms like it was a game. The small races were really miserable. As Suyu fled, he looked behind him. Strange. Was it dangerous behind him? Damn it, this calamity character in Shenwen kept jumping. Could it be broken? It felt like danger was coming from behind him. However, the sensory jade could not sense anything within a kilometer. A kilometer was too small. Suyu had no way of knowing what was happening behind him. As for that shocking explosion, he also heard it, but he did not think much of it. Too strong, it had nothing to do with him. It felt like he was thousands of kilometers away, maybe it was a battle between invincible beings. It had nothing to do with him. On the battlefield of the heavens, battles between invincible beings had happened before. As long as invincible beings did not die, it was fine. If invincible beings did not die, it was just a small fight. If invincible beings died, that would be big news. It seemed like there had not been such big news in the past 50 years. It was quite regrettable. What exactly is behind me? Suyu was helpless. It was not good to run like this. He had just killed Lei Ju and was preparing to kill more one geniuses. Yet, he suddenly felt danger and had no choice but to run. Was Huangting dead? Probably not. His name was still on the list. Wu Qi was still alive, these guys were not dead. Should he just stop and forget it? Just as he was thinking, the calamity character in Shenwen jumped again. Its meaning was clear. Continue running. Stop? Shenwen was warning. The calamity character in Shenwen was the best warning device. If he did not run, he would die. F***ck. Suyu was depressed, he had just killed Lei Ju. He was so powerful, and he still wanted to run. What was going on? Invincible beings were killing him. That's impossible, he could already fight the Mountain Sea realm. Just as he was thinking, a vague shadow appeared behind him. It was extremely fast, as if it had gone crazy. It was shockingly fast. Suyu quickly turned into astral wind and hit his tracks. That person did not care about this and continued to run. Suyu also moved forward quickly. He found that the closer he got, the more the calamity character jumped. Suyu's heart stirred. This guy wanted to kill him, stronger than him, he judged from afar. His speed was very fast, even faster than him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Of course, Suyu did not use his escape technique to its fullest. He was fast and shouldn't be weak. But was it that dangerous? Just as he was thinking, the flying tiger that the black-armored youth was sitting on roared. The black-armored youth was slightly startled. He quickly said, "Who is that? Is it Suyu? I am Cui Lang, damn, does anyone know that I, Suyu, have come to the All Heavens battlefield? Forget it. It doesn't matter if it is him or not. Run. That madman Madonna is coming. I am Qin Fong. Goodbye." With a whoosh, this guy changed direction and quickly fled. Madonna is coming, Suyu was slightly startled, it's him, the #1 expert on the heaven list. Qin Fong ran very fast. His voice faintly reached him. Good luck. Find an ancient city to hide for 3 days. You must come out, or there will be trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared completely. Not long after he disappeared, Suyu slowed down. Sure enough, someone quickly fled from behind. Huangting? Suyu did not show up, but his voice came out. Huangting was startled. He quickly said, Suyu or Cui Lang? Then, he hurriedly said, whatever. Run. F***ck, that madman Madonna is coming. Run. Find an ancient city to hide. Good luck. You must leave the city within 3 days. That's it. Goodbye. Damn, Huangting and Qin Fong's words were almost repeated. Madonna is coming, go hide in an ancient city. Leave the city within 3 days, Suyu ignored him. He quickly looked at Wu Qi who was caught by him. He was unconscious and seemed to be heavily injured. Qin Fong ran to the right, Huangting ran to the left, and Suyu was in the middle. Thinking about it, Suyu quickly caught up to Huangting. He was also extremely fast. Huangting seemed to have sensed someone chasing him. He sped up again. He was risking his life. Suyu could not help but shout, it's me. How's Wu Qi? I know it's you. Huangting knew it was him, but he still ran very fast. He cursed, get lost. Don't follow me. Qin Fong is on the heaven list. If you're Suyu, you're next on the heaven list. I'm only on the earth list. Don't follow me. Don't screw me over. I know it's my fault for hitting your teacher. Don't follow me. Please. His meaning was clear, you and Qin Fong are both Madonna's top targets. I'm number 3. Don't screw me over, Suyu was stunned. He could not help but say angrily, don't screw me over. Do you think you can run? How's Wu Qi? You really have something going on with her. F***ck, you're not being honest. She's the goddess of our generation. Even your teacher pursued her. You're too careless. This is Huangting, I'm asking about serious matters, and you're talking about this. This is Huangting, who does Xia province has high hopes for. This is Xiao Longwu II, you're kidding me. This is the top prodigy of the human race. This is the enemy that Bai Feng has been talking about. Suyu was mentally exhausted. Why is he acting like an idiot? I'm asking Wu Qi, why are you talking to me? Huang Ting quickly said, it's nothing. I'm just going to die. You'll get used to it. If you can run, you can live. If you can't, you'll die later even if you live now. Madonna is only Lingyan 7. Let's work together, don't be a kid. Huang Ting shouted, do you know what the 7th stage of the Mountain Sea realm means? The lowest is 100,000 apertures. That's the 7th stage of the Mountain Sea realm. The lowest. The weakest kind. If it's a civilization master, then it's even stronger. What does a kid know? We have to work together to kill it. Qin Fang and I together are not enough, and you think you can kill it? Let's run, so much nonsense, you still want to work together to kill Madonna? Wait until we reach Lingyan 7 or 8. He's only at Lingyan 5, and Qin Fang is only at Lingyan 6. Neither of them has reached the 7th stage. Qin Fang had killed a 3rd stage Mountain Sea realm, and he had killed a 2nd stage Mountain Sea realm. They were both top prodigies, but they were not as strong. The lowest was 100,000 apertures, understood, terrifying. His physical strength was more than 10 times his, but his battle prowess was not as simple as 10 times. Now he understood. So you did not waste any time. He quickly threw a storage ring over and shouted, that's some life-saving heavenly origin energy and the flesh rebirth technique. Don't you King steal it. It's for Wu Qi. Tell her that I saved her. Don't think she's stronger than me. With that said, Suyu instantly turned into a gust of wind. The Wind Shenwen character exploded, and he flew toward the center at an extremely fast speed. Run, he did not go with Huang Ting and the others. If he did, he would be a big target. Huang Ting was afraid that Suyu would implicate him, and Suyu was afraid that he would bring 2 burdens with him. How good he was, he could turn into wind and water whenever he wanted. The half-earth grade boots increased his speed, and his young aperture was half opened. Suyu also ran with all his might. He could not beat him, it was better to avoid the first on the heaven list. Even Qin Fang and Huang Ting together could not beat him. If he met him, he would not stand a chance. If his physical body was not above caste 40, he would not be able to kill him. At least above caste 40, once he reached caste 40, his physical strength would exceed 80,000 apertures. Coupled with the willpower Shenwen character and the half-opened young aperture, he would have a chance to fight. Now, forget it. It was only caste 14, if he was fast, he could reach caste once every 10 days. That would be 260 days, which was close to 9 months before he had a chance to fight. Forget it, I'll admit defeat. Suyu muttered in his heart. Please don't chase me. Go and kill Qin Fang and the others. He was not too worried. Who didn't have a trump card in the All Heavens battlefield? If you don't have one, then so be it if you die. Why did you come to the All Heavens battlefield if you don't have one? At this moment, the 3 human geniuses fled in 3 different directions. They were not familiar with each other, and they were not a match for him even if they worked together. If they really met, they might be wiped out in one fell swoop. Only an idiot would do that. If they split up, no matter how strong Madonna was, it was unlikely that he would turn around and kill the second after killing one. After killing Lei Ju, Suyu did not even have a minute of freedom before he was forced to flee for his life again. At the same time, in the human base camp, Xiahou Yi received the frontline battle report again. He stood up and could not help but curse. I thought it was that kid who caused trouble. In the end, Qin Fang, damn it. Qin Fang actually lured Madonna over. This bastard was even worse than Suyu. As he spoke, Xiahou Yi said faintly, sigh, I'm thinking, isn't this Lei Ju too weak? Is the Thunder God race about to die? It was fine if he did not think about it. But now that he thought about it, that was Suyu, scary. He had only been here for a few days, and he already killed Lei Ju. You must be kidding me. If Huang Ting encountered Lei Ju, he could probably win. There was a chance to kill him, but it might not be easy. After all, he was someone who had killed Mountain Sea. But how old was Suyu and how old was Huang Ting? How long did Huang Ting cultivate for? Xiahou Yi was exhausted. On the side, Madame Wu suddenly said, is he really Suyu? According to the frontline intelligence, Qin Fang said that it was Suyu. Qin Feng did not know Suyu, but since he said that, there must be some truth to it. No. Xiaoyi denied. If it was, it would be troublesome. He might draw Invincible out. Of course, it was not certain yet. Invincible would not act rashly for Suyu. That would trigger a battle of the Invincible. Of course, he knew it was Suyu, but he did not say it. If he did, it would be big trouble. Madame Wu nodded slightly. After a while, she said, "What a loyal young man. In order to save Chi-Chi, he risked his life alone. Sigh, he is worthy of Chi-Chi." Xiaoyi looked at Madame Wu, confused. What did she mean? Madam, that Wu Qi is older than him. Moreover, that kid is not on good terms with our Xia province, that's with Xianxia, not my Wu family. Madame Wu looked at him strangely. What does this have to do with my Wu family? My Wu family has a good relationship with this branch. Look, my daughter and that bastard Lu Wenyan are not clear. My great-granddaughter, the younger one, personally chased him to the Ming constabulary. What does this have to do with us? No matter how much Suyu and Xia province are not on good terms, it is only Shan Shenwen's branch and Xiajia. They have a good relationship with the Wu family. Do you understand? Xiaoyi paused. Your Lan, Madame Wu nodded. That's true. There was no need to matchmake Suyu and Wu Qi. Lan was the same. It was just that she was too weak. For a genius like Suyu, a weak person could easily lose his life. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, had the appearance of a strong person. In this case, she would not be afraid of danger if she followed Suyu. She was a woman who had risen in danger. As for Suyu, he might die soon. Madame Wu understood this. But for the women of the Wu family, even if it was only for a moment, they would have no regrets in this life. She knew the personalities of the women of the Wu family too well. Find a weakling, find a mediocre person, and have them serve their husband and raise their children. This was an ordinary woman. The women of the Wu clan would either choose not to marry, or they would choose to marry a supreme chosen. Even if they perished, they would choose to live a glorious life. Madame Wu thought about this. Otherwise, other men would not be worthy of her peerless great-granddaughter. As for Huang Ting, he was glib-tongued. Madame Wu's liver hurt. She did not want to talk to him. He was similar to the fatty in front of her. She had met him once. She hated people like him. Even geniuses were not good enough. Xiaoyi seemed to feel disdain. He looked gloomy. Old madam, you still dislike me? Come to think of it. Back then, he had really wanted to marry Wu Yuehua. In the end, Wu Yuehua looked down on him and this old madam beat him up. This whole family was not good people. Now, they had their eyes on Suyu. He had to give it to the old madam. He flew with the wind. He was extremely fast. Suyu's Shenwen character was still jumping. This made Suyu want to curse. Did he follow me? Am I that unlucky? Go after Qin Feng. Along the way, Suyu dove into mountains, turned into water, and turned into trees. He was astonishingly fast, but he still couldn't shake off the danger behind him. He used the 5 elements escape technique to perfection, but he still couldn't shake off the opponent. At the same time, purple-haired Madonna walked leisurely in the air, as if he was admiring the scenery around him. Arrogance? No, this was confidence. The confidence of killing a 7th-tier mountain C-tier, more confidence than before. The geniuses of the human race were still far away from him. Even if he encountered some peak mountain C-tier cultivators, he could still stay alive. As for the sun and moon tier, unless he encountered a sun and moon tier human, the sun and moon tier cultivators of the demon race and god race wouldn't dare to kill him easily. The gods and demons still needed to work together, including the current demon race. They all wanted to work together to suppress the human race. Suyu? He continued forward. Is that Suyu ahead? Qin Feng and Huang Ting could be considered old acquaintances. He lost interest. Unless they advanced to Lingyan 7 or even 8 or 9 tiers, they had a chance to fight him, and that was just a chance. Sometimes, raising a few evenly matched opponents was also a kind of pleasure. If the boat capsized, so be it. If he couldn't suppress the current generation, how could he prove to be invincible? Even if he proved to be invincible, he couldn't become as invincible as Xianxia of Goguryeo and the others. Madonna, on the other hand, wanted to see the strength of the newcomers, such as this guy who he didn't know was Cui Lang or Suyu. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Heavenly Destroyer City. In the distance, he could already see that incomparably majestic city. It was mysterious and ancient, an existence that had existed since time immemorial. Ancient cities like this were scattered throughout the heaven battlefield. Madonna had been to an ancient city once. Of course, it wasn't Heavenly Destroyer City. He had some opportunities there, and of course, encountered some dangers. Ancient City. Annihilation. His eyes were deep as he looked at the indistinctly appearing grand ancient city. He smiled. Did Suyu and the others want to enter the city? This place might not be a safe place. Perhaps even more dangerous than himself. The more talented one was, the more dangerous it would be. This was the All Heavens battlefield. The All Heavens battlefield was a place for geniuses. Of course, surviving the crisis was an opportunity. Therefore, geniuses could grow the fastest here. Madonna continued forward. Would Suyu enter the city? He wasn't sure. Regardless of whether Suyu entered the city or not, he still had to go and take a look. Since he had encountered the Heavenly Destroyer City, it was fate. If he didn't go and take a look, he would be letting down this trip to the Sea of Desire Plain. At first, he hadn't wanted to come here. The Sea of Desire's plain was only suitable for prodigies below the high level of the mountain and sea tier. Even those at the high level of the mountain and sea tier could easily get lost here. This place was not friendly to those at the high level of the mountain and sea tier and the sun-moon tier. As for those people, they had their own places to train. Although Madonna was not the sun and moon, he preferred to go there. Only there could give him a strong sense of danger, a life or death crisis. Here, he was invincible. Of course, he was talking about these young people. Madonna saw the huge city, and so did Suyu. From far away, he could feel the barbaric aura. It was desolate, but indescribably spectacular. It spanned between heaven and earth. Suyu was vigilant and approached silently. At this moment, his Tribulation Shinwen jumped left and right. It kept a weak jump, not too strong. This meant that there was danger, but it wasn't too dangerous. This huge city lay in front of him. It seemed boundless. For a moment, Suyu couldn't see where it ended. There were many gates, yes, many gates. Just from what Suyu could see, there were 7 or 8 gates on this side of the city wall. Should he enter? How? Should he check his identity or something? Who built such a huge city on the All Heavens battlefield? Even for the headquarters of the human race, they had only built a small city, East Parting City. Behind East Parting City were endless barracks and tents. They had not built a large city. Suyu opened his eyes and looked around. In the entire city, the most eye-catching thing was the 2 ancient characters that had gone through the vicissitudes of life. Heavenly Annihilation. It wasn't the human race's language, nor was it the language of any race that Suyu knew. However, Suyu could recognize it. It seemed to be a special language, similar to Shinwen. If you drew it, you would understand it. Shinwen, Suyu murmured. Yes, the first thing he thought of was Shinwen. The real Shinwen, not the god race's language. Seeing these 2 characters, he knew what they meant. Heavenly Annihilation. At this moment, in his mind, the golden book trembled slightly and quickly calmed down. Above the huge city, the 2 characters flickered slightly and quickly calmed down. At the same time, in the huge palace in the city lord's residence, the stone statue opened its eyes again. It seemed to see through the endless void and saw many things. A moment later, it closed its eyes. Just like before, it turned into a stone statue, silent. Suyu hid around and didn't dare to enter the city rashly. He was also worried that Madonna would chase after him. For a moment, he hesitated. At this moment, Suyu's expression changed slightly. The character Calamity flickered in Shinwen. Is Madonna here? He was about to force his way into the huge city when a figure floated in the air not far away. Madonna glanced in his direction. It seemed to notice him, but also seemed to not notice him. After a glance, Madonna walked toward the biggest city gate. The biggest city gate was unguarded, unlike the other smaller gates, which were guarded. The huge city gate was open, but there was no one around. Madonna walked over. The city gate was open, but he didn't go in. Around the small door, some living beings came and went. Some of them recognized Madonna and were frightened. Some recognized him and chuckled. Another blind one, the demonic fire burned. The living being who spoke was directly burned by the demonic fire. Shrill screams resounded through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the Ling Yunjing powerhouse who spoke was completely burned. Madonna didn't even look over there, as if he didn't do anything. At this moment, some living beings in the surroundings all retreated. There was another person next to the person who spoke just now. It was an extremely old man. His eyes showed a touch of shock and unconcealable anger. The original demon race is so domineering? Madonna turned to look at the old man. He was a mountain sea powerhouse. He glanced at him and nodded slightly. The original demon race is indeed domineering. With that, his figure flashed. Boom, there was only that punch between heaven and earth. This punch broke the void, as if it suddenly grew out of the void, and hit the old man's head. With a bang, the old man's head exploded. The demonic fire appeared again, a huge black wolf lost its head. In the blink of an eye, it was burned into nothing by the demonic fire. Madonna. A creature uttered this name in a trembling voice. This time, all the living beings in the surroundings retreated again. The original demon race, Madonna, Ling Yunjing, however, the third-level mountain sea black wolf was killed with a single punch. At this moment, all the living beings were shocked and afraid. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Madonna's reputation was too great. Madonna ignored those fellows and returned to the front of the huge city gate. The gate was still open. Madonna took a light breath and stepped in, flaming sore. Under his feet, the demonic fire illuminated the void. Madonna walked step by step as if it was very difficult. 1 step, 2 steps, every step he took seemed to exhaust his strength. The domineering person who killed a mountain sea with a single punch was now walking slowly, forming a sharp contrast. In the darkness, Suyu was dumbfounded. So powerful, a third-level mountain sea powerhouse was completely powerless against this guy. He was killed with a single punch. Terrifying. This guy is so strong. He's only Lingyan 7. Based on this strength, I would need to reach at least the 6th level of sword to fight him. At this moment, he was talking to Little Furball. Little Furball turned around and didn't want to reply. The strongest Lingyan 7 of the original demon race, no, perhaps the strongest Lingyan 7 of the Wan, and you say you need to reach the 6th level of sword to fight him. Little Furball didn't want to talk to him anymore. Really inhuman, Suyu was serious. The 6th level of Soar referred to the fleshly body. That would require at least 41 castings. He would need to reach the 6th level at least to have any hope of fighting him. If he fought him, he might not win. He couldn't see through Madonna's current strength. Perhaps he would need to reach the 7th level of Soar. Perhaps, more. I can't see through this guy. How many times did he cast his body? 36 times? How many apertures did he open? More than 100? No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like he had only opened more than 100 apertures. As for casting his body, perhaps he had cast it more than 36 times. Although he obtained the original demon race's cultivation method, it was only 36 times. But who knew if this guy cultivated the original demon race's body casting method? Why does he have to go through that gate? Suyu was a little confused. There were many gates in the city, and some of them seemed to be very convenient to enter and exit. Some creatures came and went, and the guards didn't stop them, nor did they check anything. Since that was the case, why did Madonna have to go through that gate? Also, did he notice him? Then why didn't he kill him? Instead, he went through the gate. It was as if his goal wasn't to kill him but to enter the city. What a strange guy. At this moment, Suyu had countless questions he wanted to know. Madonna walked step by step with difficulty. Suyu could see sweat dripping from his forehead. This gate was too strange. The guy who killed Shanghai with 1 punch couldn't even enter the gate. What kind of gate was this? So what if he jumped over the city wall and entered the city directly? He will die. Boom. Suyu's fist smashed behind him. Divine characters erupted as a battle technique was unleashed. With a long sound, the void exploded. Suyu, the guy who just said he will die, quickly retreated at this moment. A few hundred meters away from him, the white-masked man laughed. Do you want to know what will happen if you jump over the city wall and enter the city directly? Suyu's eyes were cold, and he was shocked. I was just thinking about it. How did this guy know? As if he knew what he was thinking, the white-masked man laughed. Because, people who come here for the first time will have this kind of thought. It's easy to guess, isn't it? Are you curious about many things? Are you confused about many things? Who are you? Suyu's eyes were cold. He couldn't see through this guy. Run. Don't think about running. I mean no harm. The white-masked man laughed. I'm from the Skyhunter Pavilion, a member of the Skyhunter Division. Suyu, you just used the Shinwen battle technique, right? Can you tell me what this Shinwen battle technique is called? Suyu looked at him coldly, but he didn't say a word. Don't be so hostile. The Skyhunter Pavilion is just an organization. There's no good or evil, right or wrong. An organization is for the convenience of others and oneself. The white-masked man laughed. I would like to invite you to join the Skyhunter Pavilion. Will you consider it? Not at all. Suyu kept retreating. Afraid that the white-masked man would attack him, he said, give me some time. After all, I know too little about the Skyhunter Pavilion, heh. The masked man laughed. Don't be nervous. This time, I'm just here to confirm your identity. I have no other intentions. Also, if you don't join the Skyhunter Pavilion, you can use the ranking list to make some deals with the Skyhunter Pavilion. Deals? Yes. The white-masked man smiled. Anything can be traded. Can I kill the invincible? The masked man was silent for a moment. I don't have enough authority. Perhaps, when you have enough authority, it's not impossible. Suyu looked at the masked man, his eyes changing. Inviting one powerhouses and geniuses to join, setting up the Skyhunter list, facilitating deals, and maybe taking part in some employment matters. I'm familiar with such actions. Too familiar. This was an organization in the form of a fraternity, inviting people to join, arranging tasks, and giving benefits. Anyway, the mastermind would definitely profit. The masked man did not mind. He smiled. Everyone has their needs. The Skyhunter Pavilion never flaunts itself. Everything is for justice. Suyu retreated again and asked, is Moto a member of the Skyhunter Pavilion? The masked man smiled. I don't know. I'm only in charge of what I'm in charge of. I don't know what others are in charge of. This is also the rule. You're in charge of me now? Yes. The masked man smiled. Are you curious why Moto wants to enter the city? Why does he have to go through this door? Why is it so difficult to enter? What kind of existence is the ancient city? Aren't you curious? Yes. Suyu retreated far away. The word tribulation in Shinwen was no longer beating. He smiled. Selling intelligence? Sell it to me. Name a price. No need. The masked man said, can I see your real face? After that, I'll give you some intelligence as a reward. Skyhunter Pavilion is so capable. Can't you see through it? Sure. The masked man was not provoked. A mirror appeared in his hand. He smiled. Seeing through it by force will make me an enemy. I said before that I have no intention of being an enemy. Do you really want me to see through it by force? The Skyhunter list needs reliable information. You saw it too. Not much has been exposed. I just need some basic information. Now that your identity as Cui Lang has been questioned, the Skyhunter Pavilion has the responsibility to verify the truth. Responsibility? Suyu raised his eyebrows. The masked man said, yes, there is a responsibility. If we don't even know who a genius is, how can the Skyhunter Pavilion stand in the world? How can we make people believe that our intelligence is accurate? Suyu nodded. I am Cui Lang, the masked man smiled. He raised the mirror in his hand. At this moment, a white light shone over. Suyu quickly turned invisible and fled. Just as he turned invisible, time and space stagnated. Suyu fell from the void. He was slightly shocked but not afraid. He kicked out with time. With a rumble, the white light dissipated a little. The masked man was slightly startled. He quickly recorded it. Nose time battle technique, Silkworm Destruction King's inheritance. He raised the mirror and shone it again. Suyu erupted in Shinwen. The masked man recorded again, has the 5 elements in Shinwen. Suyu suddenly stopped and avoided the white light. He hurriedly said, I am Suyu. Lord Mask, why are you so touchy? He also realized that the guy seemed to be recording something. If they continued fighting, more things would be exposed. The masked man smiled and said, You are Suyu? Can you show your true face? I said I mean no harm. The Sky Hunter Pavilion doesn't intend to hunt geniuses. The geniuses on the Sky Hunter list died. We only provide a list. As for who killed them, that's your business. Suyu didn't say anything. This guy was too hard to deal with. He wanted to enter the city. As he was thinking, the masked man said, There are dangers in the ancient city, but there are also opportunities. It's not a good thing to barge in without knowing anything. If you enter the city directly, you might miss a great opportunity. Even a genius like Madonna wants to get some opportunities and chose to go through the main gate. Do you want to go through the side gate? Do you think you are inferior to Madonna? Suyu hesitated and cursed in his mind. The next moment, he showed his true face. The masked man looked at him for a while and felt a little tired. He said lightly, Please don't insult my intelligence. Don't insult the Sky Hunter Pavilion's reputation. Xiahu Yu, the Sky Hunter Pavilion has a record of it. Suyu cursed in his mind. The next moment, he showed another appearance. Xiahu Yu was quite famous, and he was the descendant of the Invincible Realm. It was normal for the Sky Hunter Pavilion to know about him. Now, as soon as he turned into a person, the masked man took out an image and showed it to him. He said lightly, You, Suyu, are not a nobody. Why hide yourself? Suyu saw his image. He was shocked. The Sky Hunter Pavilion also had an intelligence agency in the human realm, but it was dangerous to admit his identity. He was about to continue transforming when the masked man recorded again. Shinwen with transformation, suspected to be at level 4, has the breath concealing technique, has a chi concealing technique. Shinwen, suspected to be at level 4, then, he wrote on the book in his hand, more than 10 Shinwen, no sky-splitting blade, time, spirit expansion art, has talent essence blood, and no Shinwen's combat techniques. This person must be Suyu. Since Suyu did not show up, he could only deduce it himself. At this point, it was almost 100% Suyu. It was almost because this guy refused to admit it. Suyu also saw what he was recording, and his eyes were a little strange. These guys were really strict. They could not even pretend to be someone else. Was there any difference between Chui Lang and Suyu? Why did they have to check everything? He was speechless. No wonder Xiahu Yu said it was especially difficult to hide one's identity in the All Heavens battlefield. It turned out that the Sky Hunter Pavilion would actually check one's identity. Were they acting as the Myriad Realms patrol? Damn it, at this moment, the ranking on Suyu's body shook. He quickly took it out and looked at it. At this moment, there were some changes on the ranking. Heaven ranking 18, Suyu, 19 years old, Human Realm Ming Mansion's genius, born in Xia Province. Mostly Shinwen's genius. Battle record, killed Ling Yun, 9th level. As for Qin Feng, the 6th level Ling Yun, killed a 3rd level Mountain Sea guy, he fell to the earth ranking. Huang Ting, on the other hand, became 2nd. Suyu clenched his teeth and said, Are I Suyu or not? You gave me the answer just like that? That booklet was probably sent to the Sky Hunter Pavilion through something similar to a voice transmission talisman. The other party changed the information. In this way, Suyu directly entered the bottom of the heaven ranking. A few days after entering, he fought his way from the yellow ranking to the bottom of the heaven ranking. Suyu himself was depressed. What did he want to be so famous for? He would be targeted. It was too dangerous. The masked man hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and wrote something again. After a while, there were some changes on the ranking again. Suyu, doubtful, to be verified, there were a few more words, so you wanted to vomit blood. Motherf asterisk cur, how could the ranking be done like this? The masked man smiled. Whether you admit it or not, the Sky Hunter Pavilion will give us some of our own speculations. With that, he was about to leave. So you hurriedly said, where's the information you gave me? You didn't show your true form. You didn't say when. With that, so you changed into his own appearance. The masked man's movements paused. He turned to look at him and smiled. Human geniuses are all very interesting. To put it simply, they were all a little shameless. He had seen Qin Feng, Huang Teng, and now, he had seen Su Yu. They all had some special characteristics. In the next moment, a jade talisman flew toward Su Yu. Su Yu quickly burned it with fire Shenwen, then washed it with water Shenwen, and then used Shenwen to examine it. After a series of actions, he finally accepted the jade talisman. The masked man was tired. It was true. He rarely saw such a guy. He was too vigilant. He could say that he was vigilant, but this guy was very bold. Since he didn't want to expose himself, why did he have to run to the Broken Sky Valley, a contradictory person, a complicated person? Perhaps, this was what a genius was. The masked man left and his voice came. If you want to trade, you can write down what you want on the ranking list. That is something like a voice transmission talisman. It has no other use. Heh. So you didn't say anything. What about location? There must be. This guy accurately found his location. It must be related to the ranking list. He knew that this thing could be used to locate him. However, the situation in the Sky Hunter Pavilion was a little complicated. They didn't seem to kill people directly, or in other words, they wouldn't kill people without paying a sufficient price. So you put himself in their shoes and pondered. Perhaps, in their eyes, these geniuses on the ranking list were their trump cards. Locating geniuses and killing geniuses were all a kind of trade. They would do it if the price was paid. Before the price was paid, all the geniuses were their trump cards. He talked with the masked man for a while. At this moment, Madonna was still passing through the city gate with monstrous demonic flames. In the surroundings, more and more living beings were watching. So you watched for a while and silently began to read the information given by the masked man. Was this Madonna crazy? Why did he have to go through this gate? What was different about it, so you didn't care about anything else? However, at this moment, all the experts in the universe who had a ranking list took it out. Heaven ranking 18th, Su Yu, suspected, Su Yu, Chui Lang's name disappeared and became Su Yu. He directly entered the heaven ranking. In the universe, only 18 geniuses entered the heaven ranking. Now, Su Yu entered. He was ranked last because he killed Lei Ju and didn't reach the Mountain Sea realm. It was also related to Su Yu entering Ling Yun. His willpower was one tier higher than Ling Yun's, and he hadn't shown the ability to fight someone a whole tier higher than him. Although his explosive power had the strength of a mountain sea, and Lei Ju had killed a mountain sea, the heaven hunting list didn't count like that. Great Xia Civilization University. Shouxinggu. One by one, the news came through the relays. When Wan Tianxing took out the voice transmission talisman and looked at the latest ranking list, he looked up at the sky. Ling Yun, fighting a mountain sea. Ling Yun. He murmured. He looked at the ceiling. The sun and moon rotated in his eyes. What kind of scene am I seeing? Who is the mountain sea fighting against Su Yu? Which tier of mountain sea? He didn't pay much attention. The first tier of mountain sea was also a mountain sea, and the 9th tier was also a mountain sea. Which mountain sea was this guy fighting? Which race's mountain sea? That's not in the battlefield, not now. He murmured. He muttered, it can't be that short. It couldn't be. After Su Yu entered the university, he used the sky-connecting mirror to look at the future. He spent 100 years, and now, less than a year had passed. In August, it was only a year. I don't believe it, God damn it, just wait a little longer, I can't accept this. If I had known that what I saw would happen in the near future, I wouldn't have looked at it. Although it was one of thousands of possibilities, he had spent so much of his lifespan to look at it. The shorter the time, the higher the possibility. The shorter the time, the more likely it was. If it really happened in a few decades, then it was one of thousands of possibilities. But if it happened in the near future, then it was one of thousands of possibilities. This point made Wan Tianxing certain that the closer it was, the higher the probability. Ai. He sighed. It came too quickly. Everything is no longer under my control. Also, why did this kid go to the battlefield to cause trouble? Did he really think that no one could kill him, no matter how talented he was? If he met an invincible expert, he would still be killed with a single slap. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. If Fatty Xiao went, perhaps he would take care of him. Not many people received this news, but the upper echelons had their own intelligence channels. Ming residence. On Pleasing Island. Niao Baidao invited Cui Lang for tea. After drinking for a while, he said with a smile, I told you that you wouldn't have to worry for long. Look, you don't have to worry anymore, right? That kid exposed his own identity. He said it casually, but he cursed in his heart, damn it, didn't you go to the relic to collect the heaven's essence chi? Why are you on the sky list? He was about to explode from anger, to think that I had to hide your identity for you. Speaking of which, this kid is too ostentatious. No matter how much I hide, it won't work. In Ming residence, he's still considered low-key. He's low-key, at most causing a phenomenon and tricking some suns and moons. Nothing else, right? Why is he like a husky released from a cage in the all-heavens battlefield, stirring up trouble everywhere? Opposite him, Cui Lang drank his tea and nodded with a calm expression. I knew he would be exposed, but I'm still in big trouble. Thinking of this, he sighed, Principal, I think I'm finished. Huh? A friend of Tang residence just sent me a voice transmission, saying that old Qing suddenly blew up his courtyard. I'm wondering if he wants to kill me or sue you. What do you think? He had forgotten about this. Niao Baidao looked at him for a while before saying, maybe he wants to kill you, then capture Suyu and force Suyu to marry his granddaughter. What do you think? Cui Lang nodded. The possibility was very high. In front of Heavenly Destruction City. Suyu checked the information. The masked man didn't give him much information. However, the theory of the city gate gave him an explanation. 9 gates, ancient cities usually had 9 gates, and the one in the middle was the main city gate. Moto had to go through the main city gate because it was rumored that entering the city through the main city gate would allow one to see different things and obtain different fated opportunities. Moreover, it was much safer to go through the main city gate. Qin Feng and the others told him not to stay for more than 3 days, and there was an explanation. In the ancient city, once one stayed for more than 3 days, they would encounter inexplicable danger. Some people would simply disappear, and could not be found. Some people would die an unnatural death, and the murderer could not be found. Some would go crazy, crippled, it was possible. The more powerful the prodigy of the great race, the more likely they would encounter danger. As for what the danger was, it was not said. They had to leave in 3 days. Of course, if entering through the main city gate, the chance of danger would be reduced. This was also recorded. However, not everyone could enter through the main city gate. The gate was just open, and how to enter depended on strength, talent, and fated opportunities. It was not that the stronger one was, the easier it was to enter. However, one thing was certain, the probability of a prodigy entering was higher than that of a powerful elite. A Sword-tier prodigy might be able to enter. A Sun-Moon tier elite might not be able to pass through the main city gate. It was very mysterious. In the ancient city, there were fated opportunities and dangers. And in the ancient city, there was something special. If one settled down in the ancient city, they would not be affected by 3 days. How to settle down? Very simple, find an empty house and stay in the ancient city for 3 days. Every night, throw a jade tablet with your blood and aura outside the door for 3 consecutive days. After 3 days, you would be considered a resident of the ancient city. At that time, you could stay in the ancient city. Now, there were many such creatures in the ancient city. As for what effects there would be after settling down, Suyu did not know. There was no record in the jade tablet, but Suyu felt that it was not a good thing. If outsiders came, it would be best to stay for 3 days and leave. Qin Feng and Huang Ting both reminded Suyu of this. 3 days at most, The reason why ancient cities were said to be much safer was because they needed to find an empty house and hide there for 3 days. Once the door was closed, no one could enter. These ancient cities were extremely special and could not be destroyed. If they were being chased, they could enter the city and find an empty house to hide in. If they didn't come out, they wouldn't even be able to detect them. This was a refuge. Of course, this was also very dangerous. Some people didn't enter the city and just waited for you outside the city. You would come out after 3 days, so even if you entered the city, it didn't mean that you would be safe. It's best not to use force in the ancient city. Don't provoke the residents of the ancient city. Leaving the city doesn't count. Leaving the city didn't count, so you noted this down and looked at the creatures by the city gate. Were these creatures temporary residents or were they residents of Heavenly Destroyer City? Madonna killed too. Were they outsiders or residents? No matter what, they were outside the city, so there shouldn't be anything wrong with killing them. In the ancient city, there were some wanderers whose domains had been destroyed. Some of these fellows were unwilling to become residents of the ancient city, and would choose to stay for 3 days at a time. After 3 days, they would leave the city, and then enter the city again. This was also the reason why there were constantly people coming and going near the city gate. As for the number of houses in the ancient city, it was frighteningly large. It wouldn't be difficult to accommodate tens of millions of people, and they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to find an empty house after entering. An ancient city wouldn't have that many living beings living there. The Jade Talisman also mentioned that one shouldn't live in the center. The closer the house was to the center, the more dangerous it was. Ancient cities were usually circular areas. The center of the city was the city lord's mansion. Around it, there were 36 circles, which matched the number of heavenly spirits. The closer to the periphery, the safer it was. The closer to the center, the more dangerous it was. Most outsiders would choose to live in the outermost area. They didn't expect any fortuitous encounters. They just wanted to find a place to stay in the All Heavens battlefield to avoid danger and chaos. Very few people would live in the center. Even the residents of the ancient city were mostly in the periphery. There were very few residents in the inner area. The more I look, the more mysterious it is. So mysterious, Suyu was surprised. There were many invincible beings in the All Heavens battlefield. There were dozens of humans, gods, demons, and demons. In addition, the top 100 races all had invincible beings. There were many invincible beings in the entire Myriad worlds. There were so many invincible beings, but they didn't even have information about an ancient city. At most, he could just overturn the ancient city. While Suyu was pondering, there was a sudden exclamation. He went in. He went in through the main city gate. Moto is really scary. Too powerful. At this moment, Suyu looked up. Moto had officially stepped into the ancient city. The huge city gate was open. Only he stood at the gate with his demonic flames. Madonna turned around and looked outside the city gate. He said gloomily, Suyu or Cui Lang, are you interested in visiting the city? It would be a pity to come to the All Heavens battlefield and not enter the ancient city. Ancient cities are very interesting. The last time I went to Xianxia City, I stayed in a house on the 18th floor. It was very interesting. Do you want to come and try? Hearing this, Suyu didn't react, but the other creatures were shocked and frightened. Staying in a house on the 18th floor was half of the core circle. This time, I'll go a little deeper. Compared to massacring, these places will only provide me with more benefits. Moto smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked into the city. Kill Suyu, kill Qin Feng, kill Huang Ting. What was his goal? To strengthen himself. As for eliminating his opponents, he was thinking too much. The invincible beings weren't all dead. What was the point of eliminating his opponents? It was meaningless. The struggle of the younger generation was all for the sake of becoming stronger, to become stronger and become invincible. To become the mainstay of their own race and the overlord of their own race, to sweep the heavens. He went in. Suyu also appeared at this moment. His expression changed, and he turned into his original appearance. The heaven list already said that he was Suyu, so he didn't care anymore. According to the information, invincible beings usually wouldn't come to this place. even if they came, they usually wouldn't attack the geniuses of the various races. This was also to prevent the geniuses of the various races from hiding in their own territories when they fought. Of course, Suyu was actually fine now. Now, even Lu Wenyan wasn't the main target of the various races. The key was Hong Tan. Many experts of the Shenwen faction knew how to split things up. Suyu's cultivation technique had been passed down. However, if he had the invincible posture, it seemed that there was a lot of hope now. It was fine if his body was invincible, but if he was invincible as a civilization master, it would be big trouble. Anyway, he was now second only to Hong Tan. The third was Lu Wenyan's turn. Of course, Zhou Polong shared a lot of the pressure for them. Suyu appeared, outside the city gate. Some creatures suddenly entered the city quickly. Suyu glanced at them. The mystic armor race, the eye-catching style of the armor was immediately recognizable. Heavenly Destroyer City, he remembered that Hong Kai had said that he came from Heavenly Destroyer City. That meant that this godforsaken place was the territory of Heavenly Destroyer City? It couldn't be, and there were actually humans outside this ancient city. An old human man suddenly shouted, "Young man, you want to enter the city? Run. You're that Chui Lang who killed Cyan Armor and Mystic Armor. You're now called Suyu, right? Run quickly. The Mystic Armor race has a base nearby, and there's another in the city. Some left earlier, probably to surround you in Broken Sky Valley. They haven't returned yet." The human race, Suyu was a little surprised and curious about the rules of this ancient city. In the city of Wan, most people would live in harmony. It was normal for humans and demons to coexist. There were very few killings. It was hard to predict the consequences of fighting in the city. Suyu smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, uncle. But if we enter the city, they won't dare to do anything, right?" The old man nodded. "I wouldn't dare, but we have to leave the city eventually. Don't get surrounded in the city. If we don't leave the city in 3 days, it will be very dangerous. The Xianxia clan has Sun and Moon stationed here." "Sun and Moon?" Suyu said indifferently. "Is the Mystic Armor race so amazing? They don't dare to kill geniuses of other races, but they dare to kill geniuses of the human race? Sun and Moon surround me? Aren't you afraid that my race's invincible will attack?" The old man wanted to say something, but stopped. Well, could you call them invincible? He didn't know how geniuses of that level were treated. The old man wasn't a genius, but he had been in the All Heavens battlefield for many years and had the power to fight in the mountain and sea realm. He said, "Young man, can you make an invincible attack? If that's the case, then my race will benefit. My race is invincible, doesn't attack often." "Ai." He sighed. This wasn't good. There were many invincible humans, and their combat power was not weak. But because of the restrictions of the gods and demons and the deterrence of the demon race, the invincible humans usually only cared about their own territory. In the east of the East Rift Valley, an invincible human had attacked. West of the East Rift Valley, there were very few records of an invincible human attacking. Most places like Broken Sky Valley were formed during hundreds of years of battles. In this way, although the human race was strong, their deterrence was not as strong as the gods, demons, immortals, and demons. Suyu was helpless. "I can't contact an invincible human. Where is Jiang Junjun? The old man really doesn't know how to talk. I'm just trying to intimidate them." "You want me to find an invincible human? Where can I find one?" "Madonna has entered the city. Should I just run? I'm safe now anyway." Thinking of this, Suyu was ready to run. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. Why did he have to enter the city? It was too dangerous. He didn't expect to get any benefits from entering the city. The next moment, Suyu turned into a breeze and instantly disappeared from where he stood. Silence. It was as desolate as the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Below, the old man was dumbfounded. After a while, he smiled bitterly. "F***CKU, damn it, you look so proud and arrogant, as if the Mystic Armor race is nothing to you. I thought you were going to summon the invincible to kill me, but you ran away." The surroundings were quiet for a while, then everyone burst into laughter. "Human race. Ha ha ha. Little old man, you still want the invincible human to attack and support you? The human race is suppressed by the gods and demons, and the dragon race and the demon race are deterred. The invincible doesn't even dare to come out of the East Rift Valley. You should give up. Was that Suyu just now? The Suyu who just changed the heaven list? That's funny. The group of creatures was laughing so hard that they almost died. A gentle breeze brushed past, and all that was left were the fallen leaves. A few more leaves would be more suitable for this atmosphere. Everyone was laughing. Did I just die? At this moment, the guy who was laughing suddenly had his head fall off. The surroundings were silent. The next moment, Suyu's mountain sea aura erupted, and the heaven-splitting saber slashed down. With a rumble, another laughing tiger was cut in half. Invisibility, breath control, the huge hammer struck out, and with a bang, a giant wolf seabull was smashed into pieces. In an instant, the other creatures fled in all directions. Suyu's figure disappeared, and a moment later, he appeared in the distance, laughing. Did you die from laughter? Don't laugh like an idiot. It would be bad if you died from laughter. Silence. In this instant, 3 greater demons were killed by him. One of them was a greater demon at the first layer of the mountain sea realm. Fear and shock. On the heaven list, Suyu's record directly changed from killing Ling Yun to the first layer of the mountain sea realm. At this moment, a cloud appeared above Suyu's head. Suyu reached out and a pair of gloves appeared. Weapon. Martial weapon. However, it was not an earth-grade weapon, but a peak mystic-grade weapon. A pair of gloves, forged using an ancient method. Suyu did not dislike it. He could forge it himself, but as soon as he held the gloves, he found that the forging method was different from the ones he had mastered. It had a lot of reference value. On the heaven list, Suyu was still 18th, but in the blink of an eye, he became 17th. He had killed Lei Ju, and he had just devoured a drop of blood essence. Assassinating a guy who had just entered the first layer of the mountain sea realm was difficult, but it was also easy. He did not think much of it, but the creatures around him were stunned. Inexplicable fear. Today was also unlucky. First, 2 were killed by Madonna, and then Suyu came and killed 3 at once. As expected, these geniuses could not be provoked. As for Suyu, he received the reward of heaven and earth. With a sneer, he once again escaped into the void and disappeared. No one knew whether he had really left or not. When he hid his aura, it was actually very difficult to be discovered. Of course, it was not strange for Madonna and the others to discover him. Suyu had a scouting method, and it was impossible for these top geniuses to not have it. Even if it was precious, it depended on who it was used against. The origin demon race had existed for countless years. How could they be reluctant to even give such a small thing to their top geniuses? Underground, the old man had a face of shock. The 3 great demons that were killed just now, the one who entered the mountain sea realm was as strong as him, but in the end, he was killed. Looking at the battle record, nothing could be seen. Suyu's previous battle record had always been killing Ling Yun at the 9th layer. They did not know how strong the top genius Ling Yun at the 9th layer was. They were the mountain sea realm. Suyu did not have the battle record of killing a mountain sea realm, so they did not think that Suyu could really compare to the experts who had killed mountain sea realm experts. They could only say that he was young and had an advantage. But at this moment, there was no doubt. The old man sighed. The situation of the human race was somewhat difficult. Otherwise, with the strength of the human race, these small races would not dare to mock the human race. These human geniuses had also killed their way to fame in the outside world. Qin Feng of the Great Qin Prefecture, Huang Ting of Dixia Province, Suyu of the Great Ming Prefecture, Shang Tianhao of the Great Shang Prefecture. These people of the younger generation were all quite famous. And in the previous generation, there were actually many famous human experts. Hong Tan and the others could be counted. Hong Tan had also been on the heaven hunting list, including Xiao Long Wu of that generation. Although they were strong, the situation in the outside world still put the human race in a disadvantageous position on the battlefield. There were too many enemies. After a few experts were killed, the surroundings finally quieted down. As for the armored soldiers guarding the city gate, they did not care about this at all. Soon, a mountain sea realm expert walked out of the city gate and said indifferently, "Human race Suyu. Do you want to enter the city? You need to pay a fee to enter the city." These 3 great demon corpses will be the fee. For a year, you can come and go as you please in Heavenly Destroyer City. Suyu's voice came faintly. Why doesn't Moto Na have to pay a fee? The Mountain Sea Realm expert's expression was calm. If you can intimidate Heavenly Destroyer City, you don't have to pay a fee. He only killed someone in the 7th stage of the Mountain and Sea Realm. Your city lord is in the 9th stage of the Sun and Moon Realm, right? Are you afraid of him? The Mountain Sea Realm expert paused for a moment, then said with a faint smile, I'm not afraid of him, but Moto Na's master is invincible. His great-grandfather is invincible and fought for him. The city lord is afraid of him. Is this explanation satisfactory? Satisfied, Suyu sighed. Damn it, no matter where you go, you have to have a backer. I'm very satisfied with your explanation. It's not pretentious, very straightforward. His great-grandfather is invincible, his master is invincible, and fought for him. I'm convinced. Fine, I'll pay. Suyu smiled. Pay a fee, and you can come and go as you please in a year, right? Here you go. In any case, you can kill them casually. Even if it costs a drop of mountain and sea blood essence, you can have them all. In this day and age, if your strength is inferior, shouldn't you keep a low profile? With that, he disappeared completely. A moment later, several experts of the profound armor race quickly walked out of the city. The one in the lead had the aura of the peak of the mountain and sea realm. They quickly went out of the city and searched around. They took out a fixed ruler similar to the one Suyu had seized and searched everywhere. The profound armor race did not dare to underestimate Suyu. No race would underestimate these geniuses. If they were scattered, they would be easy to ambush. Who knew if this guy had left or not? As for the city, there was actually a sun and moon guarding it, but they left early and went to Broken Sky Valley to ambush. The immortals had informed them, but they did not run east. Suyu's tribulation in Shenwen was not just because of Moto Na. At this moment, no sun and moon were searching everywhere. Even the peak mountain and sea experts were having a hard time finding Suyu's whereabouts. More than 10 experts of the profound armor race gathered together and searched along the city wall, but found nothing. After a while, the mountain and sea expert of the profound armor race said coldly, whether it's Suyu or Cui Lang, they killed 2 of our race's peerless geniuses. Our race will not let this matter rest. The profound armor race was also one of the top 100 races. The patriarch was an extremely powerful invincible realm expert. He had once captured and killed an invincible greater demon. Under the body integration stage, he could fight peak invincible realm experts. Once he entered the mystic armor realm, he would not fear any invincible realm experts. Strictly speaking, he was even stronger than Silkworm King. Silkworm King and Silkworm Destruction King had fought for so many years, and they had lived in harmony. The profound armor race did not fear them. Although the human race was strong, the gods and devils were enemies. If the human race wanted to eradicate one race, the one would not allow it. Humans who entered the realm without any restrictions were the most feared. Killing an invincible race could incite the enmity of tens of thousands of races. The fox mourns the death of the rabbit, and the teeth are interdependent. Everyone understood this logic. Even as the profound armor race expert spoke, a rumbling sound echoed out as a suit of armor fell from the sky. It was a burly man, bathed in blood. The man was seriously injured, and covered in blood. Bear One's teeth laughed. You won't let this matter rest? What do you mean? Suyu is here? Damn it, I had to run a few laps before I ran into this thing. It's so hard. I've been hacking at it all day, but it still hasn't broken. Commander. When the peak mountain and sea realm expert saw the armor on the ground, his face drained of blood. Letting out a wail of grief, he dragged the other profound armor clan experts into the city. They were fleeing. Meanwhile, at the city gate, all the other living beings were fleeing. Only a few armored soldiers were still standing guard at the city gate. When the other living beings entered the city, they all looked on in fear. A sun and moon had died, the sun and moon of the profound armor race. In the city, the mountain and sea soldier who had spoken before saw the burly man. After a while, he said, Xingping? Xingping laughed. It's me. Do you recognize me? Xingping chuckled and looked around. He asked curiously, Suyu is here? Which Suyu? I only know Cui Lang, Huang Teng, and Su Yu. What's the matter? Then, he looked at the people in the city and laughed. Come on out. I'll play with you. Let's see how you won't let this matter rest. A bunch of trash from a useless race dares to compete with the human race? And you're so king arrogant. Zheng Ping laughed loudly. At this moment, he didn't look like a palace head at all. He looked more like a vicious thug. He stepped on the armor, which was the incarnation of a sun and moon tier profound armor race. Zheng Ping laughed coldly and shouted, a bunch of little bastards. If I don't take care of you, you'll think that the human race is afraid of you. Is the profound armor race that amazing? The profound armor king had better not go out. The heavenly forging king has been watching him for 100 years. Come out and try. Silence. At this moment, this human elite who had just stepped into the sun and moon tier was acting tyrannically and unscrupulously. Zheng Ping stepped on the armor a few times and scolded jokingly, so hard. Bring it back. I'm going to find someone to forge it. This thing is good stuff. As he said this, he picked up the armor that he had just thrown away. Bare One's teeth looked fiercely at the living beings in the city and laughed. A bunch of little bastards. Next time in front of the people of my Dixia province, don't King nag. I haven't killed you for a few years. Have you forgotten the pain? And you? He pointed at the mountain and C-tier soldier. Don't give the human race eyesore. Have you forgotten that before my Longwu's army killed their way to the heavenly destroyer city, my palace head killed your city lord with a single saber strike? Zheng Ping snorted coldly. He looked at the tall city lord's mansion in the huge city and shouted coldly, my Dixia province can still fight. Wait until my mansion is destroyed before being arrogant. As long as it's not destroyed, you're all grandsons. What can you do about what I said? Grandsons, his curses were harsh, but the whole city was incomparably quiet. Zheng Ping sneered. Relying on the ancient city's turtle shell, you're arrogant. This ancient city isn't yours. It's just a bunch of puppets. Believe it or not, my Longwu's army will surround the heavenly destroyer city. Unless you hide for the rest of your life, you'll all be killed. Killing intent sword, it wasn't that there was no sun or moon in the city, but at this moment, even those stronger than him were silent. Longwu, on the battlefield of all heavens, under the leadership of Xiao Longwu, the unparalleled war army had killed their way out of the eastern Rift Valley, through the Sea of Desire's plains, and all the way to several ancient cities. Well, in the end, they hadn't been able to enter the city. After Xiao Longwu had entered the city, he had left the city 3 days later and retreated with his army. However, more than 10 years ago, Xiao Longwu had nearly killed the city lord of the heavenly destroyer city with a single slash of his saber. Many people knew about this. Today, Dixia province was no longer at war. However, no one had forgotten the Longwu's army from back then. Back then, Xiao Longwu had been given the title of Invincible before he had even entered the Invincible realm. At this moment, the mountain and sea commander, who had been pointed at and scolded, didn't say a word. It was as if he hadn't heard anything. In truth, they weren't too afraid, but even the residents of the ancient city couldn't stay in the city forever. Now that the war maniacs of Dixia province had come, there was no need to provoke them. At this moment, Su Yu appeared and looked at Zheng Ping in surprise. What the heck, Zheng Ping, how could he be so domineering? In the Great Xia Prefecture, he felt very pitiful. He had been bullied by Wan Tianxing for many years. He heard that General Zhao also bullied him, Supervisor Hu also bullied him, Bureau Chief Ji also bullied him, Marquis Xia also bullied him. Anyway, there was always someone to blame. Most of the time, he was the scapegoat, and the bigger scapegoat was Xia Houyi. Both of them were professional scapegoats. The principal of the War Academy, anyway, when Su Yu had seen Zheng Ping, he didn't feel that he was domineering at all. He only felt that this person was quite pitiful. Dixia province was clearly dominated by warriors, but the War Academy was almost unknown. Because of Yi Badian, the Civilization Academy was well known in Wan. Today, on the battlefield of the heavens, in front of this mysterious ancient city, he felt this person's domineering aura. He was seriously injured, he sensed it. Many people should have sensed it too. The other party had killed a sun moon. The sun moon of the mystic armor race was already very terrifying. However, he blocked the ancient city gate and scolded people, but no one dared to say anything, including the city lord of the ninth sun moon realm. He didn't know whether he didn't notice or didn't care. In any case, he didn't make a sound and didn't appear. Zheng Ping didn't care about this. He looked at Suyu, a little puzzled. Wasn't it Chui Lang? How did it become this kid? You're the real Suyu? Damn it, what the hell is going on? I don't understand. Alright, I don't need to understand. After thinking for a moment, he quickly said, where are Huang Ting and Wu Qi? They split up in the middle and ran to the right. Oh. Zheng Ping nodded and glanced at him. He said in surprise, you seem to be fine? Yes. Oh, then I'll leave. Go back by yourself. I still have something to do. I have to save people. Military orders must be obeyed. I won't talk to you anymore. If you have nothing to do, go by yourself. Be careful when you go back. There are a few sun moons lying in ambush. It seems like. Speaking up to this point, he sent a voice transmission. It seems like the celestial brats are scheming. Take it easy. I really have something to do. If you die, it's the Ming constabulary's problem. If those two die, it's my responsibility. Suyu was speechless. You're so practical. I'm not from Dasha province anymore, so my death has nothing to do with you, right, old man? You're so practical. Have you forgotten that your family's primordial purity technique was given to you by me? Your family has become rich. Don't you remember that? Speaking up to this point, Suyu quickly said, Grandpa Xing, I just killed a few great demons. Why don't you take them with you? That guy took them as an entrance fee. Great demons? Zheng Ping was surprised. What kind of great demons could you kill? He didn't have a ranking, so he really didn't know the specific situation. He had rushed here, killed in a hurry, and left in a hurry. He still had to save people, so he really didn't have time to worry about such things. When he heard Suyu say that he had killed great demons, he didn't care too much. Whether it was Source or Ling Yun's, unless it was Fiend God Blood Essence, he didn't care too much. Even as he contemplated the matter, a strange expression could be seen on the mountain and sea soldier's face. He waved his hand, causing the corpses of the three greater demons to fall to the ground. Sighing, he said, the Grand Xia Prefecture can enter the city for free. It was that direct. In this day and age, the tyrannical were afraid of the foolish, and the foolish were afraid of the reckless. The Great Xia residence was a bunch of people who didn't care about their lives. Suyu shrugged. I'm from the Ming Constabulary. Forget it. I won't explain. In any case, I won't let these guys get away with it. Zheng Ping looked at the great demons, then at Suyu, and then at the corpses. He looked at them 7 or 8 times. He felt like he was hallucinating. Seeing Suyu here was enough to surprise him. He was too busy and had other matters to attend to, so he couldn't care less. But, what was this? You killed them? Shanghai? He sensed the corpse of one of the great demons, then looked at Suyu and murmured, Shanghai, you're not Suyu. Liar, his eyes turned cold. What trick did you use to fool me? I couldn't even tell. This isn't Suyu. Screw you. Suyu is the same as my grandson. My grandson's fleshly body only reached Soar a few days ago. This kid is Suyu. What should I say? It's not impossible. He had won against Shan Xiong before, and Shan Xiong was also very powerful. At that time, he already had Ling Yun's battle prowess. A few months had passed, and it was hard to say whether or not he had grown stronger. But, he still couldn't believe it. So you killed Shanghai. Screw you, I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe it. This is fake. As he cursed, he put away the corpses. Real or fake, the corpses were real. I'll take them. After putting away the corpses, he looked at Suyu again. After a while, he said gloomily, my Yunhui lent you tens of thousands of merit points. Do you still remember? If you're Suyu, return the money. Suyu smiled faintly. 20,000 merit points for a cultivation technique. Isn't that enough? Besides, Brother Zheng and I worked together at the beginning, and we benefited a lot from the Shan Shenwen faction. Zheng Ping was convinced by these words. There was no justice in this. did this kid really kill Shanghai? How terrifying. Want to go together? Seeing that Suyu didn't seem to want to leave, Jinping transmitted his voice. Don't go into the ancient city. It's very complicated. Manor Head went in once and came out heavily injured, so he had to retreat. That year, Manor Head was in high spirits and wanted to overturn the ancient city and fight his way to the Star Sea. In the end, the ancient city blocked his way. Heavily injured, he retreated to the eastern Rift Valley. Xiao Longwu, domineering. At this moment, this was the only thought in Suyu's mind. How domineering. He fought his way from the eastern Rift Valley to here, and even wanted to break through the ancient city and fight his way to the Star Sea, to the vicinity of the Yao race's lair. This person was truly ruthless. If he hadn't come to the All Heavens battlefield, he might never have known why Wan was so afraid of Xiao Longwu. Xiao Longwu, who hadn't reached Dao Realm, dared to lead an army to the ancient city. What about after he reached Dao Realm? Perhaps he could really overturn the ancient city and fight his way to the Star Sea and the Yao race's lair. Ruthless, if he hadn't come to the All Heavens battlefield, he wouldn't have known that the War Academy head, who was like a grandson in Dixia province, was also a ruthless person here. Then, in the residence, were those who weren't grandchildren also ruthless? General Zhao, Steward Hu, were these people here to intimidate the others? With these thoughts in mind, Suyu transmitted his voice. I understand. Thank you, Grandpa Jing. I have my own plans. You should go save Huangting and the others first. They're too weak, almost crippled by Tian Duo. Jinping's expression was strange. If you say that again, I'll strangle you to death. Suyu smiled, turned into a gust of astral wind, and disappeared again. Why should I leave? It wasn't easy to come to the All Heavens battlefield. I'm already at the city gate, why should I leave? But I'd better change my identity and enter the city. I'm too conspicuous now. Of course, I'll see if I can go through the main city gate. I might not be able to enter. In any case, I won't be leaving with Jinping. Seeing him flee, Jinping sensed for a moment. He was fast, and had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He didn't need to worry too much. Cui Lang, Suyu. He somewhat understood the meaning of the words Lord Xia said to him before he left. If he saw Cui Lang, he would save him. If he couldn't, then he didn't need to worry about him. That kid wouldn't die so easily. So, it was Suyu. Xiahou Yi must have known about it all along, right? How terrifying, killing a mountain and sea expert. Jinping's face was filled with sorrow. That grandson of mine has been left far behind. He patted his butt and ran to the right. Forget it, I'll go save Huangting and Wu Qi. Those two belong to Dixia province, and this kid isn't from Dixia province. Don't worry about him. This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He might not die even if Jinping died. Behind him, a group of living beings waited for him to leave before sticking their heads out. One of the mountain and sea experts sighed. Dixia province. Longwuwei, a bunch of butchers. How fortunate. Fortunately, no one said anything. Everyone was well aware, fortunately, Dixia province couldn't afford to fight. Fortunately, Xiao Longwu was about to prove his Dao, and the Wan region's experts were watching him. Otherwise, based on this butcher's personality, he would have led Longwuwei and the devil-suppressing army through the Sea of Desire Plain to the vicinity of the ancient city. Jinping was the only one who had come. Everyone returned to their own homes, and the crowd dispersed. There was no need to watch the show. If they did, someone would die again. Quite a few people had died in this show. The profound armor race was unlucky. Even the guardian sun and moon had been killed by Butcher Zheng. They couldn't afford to provoke him. Sun and moon were almighty experts no matter where they were, but they had been killed without even causing a splash. As for Madona's entry into the city and Suyu's departure, that was enough for everyone to talk about. The top geniuses of these powerful races weren't so easily killed. Instead, they were more likely to be killed by them. It was best not to get involved in their dispute. At the same time, Suyu racked his brains. Who should he impersonate to enter the city? Should he go through the main gate? In any case, he really wanted to go in and take a look. It would be a pity if he didn't enter the ancient city after coming to the battlefield. Madonna was right. Compared to killing people, entering the ancient city might be more interesting. A few hours later, the sky darkened. Night fell. Suyu had returned. This time, Suyu was no longer Suyu. Instead, he was a middle-aged man who swaggered toward the main city gate. Some of the soldiers guarding the other city gates glanced in his direction. Soon, the mountain sea man who had disappeared earlier returned. He looked at Suyu and said indifferently, "It's not like you have to pay to enter the city. Why bother?" Suyu looked at him in confusion. The mountain sea soldier said indifferently, "Not many humans come to the ancient city. Those who go straight for the main city gate are either ignorant, overconfident, or idiots. Some people want to go through the main city gate during the day, but they are afraid that there will be too many people and that it will be troublesome to get in." He was too lazy to finish his sentence. "Do you think everyone is an idiot? You swaggered through the main city gate at night. If you are not Suyu, I will eat shit upside down." Suyu was confused. "What do you mean, brother?" The mountain sea soldier ignored him and said indifferently, "The ancient city does not participate in these things. It does not involve itself in the struggles of the Wan region. Whether it is the humans or the fiend gods, they are all very powerful. The ancient city is full of people struggling at death's door, struggling to survive. Some of our domains have been destroyed, and some have naturally been destroyed. With nowhere else to go, we joined the ancient city. All we want is a place to live, and we do not want to be involved in the struggles of the races. Whether you are or not, let me warn you. Once you enter the ancient city, it will not be easy to leave." Suyu cursed inwardly. "Am I that obvious? Why are there so few idiots in the all-heavens battlefield these days? Any fellow would be able to discover his identity. It doesn't make sense." The mountain sea soldier was too lazy to explain. How many outsiders would come to the ancient city in a year? During the day, this guy did not go with Xingping. One look and he knew that this guy had not given up. The ancient city was still very attractive to geniuses. As expected, someone came at night. This is not Suyu. He should just die. He is indeed a genius, the best kind. Such a person would never give up on the secret of the ancient city. The mountain sea man ignored him and continued, "After entering the ancient city, it's best to stay in the periphery. Also, if you enter through the main gate, you can usually stay for 7 to 10 days. When the time is up, it's best to leave." "What if we don't leave?" Suyu smiled and said, "If I don't leave, you'll expel me?" "I won't." The man said indifferently, "I'm not leaving. Either you become a resident of the ancient city, or, if you're lucky one day, someone will come and collect your corpse." It was that simple. If he didn't want to leave, then so be it. Suyu was surprised. It was so strange, even I was a little scared. "What exactly is the danger of the ancient city?" The man said nothing. "What is an opportunity?" There was still no response. "After I enter the city, can I walk around freely?" "Sure." This time, the man opened his mouth and said lightly, "As long as you don't act recklessly and don't stay for more than 3 days, you can walk around as you please. Just don't enter the houses in the inner area to spend the night." Suyu nodded and said, "Then what is the purpose of your existence?" He was very curious. What was the purpose of these people's existence? The man was silent for a while and said indifferently, "Maintain the order of the ancient city. Clean up the corpses and provide a place for the cultivators of Wan to rest. This ancient city is only a place for geniuses like you to rest. There's no need to stay any longer." "Then why do races like the Mystic Armor race have experts stationed here?" He was also curious about this. The mountain sea man fell silent again. After a while, he said indifferently, "It's normal. Everyone covets the opportunities in the ancient city, but they don't have the ability to obtain them. Races like the Mystic Armor race have their eyes on the opportunities here, but they don't have the ability to obtain them. Therefore, they can only stay here and explore the rules of the ancient city. So that's how it is. Is the Heavenly Destroyer City Lord a neutral party?" He couldn't answer this question. The mountain sea man ignored him. Was the City Lord a neutral party? Who knew? In the battlefield of the heavens, it was too difficult to find an absolute neutral party. They were more or less biased. Suyu asked again, "Which race is the Heavenly Destroyer City Lord from?" "I don't know." The mountain sea man said coldly, are you going to enter the city or not? No, I have to ask you clearly. After I enter, will you surround and kill me? It's in line with the rules of the ancient city. Naturally, no one will dare to kill you. The man said indifferently, in the heavenly destroyer city, don't use force, and don't destroy anything. Leave in 3 days, and everything will be fine. Otherwise, bear all the consequences. Then, what are the advantages and disadvantages of becoming a resident? Try it yourself and you'll know. The man said playfully. Finally, there was a special tone in his voice. You want to know? Then give it a try, Suyu cursed inwardly. I'm not going to try. I'm going to enter the city. He took a step toward the main gate. There was a slight slope at the city gate. As soon as he walked up this small slope, Suyu's yuan qi erupted. The powerful pressure made his body sink. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. Not far away, the man crossed his arms and looked at him. He said indifferently, I've been here for many years, and I've seen countless geniuses enter the city. Although I haven't done it myself, I know that one can enter the city after walking 99 steps. As long as one enters the city, most of them will have some gains. Many experts and geniuses will eventually become overlords of the myriad realms. Many people of the human race have been here before. Yi Badian, Xiaolong Wu, Zhou Polong, Zhou Padian, Zhu Tiandao, Qin Zhen, Niu Baidao, Wan Tianxing. He named a lot of people and said indifferently, these people, they either charged through or were just a step away. If you want to talk about the one who had the easiest time, guess who it was? Suyu was suppressed by the huge pressure and couldn't take a single step. But at this moment, he was still a little curious. He panted and said, Who? Wan Tianxing. Suyu was stunned. Impossible. What about the 5th generation? He didn't walk as fast as Wan Tianxing. Maybe he's hiding his strength, or maybe, his talent is different. Nonsense, the 5th generation's talent was inferior to Wan Tianxing. That was nonsense. In the eyes of all civilizationists and warriors, the 5th generation's talent was naturally supreme. If not for the fact that he was determined to prove his Tao as a civilizationist, he would have long since become invincible. Wan Tianxing. Don't mess around. He wasn't very famous. He was only famous in the Great Xia province. In the entire human realm, he wasn't as famous as Niu Baidao. This 6th generation principal of the Great Xia Civilization University was very different from the previous 5 generations. The expert of the mountain and sea realm didn't say much. Walking fast didn't mean anything. However, he remembered the human race's Wan Tianxing very clearly. As for that person, he had stayed in the ancient city for 10 days before leaving. He was one of the people who had stayed the longest. Of course, at that time, Wan Tianxing's reputation was average. He had also been on the heaven hunting list, but his reputation was average. At his peak, he had been in the top 10 of the yellow list. After that, there was no news of him. When he passed the age limit, he automatically fell off the list. There were too many people who came later, so there was no need to pass the age limit. If you didn't make any progress for a long time, you would naturally be old and no longer be a genius. So you didn't think about it anymore. Wan Tianxing, Old Ghost Wan, had actually walked the fastest. How strange, the huge pressure caused his blood and qi to erupt, and his origin energy to erupt. Very good, I like this feeling. Torture me, body forging, his physical body revolved, and the 72 iron castings revolved. He absorbed the heaven's origin energy, and the bent Suyu slowly straightened his back. The pressure was too great. Just as he straightened his back, the heavy pressure continued to assail him, causing him to bend his back again. This time even the man of the mountain and sea realm was puzzled. Suyu. Was this really Suyu? What was going on? He couldn't even take a step forward. Strange, it was really strange. It wasn't just him. The armored soldiers beside him were also curious. Was this the genius on the heaven list, Suyu? Did the commander recognize the wrong person? At this time, even the commander of the mountain and sea realm felt that he was overthinking things. This person wasn't Suyu, and he had misunderstood. In his opinion, no matter what, Suyu was still a genius on the heaven list. There was still a high chance that he could enter. Even if he encountered trouble, it would be after the 90th step. This was only the first step. At this moment, no one knew. Even Suyu himself didn't know what was going on. He was depressed to death. What was going on, he didn't know, but the little fur ball in the sea of wool that he had neglected vaguely sensed something. It opened its eyes and found it a little strange. After thinking for a moment, it closed its eyes and continued to cultivate. Suyu's sea of wool was still overflowing with willpower. Suyu had forgotten about it. In fact, he wasn't walking alone. Instead, he was carrying an ancient Ling Yun on his back. He had really forgotten about it. Double the suppression. The ancient Ling Yun was also a peerless genius. Right now, Suyu was bearing double the pressure of an ordinary genius. Doubling the pressure was no joke. Normally, such pressure could only be felt at the 30th step. But now, Suyu had such immense pressure with just one step. He hadn't expected it to be so difficult right from the start. In the sea of will, the little fur ball didn't care about this. Was it considered a human? Not really. Was it considered a life? Not really. In any case, it didn't see itself as a life. What did a genius have to do with it? All the pressure had been shouldered by Suyu, so it didn't care about that. The distant mountain and sea realm began to doubt itself. Was it too confident? It had mistaken him for someone else. This definitely wasn't Suyu, otherwise, how could it be possible for it to walk like this? It hadn't even taken a single step. If it had walked on its own, it might have been able to take one step. Damn it! Am I that weak? He had seen Moto walk before. It wasn't that slow. When it started, it was still very fast. F*CK, I can't be that weak. Impossible. This was a huge blow to Suyu. Boom, vital energy erupted, and the 360 acupoints formed a cycle. Suyu let out a low roar, and his body shone with golden light. Let's go. With a low roar, Suyu took his first step with a rumble. At this moment, someone passed by the city gate. He glanced at it, curled his lips, and laughed. Where did this hothead come from? Although many people had died because of those who mocked him during the day. But now, the person who spoke wasn't afraid. What was the big deal about walking like this? I can do it too. At this moment, Suyu wasn't in the mood to care. He gritted his teeth, and sweat dripped from his forehead. It was as if he had returned to the past. It was as if he had returned to a dream. It was as if he had returned to that day when he was powerless to struggle and ask for help, but no one cared about him. He wasn't willing either, although he didn't say it, he was still very satisfied that he could enter the heaven list. Did you see that? I, Suyu, am a genius. Even if I don't have the golden atlas, I am still a genius. But at this moment, his confidence, his pride, and everything about him were destroyed. Suyu gritted his teeth. I don't believe it. I'm not that useless. If Moto can walk in, I can too. Even if my talent is really bad, I can still walk in. I won't lose my confidence. I won't. I still have people to save, people to help, and people to kill. How can a mere city gate stop me? Boom. His battle intent surged. At this moment, his battle intent was burning. Shinwen was showing signs of advancing. Suyu didn't care. He had to continue moving forward. The increasing pressure made it hard for him to breathe. In the distance, Xianxia looked a little strange. What the hell? This person's battle intent was so strong that even he felt that it shouldn't be like this. How could it be so difficult? Beast tamer, that shouldn't be the case. A beast tamer's tamed beast could be hidden in the beast taming space, so it wouldn't be affected. Did this person have a beast with him? No, under normal circumstances, if he did, he would be repelled when he entered the city gate. If he wasn't repelled, it meant that he didn't have any external objects. Yes, he didn't have any external objects. What was the little fur ball? The laws of the world weren't easy to calculate. The moment it entered Suyu's Sea of Will, it became Suyu's Shinwen. A strange ancient race's Shinwen. Shinwen naturally couldn't be considered an external object. Suyu had forgotten that the Shanghai man didn't understand and the little fur ball didn't take it seriously. Hence, at this moment, even though Suyu's explosive power and talent weren't weak, it was still extremely difficult for him to walk forward. Anyone who saw this scene would wonder if this person in front of them was really old and had average talent. Although his battle intent wasn't bad, it wasn't up to standard. It was still difficult for him to move forward. Even the middle-aged Shanghai man couldn't understand. The other armored soldiers, including some passers-by, naturally couldn't understand either. They couldn't even be bothered to watch the show. It wasn't like there weren't people who came here to experiment. There wasn't much to see. It was so difficult to walk forward. He would be finished after 10 steps at most. What a waste of time. I'm not that weak. I'm a genius. Even if I'm not, I'm still a genius, Suyu roared in his heart. He wasn't convinced. Was having a good aptitude a genius? Wrong. It was having strong combat strength, so what if he was talented? He didn't need it, as long as he was strong, incomparably strong. No matter how great the suppression was, he would break through it. Damn it, even a sect wanted to bully him. Bang, with a step forward, his physical body's origin energy exploded. Suyu quickly absorbed his willpower. He treated this as a form of tempering. I will quickly become stronger, no one can stop me, my battle intent surged. Shenwen shook non-stop. I'll continue fighting. No one can stop me from advancing. Not the humans, not the Wan, not anyone. Boom, Shenwen advanced to the next level. Level 4 Shenwen gained another one. Suyu's battle intent surged. His physical body also became stronger. He continued forward. Boom. He took another step forward. Sweat dripped down from his body like rain. What was this? It was nothing. His battle intent is so high. This person, how can he take 5 steps? It can't be. Even if he's a late bloomer, it can't be to this extent, right? The Mountain Sea Man really couldn't understand. He paid more attention to this person. There was a high chance that this person wasn't Suyu. Although he felt that his previous guess was correct, he now denied it. 6 steps, 7 steps, Suyu was incomparably determined. He walked forward step by step, his physical body also constantly strengthening. When he reached the 9th step, there was a loud boom. Golden light shone brightly, his physical body was at level 15 forging. Suyu became even stronger, he straightened his back. I'm not as good as you today, but that doesn't mean I'll always be inferior to you. You can walk into Moto, and so can I. At the same time. In the city lord's residence. In the huge hall, the stone statue opened its eyes for the second time today. Just outside the hall, there was another hall. That was the residence of the current city lord. However, at this moment, when the stone statue opened its eyes, the sun and moon 9 heavens knew nothing about it. At this moment, the stone statue opened its eyes. The image of the city gate was reflected in its eyes. It was Suyu's original appearance. Not only that, but it also reflected some things. For example, there was a small ball lying on Suyu's head. The stone statue seemed to be thinking about something, as if it was judging something. After a long time, an inaudible voice sounded. In this world, there's actually such an idiot who brought an ancient god-eater with him into the city? What an eye-opener, unheard of for thousands of years. The more talented one was, the stronger the suppression. This was prepared for geniuses. On top of that, this genius even brought along a rare genius from the God-Eater clan. Putting aside the fact that 2 top-notch geniuses were going to challenge the trial together, all of the pressure was given to this human. If this wasn't an idiot, what was? What an eye-opener. The stone statue that had existed since ancient times didn't know what to say at this moment. There was actually such an idiot. To be able to take 9 steps under such circumstances, that was pretty good. If it wasn't for the God-Eater ancient race, perhaps he would have taken 40 to 50 steps. In the next moment, something appeared in the stone statue's eyes. A stone slab, many Shenwen's combat skill steals. It still exists. The stone statue murmured. The stone statue murmured. It was rare for it to speak a few times today. After a while, the stone statue saw many divine characters, but it did not pay too much attention to them. Soon, it saw a large hammer. It was slightly surprised. The development of the human race's divine characters was not bad, and it was even more powerful than it had imagined. In the next moment, it saw the acupoints of the physical body. This was a little surprising. After the Great Apocalypse, one could actually forge a heavenly cycle body. The stone statue was a little surprised. How did this person do it, forging a heavenly cycle body? No wonder the physical body looked much more rounded. Only the sea of wool was slightly lacking. But, it could vaguely see through it. Was this the awakening of the five elements' divine arts? Interesting. Today, it actually saw a very interesting fellow. Apart from his low intelligence, everything else was not bad. In any era, he would be a peerless prodigy. 72 castings. The stone statue was surprised again to see Suyu's body. That was the 72 castings, and he even had connections with the ancient Iron Eaters. In the next moment, the stone statue saw something else. In Suyu's heart, something Suyu had never discovered, and few others had discovered. It was a small person sitting cross-legged. At this moment, the small person suddenly opened its eyes, it pierced through space-time and looked at the stone statue. The stone statue was also looking at him. A small person and a stone statue stared at each other. At this moment, the small person seemed to pass through the river of space-time and was about to walk toward the stone statue. The stone statue suddenly said, "You're not welcome." The small person's footsteps paused, and its voice was loud. "I saw you decades ago. I came here then. Ancient city lord, do you still remember?" "Yes." The stone statue did not deny it, saying again, "You're not welcome." The small person laughed. "No offense. I was awakened by the ancient city lord. The city lord has been asleep for countless years, and he actually woke up today." "How surprising." The stone statue looked at the small person again. After a while, it said, "Leave this place, or continue to sleep." "All right." The small person did not say anything and returned to Suyu's heart. The moment it returned, the small person disappeared, continuing to sleep in the heart. Suyu did not know, and no one saw it. Only the stone statue saw it. The stone statue glanced at the heart and suddenly closed its eyes, no longer looking at Suyu. The stone statue saw the mysterious aspect of this person, but this person's heart was guarded by an expert. There was no need to look anymore. It had already awakened the other party. At the same time. Human realm. Great Xia Civilization University, Xianxia. Wan Tianqing suddenly jumped up and looked at the endless void. His expression changed slightly. After a while, he murmured, "This, encountered an expert? Very, very strong, he really knew how to cause trouble, there was no explosion, no battle." "Did he just encounter one?" "He was seen through." Wan Tianqing frowned and walked out of Xianxia. Silently, he floated outside Xianxia. He walked in the void, step by step. No one saw him, and no one could see him. As he walked to the top of Hong Tan's Wentan Research Center. When he saw Hong Tan lecturing, he smiled and walked away. After a while, he walked to the top of Yuan Qingdong's villa. He looked down, shook his head, and continued to move forward. He walked out of the academy and walked to Xiajia's place. He looked around, landed, and took some food from Xiaohuye's small courtyard. They were all quite delicious. He continued to walk and soon arrived at Southern Yuan. He walked to Suyu's house and took a look. He shook his head again. It was a mess, there were many experts around. Beside him, a sun and moon passed through him and directly ignored him. Wan Tianqing sighed. Did the disaster originate from Southern Yuan? He glanced in the direction of the main constabulary and did not look again. He turned around and walked back to the Great Xia Civilization University. Soon, he returned to the academy. In the Mystic Realm area, a giant dragon was lying in a river. It suddenly opened its eyes and looked up into the sky. There was some doubt and surprise in its giant eyes. Soon, this feeling disappeared. This white dragon at the seventh layer of the sun and moon shook its head. It shook its head and continued to lie down. It was fine. It sensed wrongly. As for Wan Tianqing, he returned to Xianxia. He closed his eyes again. Who did that guy meet in the battlefield of heavens? He felt a little uneasy. What kind of expert could make him feel uneasy? Did the plan need to be launched in advance? It was very troublesome. If he had known, he would not have cared about this kid. At this moment, Suyu was still in the dark. What he didn't know was that in that moment, an exchange that pierced through the heavens had been completed without a sound or trace. No third party knew. Ignoring all this, Suyu's fleshly body had reached the 15th forging stage. At this moment, he was no longer worried about the pressure. Very good, this daddy needs this kind of pressure. If you can't crush me, then I'll become stronger. We are just a door, and you dare to bully me? I lack everything. I don't lack patience, I don't lack tenacity. It's just pressure. Can it crush me to death? If it can't crush me to death, I can become stronger, crush me to death. It's not like I have never died before, it felt good. Not long after coming out of the Ming constabulary, he had completed 7 casts of his body. When he left, he had only completed 8 casts. In addition, he had completed 3 casts at the beginning. In fact, after staying in the Ming constabulary for 3 months, he had only completed 5 casts. He left the Ming constabulary on the 18th of May. Until now, it was only the 7th of July. In less than 50 days, Suyu completed 7 casts of his body. On average, 1 cast every 7 days. Sure enough, if he did not go out, his cultivation speed would not improve. Only with pressure would he be motivated. After seeing these geniuses and experts, his horizons had been broadened. Bai Feng had once said that one would see things differently if they stood in different positions. He had to compare himself with geniuses, he should never lower himself. He had to look at the bigger world and the higher mountains and seas. Although the current Bai Feng, Suyu felt that he was very weak, his words still made sense. He walked forward step by step, his willpower erupted, although the pressure was great, Suyu did not fear it. 15 steps, 18 steps, boom, his willpower also improved. Under the compression, he directly stepped into Lingyan level 2. Suyu frantically used the small hammer to strike again. If I don't advance, why should I advance? My physical body has not caught up. I don't want to advance. Rumble, the small hammer continued to compress. In addition to the pressure from the city gate, very soon, Lingyan level 2 was compressed again, falling to Lingyan level 1. Suyu was in no hurry, he would think about it when his physical body arrived. It was best if the difference between willpower and physical body wasn't too great. 9 steps, a threshold, 27 steps. Suyu's face turned red. He felt like his muscles and bones were about to be crushed. He didn't care about this. The flesh rebirth technique from the immortal race continuously consumed his heavenly essence energy to strengthen his muscles and bones. Today, he had to enter the city, 36 steps. A natural outline of Shenwen was formed. Suppress. The suppression of pressure, the suppression of suppression, Suyu had the suppression type Shenwen. The suppression type Shenwen, with a rumble, the Shenwen trembled. The pressure was greatly reduced. This was Suyu's 24th Shenwen. He had benefited. In the Sea of Will, the little furball was also a little strange. It seemed that its strength had increased for no reason. It was really strange. Forget it, he didn't care about this. It was normal for it to increase its strength while sleeping. Suyu continued to walk. The sky was about to brighten. At this moment, the mountain sea man had a strange look in his eyes. Who exactly was this person? Every time he felt that the other party couldn't take it anymore, the other party would erupt again. After falling down, he would get up again. It had been one night. He had walked 54 steps. He was halfway through, he had seen too many geniuses. Some had successfully entered, like Madonna. Some had difficulty and gave up halfway. Some had given up after a few steps. But like this guy, they were about to explode from the pressure. They were unwilling to leave. What were they after? What were they after? They wanted to improve their strength, Suyu suddenly realized that he liked this door. Very good. When he reached the 63rd step, he thought that he would need a long time to complete the 16 casting, but he completed it at this moment. He could be considered to be at the peak of the 2nd stage of Soar. This was the case for the physical body realm, and at this moment, the power of the acupoints in his physical body had broken through to the power of 8,000 acupoints. At this time, if he didn't take the blood essence of the mountain sea and used the strength of the Shenwen, coupled with the half-opened yang aperture, Suyu felt that he could vaguely approach the power of 10,000 acupoints. Moreover, the Shenwen had one more. The greater the pressure, the faster the Shenwen improved. At this point, his Shenwen had already reached the 2nd stage. This door is very good. I like it. As for Madonna's fast progress, that's his business. It has nothing to do with me. I like to walk slowly. 36 more steps. When Suyu completed the 16 casting of his physical body, he became stronger and stronger. The pressure also increased, but he didn't care. Bigger, the better. As long as you can't kill me, I'll suck you to death. The immortal's flesh rebirth technique was very useful, but it was expensive. The consumption of heavenly yuan qi was too great. Previously, Suyu still had a lot of heavenly yuan qi, close to 500 portions. But now, after completing 2 casting of body, there was only about 400 portions left. The cost was too great, 100 portions, 2 casting of body. Suyu previously felt that 100 portions could be completed at least 5 times, but because his physical body was crushed, he had to absorb a large amount of heavenly yuan qi to repair it. Continue, 36 more steps. Suyu gritted his teeth. 2 casting of body in one night. This was a great fortuitous opportunity. He couldn't give it up. Even if he couldn't enter the city, it didn't matter. This was a fortuitous opportunity. As expected, there were fortuitous opportunities everywhere in the All Heavens battlefield. His willpower also became stronger. Although it was said that Ling Yun was at the first stage, in reality, Suyu felt that he could smash the Sea of Will with one hammer strike from the 3 steps to the cloud. This was a civilization master. Ling Yun was at the 5th or 6th stage. If one hammer strike wasn't enough, 3 hammers would kill him. As for Ling Yun's later stage, he would have to hammer a bit more. In short, at this moment, Suyu felt that even if he didn't consume the Mountain Sea blood essence, his strength wasn't much different from when he killed Lei Ju. It should be said that there wasn't much difference. He could clearly feel the improvement of his strength. 66 steps, 70 steps, there were too few people in the ancient city. Moreover, Suyu had already stepped into the city. Even if someone passed by, they didn't pay much attention to him. Almost no one saw him during the day. Even if someone saw him, they didn't want to be nosy. Because Suyu looked like he was having a hard time. Anyone who looked at him would feel that this guy wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. 90 steps. When Suyu reached 90 steps, the Mountain Sea man outside sighed softly. This guy gave him a feeling that he was even more terrifying than Madonna. As for talent, it was hard to say. As for strength, it was hard to say. But that indomitable willpower and the fact that it seemed like he was about to fall again and again, but he quickly got up and continued moving forward shocked him. Whether or not this guy was Suyu, did it matter? Was it important? As long as this guy didn't die, it was best not to provoke him. He was a very terrifying guy. There were many geniuses who passed through the main city gate. In a year, there would be at least 3 to 5. After so many years, there were too many. Very few people could shock this man so much. Really, from the first step, he raised his expectations again and again. One could take 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. When Suyu reached 90 steps, he no longer expected anything. This guy was very dangerous, and he shouldn't provoke him for no reason. The sky turned dark again. One day and one night, the moment Suyu took the last step, he collapsed to the ground with a bang. On the ground, sweat fell like rain, instantly soaking the ground. At this moment, his physical body also underwent some transformation, showing signs of changing to the 17th caste. The moment Madonna walked out, he could still easily turn his head to talk to Suyu, but Suyu couldn't move at all. The difference was obvious, but at this moment, the Mountain Sea man who had an ordinary attitude walked over from the side door. He took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Do you need help?" "No." The man nodded and retreated. He watched as Suyu slowly got up and struggled step by step. Suddenly, he said, "If you want to find a house, there are some differences. You are a human, so look for a human house. In this ancient city, the houses are different. If you see a human house, you might be able to sense it." Suyu was surprised. He glanced at him. "You're not trying to trick me, right?" The man lowered his head. "Believe it or not. Also, let me remind you, don't go to the city lord's mansion. The city lord doesn't like humans because of Xia Longwu." Suyu understood. He nodded and said, "Thank you." The Mountain Sea man didn't say anything and silently retreated. Watching Suyu walk into the city step by step, he sighed in his heart. Another powerhouse was about to rise. Walking on the ancient bluestone street, there were houses on both sides. There was no one. It was very quiet, there weren't many people in such a huge ancient city. At this moment, it was already night time. Behind him, the mountain sea man said again, "It's best not to go out at night. Find a room to stay in as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something happens at night, you will have to bear the consequences." "Try not to go out at night, does that mean I can go out?" Suyu was a little puzzled. Also, the armored soldiers were still guarding the city gate. Would they be fine? "What about you guys?" Suyu turned around and asked. The mountain sea man said faintly, "We won't be in danger. We are a part of this ancient city." Suyu fell silent. He vaguely understood something. He didn't ask any more and continued forward. There were many houses on both sides of the street. Some of them looked very dilapidated, and even the doors and windows showed signs of damage. However, Suyu didn't dare to try. He couldn't easily destroy the buildings here. This was what the mountain sea man said. Moreover, there would be danger after destroying them. There was a wooden sign hanging outside all the houses. Owner or ownerless. The wooden sign showed the information of the occupants. As Suyu walked, the door of a house suddenly opened. In the next moment, a jade talisman was thrown out. Suyu was shocked. He thought that he had been attacked and quickly retreated. In the next moment, the jade talisman fell to the ground. Suyu took a closer look. There were some bloodstains on the jade talisman. His heart stirred slightly. Was this for the purpose of becoming a resident of the ancient city? He looked at the open door and revealed a pair of eyes. It was an elk with a huge body. Seeing Suyu, the other party was shocked. He quickly retreated and looked at Suyu in horror. In the next moment, the door was slammed shut. Huh? Suyu was slightly taken aback, but he soon understood. Did the other party think that he was here to take the jade talisman? If he threw the jade talisman out, someone would take it away, right? More importantly, if he took it away, would the other party still be able to become a resident of the ancient city? With some doubts, Suyu's heart stirred. If the other party tossed out the jade talisman and he took it away, then after 3 days, the other party thought that he had become a resident and could stay here permanently. But in the end, he didn't. Wouldn't that be the end of him? If he didn't leave in 3 days, he would be in danger. Wouldn't he be dead for sure? You think you're a resident, but you're not. How miserable it would be. He glanced at the jade talisman on the ground. He really wanted to test it out. This jade talisman had been casually thrown out. Could he pick it up? As he was thinking, Suyu's heart trembled. The word tribulation in Shenwen was beating violently, very strong. Suyu was shocked and hurriedly retreated a few hundred meters. The tribulation Shenwen was still pulsing, but it was slightly better and not as strong as before. At that moment, a shadow appeared at the spot where the jade talisman was thrown. It was a black shadow. In the dark night, the shadow walked toward the jade talisman step by step. He reached out and grabbed the bloodstained jade talisman. The shadow caught it. The jade talisman disappeared quickly. At that moment, the shadow carved something on the wooden sign at the door. After a while, the shadow was about to leave. Suyu was shocked. What was this? The sensing jade didn't show any light spots. The distance should be less than a kilometer. Was he in the invincible realm? Impossible. A shadow who came to collect the jade talisman was in the invincible realm. Are you kidding me? As he was thinking, the tribulation Shenwen pulsed again. Suyu fled quickly. At that moment, the shadow suddenly looked back at Suyu. A dim light shot out of its dark eyes and went straight to Suyu. Suyu was shocked and felt a strong sense of crisis. Instinctively, he kept flashing. In the darkness of the night, he was the only one on the street. The sound of something flying through the air was very loud. However, at that moment, not a single living creature in the houses on either side of the street opened their doors to look at him. In the ancient city, everyone knew that it was best not to go out at night. Even if there was an earth-shattering battle outside, it was best not to go out and watch. Otherwise, you might be the one to die. In the ancient city, those who dared to go out at night were either hotheads or experts. No matter what happened, if you went out at night, you might run into danger. Suyu used the 5 elements escape technique to its fullest. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape through the earth. He couldn't escape through the ground, which was very frightening. If the floating earth spirit came here, it would be easily hacked to death. Suyu continued to flee, but the dim light followed him like a shadow. The shadow had already disappeared, leaving only the dim light behind. As Suyu fled, the mountain and sea warrior at the city gate sensed the disturbance, and turned his head to look at the city. Suyu hadn't gone far, and he also saw the black light that was following Suyu. His expression flickered, and he quickly transmitted, "Find an empty house and hide." That's the ancient city's death light. If you touch it, the ancient city's dead spirit will haunt you. The aura of death is very strong. Suyu was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. I didn't do anything, I was just walking away when that elk suddenly threw a jade talisman at me. I didn't expect to run into trouble like this. What the hell, the black light behind him was indeed lifeless. From the mountain and sea warrior's words, it seemed more like a symbol. Dead spirit. Ancient city's dead spirit. Was he talking about that shadow? No aura of life, no wonder the sensory jade couldn't sense it. It wasn't that it was too strong, but that it couldn't even be considered a living creature. Therefore, the sensory jade couldn't sense it. This thing was too dangerous. If not for the warning from the Tribulation character Shenwen, Suyu might have been grabbed to death by the shadow if he had stopped by the jade talisman. Suyu quickly searched. There was a small house next to him, and the wooden sign indicated that it was ownerless. Suyu rushed toward the house. With a bang, the door of the house burst open. Suyu quickly entered and closed the door. At the same time, the aura of death behind him hit the door with a bang. A weak aura of death flowed through the gap in the door and into Suyu's arm, which was closing the door. The door closed, and the other aura of death disappeared. As for Suyu's arm, the aura of death had wrapped around it, and was rapidly devouring his flesh. Suyu was shocked, he could not care about anything else. With a low shout, a large amount of heavenly essence energy appeared. Then, he activated the immortal race's life force activation technique and the immortal race's flesh rebirth technique. The heavenly essence energy and the aura of death wrapped around his arm. They collided and wore each other down. After nearly half an hour, Suyu suddenly heaved a sigh of relief and waved his arm. It was intact. The aura of death had been worn away by him. However, the amount of heavenly essence energy consumed was terrifying. It was a total of 10 portions. It was just a little bit of aura of death. Suyu was terrified. If he had been hit by the entire aura of death, his flesh and blood would have been devoured in an instant. What the hell was that? Suyu's heart palpitated. That thing, the ancient city's dead spirit, F*CK, I just entered the city, and they actually did this to me. How inhumane. If I didn't have the heavenly essence energy and the life force activation technique, wouldn't I be finished? It was possible that I would be sucked dry by the aura of death. How terrifying. Suyu felt that this damned place was very dangerous when he first arrived. He finally experienced it. He did not know if the aura of death outside had disappeared. Suyu did not dare to open the door again. Looking at his arm, Suyu touched his chin thoughtfully. The aura of death was very powerful at devouring flesh and blood, but the heavenly essence energy and the aura of death seemed to be enemies. When the two fought against each other, it sped up the forging of the body. Aura of death. Heavenly essence energy. Suyu touched his chin again. It was too dangerous. Forget it, it was better not to provoke it. Just now, a thought flashed through his mind. Should I go out and get some more aura of death to study? It seemed very powerful. However, this was just a casual wave of the shadow's aura of death. If he encountered the shadow again, he would be in big trouble. It would be scary if he received a few hundred waves of aura of death. After suppressing the matter just now, Suyu finally had time to size up the room he entered. It was very dark, Suyu did not hesitate and directly took out a huge luminous pearl. It was actually not a luminous pearl, but a kind of forging material. Now, the whole room was lit up. Looking at it, Suyu was speechless. It was really a small house, very small, about 50 square meters. It was divided into inside and outside. He was on the outside, which should be the living room. There was a half-open door inside, which should be the bedroom. Suyu saw it clearly. It was only this big. One living room, one bedroom. There was nothing else, no kitchen, no study. This was a house near the city gate. It should be the kind of slum also in the 36th ring. It was normal to have nothing. At this moment, the door of the house was closed. In the living room, there was nothing except a broken wooden table and a few wooden chairs. Suyu walked through the half-open inner door and entered the bedroom. There was only a wooden bed. It was empty, it was too simple. Are there opportunities in this place? Suyu remembered that Madonna said that there were some opportunities in these houses. Were there? He looked around again and again, but he did not feel anything. What kind of opportunity was there, or was the 36th ring too rubbish? The houses in this place should have been lived in many times, right? Even if there were opportunities, they were gone now, right? Suyu looked at the broken and dirty wooden bed. Was he going to spend the night here? The small house did not even have a window. Suyu was disgusted, but he was not sure if the death energy was still there outside, and he did not dare to go out. Was he going to waste a day in this broken house? Even if he entered from the main city gate, he could only stay for 7 or 8 days. Was he going to stay here for the night? Suyu was still thinking about whether to go out or not. At this moment, at the city gate, a few armored soldiers were looking at the small house. One of them said softly, "Commander, is he dead? Guqing death ray seems to have entered the house. Then he should be dead. Should we go and see if there is anyone there? If there is no one, we can go in and collect the body," the armored soldiers whispered. The Mountain Sea commander also looked over and frowned slightly. He was very optimistic about the rise of the strong, but the other party was dead. This luck was really amazing. Coincidentally, there was a living being that was preparing to become a resident and threw out a jade talisman that was stained with his blood. Coincidentally, the dead spirits of the ancient city came to collect the jade talisman. Of course, it was also because this guy was new. Under normal circumstances, when he saw the jade talisman, he should have immediately fled. But that guy stayed there for a while. Not only did he stay there, he was also spying on the dead spirits not far away. The ancient city's death light might have seeped into the house. Once that guy was stained by the death light, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Even if he survived, the death light in his body would soon attract the dead spirits to track him again. In the ancient city, if one encountered the dead spirits, they would almost certainly die. Of course, they could leave the city, but next time, no matter which ancient city they went to, they would be targeted by the dead spirits. They would almost be cut off from the ancient city. Moreover, the death energy would also cause those who were stained by it to gradually die. The Mountain Sea commander questioned himself again and again today. I thought he was Suyu, but he might not be. I thought he was the rise of an expert, but he was targeted by the dead spirits as soon as he arrived. How could he rise? I thought he was going to die. Would this guy still be alive? How complicated. The man shook his head and didn't say anything else. His luck was really amazing. He didn't know what to say. We'll go and take a look at it at dawn, the man said. Even if it was them, they shouldn't run around at night. If they stayed at the city gate, the dead spirits wouldn't come here and wouldn't look for them. But if they entered the city and encountered it, it would be troublesome. It was best not to go at night. The other soldiers nodded. Then they would wait until dawn to collect the corpse. At this moment, in the house, Suyu waited for a while. He looked around but didn't find anything. Staying here for the night, that was too wasteful. Death light, Suyu murmured. The death light was very dangerous, but he knew the celestial cultivation technique and had the heavenly origin energy. It seemed like he could counteract it. Of course, he could only counteract a small amount of the death light. If there was too much, he would be in danger. In that case, if the celestial encountered the dead spirits here, the prerequisite was that the other party had enough heavenly origin energy. Then, the danger wouldn't be too great. The death light outside the door is gone, right? So you still wanted to take a look. The next time he came, he might have to go through the main door and waste a lot of time. The key was, would he still have to go through the main door next time? So you didn't really understand these rules. In any case, it was best to save time and not waste it. So what if it was a little dangerous? It wasn't like he couldn't resist it. The word tribulation in Shenwen was no longer beating. Did it mean that the danger was gone? Thinking of this, so you didn't want to stay in this dilapidated house for the night. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know what would happen if he destroyed the house, he would have torn it down to see what was going on. Whether he could tear it down or not, he really suspected that no one could tear down this dilapidated house. I have to go out and take a look. So you couldn't hold back his temper. It was his first day here, and he wasn't willing to stay in this godforsaken place for the night. In addition, the death light had been worn down by him, so he was a little more confident. At the same time, he wanted to see if the dead spirit would follow him again. Carefully opening the door, Suyu waved his hand outside. He didn't go out. He wanted to test it first. His arm had been stained by the death light, so it could still be worn down. At the city gate, the mountain seaman was stunned. He thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. When he looked again, he saw an arm stretching out. He's fine? His luck was really good, this guy wasn't stained by the death light. He was quite lucky. He thought that this guy was dead. Commander, is he fine? The other armored soldiers also saw that arm. They were a little surprised. What good luck, the death light actually didn't touch him, he was really bold. He had just provoked the dead spirit, but now, he couldn't help but want to test it out. This kind of person was extremely bold. It was also in line with the style of a genius. It was just that he didn't suffer. The armored soldier beside him smiled and said, if this guy was stained by the death light just now, he would probably be scared out of his wits. He has never suffered before. The mountain seaman didn't say anything. He took a look. Seeing that Suyu was fine, he didn't say anything else. The armored soldier beside him smiled and said, Commander, could it be that this guy wants to go out? If he encounters the dead spirit again and there aren't any empty houses for him to hide in, he would be dead for sure. He has already encountered trouble once. Could it be that he still wants to go out? I don't know. The commander shook his head. Who knew what these geniuses were thinking? Could this guy in front of him really be Suyu? He wasn't sure again. That escape technique just now was extremely fast. It was somewhat similar to Suyu's from before. However, when he walked through the main door, it was extremely difficult. In any case, he was confused now. Outside the door, nothing happened. Suyu probed for a while. The death light was gone. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief and walked out of the house again. He didn't want to stay in this house for the night, the street was still as deserted as ever. That dead spirit disappeared. Suyu walked out of the house and continued to move forward. Soon, he arrived in front of the house where he encountered the crisis just now. The house where the elk was. He wanted to see what the dead spirit had written on the sign just now. From the way he wrote and drew, it seemed that he had left something behind. Suyu glanced at the wooden sign. Soon, he saw something on the wooden sign. An elk's head. An incomplete elk's head, Suyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that after becoming a resident, the dead spirit would engrave the appearance of the owner of the blood on the wooden sign for 3 consecutive days? In that case, the residents of this place might have their photos on the wooden sign. Were they so high-end? They even gave you a portrait. However, this portrait looked a little horrifying. It seemed to be drawn with that drop of blood. It was blood red in color. Knock, 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 Suyu knocked on the door. That elk almost killed him. He wanted to scare the other party. After knocking for a while, Suyu seemed to hear the sound of a cold shiver. He did not open the door. Suyu laughed. This was interesting. This was the same as pretending to be a ghost to scare people when he was young. Off in the distance, the mountain and sea warrior was completely speechless. F*ck, this fellow was definitely not old. Knocking on the door of an ancient city to scare a deer in the middle of the night was definitely not something a mature expert would do. This was definitely Suyu. Suyu was not that old, needless to say, knocking on the door in the middle of the night was quite scary. The night in the ancient city was terrifying to begin with. The mountain seaman did not doubt that the elk in the house was already trembling in fear. Perhaps it was curled up in a corner, trembling in fear. Not a human, anyone would tremble in fear. The armored soldiers beside him were also at a loss whether to laugh or cry as they said, "This guy is too bold. When he gets to the 35th ring, he might run into the night patrol and cause him trouble." The Mountain Sea Man didn't say anything. That was his business and it had nothing to do with him. It was true that he was extremely daring. As for Suyu, he knocked on the door for a while. The elk didn't open the door, but he didn't care too much. If it were him, he wouldn't open the door either. He was just a little depressed because of the elk. Why did it throw a jade talisman out for no reason? Suyu ignored the deer and continued walking down the street. On both sides of the street, there were some houses that were tightly shut. Some were not residences and looked more like shops. However, Suyu did not know what they sold or if anyone dared to open a shop here. After walking for a while, he saw a house with a drawing of a wolf on the wooden sign. Was this a local resident? Suyu thought of the unfinished portrait of the elk that he had just seen. In that case, this was a completed image. Was this wolf a resident of this place? The image was also blood red and looked a little horrifying. Sigh. Suyu sighed. No one explained the situation to him. The masked man from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion also gave him very little information. That guy only gave a general introduction of the situation and didn't go into detail. And there was no one in this godforsaken place at night. Even if he wanted to ask, there was no one to ask. The soldiers at the city gate had a good attitude before, but they had been waiting at the city gate and might not come here, or they had some mission or restrictions. Soon, Suyu found another empty house. Standing at the door, he suddenly shouted, "Is there anyone alive? Come, let's chat." He was ready to enter the house at any time. It would be troublesome if he encountered the undead. He had to leave a way out for himself. His shout in the middle of the night probably scared a lot of people. Suyu didn't care. He was really too confused. In this ancient city, he didn't know where to go to find benefits at all. Now he really hoped that Madonna would come out and chat. As long as they didn't fight, they could chat casually. "Madonna, are you here? Come and chat." While he was shouting, under the night sky, on the street, a team of 10 soldiers riding black horses quickly came toward him. The leader of the soldiers was wrapped in black armor, revealing only a pair of dark eyes. His eyes flickered coldly as he looked at Suyu, spat out the common language, and said coldly, "How dare you? It's late at night, no noise. Quickly enter the house." Suyu finally saw a living person. They were alive, because it was shown on the sensing jade. As for whether they were human or not, it was not clear. In this place, it was difficult for him to sense whether the other party was human or not, unless the other party revealed their true form. Mountain Sea Realm. Suyu sensed. One was Mountain Sea Realm, and the other 9 were Ling Yun. They were not weak. In this godforsaken place, there were quite a lot of experts. "General, I'm new here and don't know the rules here. Can we talk?" Suyu said with a smile, not in vain. After saying that, a dark weapon appeared in his hand, and he said with a smile, "General, can you give me some advice?" Since they were alive, they had needs. Money could make the devil turn millstones. The black-armored expert glanced at him coldly and shouted, "Go in." Suyu laughed dryly, "General, are you the city guards? Go in." The black-armored expert shouted again, "If you dare to make noise again, you will be killed without mercy." Suyu frowned slightly, but soon, he recovered his smile, "General, I'm just asking about the situation. Do you know Madonna? I'm his friend." Bang! At this moment, the black-armored general stabbed out with his spear. Suyu quickly entered the house. With a rumble, the house door trembled from the impact of the spear. Outside the door, the black-armored general snorted coldly, a dark light flickered in his eyes. "Since you're in the ancient city of destruction, behave yourself and follow the rules here. How dare you disobey the orders of the night patrol?" In the house, Suyu heard the scolding and frowned. He also snorted. The house door was not destroyed, and this person did not receive any punishment. It might have something to do with him being the guard here. However, he only dared to be so arrogant because he was the guard of this place. In the outside world, these people might just be the experts of some small races, or people from the destruction zone, or wanderers. But here, because of the rules, they even dared to teach a lesson to the geniuses of large races. A dog relying on its master's power, Suyu cursed in his heart. This ancient city doesn't belong to you. It has existed since ancient times. You're just borrowing it. Suyu was helpless. Forget it. I'm living under someone else's roof. I don't know the situation, so I shouldn't provoke them. I know how to admit defeat. Suyu shouted again, General, may I ask where Madonna lives? Shut up. If you make any more noise, I'll expel you from the ancient city. Outside the door, the general scolded again. Suyu's expression changed for a while, and he said quietly, General, the residents and guards of the ancient city can't stay in the ancient city forever, right? There will be a time when they can go out. Why be so unreasonable? Outside the door, the general was slightly stunned. This guy is threatening me? He didn't expect it. Someone actually dared to threaten the night patrol in the ancient city. With a cold snort, the black-armored general said coldly, Human, don't provoke me. Do you think you'll be fine just by staying in the house? The night patrol is responsible for searching for bandits. I can apply to open the house you are staying in. Do you want to die? F***ck, there's such an effect, of course, Suyu was not afraid of him. The other party was a mountain sea cultivator, but he felt that he was only at the first or second layer of the mountain sea realm. Suyu was not afraid. However, if he got into a conflict with the city guards here, once he provoked the city lord of the ninth layer of the sun-moon realm, it would be big trouble. Suyu was aggrieved and depressed. I just wanted to find out the situation. Why are you so unreasonable and arrogant? You don't even care about a profound weapon. Forget it, I'll bear with it. After I figure out the situation, I'll see if I can kill this guy. Or, before I leave, I'll find this guy and kill him. In any case, at this moment, countless thoughts arose in Suyu's mind. In the next moment, he said timidly, General, please calm down. I'm new here and don't know anything. If I offend you, please forgive me. After saying that, he added, Take this profound weapon of mine as an apology gift to you. After saying that, he quickly opened the door and threw a profound weapon out. Soon, he closed the door. The black-armored general reached out and grabbed the profound weapon. A dark light flashed in his eyes. After inspecting the profound weapon, he found that its quality was not bad. Without saying anything, he took the profound weapon and said coldly, Don't make any more noise. Whether you are a god or a demon, or a human, you all better behave here. Definitely. Outside the door, the 10-man team left. The sound of horse hooves was very clear in the night. Suyu cursed in his heart, Just you wait, my profound weapon is so easy to take, I've located you, just you wait. He looked back at the new house. Fortunately, it was much bigger than the previous one. If it didn't work, he would rest here for the night. It should be daybreak soon. He would go out and ask about the situation when it was daybreak. Suyu was depressed. The ancient city was really strange. Forget it, he would rest for the night. If he wasted a night, so be it. It was good to consolidate his realm. Tomorrow, he would find someone to inquire about the situation. There should be humans in the city. The human elder he met at the entrance seemed to be in the city. Suyu sat down on a chair casually. At this moment, the word tribulation in Shenwen flickered. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. He looked around. There was danger in the house? It couldn't be. He looked around and did not see any danger. At this moment, Suyu did not detect the weak aura of death that was seeping in from all directions. It was very weak. However, soon, when Suyu was about to cultivate and take out a little bit of heavenly essence chi, suddenly, there was an incessant sizzling sound. Suyu was shocked. At this moment, he discovered something abnormal. F***ck, the aura of death was very weak. He did not sense anything unusual. However, it was in conflict with the heavenly essence chi. At this moment, it quickly collided. I have to leave in 3 days. At this moment, Suyu was in a trance and woke up with a start. He had to leave in 3 days. Why did he have to leave? Was it because the aura of death had seeped in silently in this godforsaken place? How was this a safe house? This was a huge pit. However, someone must have sensed the abnormality. That was why they gave 3 days. Within 3 days, the effect should not be too big. However, once 3 days passed, the aura of death might erupt and people would die. No wonder people died here for no reason. Scary. If there was no heavenly essence chi, wouldn't I know nothing? And just as Suyu was thinking about this, a circle of light suddenly overflowed from the surface of his body, expelling some of the weak aura of death. Suyu was stunned. What was this? After a while, Suyu murmured, "This is my reward for passing the main city gate?" He took a closer look. There were 9 circles of light. At this moment, the first circle of light was a little weak. Dissipating a little bit of the aura of death, the circle of light showed signs of collapsing. 9 circles of light, so it could resist 9 times of the aura of death? So, people who pass through the main city gate can stay for a few more days? One by one, doubts appeared in Suyu's mind. He looked at the house again. F*ck, how was this a house? This was a coffin, this horrifying thought rose in Suyu's mind. This ancient city was evil. There was death energy in the rooms of the ancient city. At this moment, Suyu wondered if the closer the room was to the inner ring, the more death energy there was. If this was a crisis, then what was the opportunity? Also, what was the power of this death energy, and what was that dead spirit? The Sky Destroyer city was getting more and more mysterious. What was this place used for in the past? Suyu didn't know any of this. Of course, there were many mysterious places in the All Heavens battlefield, and there were many things he didn't know. Danger and mystery often represented opportunities. Since Madonna insisted on coming here and wasn't even interested in killing people, Suyu thought there must be a great opportunity. He really wanted to talk to Madonna, provided that guy didn't attack him. Outside, he could still vaguely hear the hooves of the night patrol. These guys were so mysterious. He didn't know what was wrong or dangerous after turning into the residents of the ancient city. And that dead spirit, every single incident was playing in his mind. After hesitating for a moment, Suyu took out the list. The list was still there. Suyu thought for a moment and typed a line of words on the list. I want to know the secret of the ancient city. A moment later, a line of words appeared in the blank space of the list. All the ancient cities or the Sky Destroyer city? The Sky Destroyer city. Suyu only wanted to know about this place. He didn't go to other places, so there must be a price here. Sure enough, words appeared again soon. The secret of the Sky Destroyer city needs to be exchanged for 10 years of your lifespan. Lifespan? Suyu understood. The so-called lifespan was actually vitality. Taking away the vitality in your body. How should he put it? Maybe it could be made up with the celestial race's method of accelerating life. However, using lifespan to exchange for something was usually not very reliable. Suyu refused. Change the condition. 10 years of lifespan, kill a genius on the heaven list, provide a drop of eternal blood essence, and an eternal Shenwen. You can choose anyone. F*CKU, Suyu wanted to curse. Evil heart. Are you crazy? Invincible blood essence, eternal tear Shenwen. The human race didn't have an eternal tear Shenwen, so the strongest was the Sun Moon tear eternal Shenwen. He represented the invincible civilization master who had killed the other powerful races of the Wan Nation. Bulge *T, after calculating, it would be easier to increase one's lifespan by 10 years or to kill a genius on the heaven list. Was it really that expensive? Is there anything else? He's too unreliable. The secret of the ancient city is worth this price. Suyu's heart stirred. I'm talking about the ancient city. The other party might have given me a lot of things. Thinking of this, Suyu said again, I don't want to know everything about the ancient city. I want to know how to obtain the fortune of Sky Destruction ancient city. What price do I have to pay? As expected, the conditions had changed. 3 years of lifespan, 10 drops of sun and moon blood essence, killing a genius on the earth list, an earth weapon. Suyu was a little puzzled and moved. If I want to trade, how do I do it? If you're willing to trade, prepare the things, and the trade will be successful soon. Suyu hesitated, and then wrote, I don't have an earth weapon, but I have 3 martial weapons at the peak of the black grade. Can I trade them? The other party seemed to be weighing it, and soon replied, 3 weapons with 70 golden patterns or above, 5 weapons with 70 golden patterns or below. No problem. So you could agree to this. Although it was expensive and the price was a little high, it was the first trade, and it was worth it to test the other party first. This Sky Hunter Pavilion was as mysterious as the ancient city. Trade, how to trade, Suyu was still thinking when someone knocked on the door outside. Suyu was shocked. The next moment, a very weak voice came from outside. Mr. Su, the trade can begin. F*CK, Suyu cursed inwardly. They're here already? The Sky Hunter Pavilion actually had subordinates in the ancient city. Suyu was very vigilant. After thinking for a while, he opened the door a very small gap and looked outside. A black shadow was standing outside. Seeing Suyu open the door a little, the black shadow didn't care, and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. Mr. Su, we can trade now. Suyu frowned. From the Sky Hunter Pavilion? Yes. Even if you have a location, it can't be so accurate, right? Mr. Su, I heard what you said just now. The Black Shadow's answer was simple. It wasn't that accurate, but wasn't your voice very loud? The night patrol didn't find trouble with you? Just avoid them. They patrol once every half an hour. The Black Shadow said indifferently, Mr. Su. It's better if you don't test me. This information is free for you. Suyu was speechless. After hesitating for a while, he took out a few weapons. They were also the weapons that he forged in his free time that he didn't need. Of course, he still lacked one. It didn't matter. He had killed many people before and obtained some. At this moment, he took out one and handed it to the Black Shadow. Is the information accurate? The Sky Hunter Pavilion's reputation is the most important. It was that simple. It was up to him to believe it or not. In the end, Suyu chose to believe it. He handed over the weapon and took the jade talisman. Closed the door. After waiting for a while, he didn't look at the jade talisman. Instead, he was judging something. At this moment, the vague location suddenly disappeared. At this moment, a line of words appeared on the leaderboard beside Suyu. Suyu, don't play tricks like weapon location in the future. As a huge organization, Suyu's tricks were indeed only small tricks. Suyu was just testing it, but he was secretly shocked. The location disappeared. What did this mean? It disappeared very quickly. This meant that the other party quickly discovered the location and then removed it. To be able to successfully remove his location, the other party might be an earth weapon master, otherwise, even a powerhouse would find it difficult to remove his device in an instant. An earth weapon master is in the ancient city? And outside the ancient city? The Sky Hunter Pavilion, the ancient city, it was getting more and more mysterious. There were many things in the battlefield that humans and other races didn't understand. Some Invincible Realm experts might know, but they kept it a secret. Suyu stopped thinking about the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Soon, he picked up the jade talisman and glanced at it. How to obtain opportunities in the ancient city. After looking at the jade talisman for a while, Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. The Sky Hunter Pavilion gave him 3 answers. First, the City Lord's Mansion. There were great opportunities in the City Lord's Mansion, but the prerequisite was that you weren't afraid of death. As for where the opportunities were in the City Lord's Mansion, you had to find them yourself. Second, the Ancient House. It was an ancient house like the one that Suyu was currently staying in. There were opportunities in this house. There were many kinds of opportunities, such as the remains of people who died in the house. Some houses had corpses. The local residents and guards couldn't enter, but if you entered, you might be able to reap great rewards. The closer to the inside, the greater the possibility of reaping benefits. Some houses that hadn't been opened before might contain many good things. Many races that were stationed in the ancient city actually did so to open these houses, perhaps to obtain some ancient relics. This was an opportunity. On the other hand, the better the house, the more likely it was to have some mysterious things inside. For example, if you entered a good courtyard, if you were lucky, you might be able to obtain some strange gadgets or mystic realms. Some houses had mystic realms inside. In fact, they were formed by Shinwen. Someone once entered a secret realm in the ancient city and obtained a sun-moon mysterious yellow pool, which contained a large amount of sun-moon mysterious yellow liquid. Someone once entered a secret realm in the house and obtained a heaven essence fruit tree. After countless years, it bore countless fruits, and the heaven essence chi was frighteningly dense. There were also people who obtained heaven-grade weapons by accident, Suyu was dazzled. So that's how it was, only in a good house could one obtain a large number of benefits. Of course, the probability was very low, and many houses couldn't be entered at all. Even if you did, it would be very dangerous. Many people who went and died instantly. Suyu suspected that this was due to the influence of the death aura. The stronger the house, the denser the death aura. These were the opportunities that could be brought by the ancient house. Therefore, Moto probably went deep into the ancient city for this. The city lord's mansion and the ancient house were two kinds of opportunities. In the ancient city, there was another kind of opportunity, which was the last one provided by the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The third kind was the ancient city token. This was a kind of token in the ancient city. It wasn't an opportunity in itself, but it was related to a very mysterious place in the All Heavens battlefield. The Star Mansion. The ancient city and the Star Mansion might have some connection. At present, there was no clear record that the ancient city and the Star Mansion were related. However, the ancient city had the ancient city token. Different levels of the ancient city token might open different secret realms in the Star Mansion. The Star Mansion was huge and mysterious. After countless years of exploration, they didn't find anything. With the ancient city token, there was a chance to obtain some great opportunities, provided that the ancient city token's level was high enough. And the ancient city token was in the hands of the dead spirits. Suyu had a headache. F***ck. What the Sky Hunter Pavilion meant was that those dead spirits might have been originally from the ancient city. Only from the hands of the dead spirits would there be hope of obtaining the ancient city token. Of course, some experts in the Heavenly Destroyer City might also have such things. They might have taken it from the dead spirits, or they might have found it by accident. However, under normal circumstances, the tokens were in the hands of the dead spirits. The stronger the dead spirit, the higher the level of the token. So far, there were many levels of tokens. Soar Realm, Ling Yunjing Realm, Mountain Sea Realm. Of course, the level of the dead spirits was not clear. They all looked about the same, and the probing was also about the same. There was also a simple introduction to the death aura. It was very troublesome. It was best to have a way to deal with it, either with great strength or special methods, or directly kill the dead spirit. Otherwise, once you were infected, it would be very difficult to get rid of it. Also, if you entered the ancient city again in the future, you would be chased by the dead spirits. In the eyes of the dead spirits, you were an intruder. If you were unlucky, you might think that the other party was a sore dead spirit, but the other party might be a sun and moon dead spirit, and you would be finished. Therefore, the Sky Hunter Pavilion advised against this kind of opportunity unless you were extremely powerful. Over the years, in order to obtain some benefits, some elite experts from the various clans had tried, but they had died very miserably. The Xian Armor clan had experts in the vicinity, in fact, for the benefits of these ancient cities. Finally, the information also mentioned that if one entered the city through the main gate and stayed there for a long time, there would be great benefits. That was because some of the more powerful houses there were. If one entered, they might not discover anything for 3 days, but on the 4th or 5th day, a secret realm might suddenly appear in the house. Therefore, the longer you stayed, the greater the possibility of obtaining benefits. After reading the information, Suyu let out a sigh. 5 dark armaments in exchange for this. That was tens of thousands of merit points. It was not worth it, but at least he had learned some things. It was worth it, but it was worth it. This was equivalent to the price of an earth armament, and he was still not willing to exchange it for these things. Suyu thought for a moment and suddenly wrote on the list again, there is too little valuable information, not enough. The Sky Hunter Pavilion is too much of a scam. It is not a long-term business. What do you want? Give me some free information, and maybe we can continue working together in the future. What do you want to know? Can we kill people here? Can we kill these residents or guards? Will the City Lord take action? Which side does the City Lord of Sky Destroyer City belong to? What is the punishment for destroying the houses? What are the benefits and disadvantages of being a resident? Suyu asked a series of questions. At this moment, a sentence appeared on the list. There is a lot of information, but it is not too valuable. We can give it to you, but you have to provide us with a drop of your blood. Scram, no deal. The list was silent for a moment. In the next moment, another sentence appeared. Then provide us with a drop of talent blood. Any race is fine. Scram. So you cursed again. No way, not only was he not going to do it, but he also snuck out of the house. He wanted to change houses so that no one would know that he was in this house. There were many empty houses. However, Suyu did not pay attention to it before. Now, he had some feeling that different houses would have some resistance when he entered. Some houses had a style similar to that of the human race. After entering, the resistance would be less. Suyu found a house that looked like that of the human race. He went in and stayed for a while. The biggest feeling he got was that the death aura was less. This might be the reason why Xianxia, who was guarding the city gate, told him to look for a human house. Less death aura, he continued to wrangle with the Skyhunter Pavilion. Not only that, Suyu quickly changed his appearance. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ferocious tiger. He wanted to try again. This way, could the other party find him and accurately locate him, otherwise, he would not be at ease with this ranking. Very soon, the Skyhunter Pavilion replied. They could provide him with this information, but they needed Suyu to provide them with information about Xianxia. Yes, Xianxia. This included Xianxia's methods, the characteristics of Xinwen. Suyu agreed readily, he just wrote it down casually. This was simple. As for whether it was true or not, how would he know? What he knew, everyone knew. As for what they didn't know, he didn't know either. Why did the Skyhunter Pavilion want to know about Xianxia? Suyu was too lazy to guess. It was nothing more than what he said last time, which made them interested in Xianxia. There were many people who were interested in Xinwen. Many of them were from the Skyhunter Pavilion. This time, Suyu got the information again. However, it took much longer. He didn't know if the other party did it on purpose or if it was really difficult to locate him. After about an hour, there was another knock on the door. The door opened. Outside the door, it was still the same black shadow from before. Suyu didn't know if it was the same person. Their strength was similar, and their aura was hard to distinguish. However, their appearance was similar. Suyu couldn't be bothered to say more. He quickly threw the information he wrote on Xianxia to the other party. The other party seemed to check it. Soon, the black shadow said coldly, "Mr. Su, this information seems to be outdated. Regarding the information on Xianxia's Xinwen, don't you think there's something wrong with what you wrote?" What? Suyu asked curiously, what's wrong? You said that his Xinwen might not be Xinwen, but a special weapon. It's up to you to believe it or not. Forget it if you don't. Suyu said angrily, this is my deduction. If you don't believe it, forget it. I suspect that Xianxia is actually a modified human, a modified civilization master. Although he felt that Suyu was talking nonsense, the black shadow had no choice but to leave. Once he left, Suyu quickly changed rooms. Run, as expected, the sub-leaderboard could locate him. However, it might not be that easy. The other party either didn't do it on purpose, or it was really difficult to find him in an instant. He could only confirm a general area. I can try again next time. I can hide the sub-leaderboard in a different place. Or he could just hide in the Sea of Will, or wrap himself in Xinwen. Anyway, he could take his time to try. After getting some more information, Suyu quickly checked it. He had an answer to most of the questions he asked. In the ancient city, he could kill people. However, if he killed people, including bleeding, it might attract the undead. He had to consider whether he wanted to kill people here. He could also kill the residents and guards. Also, because they were local residents, killing them might attract powerful undead. If he became an ancient city resident, he would be bound to the ancient city. There were benefits. He could live in the ancient city for a long time. In addition, he and the undead would enter a state of non-interference. If he didn't provoke them, the undead would not attack the local residents. Not only that, under certain circumstances, if the local residents had the ancient city order and were of a higher level, they could even control some weaker undead. Previously, when the patrol officer said that he could break into the houses, he actually meant that those with a high-level ancient city order could forcefully open the houses. The prerequisite was that the level of the order was high enough. According to the Skyhunter Pavilion, the ancient city order might have 36 levels, representing 36 circles. The lowest level ancient city order might only be able to open some houses in the lowest level areas. If he was worried that the people of the ancient city would attack the houses, it was best to go to a house in a higher level circle. As for the destruction of the houses, the result was the same. It couldn't be destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, it would recover quickly. The key was that destroying the houses would attract the undead. In short, the most terrifying thing in this ancient city was not the living, but the dead. Those undead might be the dead who had died in the ancient city in the past. They were preserved by this city and were filled with the aura of death. As for the city lord of the Sky Destroyer City, there were only a few words of introduction. Don't provoke him, and don't be afraid. Humans, gods, demons, immortals. He doesn't dare to provoke any race that has more than 5 invincible realm experts. If you don't provoke him, he won't provoke you. It was that simple. To be able to occupy an ancient city and become a hegemon here, he had the ability to judge the situation. The reason why he was afraid of more than 5 invincible realm experts was because an ancient city had been attacked before. 3 invincible realm experts attacked the ancient city, but in the end they didn't get any benefits. Instead, an invincible realm expert died. That was hundreds of years ago. Therefore, if some small races didn't have invincible realm experts or only a few invincible realm experts, the other party wasn't too afraid. The ancient city had a complete defense system. As the puppet master of the ancient city, yes, the puppet master. This wasn't what Suyu said. It was written in the Skyhunter Pavilion. The puppet master had the ability to mobilize some of the ancient city's power. In short, it was to tell Suyu that the two had nothing to do with each other. As long as he didn't provoke the other party for no reason, the human race wasn't a pushover. Although the situation in recent years wasn't too good, back then, Xiao Longwu attacked Sky Destroyer City, and nothing happened. And for the sake of peace and quiet, the other party wouldn't have any conflicts with the geniuses of the various powerful races. I see. After reading this information, Suyu had a general impression of the ancient city. He had to say that the intelligence system of the Skyhunter Pavilion was very complete. They knew a little bit of everything. Of course, this probably wasn't everything about the ancient city. For example, how the dead spirits were formed, what was the relationship with the Starry Mansion. There was no explanation for these. The City Lord's Mansion. Forget it. With a 9th-tier sun and moon guarding it, I'd be courting death if I went. Killing the dead spirits. Forget it, I'd better not encounter the dead spirits of the sun and moon. That's really courting death. The guy I met before might only be Ling Yun or Shanghai, but he was already so difficult to deal with. Then the only way is to enter the inner ring, find a house that no one has entered before, and try my luck. The longer I stay, the higher the chance of a chance appearing. The premise is that I don't get killed by the death G. At this moment, Suyu generally sorted out the ways to obtain benefits in the ancient city. Sun Moon Mysterious Yellow Lake. This was a good item that could strengthen the aperture power of the sun and moon tier. Suyu heard that it was almost impossible to buy, and it was hard to find. At the level of the sun and moon tier, unless the other party was in the 9th tier of the sun and moon tier, they wouldn't sell anything that could increase one's strength. Or getting a heavenly origin fruit tree was not bad. He could plant it himself and have a source of heavenly origin fruit. If that didn't work, he could get a heaven weapon and bring it back. If that didn't work, he could get a few sun moon shinwen fruits. He didn't need it himself, and it was fine to break his cultivation. Suyu was tempted. Last time, Madonna ran to the 18th ring, and that guy might have gone deeper this time. With his current strength, he could enter the 20th ring or so, right? This time, Madonna might have gone to the 15th ring or so. I can try one ring at a time. The main thing is the density of the death chi, and there might be some other dangers. I'll know after trying one house by one, from weak to strong, and then decide which house to wait in. Dead spirits. Suyu thought of the dead spirits again. The hunting sky pavilion explained a little. They rarely appeared during the day, and more at night. Although they rarely appeared during the day, it didn't mean that they didn't exist, such as destroying houses or killing people. At night, the chances of encountering them were very high. Some of these dead spirits would come out at night to collect those jade talismans. Just as Suyu was about to head deeper. City Lord's mansion. The back palace was where the stone statue was. The current city lord lived in the front palace. The back palace was a little creepy. Even the city lord didn't want to go there often. Sun and Moon had died there, and there were a few powerful dead spirits that would move there at night. Even he didn't want to fight with these dead spirits. At this moment, the front palace was brightly lit. In the huge ancient city, this was the only place with some light. The other places were all dark. Even if the lights were lit at home, it was difficult to see the light outside. In the front palace. At this moment, there were people. The city lord of Sky Destroyer Ancient City was sitting on the main seat, drinking wine and watching some beauties of various races dance below. His eyes were clear, and he wasn't intoxicated. He just remained silent. On both sides, there were a few people with sage-like auras. They were young, and there were both men and women. Apart from these few, there were also a few armored warriors. If Suyu met them, he would quickly recognize that they were from the mystic armor race. On the left, the handsome young man raised his cup and smiled. A toast to the city lord of Sky Destroyer City. You dominate the west of the Sea of Desire Plain. As long as the ancient city is not destroyed, so long as you live. The eyes of the man in the center were all black at this moment. He looked at him with some depth. Descendant of the celestial king of the celestial race, no need to be so polite and flatter me. I'm just a wanderer. If the realm wasn't destroyed, I wouldn't have come to this ancient city and become a puppet. You must be joking, Your Excellency. Daoqing smiled and said, in this ancient city, Your Excellency can even fight an eternal celestial king, huh? The city lord was also very young, or at least he looked young. The most special thing about him was his eyes, which were all black. He looked at Daoqing and said indifferently, I can only do this in the ancient city. Outside the ancient city, even an ordinary cultivator of the 9th tier of the Sun-Moon realm can kill me. In the past, I was seriously injured by Xiao Longwu's saber. What is there to be proud of? After hearing this, Daoqing was silent for a while, then he quickly smiled and said, those who are unjust are doomed. Xiao Longwu killed too much, and now it's difficult to prove his Dao. I think, it's difficult. The city lord ignored him, drank a cup of wine, and said indifferently, the celestial race brought the mystic armor race here this time. What do you need my help with? Seeing that the city lord didn't respond, Daoqing didn't say anything else. He smiled and said, Your Excellency, we want to capture someone in the city. Suyu? Yes. The city lord looked at him and said indifferently, go and catch him yourself. We hope that Your Excellency can provide some convenience. For example, opening the house where Suyu is. Otherwise, we can't enter. In addition, once the dead spirits appear, I hope that Your Excellency can restrain them. I know Your Excellency can do that. After saying this, he didn't wait for the city lord to refuse and said again, Your Excellency should know that if you live in this ancient city for a long time, you will become the next generation of dead spirits. The dead spirits are not limited to this generation. The previous city lords have all become dead spirits. Your Excellency should know this. And the celestial race may be able to help Your Excellency slow down the trend of death. The celestial race? The city lord nodded slightly and said indifferently, the celestial race has many tricks up their sleeves. The older the celestial race, the stronger their combat power. Your race's method of immortality is famous in all worlds. Daoqing was delighted, Your Excellency, then, but. The city lord said indifferently, I don't need it. Humans, celestial race, and gods and demons are all the same. They are all existences that I can't afford to offend. Today, I help you capture Suyu. Tomorrow, when the invincible human attacks, will the celestial race be willing to help? Daoqing was speechless. Beside him, Jiao Xian quickly said, Your Excellency, the humans won't go to war with Your Excellency for a mere Suyu. Is that so? The city lord put down his wine cup and said indifferently, "Then, if I capture the two of you today and force the celestial race's method of immortality out of you, will the celestial race not take revenge?" The two of them were shocked when they heard this. "Ha ha ha." The city lord laughed and said, "I'm joking. However, the two of you know that if I help you capture Suyu today, the humans won't go to war with the celestial race. As for me, I'll stay in the city and won't be able to leave. I'll definitely die. The ancient city doesn't lack a city lord." After saying this, he said indifferently, "Please do as you please. I won't leak your thoughts. Just treat it as an ordinary banquet. I know about the celestial race's alliance, and I won't speak carelessly." Daoqing frowned slightly and quickly smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Your Excellency. As for the alliance, it won't break. Although the humans and the celestials are allies, there's still competition. Everyone knows that the Great Qin Mansion has killed our celestial race's powerhouses more than once or twice." He didn't care too much about all this. As long as he wasn't caught, it would be fine. The Great Qin Mansion had killed many celestials. Of course, they had killed many human powerhouses as well. Everyone maintained peace on the surface. Similarly, the gods and demons worked together to suppress the humans, but they would also kill each other, even openly. It was fine as long as they maintained the same general direction. The city lord of the ancient city wasn't willing to get involved in their affairs. Whether it was Suyu, Moto Na, or these two celestial race geniuses, he didn't want to provoke any of them. "If you're capable, go kill them yourself. If you're not, then it has nothing to do with me." Although the city lord of the ancient city was also an overlord, this was only his territory. If he went out, even the top 100 races could send invincible beings to suppress him. As for being attacked by the deathly aura, there was nothing he could do about it. He was actually quite interested in the celestial race's conditions, but unfortunately, he really couldn't do it. Otherwise, if something like that happened, the celestial race wouldn't protect him. If the invincible humans came, no one would stand up for him. Perhaps the celestial race would even deliberately leak the information. After struggling in the All-Heavens battlefield for so many years, he hadn't seen through anything. Even though he was almost killed by Xiao Longwu back then, he only collected some entry fees from the humans. He didn't do anything else. At this moment, the dark armor race powerhouse beside him said, "My lord, this time, two of our race's geniuses on the heaven hunting list were killed. Our race won't let this matter rest. If we do anything out of line in the city, please forgive us, my lord." The city lord raised his wine cup, drank a cup, and said indifferently, "Do as you please. Don't touch the city's guards. That's your problem." "Thank you, my lord." The dark armor race powerhouse didn't say much. He had already guessed that the city lord would refuse. This guy was timid, and it would be difficult for him to make up his mind to help them capture Suyu. Seeing this, Daoqing could only say, "Thank you for your hospitality, my lord. We'll take our leave first. Take care, I won't send you off." The city lord responded indifferently and watched them leave. When they were gone, he said indifferently, "Majuona is bigger than Suyu," but he didn't look for Majuona. He shook his head, understanding the gist of it. It was still the fault of the Shenwen faction. The celestial race also didn't want to see any hope of the Shenwen faction rising. On this point, they had the same interests as the god fiends. Now that Suyu was on the heaven list, the celestial race couldn't hold back anymore. As for Suyu, after he finished reading the information, he consolidated his state. The night passed. During the day, Suyu sensed around and took out some spiritual energy of heaven. He was surprised that there was no dead energy in this place during the day. What did that mean? Did the dead energy come at different times? Did the dead spirits not come out during the day have something to do with this? Did they become weaker during the day? They really became ghosts. Suyu murmured. He didn't care too much. Although the dead spirits were dead creatures, it didn't mean there were no such creatures in the 1C. There were many creatures whose strength was related to the environment. The case of the Five Elements race was obvious. The water spirit race was absolutely powerful in the water area, but it was just so outside the water area. The dead spirits were less active during the day, and their strength was weaker. People in the ancient city also dared to go out. Suyu adjusted his appearance and turned into a handsome middle-aged man. He didn't care whether people could guess who he was or not. It didn't matter. He wanted to find a suitable room to take a look. He couldn't use force in the ancient city. Of course, he could use force if he wasn't afraid of the dead spirits. Suyu knew that. I have enough spiritual energy of heaven. I'm not afraid of the dead spirits. Suyu murmured to himself. He had about 400 portions of spiritual energy of heaven left, which was quite a lot. Plus, he had a lot of essence blood on hand. Even if he ran into a dead spirit, it wouldn't be that scary. Of course, it wasn't too strong. Otherwise, it would kill him in one blow. He walked out of the house. The street that had been empty the night before was now filled with many creatures. On both sides of the street, some shops had even opened. Suyu was surprised. He didn't expect someone would open a shop here. But it was normal. People also needed to cultivate and survive. Even if they were local residents, they still needed to cultivate. There weren't many peaceful places on the battlefield of all heavens. The ancient city was actually a good trading point. At least here, because of the dead spirits, the probability of fighting was much lower. It wasn't like other places, where a trading point might be robbed by strong people in a few days. Seeing Suyu walk out of the house, some of the creatures passing by didn't pay attention. A huge bird walked with big steps and glanced at Suyu. It even purposely said, "Human race? Why aren't you running? Aren't you afraid that the mystic armor race will come after you if you continue to stay here?" Suyu glanced at the giant bird and said with a smile, "Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist. However, the Xianxia race is only average in strength. What is there for us humans to be afraid of? Besides, we are in the city. What can they do? Old human brat, if you don't listen to my advice, you'll die sooner or later." The giant bird leisurely walked along the same path as Suyu and said casually, "The Xian armor race has been stationed in the heavenly destroyer city for hundreds of years. They are quite a powerful force here. Many of the guards are from the Xian armor race. These fellows are really ruthless. In order to open some ancient houses, they turned their own clansmen into residents of the ancient city. If they really want to deal with the human race is not enough. Sometimes, the guards can control some dead spirits." Suyu's heart stirred slightly. The Xian armor race. He didn't pay much attention to the night patrol last night because they were wearing armor. He didn't dare to probe too deeply. Could that fellow be from the Xian armor race? "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Although Suyu found the giant bird's leisurely walk funny, it was kind of the bird to remind him. He asked curiously, would the Xian armor race dare to deal with the human race in the city? They don't have the final say in the city. You don't understand. Our heavenly destroyer city lord is known to not care about anything. He doesn't care about anything. Suyu was stunned for a moment. The giant bird swayed its head and said, "He doesn't care about anything that has nothing to do with him. Unless you attack the city lord matter, he will only be in charge of the city's income. He doesn't care about anything else." "Is that so?" Suyu was surprised. The Sky Hunter Pavilion said that the other party was a puppet city lord. That made sense. That was good too. If he didn't care about anything, he wouldn't be targeting him, right? As for the Xian armor race. Suyu thought for a moment and said, "Brother bird, who are you scolding?" The giant bird was suddenly annoyed. Suyu was speechless. "I'm not scolding you. Is there a problem with me calling you brother bird?" The giant bird swayed and said, "I'm not from the flying bird race. I'm actually from the phoenix race, a branch. You have to call me brother phoenix." Suyu nodded and cursed in his heart. "You're from the phoenix race? Stop it, do you really think I don't know you? Aren't you from the ground owl race? Even if you're from the bird race, you can't fly very high, but you can run very fast. Brother Phoenix, why do you say that the Xian armor race will attack the human race?" The giant bird revealed a smile. At this moment, it actually looked somewhat treacherous. Suddenly, it stopped talking and sent a voice transmission. "Human Taoist, I see that you look familiar, so I'm warning you. If you want to know more, you have to take a risk." As soon as he finished speaking, the decorative wings made a slight gesture, and the two wings assumed a pose that could be used in the 10,000 worlds. So you understood, damn, I was wondering why I met such a good bird when I went out. It turns out that it's here to sell information to make money. No wonder it immediately came over when it saw that I'm a human. Suyu was also speechless. He sent a voice transmission. How much? I don't want contribution points. We don't dare to exchange your human contribution points in the human race's territory. The common currency is primordial chi liquid. Just give me 100 drops. It's not high. It's not bad. It's indeed not high. 100 drops is only a few hundred contribution points in the human realm. Of course, it's not a small amount. It's just that Suyu is rich now. He hesitated for a moment and seemed to be struggling before sending a voice transmission. 100 drops is not a small amount. Brother Phoenix, do you have top secret information? Sort of. If it's not worth it, I'll give you a refund. Suyu thought for a moment and nodded. He didn't waste any time and opened the door to an empty room next to him. He pulled the bird in. He had learned this from others. He had observed that some people did deals like this. They just needed to pull the other party into an empty room. As expected, the old bird did not mind. He was not afraid that this guy would attack him in the room anyway. After entering the room, Suyu took out 100 drops of primordial chi liquid and gave it half. He said quickly, tell me first. If there's no problem, the rest is yours. Why do you say that the mystic armor race is going to attack the human race? The giant bird said casually, is there a need to ask? You're human, so you killed green armor and red armor. He will definitely take revenge. Those two were the only ones on the heaven hunting list. If he doesn't take revenge, how can he show his face? Of course, the mystic armor race might not have the guts to attack the human race directly. But yesterday, the Xianxia clan brought two humanoid creatures back to the Xianxia clan's encampment. I think the experts of the Xianxia clan are quite concerned about the humanoid creatures. It's simple. Only the human, celestial, demon, and immortal clans can attract their attention. Coincidentally, yesterday, Suyu just caused a ruckus, and the Xia clan killed the experts stationed there. It would be strange if they didn't cause trouble for the human clan. The giant bird did not have any actual evidence. It was just a guess, but it was enough. He said, it must be the demons, celestials, and immortals. The demons are very domineering and rarely sneak around. I think it's either the immortals or the celestials. This morning, some of the mystic armor race experts stationed outside the city were called back. If they didn't attack the human race, could it be our Phoenix race? Speechless. That makes sense. You're just a bird, but your analysis is so clear and logical. Brother Bird. Ahem, Brother Phoenix means that the immortals or celestials have colluded with them. They're planning to use the mystic armor race's power in the city to search and capture the human race. Most likely. The giant bird laughed. It's fine. Run, don't be afraid. This happens often. It'll be fine in a few days. They're probably here to search for your human, Suyu. That guy was loitering outside the city yesterday. Geniuses usually can't resist the temptation of the ancient city. Maybe they snuck in last night. That's why they're sending people to search for him. Suyu was speechless again. Geniuses can't resist the temptation of the ancient city. That might not be the case. Well, at least I'm here. That's right. Suyu thought about it. Brother Phoenix, you mean that the mystic armor race has some ancient city tokens? Of course. The giant bird said matter-of-factly. They've been stationed here for so many years. Of course they have them. They can buy some information from the Hunting Sky Pavilion and roughly confirm where Suyu is. Then they can open an ancient house nearby and Suyu will be dead for sure. Suyu took a deep breath. Aren't you afraid of public anger? What's there to be afraid of? The giant bird said casually, what's there to be afraid of? Those who come to the ancient city are usually desperate. The mystic armor race has invincible. What's there to be afraid of? What's the use of public anger? No matter how angry you are, you can't take a word from invincible. Then which ring's ancient city order do they have? I don't know. The giant bird shook its head. But if you pay a high price, I can help you ask around. It's actually useless. No matter which ring it is, it's enough to take care of you. You can't go too deep. The mystic armor race seems to have opened an ancient house with 20 floors. They must have at least 20 ancient city tokens. 20 rings, the bigger the rings, the closer it was to the periphery. The city lord's mansion was considered within the first ring. They had opened a house on the 20th floor. Thinking of this, Suyu was not in a hurry to talk about it. Instead, he asked, Brother Feng, do you know how to get the opportunity in the ancient city? The giant bird looked at him and said after a while, I know. You want to get the opportunity? To the city lord's mansion? To the ancient house? Or to steal the ancient city token and kill the spirit? Suyu paused for a long time and said with gritted teeth, Thank you, Brother Bird. *CK your ancestors, the hunting sky pavilion, damn you, this was too shady. It turned out that the so-called great opportunity was something even a bird knew about. It was a free piece of information. The large bird seemed to notice something and suddenly became vigilant. Without batting an eyelid, it said, Well, the deal is done. I'm leaving. I don't want the remaining 50 drops of Essence G liquid. We are doing business, and the price was a little high. Since you didn't bargain, I can't accept black-hearted money. The giant bird cursed in its heart. Could this be the transaction partner of the hunting sky pavilion? When Suyu asked that question, it did not think much at first. However, when it saw Suyu's expression, it was tricked. It was most likely the hunting sky pavilion's black-hearted price. The hunting sky pavilion's transaction partners were either top-notch experts or peerless geniuses because they were rich. The hunting sky pavilion rarely interacted with the rest. The fellow in front of it was either a top-notch expert or a peerless genius of the human race. As for Suyu, he might be in the city at this moment. The giant bird thought of many things in an instant. Why don't I just run? I can find a random person to talk to and trade with, and I can meet the person I'm talking to. Suyu did not say anything. He casually threw the remaining vitality liquid to it. He was so angry that his liver was hurting. It's a free gift. Those fellows actually dared to accept 5 peak-grade mystic weapons from me. I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Seeing him throw the vitality liquid over, the giant bird thought for a moment and said, It'll be good to get used to it. Compare goods. Brother, you bought the information from the hunting sky pavilion, right? That's normal. Their information, how do I put it? It's expensive, but it's true. On our side, to put it bluntly, some of it is just guesses. It's just hearsay. Let it go. He advised, Don't get angry, don't find trouble with me. This was very normal. He just needed to suffer a few more losses. As for the hunting sky pavilion's information, it was not purely black-hearted. Its credibility was still guaranteed. If it's fake information, you can ask for compensation. The hunting sky pavilion usually pays for it too. Suyu nodded and looked at the giant bird. Brother Feng, have you guessed who I am? No. The giant bird denied and hurriedly said, We're just doing a small business. Why would we talk about this? Brother Feng won't sell me out, right? Absolutely not. The giant bird hurriedly said, We're insignificant people. Even if we go to the mystic armor race and say that we found out where they are, we won't be able to see them. Even if we see them, they won't believe us. If we don't find them and they vent their anger on us, we'll be finished. How can we lose our lives to earn some money? How can we be so stupid? Suyu nodded slightly and thought for a moment. If the mystic armor race can't find Suyu, will they attack other humans? That's hard to say. The giant bird was much more careful and explained, the mystic armor race alone might not have the guts to do so. If there's an expert behind them, then there is. The mystic armor race and the human race are not on good terms. Your human race's Lord Heavenly Forging King has always wanted to kill their patriarch, so their relationship is not too good. Just like the Silkworm Dragon race, your race's Silkworm Destruction King has always wanted to kill the Silkworm Dragon King, so if there's a chance to kill someone, the human race will not give up. Suyu was silent. These two invincible beings were not easy to deal with. They had found two enemies for the human race. The mystic armor race is in the city now. There's no sun or moon? No, the sun and moon are also mighty figures. There's only one, and he was killed. Naturally, there's no more now. Are you sure the city lord won't care? Most likely. Then, other than the city lord, are there many sun and moon in the city? Not many, just 2 or 3. They are all the sun and moon of some small races. The sun and moon of the other large races rarely come to the ancient city. So you understood and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Feng." "You're welcome." "Then, I'll be leaving first?" The giant bird cursed in his heart. How unlucky. Fortunately, geniuses had money and didn't care about these 100 essence chi liquefied. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. "Brother Feng, feel free." So you watched the giant bird leave. Soon, he followed. He felt depressed. They already judged that I came. If I didn't come, wouldn't these fellows have wasted their efforts? Why did they determine that I entered the city? Why don't I leave the city? Also, did this mystic armor race really dare to search the room and target the human race? Is the celestial race or the celestial race supporting them behind the scenes? The demon race. The giant bird said that the possibility of it being the demon race was not high. This kind of judgment that lived in the all-heavens battlefield for a long time should not be wrong. It was either the celestial race or the celestial race. The human race was not doing well in the all-heavens battlefield. Even a small race dared to get involved. Were they not afraid of being beaten? What should I do? Suyu rubbed his head. He was actually not afraid. At most, he would run away. The sky was high, and it would not be so easy to catch him. The key was, what about some of the humans in the city? Some were here to rest, and some were here to seek refuge. To be honest, many of those who did not return to the mortal realm in the ancient city had committed crimes. It was not a big deal to ignore them, but if they were implicated by him, then it would be a problem. It's a pity that I don't have the strength of Moto. Otherwise, without the sun and moon, I wouldn't be able to kill them. Suyu sighed. He was still not strong enough. Moto was very strong. Even if he was not a match for the sun and moon, he could still fight. As for the dead spirits that would come after he killed someone, it was not that scary. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly grabbed a passerby. When the passerby was shocked and surprised, he suddenly said, "I have a question." "Brother, can you answer it?" "Yes." Being grabbed casually, the passerby did not refute. "Ask." "I heard that the dead spirits appear because of blood. If I sprinkle blood everywhere, will the dead spirits appear?" The Minotaur who was grabbed looked at him as if he was crazy. After a while, he said, "No, not dead ones, but living ones can. For example, if you sprinkle your own blood, you can draw them out. By then, the dead spirits will always follow you. You can go and die, but don't drag me with you." Suyu thought for a while and said, "Has anyone done this before? To draw the dead spirits out to kill the opponent?" "Yes." The Minotaur said obediently, "Sprinkling blood has been done by powerful people. Dead blood is useless, only living blood can do. Under normal circumstances, if you don't kill the opponent, you are killed yourself. Therefore, very few living beings do this now. If you want to test it, don't test it on yourself." He had seen many lunatics, so the Minotaur was not too surprised. "But don't drag me, I was just passing by." So you did not ask any more questions and let the Minotaur leave quickly. He quickly found a place and went into an empty house. He took out the ranking list and said directly, "I want to buy information on the strength of the Xian armor clan in Sky Destroyer City, including the strength and location of the celestial clans that came yesterday." As for whether they were celestials, it did not matter, he just said it casually. It was just words. If they were not celestials, then they naturally could not sell information to him. That meant they were celestial clans. Choosing one of the two, he casually guessed. If he guessed correctly, the Sky Hunter Pavilion did not know how much information he knew, and they might lower the price. As expected, the ranking list was quiet for a while. Soon, words appeared. "Yes, but the location is not accurate enough. Also, there is a high chance that they are in the Xian armor clan's encampment. You want to buy information on their location?" Yes, price. Suyu cursed inwardly. It was really a celestial clan, F***CK, the ranking list hesitated again. Soon, the information appeared. Xian armor clan strength is included. Information on celestial geniuses, 1 drop of sun and moon blood essence. Information on their location, 1 drop of sun and moon blood essence can provide 1 hour of change. Go ahead and rob. If a sun and moon blood essence was killed, they would at most get a dozen or so drops of blood essence. So, in your eyes, it's not valuable at all. Do you accept merit points? Yes, 50,000 merit points for 1 drop of sun and moon blood essence in the first stage. He knew they would accept. After all, this Sky Hunter Pavilion seemed to have an intelligence system in the human race. 50,000 a drop, and they were fighting again. It was not that expensive, celestial geniuses. Suyu thought for a while and looked at the ranking list. He quickly said, I want to buy all information on Xian Wuji, who is ranked 4th on the heaven leaderboard, including their location. How much? The ranking list was silent and did not reply. Suyu snorted and wrote again, not doing business anymore? The ranking list was silent again. After a while, words appeared. Yes, but, Suyu, this conflicts with the information you wanted to buy last time. The other party was not stupid. Different geniuses naturally had different fees. Suyu asked one by one what level of information a drop of sun and moon blood essence could provide. Soon, he could determine for himself who the celestial clan was. Suyu continued, I don't care. Aren't you doing business fairly? Since I want to buy and ask for the price, how can you do business if you don't tell me? Just as Suyu was writing. In a great hall floating in the all-heavens battlefield, a masked man looked up at an elder not far away and said, Elder, I made a mistake. Come and see. A faceless expert quickly walked over and glanced at the device in front of the masked man. He smiled. Interesting. Tell him. Since you asked for the price, tell me. Elder, then, he can determine for himself who the celestial clan in Heavenly Destroyer City is, Elder Faceless said indifferently, he might not be on the Heaven Hunter list. Tell him some information. The minimum price for Sun Moon tier information is 1 drop of Sun and Moon blood essence. Let him judge for himself whether it's a celestial genius or a celestial genius. If he's not afraid of making a wrong judgment and death, then let him buy it or not. Wise, Elder. Elder Faceless did not say anything. He quickly said, don't make the same mistake next time. I looked. You said the information about celestial geniuses is very stupid. Including Suyu's previous questions, they could all be guesses. Regardless of whether he guesses correctly or not, don't give him an accurate answer. Buy it first. Understood. The masked man was a little scared, but Elder Faceless did not care. He said calmly, tell him the information. If the celestial clan or the black armor race buys his information, increase the price by 3 times the normal price. Elder, do as I say. Elder Faceless said calmly. Also, tell Suyu that he can hire elites to protect him in Heaven Destroyer City. As long as he can afford it, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion will do any business. If he wants to hire Madonna, he can, as long as he pays the price. Yes. The masked man did not dare to say anything else. He quickly began to communicate with Suyu. Elder Faceless looked for a while, smiled faintly, and returned to his original position. At this time, another masked man shouted, Elder, someone wants to buy the location of Qinyong of the Shenwen faction inside the human realm. Do we know where Qinyong is? The masked man did not have enough authority, so he could only ask his superior. Qinyong? Elder Faceless quickly walked over, took a look, and quickly returned to his position. He entered Qinyong's information for a search. After a while, he said, not at the moment. Several eternal realms of the human realm have been patrolling the area recently, making it more difficult to gather information. We can't know Qinyong's specific location. The masked man said again, the other party is asking if you can provide a rough location within a mansion. Elder Faceless took a look at the intelligence report and said after a while, that's fine. 50,000 merit points can only provide us with the most likely location of Qinyong's residence. We can't guarantee that it's true. Yes. The masked man began to communicate with the other party again. Elder Faceless smiled. Interesting. The Shinwen faction of the human realm had helped them a lot recently. There were too many missions to inquire about these Shinwen faction civilization masters. It seemed that he had to send more people to investigate these people. As he was thinking, the masked man who had communicated with Suyu suddenly said again, Elder, Suyu asked if he could hire a few Invincible Realm experts to destroy the Xian Armor clan. The elder was stunned for a moment, and quickly scolded, tell him, yes. As long as he can afford it, 5 Invincible Realm relics or 10 complete corpses of the Invincible Realm experts. The entire hall was silent for a moment. Some people were speechless. This Suyu was so bored. What did he think the Hunting Heaven 4 list department was? He really dared to ask. In the Sky Destroyer City. Suyu was speechless. Forget it. 5 Invincible Realm relics? Not to mention that there was no such thing, even if there was, he wouldn't do it. Are you kidding me? Fine, I'll tease you first. He didn't ask again. He was in a good mood. He saved a lot of money. Daoqing, 9 Xian, Suyu glanced at the list. There were 2 people on the Earth roll. Of course, he couldn't be 100% sure, but according to the price, these 2 were most likely elites of the Sun-Moon tier. However, if they were Sun-Moon tier geniuses, something was wrong. Daoqing, 9th on the Earth roll. Ling Yun, 9th layer, 5th layer Mountain C tier, 9 Xian, 16th on the Earth roll. Ling Yun 7, 1st layer Mountain C tier, they were all top-notch geniuses, especially this Daoqing, who had killed an elite in the 5th layer of the Mountain C tier. This was very frightening. 9th on the Earth roll, lower than Huang Teng and Qin Feng because his cultivation level was higher and he was older. However, he could surpass his cultivation level and kill someone in the 5th layer of the Mountain C tier. He was stronger than Lei Ju, who had only killed someone in the 1st layer of the Mountain C tier. This guy could kill someone in the 5th layer of the Mountain C tier. If he was a little younger, he would probably be on the heaven roll. 9 Xian. Little Fairy. Killing someone in the 1st layer of the Mountain C tier was normal. So you could also kill her, but Little Fairy didn't die at the hands of the Great Qin Mansion? Didn't the Great Qin Mansion love to kill little fairies? Qin Feng actually didn't kill this little fairy. The celestial race had many people on the heaven hunting roll, but there were only 2 on the earth roll. The Xin roll and Huang roll were not so expensive, and there were 2 on the heaven roll as well. However, the price of information was frighteningly high. On the heaven hunting roll, there were 630 people. The celestial race had almost 20 people on the heaven hunting roll. There were many geniuses, perhaps there were many geniuses who were only active in the celestial world and did not come to the All Heavens battlefield. My target is to kill Little Fairy. Daoqing was not easy to kill. So you might not be his match, or rather, he was not his match. However, he could kill Little Fairy. What were the celestial race trying to do by instigating the Xian armor race to search for him? Actually, Suyu knew in his heart that it was mostly because of his identity. His identity as a member of the Shinwen faction was the key. Otherwise, even if he was on the heaven roll, he would not have made so many enemies. Qin Feng and the rest could be on the heaven roll, and they had killed many geniuses. He did not see that many enemies either. Perhaps he did not know enough. Strike first and gain the upper hand. The prerequisite was that he had to go to the inner area and scout for a room where he could hide. It would be awkward if he could not hide. The Xian armor race could get a room on the 20th floor, but could they get one on the 18th floor? Could they get one on the 16th floor? If he brought more heaven essence chi, there was still hope for him to get in, right? After he got in, he could stay for a few more days, right? The 9 halos at the main city gate were not broken yet. With the heaven essence chi, he could wear them down. Couldn't they get out in 3 days? How dare they walk on the streets at night? If I really can't do it, I'll hire someone from the heaven hunting pavilion to save me. However, the price was frighteningly high. A Sun-Moon immortal hired someone to come to the ancient city to save people. The price started from 100,000 merit points in the day, and 500,000 at night. Aren't you afraid? The heaven hunting pavilion was a robber. Why did they need so much money? Suyu was not a pushover. If they wanted to kill him, then he would strike first and kill them first. The other party was not at the Sun-Moon tier, so it was not to the extent of being afraid. He had the Shenwen, the cultivation technique, and the divine talisman that the old bull had given him. They could hide his identity and his whereabouts. If he could not win, he could run. First, I'll find a room that I can enter. It would be best if I could find a few more. Scout carefully. Also, if the other party has an ancient city token of more than 10 floors and can forcibly open the room, I have to be careful and leave a way out. Suyu, who had come to the All Heavens battlefield, was also very bold. In the mortal realm, he was suppressed every day, and did not dare to move. Here, he was not so afraid. If he really could not do it, he actually had a way out, but the price he had to pay was too high. All his young apertures were opened. At the same time, he would use the blood essence of a peak stage mountain C-tier cultivator to burst forth with peak stage mountain C-tier battle prowess. Of course, his physical body would be useless after that, and the celestial tribe's flesh rebirth technique might not be effective. It did not matter. As long as the Sea of Will was not destroyed, he could reforge his physical body and start from the beginning. With Heaven's origin chi, the speed of opening his apertures was also very fast. Since he was confident, he would pay a high price to kill those people. If the sun and moon did not appear, he could burst forth with peak stage mountain C-tier power. What was there to be afraid of? Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, so you would not do that. He had paid a high price to reforge this physical body. He had finally completed 16 casts, and was about to reach 17 casts. If it was really destroyed, Suyu would cry. It was because of this confidence that Suyu dared to be so bold and unscrupulous. With peak stage mountain C-tier strength, even if he could not defeat the sun and moon tier, there was still hope for him to escape. If his physical body was destroyed, it was fine as long as he kept his life. Little furball, if I really reach the point where my physical body explodes, you have to take my sea of consciousness and run, understand? I understand. Little furball yawned and continued to sleep. Of course, there was still something fragrant in your Sea of Will. He would not be satisfied if he did not take it and run. Suyu was suddenly stunned. This guy was in his Sea of Will. Then when he entered the city gate, would he be counted as one person or two? He was stunned for a moment. Forget it, he would not think about it. In any case, he was already in. He would go and scout first, and then prepare to do something big. If he killed the immortals on the Earth list, his ranking might rise, but that was not important. What was important was that there would definitely be rewards from heaven and earth. He hoped that they would give him some willpower. When that time came, he might be able to provoke the dead spirits to give him some death chi to help him reforge his body. After thinking about everything, Suyu went out to scout. And in the city, there seemed to be a few armored warriors. He did not know whether they were real armor or the true form of the mystic armor race. In any case, Suyu did not investigate. Soon, Suyu approached the inner area. There were few living beings here, but it was not that there were none. The entire ancient city was very big. After entering the 20th floor, Suyu found that there were a lot of empty houses. Almost no one lived in them. They were all empty. He only looked for houses that looked more like humans. Inside, the death chi should be weaker. He stealthily opened a few rooms, and sure enough, even though it was daytime in the inner area, there was still a deathly aura. He found a room on the 18th floor, and as soon as he entered, his body began to emit a sizzling sound. So scary, in this place, one had to consume a lot of heaven's essence chi to survive. Otherwise, one would soon be corroded by the death chi and become a dead person. Madonna could enter the 18th floor a long time ago. He might not have a lot of heaven's essence chi. That guy's body was indeed terrifyingly strong. Scouting, constantly scouting. Suyu spent the whole day scouting. In the city, the mystic armor race also kept scouting. It was not easy to attack during the day because everyone could run around on the streets. But at night, almost all of them did not dare to come out of their houses. At that time, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. Both sides were busy preparing for the battle. At the same time, the Sun Moon 9 City Lord looked down at the top of the City Lord's mansion, drinking wine and overlooking the entire ancient city. He had a faint smile on his face as if waiting for the show to begin. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. The person first glanced at the great hall behind him before looking at the City Lord of the ancient city. He said coldly, "Xianxia, stop watching the show. I'm coming to collect the debt very soon." The ancient city lord glanced at him and smiled. "Once the others are done, I have no problem. Also, I don't care about this little guy from the human race." The person looked down at the city and said indifferently, "Everyone has their own fate. The Celestials are tempted. Kill a few and teach them a lesson." So confident. This little guy can deal with them? If he can't, then he's an idiot if he doesn't run. He said indifferently, "Didn't you tell the big bird to tell him? If he doesn't run, then he must be confident. If he doesn't, then he's an idiot. If he dies, then he dies. The human race doesn't need such idiots." "You came long ago?" "No. I just arrived." Xianxia sighed. "It seems that your strength is no weaker than Invincible Realm. Xiao Long Wu, I look forward to your success. But, the chance is too small. If you fail, Xianxia has to give me a small world. Don't break your promise." "I never break my promise." Xiao Long Wu's face was cold. He looked at him and said indifferently, "Don't screw me up. I have something to do. I'll leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure dissipated. When he disappeared, the Xianxia city lord sighed. How powerful. But, how bold. Aren't you afraid that the one behind you will glare at you? End of chapter 373. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.